decorative paper,
Right.
just down on the true cardstock, and look, I'm just peeling it off. It has the same effect as the photograph. So if you're a crafter that likes to position things, like scrapbookers, anybody like that,
yeah.
if you're someone like that that likes to put things in a position, this is going to be perfect. I can just put another little blob of glue all the way down there, stick that in place, and then that can just hold that while I'm deciding where everything's going to go.
Absolutely perfect, brilliant. We have got a set of 3 of the photo glue. Let me grab them. You can see them here. The 3 of the photo glue is a fabulous glue as well. And also, I have to say, it's one of those ones that, you know, it's just, there's another top tip about, have you ever used it as an eraser? Because if you have got any time finger marks into certain cards, I have got rid of it with them because it's basically like a liquid rubber. So that's another use for it. 272177 is your item number. £11 and 97 pence is your price. And of course, the start of the show is the 8-inch square amazing memory box, both in true ivory and true brown. You're going to be able to make 2 of each color per size. £20 and 99 pence gives you the card. And of course, it does give you the instructions as well, where to score, whether to cut, so you are not lost. If you want yours, I think it's 757849 is your item number. Moving on to the other size that we have is the 6-inch square. It's brand new today as well in true brown and true ivory. So if you want to make 2 of it, or maybe you are part of you're crafting with a friend or your niece or your daughter or your mom, this is perfect because you can make 2 of each, or you can make 1 of the brown, 1 of the ivory, and so on, that your crafter in partner in crafting. All right, if you want yours, I need to see the item number, so I'm going to move here. 673344 is your item number. Right, and back to you, Dawn.
Right, so we've made our cover for our book, we've made our spine. So to make the actual pages, you're just going to use the cardstock that you've got, the size you've got in your kit. I've tried to keep this as simple as possible. So you're going to do 2 score lines, and it's all in your measurements, so you don't have to worry about me dishing out measurements to you. And then what you're going to do, you know what I'm going to tell you to do.
Right, burnish.
You're going to burnish. Now you're going to make 8 of these pages. Okay. So I'm just going to fold this over. So this is going to give you your square page. Right. Okay. I've got some prepared here. What you're then going to do is put a little bit of red liner tape, and I've gone for the 3mm this size this time. I mean, you've got 4 sizes in that kit if you get the whole bundle, and I would recommend either going for the 3mm or the 6mm on this area. So you're going to do that on all your pockets. Don't glue it down yet, because if you want to decorate with pattern paper, you're going to put your pattern paper in first before you put your pocket
so it's
down.
Smoother finish.
Yes, so it slides in. And also, I'm a person, when I'm doing a pocket, I don't put paper all the way down to the bottom.
Right.
I only put it where I need to put it.
Well, it's, you know, waste not, one not, right?
Exactly. But now this is easy to attach to our main book. All you've got to remember is the pocket size, or the pocket side, always goes to your spine. Okay, so if I'm going to put the first one in, I'm going to butt it up to my hinge, and I'm going to lay that out. And then if you look on your, as it lays on your cover, you can make sure you've got a nice gap, top and bottom. Okay, and then just peel off that tape, fold that back on itself. And you know I'm going to tell you again, I'm going to be in your ear all the time saying burnish, burnish, burnish.
But if you want to have those professional results, we just need to do what
and you want it to last.
Yeah.
You know, we want to be able to fold it flat to put in the post if we want to do it. If we're gift giving, we want it to last. We don't want to give it to somebody and the following week they say, oh, that bit fell out. You know, you don't want that. These are going to last. So we've got our first page down. I'm now going in with my EVA, and I'm going in again with my fine nozzle bottle,
and
even though it's
7 minutes left. I don't know when
right. That's absolutely fine. So I'm going to show you now how to attach. Now you can see how much glue I'm putting on. I'm not putting masses of glue on. You don't need to. Honestly, you don't need to. And that's the nice thing about it. So I'm just going to put my lid back on. I'm going to peel away the next layer of red. Get my next page, and I said to you, your hinge goes towards your spine. Now I hold this here because the red line of tape, as you know, is very sticky. Right. So I always tend to hold that with my hands. And then I'm going to line up this end first. So I'm lining up these two score lines, making sure it's where I need it to be. I can open up that flap, so I'm feeling with my finger that everything is nice and straight. Okay, so just take your time, and then the last thing I do is let that last bit drop, and then I just go over with my bone folder and get that glue dispersed. And that's as easy as it is to put your pages in your book. And that is all you're going to do, and you're going to go on and do the next one, and that's how you work all the way along. And then you'll have your book that will be full with all its pages. Okay, so that is that bit, Paolo.
Fabulous. And of course, you want to go for the 6, the 8 by 8. We have got the 8 here. We have got £28.99. You can make 4 of them. Remember, 2 of the true ivory, 2 of the true brown. Memory keeping that lasts. It needs to be acid and lignin free. And those cards, the true range from Pink Fro cards, it's of course that. I'm going to show you this one because here you can see another way of putting your together your album. It could be that you are putting the flaps like exactly like Donnie has said, or you could do a little bit of changing it up a little bit more. It's up to you how you do it. But remember to check out your baskets if you want to grab the brand new set of the true brown and true ivory. I love that. I just kind of, my brain goes B and then it goes black, not brown. But I love the way that the brown gives that contrast, but a little bit softer. It gives you that vintage look as well. If you have got Graphic 45, of course, the ivory will be fabulous. Ciao Bella and those browns will be absolutely amazing. If you want yours in the true size of 8 by 8, 757 757-849 is your item number. Now, Dawn, we have got about 3 minutes left.
We've got about 3 minutes, right. Well, I won't do any inking and stamping in this show, but I will show you in the next show when I'm back on.
When are you back on?
I'm back on again at 7 o'clock tonight, but I'll just show you how to attach those pattern papers. Right. You know, I talked to you about the fact of not putting glue all the way down. Oh, right. Okay, so I've just got some pattern papers from my crafty stash. Okay, so we'll do this one for quickness so you can see. So I'm going to put the pattern paper on, and I've even given you on those measurements, the measurements for the pattern paper on your cutting and scoring guide. So you haven't even got to think about that as well. So that's my inside pocket. So now I can remove my little pieces of tape, fold my pocket down, give that a nice burnish, and then, you know, go in with your decorative punches. Absolutely. Or, you know, this is where you can really make this album your own, and it's only your imagination that is going to stop you. You know, have some fun with it. You know, get your crafty stash out. You know, you've got those punches and beautiful papers. You've got those stamps and inks. So just putting that on there, and then let's do one in the top here quickly. Are we okay for time? So that's going to go on the inside. So straight away when you're looking at this, you can have a photograph there, a photograph there, And this is without even making the photo mats that are going to go inside as well, Paolo.
Absolutely, I love that.
And then that's going to be shut, and this is going to go on the front, so everything all matches and looks absolutely gorgeous.
I like when everything matches, and it's just, it has got that consistency through. It has got that kind of linking through the whole story. So.
It has, and you know, you've also got your cutting and scoring guide for your photo mats as well for here.
Wow, even the photo mats.
Even the photo mats. So you've got your cutting and scoring guide for your book, to make your books, for your pattern papers, and for your photo mats.
Brilliant.
But don't forget about that product we had at the end there.
Oh yes, the 10.5 by 30 in true brown and true ivory. It's one of those 40 sheets of each, so 80 in total. My maths there. Ooh, Paula, you need to brush up on your maths. Right, by the way, you can see them there, brand new today, $11.99 for them, 568-157. Now, Dawn, we will have to leave it here, but
yes.
you are back with Richard at 7.
I am,
so
yes.
you will continue your demonstrations.
That's absolutely perfect.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Dawn. Thank you so much for your demonstrations. And thank you at home if you have been watching. By the way, of course, you have heard that we have got a sister channel. We have the craft store has acquired Create and Craft, and that means that it's very exciting times that are going to mean up, and also it means that you're going to see familiar faces across the board. I think we have got a new, well, a sort of new presenter tomorrow and on Thursday, so I wonder who that will be. It will be in the afternoon, so do make sure to tune in for that familiar face. But don't forget to check out your baskets, because they are brand new sizes, brand new colors from Pink Frog Crafts. And now, after the break, join Richard and Charmaine for a final look at the one-day special.
Hi, I'm Catherine and I'm the guest presenter for Zuri Designs. Zuri Designs are based in America and they bring to us their exceptional quality silicone moulds. Zuri Design moulds are used in all areas of crafting, not just for your clays and your resins, but also their food grade silicone as well, so used for your cake decorating designs. Zuri excel on the detail in their moulds, and the designs range from animals through to fantasy and much further beyond. If you watch the Zuri shows, I will share with you lots of hints and tips. I will show you how to use different mediums, ranging from your clays and your resins through to things like even your hot glue. So make sure you don't miss the Zuri shows.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples, and I've been crafting since I was a little girl, and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Our products are all hand drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimples shows and have some fun.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers, colours, textures, and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high-quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dies, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and format. I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
Well, hello everybody. Good morning and welcome to the craft store. We are kicking things off in style with a fantastic happy hour from Crafty Devils. Look, hand on heart, I really mean this. If you love a bargain and you're looking for quality, this is the hour for you. Crafty Devils prices are always so competitive, so we've got some great prices on the show. I'm not alone because we're also going to give you the inspiration as well. We've got the lovely Mel. Hello.
Morning.
It has been a long time since
It has been a while, hasn't it?
I'm looking forward to this.
It should be good.
It's going to be good. And I know we've got a lot of new viewers joining us at the moment as well. We've got to give a mention to our sister channel, Create and Craft as well. So for those of you who are not aware of the seismic news, we are now one. So the craft store have purchased Create and Craft and they are a sister channel. Don't worry if you are tuning in from Create and Craft, the Create and Craft Club, it's still running, freedom here. So it is business as usual. Right, do jump ahead on the website as well. Lots and lots of happy hours. So stock up. Those foils are just ridiculous. Do you know, each one, you're getting 15, each one's a metre, and it's $9.99 for all of them, for all of those. So yeah, lots to discover on the website. Do check it out. 5-star reviews, 5-star reviews, 5-star reviews. And I have to say, the Crafty Devils worth every one of those 5-star reviews. So well done to you getting in touch and leaving your thoughts. Okay, so we're going to start here, Mel. This is very useful. And
It's
that's what you,
really
I kind of
useful.
sense that's what you do at Crafty Devils. You bring us stuff that are great projects, but also really useful.
We try to bring you projects that are usable daily.
Yeah.
So not something you just make and then get out now and again. We try and make it sort of so that you can use it.
That work in our craft room.
Yeah.
We've got two options for this, so bear with me. If you just wanted to go for the box file as is with that living hinge, it's such a cool, the living hinge, such a cool thing. That's $14.99, and that's just a lovely project in itself. So you've got the wonderful box file in there. It's got the magnetic closures. You've got the magnets in there, so you will have. Oh, let me just show you there. You can see you've got the magnets, so it has got. It adds that quality. You know when something clasps shut.
Yes.
Magnet clasps shut. That's your box file. I'm going to be brief on that. I'll tell you why, because for me, I'd be going for the next option, so bear with. $14.99 your price if you want to go for the box file. If you do want to go for the box file with the storage, let's just flash the details on your screen. $24.99. You're going to get, within this, 4 magnetic sheets, and you've also got the tabs as well. So, just show you there. So you're going to get all the tabs to divide your file for your storage, and you're going to get your magnetic sheets in there as well. So what you would do is obviously glue your magnetic sheets onto your tabs, and then you can store all your dies. And you were telling me, Mel, it also works with the other A4 storage
Yeah,
too.
so our A4 die storage that is on the website there, you can use those leaves in this box file. So if you've got your die storage already set up, what you can do is just take a leaf out, put it in your box file, and then be on your way if you're going to a workshop or a crafty day or something. Perfect. Or just a friend's.
Yeah. It's just very portable, great way to store your dies. But also, this is such a lovely project. And I've got one word for you: crackle. I mean, use some of your crackle. You have very, very good crackle. It's all about the PCP.
It is, yes.
Yeah. Paint, was it paint, crackle, paint? Yeah. I forget the final P. I just remembered with you, PCP. So, yeah, I have to say that Crafty Devils do such a good crackle. And imagine, I'd make this look like an old, how do you describe those sort of 1950s cases?
Yes.
Is there a special term for them? I want to say like a ledger, but it's not.
No,
anyway,
it's not, is it?
Like a leather-bound, like, sort of cracked, sort of...
yeah, or an old book or something, you know.
Go with your dark, sort of sepia brown tones in there. That's just me. You can go any direction you like. We can go steampunk. You can use embellishments. It is just such a lovely project. Great size. Painting on there. I'd also use Crafty Devils, have a really nice gesso as well. Anyway, $24.99 your price there, saving £5, 422142 your item number. That's the A4. We also have the same principle in the A5. So when I say same principle, you can get just the box by itself in A5, and I will flash the details on the screen for you. There we go, $10.99 your price, saving £4. You get the box. You've also got the magnets in there as well, so the magnetic closure. If you want to take it a step further and get your magnetic sheets and also your tabs in there as well. Ooh, There you go, you can get your tabs. So that, oh, only £16.99. See, that's very good. It's what, like £5 more, and you're getting that. Bear with me, because I just dropped something on the floor. There you go. Okay, £16.99 your price there, saving £6, 473790, your item number. We're going to be working with this now. Are we working with the A5?
Yes, and I think there's one just behind there, made up with the die storage in, just to show people how what a handy little thing it is.
And this is what I love about the magnet. Just look, you can hear that closure, that crisp closure, and then as we open up, yeah. Actually, what you do, Taz, I'm going to put this down on the counter, buddy. Can I just give a mention to the team, because we've got the exceptionally talented Kirsty flooring, then we got the ever-lovable Ross producing, and Big Papa Bear himself, Taz, directing. So you've got within this, just having a look, see, the little tabs, imagine all your dies stored safely on there, and I'd be labelling up too, so you can write the different brands if you want.
Yeah, but it's such a handy little thing if you're going to a workshop or you're going to a friend's and you just want to take a few of your dies, just perfect for that. Or if you want to have it on a shelf to make it look like a bit of a library, so it will look like books in a library, it would be great.
Oh, okay, this is the perfect size for a book. So if you do imagine that on a shelf, it does look like an old book that you'd find in one of those classic libraries. And then you were to use, and sorry to just repeat myself, but use that crackle to make it look like a cracked leather-bound volume from, I don't know, 17th century. So there we go. If you do want to get hold of this, £16.99 is your price. 473790 item number. We're actually going to put the crackle at the bottom of your screen, 250ml of crackle medium. It is a very good crackle medium, and I can say that with confidence because I've seen it being used so many occasions with the lovely Mel. All right, we're going to move on to foils. Look at the amount you are getting here. Huge amount, and on each one, it's a meter's worth. If I'll show you here, actually. If we just roll that out, you can have a look. There you go, you can see. Oh, I mean, beautiful purple, but look at the amount that you are getting, and this is thick.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's not for your heat foiling. No. It's for die cutting, embossing, that kind of thing, because it's quite thick. I'm just going to show you here. Listen to this.
I mean, it is substantial, and you were saying there's a lot we can do with this. I mean, die cutting alone, imagine the possibilities if we were to die cut this.
Yeah. And embossing looks fantastic, and of course your cutting machines as well. You can use it on your cutting machines, but it's a great value product.
I'd say we should be busy for this. £9.99 is your price, 66p per roll on this as well. So I'm just rolling that. It's a compliment to how much you get, the time it took me to roll this up. And thank you, Kirsty. I know you're on hand there to help out. I could see her poised. She was like a puma ready to help me. So, yeah, look at the amount we're getting. And we're getting key colourways here, too. So you've got... And these are the colours we're going to get, Mel, or will it vary?
I believe that, yeah, those are the colours.
So red, blue, green, purple, and bronze and silver. All of those gorgeous colours. Actually, do you know what? I'm looking at the light. I'll give it a bit of wiggle because it's sometimes with foil. Here we go. There we go. That's the foil you're going to get, because sometimes just from the angle it didn't look as bright as it actually is. Okay, have I not got the red there? I haven't. So you are getting red as well. I'm going to pop those down, and that's exceptional value for money. And again, I know you've mentioned it, Mel, but we can die cut. So imagine this die cut would look incredible. Yeah, really nice, crisp, metal kind of looking finish, wouldn't it? It would. Well, now you're talking about metal, I'd be getting my, again, I know you have said this, but embossing it with embossing folders. Whew. Yeah. Look really good on your sort of like arty kind of project, wouldn't it? Just another dimension to it. 15 metres. That's the length. Look at the width as well. You know, we're not talking, sometimes you think, well, okay, foil might be, and remember, this isn't like a flimsy transfer foil, a foil work differently, but that's kind of the width you might expect with a foil. Look at that. And actually, we unravelled it to see how much you're getting as well. So meters worth of foil, really good value for money. Very, very, very busy here. Saving £5, £9.99 is your price. Already 20% of the stock has gone here. Can I just leave you with this enduring memory? Look, all of that heading its way too is just ridiculous. All right, we've got to move on. That's very good value for money. That £5 saving, though, will disappear at the end of the hour, or this is the... my producer Ross read my mind. This is the important bit. We say it's going to be, the price is going to be around for this hour, or while stocks last. Looks like this might not last. A quarter of the stock now has gone for the foils. Something else that is just so useful, and I'm going to say it, and I always try and say this sparingly, but I feel this is an essential in the craft room.
It is, and this is slightly different to our double-sided rolls,
yeah.
In the fact that it's you can die cut this. You don't have to stick it onto card because it's got backing on both sides. So really good for die cutting, really good for using, so you could die cut a sentiment and then sprinkle glitter over it and it would attach straight away, yeah. Or you could use your gilding flakes and they will attach straight away and you would get that pristine finish to it, so no raggedy edges or anything, would be just a really crisp look.
And it is something that really lends itself to techniques. There is so much we could do with this. You talked about sentiments, a technique. I saw Barbara, I've got to mention Barbara Gray, she was talking about trap the scrap. So when we're die cutting, you want a paper piece, but you want to keep pieces in, we can do that as well. Equally, yeah. How about having a die cut, sticking it on, and then, it, like saying, glitters or gilding flakes in there as well. Just technique, technique, technique. Yeah,
yeah. I think this is an essential for your craft box, really.
I totally
Definitely.
agree. Totally agree. And at that kind of price as well, £9.99 for 10 sheets, you've got an awful lot to play around with. Saving £5 for this hour. 633-452, your item number. Now, we've got coasters for you, and personally, I feel you can never have enough coasters in your life. With this, it could be just an element you're going to be adding to your mixed media, or they could just be coasters. Obviously, you'd finish them off. I know that Crafty Devils give us so many mediums, so I'd be finishing off with a protective glaze or something. But there's a lot we can do with this. So we can use our papers.
Yes.
We can use our crackle.
Yes, yeah, our paints, our crackle, any of our mediums really. And if you're just getting into the MDF world of craft, this is a perfect project for you because you've probably got everything you need already in your craft room and you just need to purchase this. So you can stick your papers on, just file the edges, and immediately you've got a nice little set of coasters. Yeah. Tie 4 up with a bit of ribbon, put it on your craft store.
Done.
Done.
I mean, done, seriously, and for £9.99. Look at the amount. I'm going to stack them for you. Look at the amount of coasters that you're getting. I really liked, I mean, within this, it works out 33p per coaster. I like your idea, Mel, when you're saying, I know not all of us are going to be making to sell, but if you did want to make to sell with that, you could quite easily, I'd just make a box. So we'd obviously handcraft a box, put these inside, a bit of tissue paper, and they would look luxury. Also, there are lots of papers, and I know you do this, because I do this as well, where we hoard papers. So we've got beautiful papers.
The ones that we don't want to cut.
Yeah. You know those papers that you... Mel, I haven't asked this of you for a while, but are you a stroker or a sniffer?
Oh, a stroke, yeah.
You're a stroker?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. See, I mean, a lot of people, and by the way, if you're just channel hopping right now, what? It's 7:15 in the morning. That is a very, very odd question to ask someone. But paper crafters, we know we do this because you've got beautiful papers. You don't want to use them. You might bring them out occasionally. You give them a bit of a stroke. There are sniffers amongst us as well. You know, you do it. It's that smell of like a beautiful old book. You know, you just love the smell of paper as well.
Yeah, MDF. I'm a bit of a sniffer.
Oh, you're an MDF sniffer.
Yeah.
I don't blame you because you're a lover of MDF.
Yeah, just the smell of it.
Yeah, well, I don't blame you. Here's the thing: those beautiful papers in your stash. Don't just leave them tucked away. How about, let's say, just the first one jumps out in my mind, graphic 45. Imagine a beautiful graphic 45 paper on here. You would need to protect, obviously, if you're going to put any hot drinks on there, but graphic 45 paper that you get to see and love, decorating your room, adorning your room. £9.99 your price. And great gifts, really, really, really nice gift. Just very quickly, as Mel was saying, we can stencil, we can spritz, we can stamp, we can use our papers. This is your blank canvas and you're getting 30 of them. 567987, your item number there. Okay, now value for money. And this is what I love about the craft store and Create and Craft as well, our sister channel, is that we always strive to bring you maximum value for money, but that is ridiculous. Because I have to say, Mel, your regular retail price, $14.99, I think is really good.
Yeah.
$11.99, you're getting the palette, and this is a very nifty palette. Guys, do you mind if I pick this up? I'll just show you. I feel very artistic. So it'll work both left and right-handed, but the whole point of a palette, you've got it to hand, so when you're working, you've got all the segments. Look at all these different compartments that obviously we can blend with as well. You can put some water in there. So you've got very useful and well-designed palettes. So the palette alone, I mean, I've seen palettes retail it for £10 just for a palette.
Yeah.
And you would have as well. So there we go. That's a palette. And then you look at your palette knives in there as well. And the point with a palette knife, the reason why they're different shaped, each palette knife serves a purpose for a different technique. So you are getting all of those, all 5 palette knives as well. Mel, I've gone onto the high street and seen, say, a palette knife for just shy of £3 for one.
Yeah, yeah. And if you go to an art shop, you can pay £6, £7 for one palette knife. Yeah, easily. So when you think about it like that, and they are very good quality palette knives. So let me just pick one up. I'll show you, say this one here. The key with a palette knife, you want to have that flexibility. So being able to get in there, get all your texture pastes, add, well, for want of a better word, texture to a project. But it is a very useful, and you can feel the quality with these actually. They're very well made. All 5 of those for $11.99 plus the palette as well, I think is fantastic value for money. Phenomenal value for money. 205-803 item number. Sticking with the theme of value for money and quality that Crafty Devils always bring, this is a good one. So this is our adhesive bundle. Yes. So we've got our lovely glues with our nice easy squeeze bottles, but then we've also got our glue cube, or glue rectangle in this case. And when you put it together... I was trying to get my hand in there and I knocked over all the pallets. I apologise. But look, just wanted to show, this is what I wanted to show. So we can store our glue... yes, we can. The difference with this one is, I've got one in front of me, is that there's 2 different size holes on this one. Oh. Okay, so... I think I went in the wrong hole. You did. Okay, sorry. So you can put your larger glue bottles in upside down, but you can also put your normal glue bottles in upright. So if you've got your flake and glitter glue, that one you don't store upside down, you keep that one upright, because otherwise it will leak everywhere because it is such a fast flowing glue. Your other ones you can store upside down, but if you have just got your other glues, you can turn it over and you can put your little ones in upside down as well as your big ones upside down. Oh, perfect. Oh, that's cool. We've tried to think of everything for you. You always do. Can you just go through the glues that we're getting in this collection, because it is a great mix? So you're getting your MDF glue, which is an essential if you're using your MDF. You're getting your deluxe glue, which is a really good, fast gripping glue. You can see the deluxe, and then you're getting your tacky glue, which is your normal everyday kind of glue. And then you're getting your flake and glitter glue, which is perfect for your gilding flakes and your glitter. Says what it does on the tin, really. Now, this is a great bundle, considering you're getting 6 glues, and they all really do serve a purpose. So you've got your gilding and glitter glue, which is always popular actually whenever we bring this individually, but a great way to get it as part of the bundle. You've got your MDF glue, which you need. Obviously, you've got so many beautiful MDF projects on the show. Your 2 tacky glues, these are your everyday glues, and then you've got your deluxe glue in there as well. All 6 of those, and you've got the storage as well for $12.99. Do you know, it works out £2.16 per glue, and the storage you're not paying a penny for. The storage effectively is a free gift if you break it down that way. 274738, your item number. Getting very busy for that option, because glues, well, essentially that is a consumable
it's something that we all use every day.
Every day, and what I love about this is when you put your glues in upside down. So my MDF glue's been in upside down, so you can see that it is all travelling down to the tip.
Yeah.
So the top end of my glue is empty. So that's what I like about these glue cubes.
So the tip's poised to when you start working with
it's
it, no having
always
to
ready.
shake or try and get it to work.
Exactly,
Yeah.
and the bottles are so squeezable that you're getting every bit of glue out of there. There's no waste, and then when you get to the end, you're not trying to really squeeze it out.
Mel, you're first and foremost, you're a crafter. You took exactly what you said here. You're answering a lot of questions or problems that crafters have. Nothing worse than you're trying your glue. You can't get it out. It's a rigid bottle, and you're trying to.
And you know there's glue in there, and you've paid for that glue, and you want to use that glue. So that's what we've done.
None of that problem with Crafty Devils. OK, we're going to answer another problem for you in the form of blending now. You're going to get 4 brushes. I like the fact you're getting all 4 of the same size, and this is kind of like, this is your go-to, really, sizes. It's that magic spot between, it's small enough to get in for that fine detail, and then you've also got, it's big enough for the expansive work as well. So all 4 of those, beautifully soft. I mean, you're only going to appreciate how soft these are when you get them home.
Yes, they're lovely. They're quite therapeutic, actually. Just if you stroke them on the back of your hand while you're on the phone or something, they're really nice.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, they're one of the softest things you're going to ever feel. But £10.99 for 4 of those. I'll pop that down for a moment. The thing with brushes, I remember when brushes first started becoming popular, I was actually having a conversation, I can't remember who, it was another guest, and they were saying they didn't realise why they'd need brushes, because they used blending tool and they thought, I'm happy with my blending tool. And I got that because I was comfortable. It took me a while, it took years to kind of master blending. I thought, no, I'm happy, I'm comfortable with my blending tool.
Yeah.
And then I used a brush for the first time.
It takes it to a whole different level.
It really does. And I find with brushes, 2 things. One, you know, blending tools, I was taught you're sweeping on, rotating, trying to get that smooth blend. Brushes, it doesn't matter how you do it. You can do it and you always get a smooth blend. Where I think they're essential is if you're a little bit heavy-handed, they're great, but also delicate stencils.
Yes.
So if you're looking to go through a delicate stencil, how many times have you gone on with your blending tool and bent up a design from a delicate stencil? You don't get that with the brushes. They are a lot more forgiving.
Yeah, and if you're not happy using stencil glue, they're really good as well, aren't they? So you can just mask down your stencil and use them, because you can be as gentle as you like.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think these are very important. I do love my brushes when I get to work with them. £10.99 is your price, saving £9 if you do not have anything like this in your stash right now. Maybe you have got a blending tool and you say, yes, I really don't need these. Give them a go. I promise you, once you have, you'll be like, I'm glad I did. Actually, you know what, you're right, these do have a place. And they also give you a beautiful sort of like airbrushed feel as well. You can get some great blends with your brushes. Like these a lot, and obviously being Crafty Devils, you know that they're good quality. And you've gone into short. When I first started crafting, I was looking for blending tools, and I went in, you know, they had the sort of eggs, yeah, I was looking for some of those. And I remember, just out of interest, I thought, I'll just see what's out on the high street just to compare with us.
Yeah.
Just one of those eggs was coming in at like £5–8 just for one.
Just
I mean,
for
the
one.
price is ridiculous.
Yeah.
So you're kidding me. So I just wanted to mention that, because these are, I mean, the feel of that, they feel like they're makeup quality. I'm not saying to do your makeup with them, but I just want to give you an idea of how good they are. So £10.99 for 4, it's just fantastic. 486-505, your item number. Going to be quick here, because I know we want to get to demonstration. So magnets, it is what it says on the tin. You can see here you're getting 15 pairs of magnets, so 30 in total. Just so handy. Think about your albums, think about like adding closures. We saw how effective the closures were on the boxes. £9.99 your price, saving £6, 153163 item number. And then finally, we talked about masking paper. Again, you need this, you really do. So different techniques, you're getting 50 sheets in total of your masking paper, saving £20, which effectively means any stamp you have in your stash, you can create a mask. But equally, how about this with your die cuts? Do you have stamp and die cut combinations? Die cut. Die cut your own masks, and then what I would do, Mel, is I'd keep that on the stamp.
Yes.
So the die and use it, because obviously we can use this multiple times.
Yeah, so I've got them stuck onto the acetate of my stamp so that I know it's there. And I think you can use it, depending on how heavy-handed you are, you could probably use it 5-6 times.
Yeah.
Before you need to redo it.
Totally agree. $19.99 your price there for something that it's different. You don't normally see this, but I say any crafter, I'm going to have to fall into my bracket of an essential. If you do not have anything like this in your stash, if you're a paper crafter, you really do need this. $19.99 your price there, 560921 your item number. And I've been doing a lot of talking, so I apologise for that. We're going to head to Mel, though, for a bit of demonstrating. What are you going to do for us, Mel?
I'm going to put my glasses on so I can see. That's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to show you this quickly, this foil, just because you need
help
this.
us, Mel? Could you just move your die cutting machine?
Well, I'm just going to put that in front of me.
Yeah.
So
Perfect.
I'm going to now. I want to emboss my foil, and because it's quite thick, I'm just going to use a shim as well, because I want the embossing to be quite deep on it.
We have measured the foil, and it's 1 metre by 19 inches. So, I mean, that works out about 48 centimetres. That's very good.
So that's going through.
Okay. You can see how thick that is.
So that's,
you're working out, is that your workout for this morning?
That's it. That's I'm done. So look at the embossing on that. That is just brilliant. It's really, really beautifully embossed. Every detail is there.
Shall I tell you the biggest compliment I could give your foils? When we were prepping for our show, Mel so you had an example just to your left, you'd already done that.
Yeah.
And I thought that was craft metal.
Yes.
I thought later on, oh, Mel's using some craft metal. That's using the foils. And this is what I was saying, that you, I mean, the amount you're getting here, it's 19 inches in length, and it's 1 metre long. So this is more how we would describe fabric, not foils. You know, that length, so if I pull that out, it would be 1 metre, and in, so say metre in width. And in length there, you've got 19 inches. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
It's really, really good. And every detail is there. And then, of course, so you've got a shiny side, and the other side is quite a matte. Yeah. Not as shiny, but you've still got the embossing on the other side. So depending on what effect you want, you can use either side.
Mel, just listening to it, it's so thick, the foil there. This is why we can die cut it, we can emboss with it. I just haven't seen foils like this before. Yeah,
so, and now I'm just going to show you quickly, before I get onto my lovely MDF, the double-sided. So we're going to put that through. The only thing I would say with this one is just make sure you've got your die on the right way.
Okay.
If you've got a sentiment.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put the machine out of the way now. And then that's beautifully die cut. Mm-hmm. And then get your pokey tool to poke it out.
Nice. So just to remind everybody, now we're looking at, this is the double-sided adhesive sheets.
And pull it off. Careful not to.
I'm glad you showed this, Mel, because these are the kind of sentiments that are a little bit fiddly to glue on.
They are, yeah, you get glue everywhere, don't you?
So not only have you got, it's kind of like a double whammy. We can stick down, so you don't have to worry about gluing because it's double-sided. So we'll stick that down. But where life really gets interesting, when you have stuck that down, then you can embellish with not having, because having to put, let's say if you did this normally, if this was just craft card, you cut it out and you would stick it down, but how would you get glitter on there? Having to put glue around the whole sentiment would be incredibly fiddly. It's already done now, it's double-sided. You peel it off and we can do whatever we like to it.
So just stick it down nicely. So you see how easy it was to peel off? Mm. Make sure you've stuck it down really well, and then find a piece that you can So it's not difficult to come off there, to find, like sometimes you're forever looking for your end of your double-sided, aren't you?
Yeah.
And take that off. So there, get rid of your rubbish. And then I'm just going to get some silver gilding flakes.
And you do bring us some lovely gilding flakes, Mel.
I'm just going to get some quickly, dab over, rub over. Some more. Get all your bits of glue covered. Still feel a bit sticky there. So just give it a good rub.
Yeah.
So that it's adhered to the glue. And then use whatever tool you use. I've got a little scrubby.
Oh. Mel, I could watch that all day long. Look at that.
Get rid of your excess. And that's just a nice finish, isn't it?
But you got it. Mel, hold it up and give it the crafty wiggle. Look at that. Yeah. Look at that. And I'm also conscious of the fact how much we've used. Do you mind, Mel, just showing you the sheet that you're working off of? It's on.
Yes. So it's going to go a really long way, isn't it?
I mean, that's one sheet. So die cutting, you could do an awful lot. Actually, do you know what I would be tempted to do? Because it's got substance to it.
Yeah.
Something like that, if you were to cut out a die,
yeah,
then what's left over, the so-called waste at the end,
yeah,
I would stick down and use as a mask somewhere, or
yes,
a stencil, and try and blend through.
That would be really good.
Very, very popular. So if you do want to go for your double-sided, self-adhesive double-sided sheets, $9.99 for 10. And I did, as I say, it's an essential. I think every crafter, you do need this in your stash. If you're running low, stock up. $9.99, saving £5 is a great price. If you don't have anything like this in your stash right now and you are a paper crafter, try it, you will love it. And just look for techniques. I mean, Mel just showed you a very simple one with your gilding flakes, but there are so many different techniques that we can do with our double-sided sheets. Just want to remind you of the gilding flakes as well. Have a look at this price. Wait till you see this price. For all 3 pots, and you're getting the glue as well, it's incredible value for money. I mean, 12, come off it. $12.96. I've seen one pot of these for around about £6 to £7 just for one pot. I mean, obviously prices do vary, but here you've got your silver, your gold, and your bronze, so your key, or your copper, your key colours there. And not only that, you're getting your glue in there too, so you're glue specific to your gilding flakes, so you're getting your gilding and glittering glue. All of that in one bundle for $12.96 is incredible. You should be paying $26.96 for this kind of bundle. On the hour, right now, this happy hour, you're saving £10, but at the top of the hour, the price will go back up to $22.96. Get hold of it. I did something, Mel. I probably already said this to you, but so in our bathroom, we have a mirror sort of glued to the wall.
Right.
And behind it, the mirror had, I think the term for it is mirrored, so you could kind of see lines behind the mirror.
Right, okay.
It's where it's a process. It just happens when mirrors get aged, and obviously in the bathroom there's moisture. I didn't want to crack the mirror and take it off. I was thinking that's going to be a big job. So what I did, red liner tape, and it's worked a treat. Red liner tape, because it only kind of mirrored just around the edges. So I lined the mirror with red liner tape and then went over with the gilding flakes, and it looks great.
Oh,
really good. Yeah.
Really good.
So, saying you could do a lot with your gilding flakes. That's one of my particular crafty makes.
Crafty tips.
What are we doing right now, Mel?
So I'm going to put together the A5 storage, because I love these. And like I said earlier, you could have a few of these to look like a books on your bookshelf. I think that would just add a little bit to your craft room. But I'm using my MDF glue to stick it together.
Nice.
And then I'm just lining up.
Such a nice way to store your dies, but equally, with this, it's a project in itself, because it's one thing you can get. I know we can get storage folders, which are nice and they serve a purpose. But imagine having a file here that we've got, and we've decorated it with our own papers, or our stencils, or I mean tissue paper would look fantastic on.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's all sorts you could do with this, and what I like about this type of die storage is because it's on MDF, it's a solid storage, so your dies don't fall off.
That's a good point.
So sometimes with a flexi storage, your dies do, especially those little ones, tend to fall off in the sleeve or
That's a
in the
very good
packet.
point. Yeah, when it bends. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean there. I think we can all relate as crafters to that.
So let's find my lid with my glue. Put it back on me. So this is the hardest bit really. It's putting the bottom bit on.
Yeah.
So you have to line it up, but that's about as hard as it gets. Like so, and then just wipe any excess glue off. It does dry clear, but I just like a flat. If you leave it, if you don't wipe it off, you get like a maybe little bobble.
Yeah.
And so just give it a wipe, and then you can be like a kid at school and peel it off your fingers later. That's my favourite bit about using glue. So that is your die storage put together.
Nice.
And then you can use your MDF glue to glue your magnetic clasps onto as well.
Oh, so wait, the MDF glue will glue the magnets on?
Yes.
We've got one here that Mel's made up, and you've got them seeking the magnetic closure on there. But what impresses me, and I just love this, as a sign of quality, when you do close, you hear that?
It's a proper close, isn't it?
It feels luxurious. You answered a question I had in my mind, Mel. With the magnets, and remember we have got the set of 30 magnets, so 15 pairs of magnets, how to actually put them onto a project. I didn't know we could use MDF glue on.
It's such a good glue. You can put it on there, leave them to dry obviously for a while, and then yeah, your MDF glue will do that, or your deluxe glue will do it as well. It's the deluxe glue strong enough to do it as well.
And we do have that as a bundle, so if you want to go for the different blues, you get the glues, I should say. You get the tacky, the deluxe, the MDF, and the gilding and glitter glue, all as one bundle, so 6 pots in total for $12.99, and the storage as well. That's been exceptionally busy, and I know why, because glue is the one thing as crafters, paper crafters as well, is one of the things we use day in, day out. So your glue will never last forever, and in my view, if you see a good price, why not pick it up? Because for this hour you're saving £6, so you know, it's good value for money. And I do like the storage too, because that's a nice project you can do. You'd leave the glues out on your craft desk, because they'll look good.
Yeah, they don't fall over.
Yeah.
That's what I like. I'm always knocking stuff over, because my craft desk is quite big, but I end up with about this much room to work with.
I think we're all guilty of that.
It's terrible. Mark comes into my office and goes, I don't know how you work in here.
But I would imagine it's organised chaos.
It's, yeah, very organised chaos. I know where everything is.
Yeah. Now, we're using your gesso.
We are.
It's a good gesso.
It's a really good coverage gesso, and if you are new to MDF or you have run out, obviously, but gesso is really important to use on MDF. Because MDF is such a porous surface, your first coat of whatever you put on there is going to soak straight in.
Yeah.
So don't use your quality paints just because the first layer is wasted.
Yeah.
And you've wasted all that money.
When one of the first shows I did with you, I remember years ago, you know, it would have been, well, I've been here for 5.5 years. I remember you saying that to me, and it always resonated. It stuck with me, and I've never looked back.
Yeah.
So I always, MDF, I always gesso, and then go in with my paints. Now I remember looking for gesso to start with, and I thought, again, I just think as a presenter, it's important to know what's going on around. So I shop from the craft store. I was looking around and seeing gesso for $9.99 for like 125 mil. And if you do your own research, you'll see that 500 mil, the size of the gesso. Do we have it here actually? Yeah, I'll show you. We've got a couple, and I would advise you get the couple. Look at the size of that gesso. So that's your 500 mil. You've got white or black to choose from. For $9.99 is really good value for money. As I say, I've seen gesso. So when you think about it, not half as much. I've seen gesso at 125 mil for $9.99. So when you consider that you're getting 500ml for £9.99, saving £5, just choose whichever option. We got the, where are we? Here. You got the white on the screens, they're your main details, and your blacks at the bottom of your screen down here. Both, I would say you need both in your craft room. So it's another time when, actually, I'll just put these down for a moment. I'm saying this a lot, but I think this hour is one occasion where everything you bring as a company, or the majority of items, we do need. They're essentials really in our craft room.
Yeah, they are. They're definitely. I think if you're working with MDF or any project really, your essentials are you need to top up, you need to get first, because it gives that professional finish to your project.
Yeah.
So if you're stamping onto MDF or you're blending onto MDF, your gesso will help get a better finish because it's that primed layer.
Yeah.
It's like with anything, isn't it? If you prime something, you do get a better finish with it rather than putting something straight onto.
I also find certain things, say with, it depends the look you're looking to achieve, but working with the MDF, if you are going to use tissue paper, if you do go on with your gesso, it brightens it up and you see a lot more of the design. Sometimes you might not always be looking for that. You want to see the sort of undertones of the MDF underneath, but I prefer to gesso first and then go on with my tissue paper. And what denotes a good gesso, find with yours, and I have used your gesso melt, it dries very quickly.
It does.
So
it's
nice
beautifully.
gesso.
Yes,
yeah.
it dries beautifully, and you can see where the gesso has dried, the MDF has made it go a bit yellowy. And now, if you were to put your paint straight onto there, that would your paint would do that as well because it's soaked straight in.
Well, if you do that with your paints, it absorbs a lot quicker, and obviously the whole point you're saying is save your expensive paints to go over, so you're using less of your expensive paints.
Yeah, because your gesso is such a good price.
Yeah.
And you get such a lot of it. So what I'm doing now is I'm using our lovely paints onto here.
Well, speaking of the paints, we've got a bundle here. Oh, this is a good bundle. This is a really, really, really good bundle. We're going to just flash the details on your screen, but wait till you see this. So, I mean, $44.99. Look at the amount you're getting. 21 acrylic paints, and you're getting the storage stands too. They're actually separate. So you've got 3, they're stacked. Each one of these tiers is a different stacked storage stand. So you've got 1, 2, 3 of your storage. But look at all of these acrylic paints. For, I mean, 2 flexi payments of £22.50. How much would the storage say? How much would you sell the storage by itself? What, $9.99 for one?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's but you basically when you break it down, you're paying £2.14 per paint.
Yeah.
And your storage is free.
Okay.
Really,
I mean,
if you look at it like that,
that is very good.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, another way to, I think that's the perfect way to look at it. But then, again, I would say, just for the storage alone, imagine how much you would be paying just for storage. And at that price, $44.99, you're getting the storage, which you can continue to stack. So if you did want to get more. And this also stacks on any of the Crafty Devils storage. So as long as it's the same width, it will stack. And that's one of the beauty of the Crafty Devils, kind of like a modular system. I'm going to endeavour to lift one of the tiers off just to give you an idea. I'm going to have to step this side. Is it all right if I step this side? Let me just show you. So it's that simple. If I just show you, you can see, just so we can discern the two sides, the way that, there you go. The reason why I did that, and Taz, my director, summed it up beautifully, because he was saying in my ear that if we hadn't drawn your attention to the fact that it was 3 tiers, he would have thought that was a complete unit. And you can have it as a complete unit, but it's really nice being able to separate, because that might not work in your storage space, or you want to lay them out differently, or you want to take a few somewhere else. You've got that ability. And can we just talk about the quality of your acrylic paints, because they are very good.
That you get really good coverage, and again, we've thought about our bottles. They are a really easy squeeze bottle, so you can see the flexibility in the bottle. It's really easy. I have trouble with this finger here. It locks quite a lot. I've got arthritis in it. So I was really aware that I wanted bottles that I could squeeze it easy. So so all our bottles are easy squeezers. what I also love about the paint storage is you can put the paints in upside down again, so you're getting every little drop out of that bottle.
I've got 2 words for you. Jelly plate. Imagine all those colours that we've got here. If you like playing around with jelly plates, actually, you've got beautiful colours too. Have a look. You've got brights at the top tier. You've got your blues and your greens, your natural tones in there as well. So you've pretty much covered a lot of key colours that you'd want to be playing around with. That is a really good bundle at a great price, and it does open up the flexi basket. And this is important because if we have a look at the flexi basket, £22.50. That's what you're paying today for all the paints. But then if you wanted to add another item into your basket, and it could be the foils, obviously they're just a ridiculous price, but you haven't got a flexi payment on the foils by themselves, but because we've got a flexi basket open right now with the paints, you can spread the cost on your foils. Maybe you're going for the glues, another one that's been so popular this morning. Again, if you go for the paints, we've opened up that flexi basket, we can spread the price on the glues. The blending brushes as well. Actually, there's so many things on the counter, I could say. The adhesive paper in there, the masking paper. There are some key things. What I will say, can I just draw your attention to, there are lovely projects with the storage, but there are certain items on the counter that I'd be putting into my basket as a matter of essentials, a must. Let's jump on the website, I'll show you. I'm going to create the basket I would be doing at home, and I really mean this. So I've been really impressed by those foils. If we could put those in the basket. Those foils, just want to put this in context, because the picture, you can't get a sense of scale. They're 19 inches long, and they're a metre wide. So it's more like fabric, the kind of, when we talk about that scale. I would also be putting in the self-adhesive double-sided sheets, because I am running low on that. As we go through, I mean, I like the coasters, but I think I have got a few at home. The masking tape, again, I'm running low here. It's not masking tape, the masking paper, stencil. There we go, there we go, sheets of, yeah, there we go. Oh, no, not stamping card, sorry. Well, no, I'll take that out. I've got stamping card at the moment, but we'll carry on going. I'm sorry, I made life hard. It was the masking paper on there. I believe you can't have enough brushes, because I like to have one for like colorway, so I'll add some of those in. Magnets, I'd add some of those in. And yeah, the masking paper, I'd add some of that in. So that, well, okay, let's get the paints. So I would be doing this. Get the paints to spread the cost, because I want to spread my costs. Then we'll check out. Leave the cardstock in, I'll use it, it's okay. Yeah, no, leave it in, leave it in. So there we go. Now, this is the... So how much is in the basket right now? Okay, 126.88, but I am actually a Freedom member, so I wouldn't be paying postage. But this is what happens. There's the magic. Put Flexi on everything. Suddenly, 68.95. Now, that's 68.95 today for all the paints, all the the foils, the self-adhesive paper, the cardstock, the stamping card. You've got the masking card, and for the brushes and all of that. I forgot to get the glues, but that's what I'd be doing. But you get an idea. There's so much on the counter that you can see falling into your basket. But I think something's only good value if you know you're going to use it. It's that old adage, oh, are we going to use it? And when you look at everything on the counter that Mel brings, you are absolutely going to be using this. So it is good value for money. Okay, Mel.
So I've painted. Now what I would say about this, because we've got a live hinge, is when you paint it, just let it dry flat like that.
Okay.
The paint won't stiffen it, it will still flex,
yeah.
But you don't want it, if you open it up to dry,
yeah.
The paint is going to get into those little gaps a bit more, and it might stiffen it up.
So when you say open up, don't actually close it up.
No, just leave
bend
it like that to dry.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to use our lovely crackle. Now you can see this is beautiful. It's lovely, thick crackle. And I've painted. Now, at home you would let your paint dry. Okay, but I'm not at home, so I'm just plonking it on top. My paint is quite dry already, but I'm just putting the crackle on top. So you can be quite heavy-handed with your crackle, depending on what type of crackle you want.
And we're getting a good amount of crackle here. But
yeah.
There's a golden rule to the crackle. We did say it before, but just to remind viewers who might have just tuned in, it's all about the PCP.
Yeah, so you paint, crackle, paint. Mm-hmm. You can't crackle on top of gesso. Your gesso is a primer. So you need to put your paint on top of your gesso and then your crackle.
Yeah.
I had a few ladies give me a nudge to say, oh, my crackle's not working. You can see that colour on there.
Yeah.
That's my paintbrush, is still dirty.
Okay, that's all right.
And then you can use your crackle on your live hinge as well.
Oh.
So just spread it over your live hinge.
See, I didn't...
And again, let it dry flat like that.
You've surprised me, Mel, because I would have avoided that living.
You would have avoided it. No.
Yeah.
Just
Okay, I'm glad to see that.
put the crackle everywhere.
Mel has no fear.
No fear.
You'll crackle where angels fear to tread.
Yes. I did this the other day. I thought, oh, my crackle was drying and it looked a bit lumpy and bumpy, and I thought, oh, I've put that on a bit thick. But it already started to dry and gone a bit tacky. But that didn't matter, because what I did was use my big paintbrush and just scrape along it.
Okay.
And just scrape a bit of the crackle off.
So
don't be worried if you think you've put too much on.
Yeah.
You can just take a little bit off.
You need a sturdy brush.
And it's not going to affect the crackle.
Good tip.
Okay, so once that's dry,
So good coverage there. Yeah.
you need to let that air dry.
Right.
You
Don't
can't
force
force dry it.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we're going to get my paint.
I love how you got your paints. You can see Mel just in front of her. Yeah, I know it's facing us, but it's like you've got a spice rack of paints.
It is. So I've got my, I've got to squeeze that a bit more. My paints on top of a drawer unit, one of our drawer units.
Are you able to turn that just so it's facing the cameras? I know it's a bit awkward. I don't want to. There you go.
There, so I've got all my paintbrushes in my drawer unit. I've got my palette knives in there. I've got a few blending brushes. Everything I need is in that drawer unit.
Perfect.
But I love how that just takes up half an A4 size on my desk. And I've got all that product in that small area.
See, that'd be perfect on a desk. Yeah.
Really, really good. And if you want to put it on a wall, we've got the bits cut out on the back so that you can hang it on a wall as well. So it's that to me is the perfect solution to having a box of paints lying around, and you've got to rummage through. All those paints are on hand. I can just grab them.
Sorry, Mel, can you just turn it a touch more?
A touch more?
I'll tell you why. It's just really nice for you to see what I'm seeing here. There you go. That's perfect.
There.
So, I mean, having that, and just imagine that, and Mel's used some beautiful papers there on the drawers, and this is the beauty of Crafty Devils, your storage system. Everything, it's modular, it all works.
Yes, yeah, it all works together. And what I've done is on my actual paint storage, I use it as a little kind of trial piece. So on one of the pieces, what's the bottom one? So that's how easy it comes apart. But on the bottom one, I use crackle, and then I used a bit of our structure paste. And then while the structure paste was wet, I put on our glossy effects.
Oh, okay.
And it's given this kind of scary kind of crack in it there, sort of like, so if you're doing something for like monsters or dinosaurs or things like that for kids, I think that's
like
such a good effect.
Good technique, like that. I like the fact that you've used the back as a sort of technique board.
Yes, yeah, just trying out different bits and pieces. So
shows how easy it is to work. Thank you for showing us your storage there, Mel.
No worries, and that's how easy it is to put together.
Okay.
So once your crackle has dried, so as I'm saying,
3 minutes.
Oh, 3 minutes? No. Let's see the crackle. Let's get a nice brush. So don't force dry it, let it air dry, and then paint your paint on
this
top.
This is where the magic happens.
And then just watch it do its magic. It's pretty quick as well. You can play with your paints to a point, and then they will go a bit dry because it's the crackle is soaking in. So to get rid of your brush marks.
There's certain techniques that I think every crafter enjoys and will never get tired of. And cracking a crackle, watching crackle turn. is one of those. You can see it now with the grey. Great if you've got any sort of elephant dies or anything you want to create the illusion of elephant skin. This is a really good one.
Yeah, so you can see it working already. It is pretty instant. So no, we haven't got long. So one I did earlier.
Mel, that's incredible because you're actually watching the crackle in front of your own eyes there, and we're seeing it on camera.
Yeah.
That's very impressive. Yeah.
So one I did earlier.
Okay.
Just going to move that one out the way.
Oh, look at that.
So this is one I've done earlier.
I mean, that is good crackle.
And you can see that the crackle is on the hinge as well.
Yeah.
But the hinge still works. In fact, it gives a bit more structure to the hinge. Doesn't make it as delicate.
Oh, that's interesting.
And then you just put your magnetic clasps on there and decorate. But wouldn't that look good on a shelf?
Oh, that looks incredible. I would be, with these, especially the A5, I would be going for sort of brown tones and making it look like an old leather-bound book. I think it would look incredible. Unfortunately, time has beaten us, Mel.
That's gone so quick.
It actually caught me by surprise when the team said 3 minutes. Like, what? But good news, Mel will be returning at 10 o'clock, so please make sure to tune in at 10. We're going to have different items at 10, so different happy hour deals. So everything on the show right now, you've got, what, another 4 minutes, and then the prices will go back up. Get onto the website. Please make sure to check out your baskets. There are some incredible prices to be had. The foils are amazing. 15 of these different colorways. Look at the size of that, and if I was to open that up, it's a meter in length or width, however you choose to see it, and 19 inches there. So those, you're getting 15 rolls, blues, purples, reds, golds, silvers, lots of great colors. Also the glues, so the set of 6 glues been really busy, the tacky glue, the deluxe glue, and the glitter glue, and you've also got the brushes on there, you've got the magnets. Get on the website, all the prices will go up soon. Mel, thank you.
Thank you.
I always love working with you.
Oh, and you.
I'm hoping it won't be too long since we're back on together.
We should be.
Okay, thank you, Mel. Take care.
Thank you.
Mel's back at 10. I really hope you're going to tune in and keep her company. So, 2 red robins, the little animals, a one-day special sold out in 14 minutes. Back today, though, with lots more. Then we've got funky needlework, and then Mel will return.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. Over the 40 years, Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week using the Craft Store app on your Amazon Fire Stick for free? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Amazon Fire Stick accesses the Amazon App Store to add new applications. By downloading the Craft Store app, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Amazon Fire Stick. If this is your first time using the device, follow the on-screen instructions to connect it to the internet and log into your Amazon account. Once set up, you'll need to open the search bar. To do this, simply use your remote circular directional dial to scroll to the search icon and select it. Now simply type the Craft Store into the search bar, and this will take you to the Craft Store app. All you need to do now is select download, and remember, it's free. Once this is added to your Fire Stick, you can move the app for easy access. Press and hold your home button on any app and then select the apps from the menu that appears. Scroll to the Craft Store app and then press the button with the 3 horizontal lines on your remote and select Move to Front. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hello, I'm Hayley. I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics. I'll I'll even be bringing some items from my own Handmade by Hayley range. So I hope you'll join me, let me inspire you, and maybe you will discover a new craft in the process.
A very good morning to you. I hope you are well. The time has just struck 8 o'clock and this is where I normally stand here and go, this is your third opportunity to look at your one-day special. And then I carry on and show you what you've got. But Leonie sold it out in 16 minutes last night. 16 minutes. Now, you know what I'm like. They don't tell me much because I tell you on the telly. From what I can see, the car park is fuller than it normally is at this time of the morning. The offices are busier than they normally are in this time of the morning. I've never seen so much management walking around one building, which makes me think they're up to something. So, what we have done is we have brought you back a collection. If you bought the one-day special yesterday and this was your first opportunity to get it, you're thinking, I'm loving this idea, I'm loving the story, I'm loving the journey that we're going on with the two Red Robins. Well, we bought back a collection, so you can dabble, you can now. We've got 2 pick and mixes on here. I've got a big bundle as well, which now means you can now add to that previous collection. If it's your first time, and you're thinking, well, I missed out last night, what am I going to do now? Stick with me for the rest of the day, first of all, not you know, and all that. But this one is the first set that we bought you at the weekend. It's just the top 2 that you're looking at the moment. This is the Morning Delight collection. Now, this includes your backing papers, which means you have got ready-made cards good to go. They are literally like Matthew Palmer watercolours that you are looking at here. Absolutely stunning. It gives you a scene straight away. It gives you that ideas. It gives you that inspiration that you're going to need to do. And then you have also got the dies on top of all of that. Before I go into all this, let's introduce the lady herself. She is here live in the studio, frantically putting things together. Bless her. It's our Steph. You all right, my love?
I'm fine. I tell you, it'll teach me to pack away better. That's for sure. I was like in my car last night going, oh, where did I put that? What did I do that? Oh, honestly, you should have seen me. I was just like crazy. It was madness.
But it is one of these things, and now normally we wouldn't go back to this for a while. Let's be fair, we wouldn't have come back to this. But I think in one way it's a good thing that the one-day special sold out, because it now brings that whole thing. If you missed it the first time around, or you were unsure the first time around, this gives you a second chance.
It does, and we have got a really great pick and mix on this. And don't forget, 2 Red Robins, no collection. It was interesting because somebody said the other day something about that old die. And I was like, no, there isn't an old die. All the dies are one big collection. They're one giant storybook. And that's what you're getting with this. So it doesn't matter where you start the journey or where you dip into it, you are getting something that's you're gonna find you'll use it again and again and again. And I made some stuff yesterday that I didn't even think I could do because I actually played with 2 pick and mixes.
Oh, they are beautiful.
I mean, it was just great fun to do this.
The things you can do once you start joining all these together. The things that you can create, it doesn't matter where you dip in, as Steph said, to what you get with this. I have loads more samples to show you along the way as well. But it doesn't matter where you dip in or where you dip out. Everything will work. And what I also like about these collections, they're never going to date. They're not a collection that you use now, and then in a couple of months' time you go, well, I can't use that now. That was so last year. That was so a couple of months ago. This is never, ever going to date. And Steph, the other thing about it, and I said I watched launch last night from home, is it's for all ages.
Oh, it's for all ages and all occasions, and these are great for guys' cards as well. So you've got something here where florals we know are always absolutely huge, but we're going to take it to a different level. So in these, we've got wildflowers, we've got crates and boxes, we've even got a brick wall. I mean, who knew you needed, I want a downpipe We've got a downpipe. I mean, we've got just the most amazing product on the show that is a real mix and match. And, you know, I would just say start to build yourself a shopping basket so that you can create some of the projects that I'm doing. And then the next part of it will be that we'll take those dies that you've already bought and we'll show you different ways of using them. And just by buying one die from another collection in the future, you'll bring them back and give them a whole new lease of life.
This is what I adore. I genuinely do adore. So whether you're just getting on the bus journey now, and if this is your first collection you've ever bought, or whether you've been on that bus for a little while now, this is something that's going to grow with you. Right, let me go through the bundle. Now I've got the boards here, okay, so everything matches up perfectly. So you've got that brick wall, which I adore. So with the brick wall itself, you can now start putting your robins against the wall. You can start building your flowers up against that wall. From there, you've then got your crates. Now, obviously, you're thinking, well, how does all this work? You simply take the dies themselves, and then they cut out the crates. So they cut them in, and they get the detail, which is what I like about these. It's not just your plain old cut-out crate. You do get that wood grain that's going to run through all the way through. Now, just using those on their own, I can see those on the fronts of wedding cards, anniversary cards. Start building them up with your flowers. And then you start adding the animals in as well. It just gets better and better and better. From there, we have the beautiful little nests that you've got. I absolutely adore these. Once again, you put the die over the top, you're going to get the texture, you're going to get the detail. And once again, look at the artwork. This is not that artwork that you think, oh, I don't really understand what that actually is. It is literally like, it's like you painted it. It's like you've sat there and coloured. And you can do that with these dies because they give you the opportunity to, if you are a colourist, you like your watercolours, you like that style, you can go down that route. You've then got your mats and layers, so you can start building things up, making it look opulent. But if you're just starting out in the world, and like myself, you know, I'm starting on this journey. I've only just got myself a die cutting machine. So for this now, I would go down this route. I would take these beautiful images and die cut them this way, because then I haven't got to worry, all the colouring's been done for me, and I can get to the fun bit of start building a scene. Look at the corn that you're getting. So you're going to get the detail that you see on these, but this will also cut in to the details of these. And you don't just get the one. It would have been quite easy for Steph to go, there is one corn and you can buy the other two. No, you get everything in the one kit. From there, I love this. I absolutely love it. And you think, well, it's just a signpost, Adam. But there is so much you can do with a signpost. You stick that on the middle of a card on its own, just writing on there places maybe where you've been or things you want to do or things you want to achieve that you've got on there. Absolutely stunning. We move on to the window. Once again, there's so many things you can do with a window once you get it. But then the snippability that you have in here as well, if you wanted a closed window, you could go down that route. Once again, we move on. There is so much in this collection. You get the birds. Now, I don't know if you're anything like me. I was watching Winter Watch last night. I know how to live. But if you watch the Winter Watch, they think it's all a rock style lifestyle, these presenters. No, Winter Watch, I was in bed by 9. From there, you've got the details of the birds. And they are absolutely stunning. This is Maeve. And it is so realistic. I cannot get over how realistic the birds look. Whether they're in die form, and this is, let's be fair, this is what we're used to. This is what we're used to, then we have to sort of guess and colour in. But then you've got this. So you can cut this out and start using these. And if you think, I feel adventurous, I'm going to live on the edge. I'm going to take this as inspiration and I'm going to colour mine in the same. You can do that. More birds that we've also got as well. Look, just the feathers and the details that you're getting. Can't go wrong. Cannot go wrong with what a tart. Look at that. So I'm now seeing Mother's Day. Well, it is. What a treat. But no, but what a little tart it is. Look at that. It's absolutely stunning. It is literally like, it's like an illustration from a book. It is literally like from one of Molly's books that we would sit and we would read together. But the basics about this, I can now create my own stories with Moll. I can now take those birds and I can put them wherever I want to put them, in whatever scene I want to put them in. 3 flexible payments on this of £36.63. But if you're a Freedom member, it gets even better. Okay, I'll make it even better for you. £98.89. I still know a considered purchase. I'm with you all the way on this one, but I've made it even better. £32.96 today, and all of this will be sent to you. Everything will be sent to you, including the vellums as well. You've got your papers, you've got your vellums, you've got all the dies that you will need to get you started in this kit. And this is not a kit, once again, it would have been very easy for Steph to do this. It just gives you dribs and drabs. Something that you can make rough cards, but you can't really do full scenes. With these, you are good to go. Whether this is all your budget will stretch, let's go for this one. £32.96, 589245 is your item number. You are getting a lot for your money. £40 saving if you're not a Freedom member. If you're a Freedom member, it goes even more. Now, if you bought the one-day special last night and you want to add on to that one-day special, I've also got a pick and mix available. In fact, I've got 2 pick and mixes. Let me give you the first one first. Bottom shelf is where we're going for this one. Now, absolutely love these because there's so much in there, isn't there? So this is, as you said earlier, this is your add-on collection now.
It is, and do you know, the one thing I was thinking about this as well, Adam, is the more I've been looking at the Freedom Club, the more I'm like, I absolutely need that, because when you've got a saving like you've got on this, you're getting an even bigger saving than joining the Freedom Club, and then it means I can go into my pick and mixes and buy even more, or dip in and out of collections throughout the month, and I'm saving money. So for me, this is where you can build your baskets. It really makes a difference.
And for £16.98 is what you're looking at these. You can choose any 2. Now, already, we are 11 minutes into our first live hour. The fledglings down the front have now sold out. So the fledglings have now already gone. So these ones just down here, they have now sold out. But we do have some of the others on the show. Let me go through on the board so you can see what you are getting. Look at it's the details. I cannot get over the detail that are in these, because we are used to just this top row. We're used to and then we have to colour them in ourselves, and we sort of have to guess. And they never really look like what they're meant to be when we start colouring on our own.
Well, the other thing you'll notice on the board is where you've got all those lines. Look at how some of them are curving round their tummies, and you've got more of them round the neck, and they're in different places. And one of the things about that is use those lines to help you with your colouring. So if you decide to colour, follow the direction of the lines, because they're going to be the directions of your pen strokes and your brush strokes. So they're there for a purpose. And I'm also going to show you how we use them with decoupage as well. But I wished, when I did this board, I wished I'd done it the other way round, because it's Kingsley and Merriweather. And Kingsley's the one with the mouth open. Yes, and Merriweather's the quiet one. But so I wish I'd had them, because it looks like he's going na 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 na
not listening.
na 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 na, and that's what my husband thinks I do. So I think this is an anniversary card.
Well, it is anniversaries, the big golden weddings and things like that.
Yeah.
It would really, really work. They are stunning. Limited stock on Kingsley and Merriweather now. Limited stock means I've got less than 10% of the stock left. From there, oh, here we go, Winter Watch all over again. This is Misty that you are looking at, but use these as a guide for your colouring. This is now not just about scene building. This is not just about creating cards, shadow boxes, things like that. This is going to push you forward with your colouring skills as well. This will take you with your blendings. This will take you where you want to go on that journey. And you've also got that little mat and layer to make it all look professional. From there, we've got there, I love this because it's just in flight. So that could be over anything, could be landing, could just be taking off. There are other things that we've got in the collection as well, which would work tremendously well with the birds in flight. From Belle, we move on. This is your, well, I like, it's scene built. Steph did, when I watched Launch last night, there was a beautiful brick wall. A beautiful brick wall, and then the bunny went, so we had to take the bunny off. That's the bit I'm talking about, if you were watching with me. It was just the left-hand side, watch it back on rewind, of that card, with just the flowers and the wall and the gate. That's all you needed on that card. It was all that was there, because it still told a story. And you couldn't see anything else apart from flowers and a brick wall and a scene in the background. But in my mind, I'd already made my own story. And I know when Molly watched this over the weekend with me when we were there, when we were together, she was like, "Oh, Dad," and now I know it's nothing to do with this, so go with me on this one. She said, "Dad, it's just like Peter Rabbit. It reminds me of Mr. McGregor's garden."
Yeah.
It reminds me of his garden.
And this one's brilliant because, yes, it's a cornstalk, so it's going to give you height and depth, but also it's brilliant foliage. So I use this. I'm literally making it as, you can use this to do crescents and L-shaped designs, corners. We can do wreaths with it. We can tuck it in. It's just a really clever piece.
It really, and you can also change the size. Don't think that you have to use it as its full stock if you don't want to. You can change the size if you wanted to. And I reckon if you were clever enough, which I know you are, you could also go bulrushes and reeds with this.
Oh, absolutely.
You really, there is
yes, put it around. Well, we've got a great kingfisher that you're going to be able to see. Imagine that with a kingfisher. It's going to look fabulous.
It really, really will. So once again, don't just see them for what they are. See them for extras that you've got there. Moving in, you've got your reminisce that you've got. So realistic flowers. Whether it's just be a single, whether it be the double, whether you make it slightly smaller, it's going to work with the animals that you've got there. I don't know if you remember back in the day when I was Animals of Farthing Wood. It's got that look. Watership Down, it's got that look to it as well, which I adore. And you know I'm a big scene builder. I love creating scenes because I think it's value for money that you're getting. This is your Brazilian Beauty. Oh, your Scottish Thistle that you've got there. Love this one because once again, make them smaller, make them bigger. The choice is yours. £16.98 is what you are looking at for this bundle. Oh my word. Kingsley and Merriweather have now sold out. Okay? They have now gone. £16.98. Jump to the website is the quickest and the easiest thing to do. That's where you'll see everything. You'll see everything before I actually get to it because we've got more options that's on the website that was in the Morning Delight collection. So if you want to go a little bit of, if you want to sort of break it down and you're thinking, well, I like that one from that one from that one. My budget won't stretch to the big one, but I want to dabble in. You go as far as your budget will stretch you. Yeah, we're giving you as many ways as we can buy this hour and the next hour at 12 o'clock as well. Right, let's go through a few more dies. Let's go with the big barn because, once again, a scene builder. If you like creating a scene, you're going to need your backgrounds, you're going to need your foregrounds because that ties everything together. This is your Bumblebee barn that we're talking about now. Oh my word, the size that you get here, Steph, is absolutely, this is ginormous.
Well, that's actually going to be your card shape. So yes. What you've got now is these are our nested image dies, and these are really exciting because you've actually got shaped cards there. So you are going to be building freestanding cards. But that barn, so we've gone to the allotments this year. So imagine what you've got coming up throughout the year. Maybe some chickens and some ducks that might live in the barns. Then we're going to have some little piglets and some little lambs that might live in the barns. So you've got some great ideas coming up. And the other thing to let you know, when something sells out, we don't go to extended lead. We can do it on fabric because we print that and manufacture it in Chesterfield. But we don't do it on dies. We never have and we won't. And we've got Chinese New Year coming up. So all our orders are placed, ready and right up until April. So even if we could place an order now, we wouldn't see it before April. So as those other things, chickens, maybe, and chicks, come along, you are going to need these dies. So get them while we've got them. And yes, of course, we bring them back in stock, but only when we can, not straight away.
And that's the thing, and I think that is going to be where we all stumble on this. I'm going to include myself into this as well, because we will get these home and we will start playing, and we will start cutting. we will start building. You can go, oh, I'll just check the website. I'll get that bar now. They've got the chickens. It's not there. And then you go, oh, I should have got it when I got it. It's one of these sorts of things that you want to get it now. If your budget will stretch, I would definitely start getting it now if I was you. £29.99. Now remember, if you go over that £30 mark, you can split the cost onto 3 using PayPal. Don't forget PayPal, it's there to be used. Anything over £30 to £2,000, you can split the cost. Even if we've not put it on flexible payments, you can split the cost onto 3 for flexible payments. So throw that into your basket, throw one of the birds in as well, and you are good to go. Right then, the 3, oh, this is something else. We've got Pip first, but now these are all individual. Pip is approaching limited stock. You need all. I'm sorry, it's very rare I use these words that you need anything on these shows because I'm not here to spend your money. That's you. But for £9.99, you really do need Pip. And when you put them all together, I'm going to show you all 3 in a minute. But Pip's on his own for £9.99. Look at what you can create. Oh my! I'm seeing Mothering Sunday. I'm seeing Easter cards in there as well. It just works. It just really, really works. Now, robins can mean so many things to so many people. Whether it be loved ones that aren't here anymore and things like that. So this would work with this is a standalone robin if you want him to be.
Absolutely. So robins are the essence of this whole brand. So whichever way they look, wherever they're looking over their shoulder or they're looking directly at you, think about what they represent. So the whole ethos of the brand is about peace and tranquility, kindness, love, all of the things that make us feel really special. And that's what robins represent in folklore. So they were the perfect example. So you are just going to use your robins in every single different size, in every pose, again and again and again. And we haven't even started talking about Christmas. Oh my goodness me. Who knew that you would need a downpipe and some robins? I mean, if I said to you that you are going to be creating, using downpipes and robins, you're going to be creating cards, you would have gone, are you crazy? But what we want to do is we want to give you completely different experiences. Imagine taking something as simple as the robins and using them, literally nesting in anything. So I've just got 2 of those little bumblebee houses, and there's my robin. Look at it. It's just so clever. If I swap the flowers out and I build in and I bring in another little robin, you know, you have just got here what's exquisite, and that is why the robins are just a must-have.
It really, I'm going to show you a quick sample as well. I'm going to start speeding this up now because we are busy. Pip is now limited stock is what we're looking at for this one. I just want to see how they sit on that beautiful fence and how they work, whether they be on standalone, whether you put them together. They really, really work. So that is your first one. So that's Pip, limited stock. He's going to go. He's about to go. £9.99. From there, we then move on to Buddy. Like this one as well. Like a cheeky. What? You're talking to me? Who? Me? Looking over his shoulder. That little look that you've got going on there. I feel Buddy's a bit sassy. I feel a bit of the sass going on, but it still works. Because you could also turn that from the funniest of cards to the sassiest of cards to your sympathy cards, if you wanted to, with that little robin looking over his shoulder, maybe looking onto a vista or onto a scene, it would still work. Remember, you get the die included in this as well, so you are going to get all that beautiful feathered detail. 50% of Buddy now has already gone. £9.99, 493081 is your item number. Last but no means least, you've got Willow. Curious little bird, I feel. Our Willow is 3/4 of the stock of Willow now has already gone. Looking up, inquisitive, putting low down in the scene, so he's looking at everybody else to see what they're all up to. 975845 is your item number. Pip, now gone. Pip has now sold out. Well done if you got that one. There is more on the website, as you can see from the stepper unit in front of me. I have loads. We have the locks, we've got the rope, we've got the downpipe. If I bought you that on its own, you would think, all right, Adam, give it a break. But it works. It works with the birds. And it works with everything else in this collection that we are showing you. As I said, people are literally now milling around this building, working out what we're going to do for the other 2 hours of your one-day special. One with myself at 12, and then you've got Catherine at 4. We've also got stencils. Now, cardstock. You need decent cardstock. If you're going to make decent cards, you need decent cardstock under your belt as well. So there's nothing worse than getting beautiful dies, beautiful cutouts, and then you stick it on the paper that doesn't work well. It just don't work. Get what you can. We've got another pick and mix. We've got so many. We will get to this later on as well. These are sort of your flowers. These are your florals that work together as a beautiful, beautiful summer meadow if you wanted to go down that route. I adore them all. I really, really, really do. Right then, let's get over to demonstration, because that's what you want to see. You want to see, once you get it home, how do you collaborate all together. Willow, by the way, Willow is now limited stock as well. He's now down to his last final 10% on your little Willow. So if you want Willow, I've got a little 10%. Poor buddy. Come on now, throw him in for another $9.99. It's 975845 is your item number for little Willow. It's worth having a little look. Right then, Steph, what are we up to first of all?
Okay, so a couple of quick things, everybody. All of your cardstock, Adam's absolutely right. You need the best quality you can. But pure print is also the cardstock to actually print onto. So let me talk to you about where you're going to find these fabulous backgrounds, these images. So first of all, this is what we call a sheet of reflections. So you take your die, you place it over the top, so I can hold it up for you. So you place your die over the top of it, and this then goes through your die cutting machine, and it makes it really easy to get the brilliant quality artwork. Now this has been printed onto pure print on an ordinary inkjet printer, and you can see what a lovely crisp image you're going to get. We've got it at a great price. It's the same kind of price as just buying ordinary cardstock, but it really does make a difference. And the other thing that I wanted to share with you is just how pure white it is. Look at that brilliant white. It's going to make the colours pop. So that's how you're going to print it. The images, you're going to find them next to the individual designs on the website. If you can't find them there, everything that we've ever done as a download is available on the Highlight Crafts website. It's just highlightcrafts.com. Lots of education, lots of inspiration on there as well. So let's just show you how we're going to build a card. So I want a freestanding card, and I'm going to go to my bumblebee house. And so first of all, let's think about the size of the card that we want. So for this, I'm just going to be with my glass mat, and I'm going to work in the A5 area. So this is going to fit into an A5 envelope. So I need to make sure, first of all, that my two bumblebee houses are level at the bottom. So I'm just going to put a little bit of adhesive on here and stick this one on top. So that's the first part of it, and we're building up our card base. The next part is I'm going to put some flowers on. So this is from our honey rose blossom. Now you can see that there are lots of little cuts in the back of it, and all of those little cuts, just get that little piece out, all of those little cuts help to create shape when we come to shaping. So I'm just going to take this one, and this is a second one that I've cut, and I'm just going to snip into it. And Two Red Robins has got great snippability, so you just let the scissors run until you feel the next pip, and then you snip, and you'll feel, look, you can see how loose they are. So I've got literally two pips holding it together. So there's one, and there is another. Then I'm going to snip off both of those buds, and I'm then going to snip off round this petal. So just get into those little pips, there we go, and that's that free too. Now, if I was actually trying to shape, let's get this little square and pretend it's got some petals. We'll just cut, I'm just going to cut a bit of a petal, there we go. So it's got a little bit of a petal. When you take your embossing tool and you shape it with the tool, what happens is you get like little crinkles round the edge. And these little crinkles are really frustrating because in my mind they spoil it and they take away the professionalism. So if we have got all these little cuts, what happens is the cuts absorb any excess where we're actually embossing. So I can emboss like this, and you will see that there are no crinkles in this, and I've really made that pop. But because we've also got the little cuts, I can have my petals going in two directions. So I can have some of them going down and some of them going up, so making it look more natural. So here is my piece of foliage. So I'm now going to add some detail to this. Now this was one of the first dies that we did, and it's still one of my personal favourites, and all we do is keep bringing you new colourways. So I looked at where I needed it to stick, and I looked at where it was going to touch the little bee houses. So I put my glue there and my glue on this one. I've got this lovely little flower that I've created, so let's get some of my pin flare glue gel, and I'm just going to pop that on there. And then I've got a couple of choices. Let's look at, if we put Buddy here, what would he look like? Well, you can see, remember we said I wanted it to fit into an A5 envelope, so I'm working within this space, so that fits perfectly. That Buddy looks absolutely super duper cute. And the other thing that we've got is we've also got among the collections a chain link fence, and he fits fantastically on the chain link fence. So I'm just going to move that one out the way, and I'm just going to let you see what happens if I bring in one of my little bluebirds to be able to actually sit there. And I'm going to use him because he just looks adorable. I've already cut out part of the design to be able to decoupage him, and I started to take his paws off. I'm going to take both of them off because if I take those, it makes him easier for me to be able to stick. And I'm going to be using his tail to attach him. So a little bit of my pin flare glue gel, and as soon as that's dry, I'm just going to stick him using his tail to the back of the card, and he will be there getting ready. He looks like he doesn't know, he's just flying in. Is he taking off? But he looks super duper happy.
I adore it. Look, this is what I like about these. They're quick and easy cards, but look how professional they look as well. And everything has been thought of for you.
Adam,
everything.
I just thought of something I didn't do. I forgot to tell you how to make it stand up. Oh, I need to do that for you. Is that okay if I do it now?
Of course it is, because that's the purpose of a card, Steph.
Yeah, okay, right, yeah. No good at the moment. Blinking thing falls over. Oh, dear, we've got a problem. Houston, we have a problem. So let's just I just need a little bit more glue there. So let's put the U down, and then my little friend is going to go there. Okay, so while he's drying, I need to show you what we need to do, because with the best will in the world, that is not going to stand up. It'll stay vertical, but as soon as I let go, it's going to fall over. So we need something else. So cut yourself a little strip of paper, of card like this, and then what I need you to do is fold it in half, and then fold in the bottom for about not less than 2 centimetres, And then we're going to fold it in the other side, again, not less than 2 centimetres. And then I'm going to put adhesive on here, but not on the whole piece, just so that it sticks together. And this is the one that I did and dried. So you're going to make this shape. It looks like that. Then, when I put this on, put my adhesive all over, I'm going to use, whoops, got too much near the bottom. I'm going to line that up with the bottom, like that. Just stick for me. And that becomes, just going to get you stuck. Check that I've lined it up properly. So I'm using this bottom line again. I just need to bring that down a little tiny bit to get it lined up. Press it to hold it flat. You can see I've got a little bit here I need to stick, but I'll do that in a moment. And then that is going to support my card. Just get you there. I need to do that little tiny bit of gluing, so I'm just going to hold it just there, but you can see, and if I turn it round, you'll see how the back is supporting it. So, oops, I just need to get his wings on.
It's what we call a mantelpiece pleaser.
Oh, absolutely.
It's something that will stay up. When all the other cards are taken down, this is the one that will stay up. This is the one that people will go, well, how have they done that? And they'll touch it, they'll work at it, they'll look at it, they'll want to touch it. But then on the flip side of that, you know what I'm like for a box frame. I love a box frame. These, just creating scenes in box frames would be absolutely stunning. Let me give you a rundown of the dies that Steph actually used in that little bundle. So we've got the Bumblebee Shelter, first of all, that you've got in this pick and mix that you've got. So have a little look on the website, but it is in the pick and mix. So you've got the Bumblebee Shelter that you've got on there. So you've got the detail of the wood shack that you've got. Because I also think you could turn that into something else. You do a few of these, colour them in different colours. You've sort of got like little beach huts down other cards. You could go down a little beach hut route that you want to go down there. From there, £9.99 for your Bumblebee Shelter. 003356 is your item number. And I like what Steph said about all the little cuts that you're getting here. It gives the papers, it gives the cardstock somewhere to go. And that's the purpose of it. It gives it somewhere to go. This was the other one that we used as well to put the blue tips to sit on. This is the Honey Rose Blossom. The snippability you're getting in this is phenomenal. £14.99. 2 dies is what you're looking at. But look at the snippability. So you've got the blossom in itself, but then you've got the branches that come down. Remember, you can have this any way that you want it to go. And all the bits you snip off, do not throw away. Do not throw away. And then last but not least, we have the blue tit. This is Belle that we've got. She's from the pick and mix as well. You can have it sitting on your finger. Flying down, flying up, the decoupage that you've got there. And remember, everything that you need to print off, so you can keep doing these, are all on the website as well. £16.98. Jump to the website, you'll see the other pick and mix option that I've got there as well. £16.98. Very, very busy for all of this. For 2 dies, and they're big dies, we're talking about this as well. For 2 die sets that we're looking at, they are big, big die sets that we've got. £16 and a couple more pence is what you're looking at. 98 pence is what you're looking at. 623, 624 is your item number. Something else that we've got on the show is the Let Yourself In die set that you've got here. So this is sort of the little lock that you've got on the gate. Now, normally, if I would have bought you this, you would go, what do I need a lock on a gate for? You do. Imagine the robin sitting on the lock on the gate. Imagine the blue tits just flying down. And you've also got all the detail that's in there as well. So you've got the detail with that beautiful lock on the gate. I just love it. I genuinely do. Yeah, I think Ross has summed it up. Well done, Ross. It's affordable prices, which it is, which is amazing. It is affordable to use, and it's usable again and again and again. This is something that you could use for him, for her, for Nan, for Grandad, that you've got there. 553470 is your item number. Then we've got the frayed die set up next, which is your rope, which is your string, because I'm going to go straight in with the sample on this one, because I have got the board down here. But using it as a ribbon for a bouquet of flowers, look at that. It just works. It genuinely just works. From when you see it in a form like this to this, it looks totally different, but it works. £9.99 is what you're looking at for this one. This is your frayed that you're getting. £9.99, 639709 is your item number. 10 dies in total. Absolutely beautiful. From there, we've got the downspout. Once again, another one you don't feel you need until you start building scenes, and then you've got all the beautiful details of the grasses and the mosses. Even the downpipe on that, it looks aged and weathered, like it's been on a shed for a few years now. It's seen the harshest of winters. It's seen the nicest of summers. But you don't want to get rid of it because it's sentimental. It's one of them sorts of downpipes. £14.99, 551675 is your item number. I've got the other pick and mix, the floral pick and mix. They are so delicate, these florals. So delicate. I would put it out there that even the best of snippers that like fussy cutting wouldn't be able to get the detail that you are getting with this, because they are stunning. They really are. You can get any two for £14.98 is what you're looking at for this one.
And two gets you four because they're in twos.
Oh, so you're buying four for £14.98? Yeah, choose any two and you're getting four. So
we've never done it at that price before. That's a crazy price.
So this means your collection's going to build up quite quickly. You're going to get a lot of stuff to use. I never even thought that, because there's 2 dies. Well, there's 4 dies on each one, because you cut the inside and you cut the details in there as well. £14.98. Let me quickly show you the boards, because I'm conscious of the time. We'll get back to Steph for another demo. £2.75 a flower. £3.75. What's a pound between friends? £3.75 a flower that you're looking at. And I say anyone to fussy cut me this out with the amount of detail that you've got in there, you own a medal. You should have an MBA. Look at it. Just look how delicate they all are. Absolutely stunning. £14.98. The wild grasses is what you're looking at now. But the snippability in the wild grasses, there's so much that you've got in there. Let's whip through these. From there, we've then got your cornflower. Oh, look at the details and the colours that you're getting in your cornflowers. Are these lupins? Oh, no, blue weeds. Oh, look. It does look like a lupin, though. That you could get away, I reckon, with a lupin that you've got on this if you do your own colourways. Moving on to your meadow. It just says meadows for me. It just says summer walks through random fields that you don't really know who they belong to, but you walk through them anyway. You pay your money, you take your choice. It reminds me of those little walks that you go on. This summer, this I feel is a must. I reckon you could do a beautiful wreath out of this as well. And when we start talking about Christmas and you start putting your little bits of glitter around the edge, that it's just tipped like it's just a frosty morning that you've got on there. I think it's really going to work. Jump to the website to see them all on there. 707179 is your item number. Everything is on the website. Tap the app. Give me a call. Please don't miss out. Please do not miss out. I'm going to put it out there. Yeah, I'll say it. I'm going to put it out there. This is maybe the last time today we see some of these. Maybe the last time today that we see some of these. When they sell out, they sell out. And yet, I still don't know what's going on at 12 and 4 with Catherine. I've got myself at 12 o'clock, 4 o'clock's with our Catherine. There's people just keep milling in and out the studio. They stand at the door, look at the set, and they walk out again. Not really helpful in the slightest, to be honest. But that's what they're up to. I don't know what they're up to. But as soon as I know, I will let you know. You know I will. Right, and Steph, what are we up to this time? OK, so first of all, I've got some crates. Oh, gosh, this is just like the best die. And Adam talked about the detail on it, and it is just a clever die. And what you're going to be able to do with this, imagine this at Christmas filled with parcels. Imagine it being used as, and I'm just going to pop this down so that you can see that Buddy can actually sit in here and it becomes where he literally sits. And then we've got all of this, these beautiful
wild flowers that are just going to sit round him, and you can fill it up with them, and you can put some of them inside, you can put some of them behind, so glue them behind, and then he becomes just a fabulous little design. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to make a bouquet out of the wildflowers. So we're going to take, and I did do this last night, so apologies if you saw it, but I had an email from a lady overnight that asked me if I could show it just once more. And it's the first bit that you wanted to see again. So you need a non-stick surface. A glass mat is absolutely brilliant. And then you need 2 pieces of red liner tape, about the same length. I've got these are about 4 centimetres. And you start off and you put, that you don't take the back off the liner tape, that's important. You stick the tape to your non-stick surface and you tuck it in so that it is literally stuck to the mat like that in a loop, and then spread it out until it's flat. And then we're going to do the same thing with the other one, and you want them quite close together. It's quite important that they're quite close together. Doesn't matter if they're not perfect, just get them quite close together, and you'll see why we need them like that in a minute. So that's the first part of it. The next part of it is we start to build up our design. So we're going to put some tall flowers in. We're now going to put some, let's put some grasses in, because these, I mean, how delicate is that? Yeah. That is just, and you need this because the birds build their nests with it. You're going to tuck it in when you've got all of your other flowers. It's the most delicate little piece that you could have. So I'm just pulling off a few little leaves. Then I'm going to, we'll save that one, we'll put that one in a minute. Let's see where you're going to go. You're going to go up quite high and tucked in there. Then we've got some more here. But look how easy this is. I mean, this is just super easy. So my little bouquet is starting to come together. I'm choosing all of my different little flowers, putting them all one on top of each other, just building this up. So I've got lots of dimension, and let's put a bit of greenery in. We'll save those leaves, we'll use those in a minute, and we'll pop that there. So we've got some colour as well. And then what you do, so make sure everything's stuck down, which absolutely it is. So now I can lift this up in one piece. Oops, missed a bit. Get you stuck. And you're going to wrap round that piece, wrap round that piece, and then we're going to do the same here. So I'll just move that leaf out the way, wrap it around again, and wrap it around again, and then take the back off. And the reason you're going to take the back off is because then we can put some leaves on the front and just finish it off. So that's the start, that's the first one. Let me see, where's the end for this one? Is there. So that's my second one, is there. So my little bouquet is all together and in one piece, which is exciting. Now I've got, remember those leaves? I saved them, I said I was going to save them, didn't I? So I'm going to tuck those back and just have them so that they're coming over the top. I'm going to use these, and I'm just going to have those coming over the top. I need this big one, because I want some depth to it. So let's just snip those stalks off, but tuck that back, and that's going to go there. So I've now got a really pretty little bouquet that's coming together. And then I'm going to go into my crate and I'm going to tuck in those stems. So just tuck you in there like that, and this is going to all sit inside my crate as if I've just given it as a gift. and you can see there that you've got all the little flowers. Now, let's make it even more interesting. I've got another crate here that's the same size, so I'm now going to turn it over, and I'm just going to put the crate on, and I'm going to put a little bit of adhesive at the top, stick those down, make that there, and then this goes over the top. Just remember, we only stuck the first little bit down. It's going to support it. Oops. Just need my glue to dry just a little second. Do get impatient with the glue. It's like dry. You're like, not fast enough. There's all of my flowers. So I've just given you a little crate of flowers as a gift, and I would just put a little tag in here that says happy birthday, congratulations, whatever it is that you want it to be. I'm just going to lean that in. So I'm going to lean that. Let's lay them down a little bit. It's more aesthetically pleasing. Just checking that. Oh, yeah, I could have a flower shop.
It is stunning. Now, you imagine doing these for every person for a table nameplate at a wedding. Every person gets their own crate with flowers with their names on. They're quick and easy to do, but they look like you've spent hours fussy cutting, getting the detail with your ball tools on the crate to give it that 3D rustic look with the texture that you've got in there.
And of course, don't forget, I didn't do it because of speed. I haven't shaped any of these flowers. I haven't done any decoupage with them. I'm looking at it and thinking, oh my gosh, I could do so much more just doing extra little bits of decoupage that I could do. And you know, it just wants one more flower. I can't leave it as it is. I've got to put this one on. And then hopefully we'll have time to just do one more really quick demo that because you then can see how many of these we need. Oh, look at that. It just looks fab.
It really, really does. Let me quickly give you the details for the crates that you're going to be using, because you've got the rustic stores that you've got, but you've got 3 different, so you could do this in 3 different sizes, is what you've got. So you've got the detail die in there, you've got the outer edge die in there as well, and then this is what you will be cutting out. So you've got all of this dimension, everything to play with, for £17.99. 511465 is your item number. The floral pick and mix is at the bottom of the screen as well. You're going to need that to make these beautiful displays. The details, let me quickly give the details of that. 707179 is the item number for that pick and mix. £14.98. You get 2 die sets, but it's 2 dies in each set, 2 different flowers that you're getting. It's worth having a little go. Right then, conscious of the time, let's get back to Steph for that demonstration.
Okay, so we're going to do this one really, really quick. And this one is where I'm going to show you how to get dimension, but still have it freestanding. And perspective, sorry. Right, so I've got my gate. Oh, and this is brilliant. So I know, Adam, we said come to the demonstration, but when we get at a point, can you show the gate? Because you get the gates and the walls. You don't just get the gate, guys. You get all of it. And you get them in different sizes. So please don't miss out. I mean, it's on the website, I'm sure.
It's limited stock. If you want to get the gate and the wall, I can show you the packaging. Oh yes, well done, Kirst. When we get a break, I'll quickly show you these as well.
Right, so first of all, I've put the first thing together. I've cut 2 of the walls. This isn't the largest one, by the way. There is a larger one. And I'm going to just stick this down here. So I'm going to do a side opening card like that. And when you're doing this, please cut this one from plain white card, because then you've got somewhere to write. It also makes the back really nice and easy. But there you go. That's our freestanding wall. Okay, right, then I'm going back into that beautiful honey rose blossom because it is just exquisite. And look at how, because it is so large, it looks like it's sitting away from the card. Now, I would normally be putting this on some foam, and I'm going to just see if I can, because I love my pin flare glue gel, but it isn't just going to dry quick enough for me to show you what I want to do. So let's do it with this. This will do it. So I'm just going to take my foam pad and we're going to make this work. So let's see where we're going to go. We're going to go there. So I'll just pop you there. So it's quite, whoops, popping it like that. So it's quite a large piece. And remember, everybody, use your ball tool, shape it, get your decoupage and get your dimension in. I'm just going to make sure that glue is sticking so that we can hold it all together. I do need to get a new bottle of glue because this one's been, what's happened is it's got frozen a couple of times in my car, and I think that might be making it unhappy. Right, so you need 2 of our buddies, and don't let him be the one you don't get, because you will wish you'd got him. And what we do here, we put the glue on his tail and the glue on his paw. And on this one, we put the glue on his tail and the glue on his paw. And this one goes behind and this one goes in front. And then what you do is glue him together. So glue him together like that, and we're done. That's going to be our 3-dimensional with our perspective. There's our card.
It does look like you're looking
so
into
we've
the
got
distance.
Our little crate, we've got our little bluebirds, and oh, by the way, to make this sure this stood up properly, I put 2 stands on, so I just worked that out a little bit more carefully when I'm doing it. But look, 3
at that
fabulous.
little seam. It is beautiful. Look at these. Right then, let me quickly give you the details for the gates and the fences for the walls that you've got on here. It is limited stock. You're going to get the 3 different size gates that you're looking at. You're going to get the 3 different size gates that you got there, £24.99, and you also get the 4 different size walls, which really, really go together hand in hand. That's the packaging. Jump to the website. It's the quickest and the easiest thing to do. Everything's on there. Jump to the website or tap the app. Remember, things are starting to sell out. Pip's already gone. We've lost Willow. He's on his way as well. He's on his way out. 12 o'clock. I'm hearing you need. You don't need to come back, but I would definitely urge you to come back at 12 o'clock. We feel we may have something up our sleeves. People are giving Steph the thumbs up and all the nods, which is very confusing for me because I don't know what's going on. But I think 12 o'clock we may have a different... Thank you, Steph. It's always a pleasure.
I do know, and it is exciting.
There you go. You heard it here first. Exciting 12 o'clock. Come back and see what we've got. Not even I know. I'll see you then, though. Yes, indeed. Funky Needlework is up next. Then it's Crafty Devils at happy hour. Then it's Let Leonie Loose. Then join myself back at 12 o'clock.
Hi, I'm Jo, and I have the pleasure of demonstrating for That's Crafty. That's Crafty are a family-run business that started online in 2005. I hope I can inspire you by bringing along my experience together with the That's Crafty products. So make sure you don't miss the That's Crafty shows.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly Flexi-Buy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you're having a great start to your day here at the craft store. So we've got a fantastic hour ahead with funky needlework, some incredible projects. If you do love your soft crafting, this is definitely the hour for you. And we've got some really alluring cushions, and we're going to get to that in a moment because I am joined by the lovely Josie, who I have not worked with. I don't think I'm overstating this. It must be years.
It's a good while.
It's a very long time, Josie.
It's a really good long time. And
yeah.
I've missed you, Yanis.
Well, I've missed you right back at you, Josie. Excellent. I've missed you too. I love it, Josie. We were prepping for our hour, and the team were like, "Oh, Josie, we don't want to put you on the spot or anything, but we were asking like demonstration-wise." And Josie is like, "Listen, it's okay. Whatever happens, whatever will be. If you want me to show you something, I'll show you." You've got such a lovely, relaxed approach to your crafting, Josie.
I love it all. I think everybody can do it, and so if I'm not relaxed about it, then that's just going to put other people off, and you've just got to get into it.
You've got to go with it. Got to go with it. Okay, now we're going to get to our first options. So we've got some new todays. We've also brought back a very popular item with a new addition as well. So let's start here. This is your Crumblina. Josie, explain to us the concept of the Crumblina.
So a Crumblina. So Crumblina, well, obviously there's a link to Thumbelina there, isn't there? Because it's tiny little pieces. So crumbs, when you're quilting, are the smallest pieces of fabric that you have. So Crumblina are the small pieces put together. But from small acorns rather, mighty oaks grow. Fabulous things. Look at this. So this gives you an idea of the Crumblina, how you put those little nuggets of gold that you might have and turn them into something very special. Now, within the kits, you get everything that you need. But then I would imagine, Josie, this is something, once you've learnt the technique, you might go on and try and recreate with your own little crumbles of gold. You will, and actually there's so much more. I mean, that's a tiny little example of what you can make with just that kit, actually. So once you've learned how to use, because this is a new way of using the quilter's grid. Quilter's grid is a very, well, it's not ancient, but it's been around a while, but this is just a slightly different way of using it. So use up all those tiny little bits that you have, or you can use it in the more traditional way and just get beautiful straight edges with it. It's wonderful. Well, I'm having a look at the actual kits, Josie, and we get an awful lot for our money. So you're going to be able to make the cushion. Just having a look here. There is your little Crumblinas, your little crumbles in there. And then you've got your strips, obviously, you're going to be building off of. So all of this gorgeous fabric. There's the grid system that Josie was just alluding to. And this is our stabilizer? Stitch and tear. Stitch and tear. So stitch and tear. So the stitch and tear is something that you put on to keep, you can either put it on the back or to keep it, if you're having a fleece on the back, sometimes it's useful to have it to stop your machine getting all fluffy, or you can put it on the top to keep all the tiny little edges down while you quilt over the top, and it just keeps everything in place so that you can just have a lovely sew. I'm just dipping into our little crumb pack and picking out all these gorgeous pieces of fabric. There are batiks in there. You've got lovely mix of colours as well, different styles of fabrics, and these are, I mean, a little pack, but it's absolutely bursting. The tiny little crumb bag, I mean, we stuff it as tightly as we can, but it goes so well as a complement to the strips. So if you get the darker pack with the brightly coloured strips, the fabric is variegated, so it goes across, so that when you can cut it up smaller. And when you're playing with the colour and the texture and the shades, you could have a sort of a bigger piece with all the dark pieces at one side and the lighter pieces at the other side. You can play around. Or you can have a sort of a more block effect, so you could have all of your orange pieces, but different shades within one little block, and then there's loads you can do with this kit.
Do you know, this reminds me of, stick with me on this, but do you remember when you were younger, you could buy, I'm a lot older than a lot of the team, but you can buy, used to be able to buy 10p packets of crisps, and they were so full that you struggled to open them. They were like this. They were absolutely chocker. This is what the little Crumblina pouch reminded me of. Not like now, where you open up a packet of crisps and it's all air, and you've got literally 4 crisps in the bottom of the back. How times have changed. Now, we've got 2 different options. This is your bright and dark. And then over here, we have... Oh, actually, I'll tell you what. I'm just going to show you a picture with this. So that's your bright and dark with the Crumblina option open. So all your scraps of fabric, the Crumblina in there as well, the grid, and you've got your stitch and tear. And then the other option is your bright and white. So bright and white, bright and dark, those are 2 different options. Once it's made up, I mean, they are absolutely beautiful, beautiful cushions, or whatever you want to use it for. It doesn't have to be a cushion. We'll talk it through, actually. I think that's going to be one of our first demonstrations. And as always, if you do have any questions for Josie, we would love to hear from you. Okay, now, brand new Sparkle Crumb Roll. Josie,
Sparkle Crumble.
Goodness, look
so
at that.
I have got a few of the pieces here, and these are absolutely fabulous. So this is the sparkliest, happiest, just lovely, lovely fabric that you can play with, and it's lots and lots of bright colours, really gorgeous, perfect for going with these our crumb rolls, the paper.
Nice.
And this is because the last time we were here, and we sold out of the batik packs. And I just thought, what else can we do with this that's exciting and new? And it came up with the Sparkle pack.
Josie, I've got to pause there. Guys, can we, and I don't normally do this on air, can we just check that price is right? $13.99, are you kidding me? I mean, now, like our producer is double checking.
It is right.
Because we did check it and we thought it was right. No, it doesn't seem right. That does not, for everything that you're getting here. And remember, you're also going to be getting the paper that you're working with as well, and that's very important. So you're going to be working off of that. We have confirmed it. $13.99 apparently is the correct price. It doesn't look right to me, but hey, and look at this. What you can create.
It's
Josie, that is incredible.
So I have to confess, well, not confess, I am proud to say that Brona, who works with me, she made this cushion, and Brona is a very precise quilter. She's a very precise sewer. Yeah. And I am a little bit more haphazard, and I'm prepared to go a little bit, you know, irregular with my stuff. But Brona made this one, and even she was kind of, oh, this is so nice. And because of the rolls giving you, because if you're not a quilter, this is perfect for you. The roll is so... It gives you the edges, it gives you the straight lines, the joins, so you'll, although the little tiny pieces are different widths because she's cutting them up. I said, are you cutting those up? She said, oh yes. She had a lovely time cutting them up. And, but you've still got that regularity, those straight lines, because
done a
you've got the
fantastic
exact
job. Who made that?
Brona.
Brona?
Brona works for
If you're
She's
watching,
lovely, Brona.
I'm sure you are, you've done a fantastic job there. Now, one thing that Josie did point out, if you just have a look here, this makes all the difference to the technique. So not only are you getting all the fabric that you're seeing there, but you're also getting the crumb roll patchwork paper. That is invaluable to the technique. So you're getting an awful lot of that. So you're getting your patchwork paper, you're getting your fabric. 10% of the stock has gone. It's absolutely flying. I know we've got the cushion here, which is phenomenal, that Brona made. But you're not just restricted to cushions. Imagine this technique, and I'm just thinking off the top of my head, bags, amazing. How about a border on a table runner or a quilt?
Oh,
just having
lovely.
that sparkle
Fantastic.
as a border around or any of your blocks. There is so much you can do with this. Oh, we are busy. I think a lot of people now. We jumped up to approaching a quarter of the stock, and that's just like literally in a heartbeat. Very, very busy. $13.99 is your price, and that price is so good. 969976 your item number. Okay, now we're going to talk about the original that we brought, and I'm right in saying, so it was Boxing Day with Derek.
Yes.
And this sold out, right?
It did, it sold out.
So I remember when you were on.
And we sold out again. It was a really good...
There was a lot of buzz about this, so if you want to get hold of the original... See, this is where, even if you go a little bit more abstract, don't have to go uniform. It looks beautiful, and you really get a sense of the depth of fabric and design that you're going to be playing around with. The colours, some beautiful, beautiful batiks in there as well. That is stunning.
So the things that you can do, because that's the straight line pattern, but the cushion on your left is also made from the same kit. So that one's made from the same kit. And so you could have a chevron effect. You can, well, I've got one here, which I'll show you, and because of the fabric that you have in the package, you made that lovely thing. But then you're also going to have lots and lots of this paper roll left over to do a massive quilt. I mean, it's huge. I think it's don't measure it, please, but I think it's 38 metres long. So it's a lot of paper on that fabric. What? Paper on that roll.
So, and this is the thing, with the paper roll, and that's what makes this bundle so special. So you've got all these gorgeous scraps, and Josie only brings you gorgeous fabric to play with. But the real magic is in the patchwork paper, so that crumb roll. And what I like about this, Josie, is you've obviously given us the beautiful crumbs to work with the cushions. Once those have run out, because we are getting so much on the roll, think about all those little nuggets, little crumbs that you have at home, because we don't throw away anything, so you've probably got a sizable stash. This is a great stash buster.
Well, we used one for this as well. So this is the easiest way to get triangles I've ever come across. So we used the roll for this as well, and I'll demonstrate this for you, but I just love it. For people who like perfect points and very organised quilting, this is
just works. I've got to tell you, a third of the stock has gone here now as well. We're only 10 minutes into the show. It's sold out previously, not just once. I think it's sold out twice, possibly 3 times. So really, really busy last time we featured it. If you missed out, you're getting your mixed. So within this, it includes your crumbs and your mix, 60 grams of that, and you're getting obviously the patchwork paper as well. $13.99 your price, 934-469 your item number. These two options, whether it is the sparkle or the original, are absolutely flying. So I'm going to tell you now, I think I'm confident to say both will not last the hour. We'll see what happens, but don't miss out. And the only reason I'm saying this to you, I'm not trying to force you into checking out, but if you know this is something that you do want to pop into your basket, sometimes we like to enjoy demonstrations, relax a little bit. Don't do that. Get it into your basket, check out, and then relax, and so you won't miss out. All right, we are going to get to demonstration with Josie. There's a lot more on the website as well. Let's just jump on there. We've got Pick and Mix fabrics. That was a great way. The feature fabric you're seeing there, you actually got 2, but both were favourites of Josie, funnily enough. Then you've got the template rulers in there. They're very good, actually. Good value for money. We've also got the half trifle, something that's always popular every time Josie brings them to us. And the amount of fabric we're getting on that half trifle is very, very good. So lots to discover on the website, and that's the beauty of our website. You can get ahead, you do at your leisure, and discover all the different items on the show. Maybe you're tuning in from Create and Craft. Welcome. And by the way, just to remind everybody, Create and Craft now is our sister channel. So the craft store purchased Create and Craft. We're all one big happy family. So welcome if you're tuning in, watching that. And I do want to say, don't worry if you are watching on Create and Craft, because I know a lot's been happening right now. The Create and Craft Club, that is still going strong. It is business as usual. So please don't worry about that. And we've got over this side, if you're not familiar, we've got a thing called Freedom Membership. What Freedom Membership allows you to do, you get unlimited P&P, so you never pay any P&P. You also get exclusive member discounts and a couple of other perks. There's no contract, you can opt out anytime. Have a look at Freedom Membership. If you're a regular viewer, let's say you're going to buy one thing on the show right now, so maybe something's caught your eye, and you think at some point in the next 4 weeks you're going to buy one more item with us. You're better off becoming a Freedom member just purely on the postage, but there are also Freedom's discounts as well. Okay, enough from me. We're going to head to Josie for our first demonstration. Josie, what you got for us?
I have got, well, I thought I'll show you how to use these crumb rolls. So ultimately, the technique is the same whichever way you do it. We've got a big long roll of paper and lots of lovely pieces of fabric. So you are aiming for, look at this, isn't this wonderful? This is what you're going to end up with. Now you're going to say, well, this is quite a bit raggy thing, but it just means that you can use all of your little bits of fabric up and all the fabulous bits in this pack. My daughter actually made this one for me, which is really lovely, because she's not a sewer, but she'd really enjoy doing this.
She's done well there. It's nice, Josie, because looking at that, you're seeing with the patchwork paper how easy it is whether you wanted to go straight or on the diagonal to create the chevron. It makes that technique very easy.
So I've got 2 examples here. So this is the straight piece, and this is the diagonal piece. Now to get the straight piece, it's a very straightforward thing. You put you start with fabric on top of fabric. Let's just move this around here, and then this is quite a big piece I'm putting on here. You can leave the pieces bigger. There's no rule to say that you've got to have little skinny bits, but you can if you want to.
You're saying you're getting an awful lot on that roll.
Oh, I've used quite a big stitch for this one, but that's only because it speeds things up. You stitched across there and flip it over, and then you put your next piece on, and you can make these as wide or as narrow as you like. The other version is, so this is the diagonal.
Okay.
And so when if you want a diagonal piece, and it's the same method for the triangles that we used earlier on. So to get this, what you do is you fold the first piece up, do two, if you want the chevron effect.
Oh, that's clever.
Do two pieces at the same time, so that you fold one up and the other one, because then you don't get confused. And you put the next strip on. Let's steal a bit of this green one, because that's
how you get it so perfect. Josie, that is very, very clever.
It's very clever. And and you just put the first piece on. Let's have some. Should we have some purple as well?
Yeah. Josie, I've got to interrupt you, I'm so sorry. And I'll tell everyone why I'm doing this. It's not because I like the sound of my own voice. We're talking to Josie about stock levels. We're really, really busy, so we just need to speak to Josie just for a moment. While we're doing these, I will show you the two examples. So what we've been working with is a fantastic crumb roll bundle. So let's start with the sparkle. This is brand new. We've not seen this before. Same principle, though. So you've got all of your fabric in here to create, I mean, that sparkle fabric is a little bit special. And you get the all-important patchwork paper as well. So both those elements in the bundle for $13.99. And it really was a question when we saw the price, genuinely, when we went live, I had to say to my producer Meg, look, is that the right price? Because there have been occasions here at the craft store, they're very few and far between, but there have been occasions where the wrong price has gone out, and we have to honour it. But it is the right price, it's a very good price, and that is limited stock. So if you want to go for your sparkle, we're limited, and that's gone now, technically sold out for the sparkle. We will let you know if any bounce back. The original, also limited, also about to go. They've both, I mean, the original, last time we brought this to you, it sold out, I think, a couple of times, maybe 3. Original's gone now as well. We're going to carry on down the counter. That's why we needed to speak to Josie, and we're still trying to figure out what we're going to do. So we'll just continue a little further down the counter. And sorry to interrupt Josie's demonstration, but hopefully we will get back to it. So apologies, guys. Okay, we're just going to have a look at our ruler. Now, this is a really good bundle. $24.97 your price, saving £13. I think I'm right in saying the saving you have here pretty much covers the box button ruler. That would be $10.99 just by itself. So you're getting all 4 of the rulers, the box button, the simple curve small, and your dot and the dashes. Just interested, Josie, do you have any, because it's one thing looking at the ruler, do you have any examples that you can talk us through the different effects we can achieve with the ruler, please?
So this one here and this one, I'll just overlap them a little bit. They are both made with the dots and dashes ruler, and so is this one. There are so many other different ways. There is an interlocking loops as well. You can do interlocking loops when you do this too. Nice. The box bottom ruler. Yeah. So the box bottom ruler, it does the bottom of your bags, which I will show if we have time. But it also, we've called it the box bottom butterfly because it makes a butterfly as well. Just, you know, we like multi-purpose. Yeah. We don't want to have, you know, boring things.
Josie, can you imagine that with like Japanese-inspired fabrics? That would look phenomenal.
I mean, these are the brushstroke batiks that I've used on here that we have had on the show, and I think we've still got some on your website.
Okay.
And also, so the next ruler is the simple curve. So this is for people who like curves on their corners.
That's nice.
But don't want to do curved piecing, so you get curves. So this is a larger piece, and you get a giant curve.
So with this one, we're getting the small, right? The small curve with this.
Yes, it's essentially
the same
you
principle.
can do. Actually, I think this quilt was made with the small quilt. That ruler there. This is so.
Could you achieve? You wanted to get sort of like a Quilting feel, the illusion, abstract look of like with the curves going through.
Yes. So this one, when it's hung up, you can see that if you change the colours,
Yeah.
You could use that.
Nice.
You can make little bows on it. You can make it pretty, or you can make it arty and creative.
I have to say, Josie, it's a good bundle at a great price. So you are saving £13 and you're getting 4 incredible rulers that really allow you to explore your quilting and different techniques and block making. 040980, your item number there. Now, we have got some good news. I want to say a big thank you to Josie. We have managed to get the Sparkle Crumb back in stock. So Sparkle Crumb is back in stock. It's going to be dispatched on the 26th of January. So, and the original now back in stock as well. So both the Sparkle and the original back in stock. They will be dispatched on the 26th of January. So, I mean, not long to wait. It was about a week. That's okay. Oh, it's definitely worth a week at that price. Worth a week. 934469, your item number. Okay, so we're going to head back to a demonstration. I am sorry to break away from Josie. We knew it was going to sell out, and we had to see if we can get hold of some more stock. Okay, Josie.
Okay, so I think I'll just keep going with the angles.
Please do.
Because I just wanted to show you that when you do this the first time, you need a piece that will cover the whole thing, and then a piece, when you put the next piece on, you just flip it over and make sure that this point is covered all the way over there. So I might need to move that up a little bit. So when you do angled pieces, you need them to be slightly longer. You could, of course, reduce the angle. You don't have to stick with the 45 degrees. That's just the one that I've chosen, really. And, you know, we're never one to follow the rules here. So you just stitch through both layers all at the same time. There's music. And stitching through them, all the layers and the paper at the same time. Fabulous. Oh, I just ran out of thread. No, I haven't. That happened the last time I was on. I ran out of thread halfway through. Terrible. So, and we flip that over, and you can see there. If I turn that over. Now then, when you've got them all on your layers, there's one I made. This is the example I made for the last time I was on. You can trim the edges off if you want to, or you can leave them long, because if you're using up your pieces and you're not going to use it straight away, you need to leave these long so they don't get frayed and damaged a bit. But I'm going to show you how to add them on. So when you're stitching them together, you've got the paper and the paper, and you're going to manage them face to face, because fabric likes to kiss, and you're lining up the papers. So that's all you have to do. Line up the papers, one little pin through the fabric, that's great, and one little pin at this end. Now, because you've got this on the paper, you think, well, why do I need the paper to stitch some scraps together? It's because it gives you that perfect straight line, and it means that they don't bend and they don't move, because fabric likes to move, as we all know. It's got warps and wefts, and it goes both ways. So if I just put a little pin at this end as well. I'm
kind of getting the impression here, watching your work, Josie, how easy it is to align your work. So when you think you've got all these beautiful crumbs of fabric that you're building up on, and that's the real allure, I think, of the designs, the fact that you've got such a diversity with the colours and different fabrics.
We just love it all, and actually with this one, you just stitch up the edge of here using the edge of the paper as your straight line guide. You don't even need a 1/4 inch foot or anything special. You can do it by hand if you want to. It's all great. Oops. There we go.
And easy to work with, have you found in your experience, Josie, and the feedback you're getting from viewers, sort of the techniques we're showing here? Because I would imagine, whether you're a beginner or an advanced sewer, it kind of works for everybody.
Yeah, I've had people make them up already and send me lovely pictures.
Oh, that's nice.
So it's
hey, how can we
really
send you pictures if we want to? Because I know we're very busy this hour, so a lot of viewers purchasing this. If they want to send you pictures, how can we do it?
Oh, you can send them to, you can post them on Facebook, you can put them in on LinkedIn for me if you want. Not LinkedIn, Instagram. That's the one.
You on Insta? Good.
Yeah, we're on Instagram as well, and we have a website too. So you can just email me and I'll post them up for you.
We're just searching for Funky Needlework. That's it.
FunkyNeedlework.com.
Cool. Okay, and on Instagram, Funky Needlework.
Funky Needlework.
Same with Facebook.
Facebook, Funky Needlework.
Please
That's
do
me,
follow
all over the place.
follow Josie and Funky Needlework on social media. It's always good to do that because I know Josie gives you little hints at what's coming up, a little preview of what's coming up in the future, and I know she really does. And speaking with Josie before the show, takes so much joy from getting that interaction from customers and seeing what they're making. So please send pictures. So she'd love to see it, and also we would here at the craft store too. So do make sure to tag us in.
You know what? This is a lesson to me to trim off my spaghetti before I start.
I've got to give a quick update. I'm so sorry. I was meant to do it and then we went back to Josie. I'm so sorry. So with the Sparkle Crumb, a quarter of the extended delivery is already gone. This is our brand new today, and we've only had it back in on extended delivery, back in stock for, what, a few minutes? So very, very, I can see the appeal, Josie, because just holding it up here, my goodness, you found some lovely fabric.
Oh, I did, actually. I have to say, that was like gold dust when that came in. I was like, oh. We get little samples sometimes and you're not quite sure, and because they're so tiny, but this, there was no doubt at all. As soon as I saw the samples and thought, that is for me, that is definitely for us.
I would be mixing this up with the solids, and I know I already gave this idea, but if you just took, say, the one strip, obviously this is building up, but let's just imagine one of the strip here and that surrounding as a border all the way around a quilt, because it's so sparkly, and then you can have different blocks in the center, but I think with the purity of maybe a solid white, has some free motion in there as well. It looks stunning.
Or even, well, I mean, I think it's purple on the back of that one. That's one of the half meters that we've got in the pick and mix. Yeah. Because the colours that we chose, there's a certain theme going through them, and you can blend them all together.
And we will be going down the counter for the rest of the counter a bit later on in the show. Got to tell you now, we're approaching a third of the stock on the extended delivery for our Sparkle. Also really busy for the original, which is back on extended delivery as well. Sorry, Josie.
Right. So essentially, this is how you do it. That's how you stitch them together down the edge of the paper. I've got some here that we can take the paper off, just to show you how easy it is to take the paper off. So the best way to do this is to be rough with the paper.
Okay.
And it will almost, because it's quite robust, it's just very satisfying.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's like, I suppose, perforated.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's lovely. And
from the stitching like, perforates it.
Yeah, just sit there in front of the telly, making a mess on the floor. Not that, I mean, just, it's paper on the floor instead of thread. Yeah. Just for a change, which is usually is there. Aye. And that's how you do it.
And at the end, you're going to have the most original designs, and everyone's going to be different because the way you put it back together and compile it, you might have the same source material, but the fact is everyone's going to approach it in a different way. If you do want to get hold of these, as we've been saying, very, very busy. I mean, $13.99, come on. You cannot argue with that price. Dispatch will be from the 26th. You're getting, this is what makes it so special, and you've just seen Josie working with it. That's your paper what's it called? It's a patchwork, sorry, paper. So you're going to get that. And Josie was saying, looking at around about 38 meters on there. So it's definitely not going to be short. You're going to be doing a lot of projects there. So all you need to decide is whether you're going to go for the Sparkle or the original. Personally, I think I'll go for both. You know, why not? Yeah. Or, I mean, just for cushions, at $13.99, that kind of price point, just for continuity, I'd go for maybe two of the Sparkle or two of the plain. Why wouldn't you? Because think how much you'd pay just for a cushion cover. That $13.99 is so good. 934469, your item number. OK, now we're going to move on to the rulers. Rulers have been really busy too. Half the stock. Josie, you are having a very busy hour. It's lovely to see Josie's got just the biggest smile on her face. And you know, Josie, you deserve to be busy because you're a lovely person, but you also bring us such beautiful things.
Oh,
so
nice
within this, we've got 4 different rulers, each ruler offering you a different effect, serving a different purpose, but they're very cleverly designed. Now, I want to draw your attention to that price because you are saving £13, which means you're actually saving the cost of the box button and then some, because that's $10.99 just by itself. So all 4 of these, just for the benefit of any viewers that might have tuned in, Josie, once again, I know we already did this, but I think it's effective to just go through what we can actually achieve, the different techniques we can achieve with each ruler, please.
So this is one of the designs that you can make. So essentially you use strips and sandwich them between them and then open them out. You can also line them up so that when you sandwich them they come open like this for the this is the dots and dashes ruler. And you can also have these interlinking as well. So if I had this example here, which I probably should have ironed. And I would put this on the other side, whoops, like this, and put one of them underneath. How clever is that?
Oh, to create like an interchaining link. That's very cool.
How fabulous is that? And if you can imagine this going along and along and along, and that's just that's one of the other designs. You can also just have, you know, when you've got a few random ones left at the end, you want to make some oven gloves or whatever you want to do with them, just a little bit of decoration around your house. That's
Josie,
great.
just for what you've shown there, the techniques you've just shown there, you could buy a ruler and pay $24.97 just for that. But considering that we're getting 4 very diverse rulers, I know you've got the box button that can be obviously for your boxes, the bottom of your boxes, but not just for the bottom.
It's for this beautiful butterfly as well.
That's pretty.
It's
really pretty.
I mean, I have to say, I think it is. And I'm not really a frilly person, but I do like butterflies. And so Brona and I have very different tastes, and we both like this. So this is quite interesting, really, that we both like this one.
Ticks all the boxes, and I tell you what, you're not the only one that's enjoying these rulers because we are busy. If you do want to get hold of the rulers, $24.97 is your price, saving £13, 040980 your item number. Once again, I would like to welcome everybody who maybe is new to the channel, because we've got a lot of new viewers joining us from Create and Craft as well, our sister channel, and also viewers who watch here at the craft store. Don't be shy to tune in to Create and Craft on occasions as well. You'll see a lot of regular faces. I think Janice is on Create and Craft today. I'm going to be popping there for the day on, it's going to be the 27th. And today, later on, Andy Love is going to be joining us. It's quite exciting time.
Exciting.
Yeah, I think so.
I wonder when I get to go.
Yeah, oh, well, you never know. At some point.
Have a check.
Okay, we're going to go through, this is our pick and mix. You can pick a mix of half meters, choosing any 2 half meters for $13.49. I have to say, Josie, you're very good at the fabrics you bring us.
I do like to give you a good spread, but also something that can work together easily for people who struggle.
Yeah, well, instantly here, there's some showstoppers. You're going to struggle to pick just 2. I promise you, you're going to have at least 3, 4, 5, 1, you're around 6. Okay, we're going to go through. This is your shells. Beautiful splash of colour, and I think actually colour is very important to Josie, just from all the lovely projects that she brings us. So it's stunning, right? So there's your shells. Complements the waves beautifully. That is the first one that would be going into my basket. Those waves, stunning. Now I've got to point out, we do not have a huge amount of waves. How often do you build up scenes, sort of applique different designs on, and create the illusion of waves? But I love the realism that you're getting with that fabric. I would 100% be putting, that's one of my choices. I'd lock that in. I know that our producer Meg has fallen in love with our orange otter. So here you can see, wait a second, if I just turn it here, and you can see the otters. There you go, there's the otter. Very cute though. It's modern, contemporary, fun, fresh. I love the vitality of the orange. And we've got the grassy green. Now this is another one I think I'd be tempted to add into my stash, because it's got a classic nature to it, but I love the fact that the lines are a little bit jaunty.
Yes, and I can say, you see, I put those together because I think that looks like, you know, the marron grass that you have at the seaside. And I can see all kinds of scenes coming up, all rivers, sort of. I just think that for textile artists, it's great.
Well, how about those two as a coupling? If you did want to do the waves and that option. Okay, as we progress through, this is beautiful. And that's another one, that's strong. So that's sounding like Leonie there. That beautiful red, but it's got the wonderful sort of mottled batik type feel to it. So much depth. That's nice.
So so what we did was I picked out some of the colours from the shells, because I thought people might like to, you know, to make up lots of different combinations. And with one of the other fabrics later on, I did the same thing and picked out some of the colours, so that it's almost like a ready-made little bundle for them.
Wow. Instantly there, that is
great,
perfect playmates. Or if you wanted to go for the next one, the yellows, again, perfect playmates there. Equally, if you wanted to go for the pink, works so well with the shell. So see what I'm going to do? If I just go across, I can't do it. But I was going to lay the, I don't want to wreck I'm not going to wreck the pack shop. But all the shells, if you laid them across, it worked with all 3 of those. Okay, now, I've got to tell you, the waves, limited stock with the waves. We said we didn't have a huge amount of stock for the waves, so waves looks like they're about to wave goodbye, so don't miss out there. Now, we've got doodle dots. So this is another one. So I think we share the same taste, Josie, because that's another one I would be adding into my stash. I really like this. I like the sort of modern abstract nature of the design and also the colours, beautiful colours.
Well, we did the same thing with it. I love this. I think sometimes people are shy about using colours, and I have a well, it's not a rule because I don't do rules, but a rule that I follow if I like.
Yeah.
So if I think something doesn't go, instead of taking it out, I put more in. And so, and hence I have lots and lots of colour everywhere because I surround myself in it, even though I'm wearing a grey dress. We'll ignore that. But I picked out some of the colours from that, again, to go in the other fabrics to go with it, so that it was easy for people who struggle, because I know that some people do struggle putting colours together.
Well, no, you're talking about putting colours together. You can see here. So the next citrus green that I'm about to show you works very well with that option. So let me just go through. There's your citrus green, and then we have just a classic monochromatic colour. That's your black and white stripe. Over here, we have your blue-green mix, and then finally your purplicious. Ooh, Waves has sold out, so that's the first option to go out of our pick and mix. I'm afraid Waves say farewell. We cannot get hold of the Waves anymore. If you were, Josie, if any of our viewers were to order, say, with the pick and mix, pick 2 of the same piece, would it be cut continuously?
Yes, it would. We cut it all specially for you. We don't have it all stacked up. We cut it just for you.
That's what we like. All right, $13.49 your price there. It's a good price, lovely fabric, and everything here has been hand-picked by Josie, so she's trying to really work hard and think about the fabrics that work together and that you're going to enjoy. Speaking of enjoying fabrics, we got some batiks for you. This is your half trifle, 3 different options. So you got here, looking through your ocean. Now, I'm going to show you how much you get here, because sometimes you're looking at it and thinking, well, how much am I actually getting? Josie has stitched the ocean, still had left over, but if you look behind Josie, that complete piece, so that's hanging up, so that would be taller than myself, and I'm 6'1", all of that from just one, and you're seeing the length of the trifle. So the way it works, it strips by 6 inches, right? Yes,
so it's the full width of the fabric, and batik is slightly wider than printed cotton because it doesn't have the selvage. So 42, 44 really, but we say 42 just to be absolutely accurate. And they're 6 inches deep, and you can do so much more with 6 inches than you can with 5, because it just gives you so much more, so many more options. And it's a really high quality batik. It's very good for quilts, for bags, for all sorts of things, because
it's a good point. And it's a silly point, but Josie's absolutely right. And actually, Meg said it herself because she likes to craft. And you're saying that having that 6 inches does make a difference opposed to the 5. Okay, we're going to go through the options. So here you've got your ocean. I'm going to open these up in a second. There you've got your pink and berry, and then finally, sorry, Katie berry. I apologise. I like that. Like Kate.
It's Katie who Katie from here. Katie berry, because she likes pink.
Well, I thought it was like the singer. There's a play on the singer's tone.
Well, you know, I think we should get Katie from here to do a little bit of singing for us and see if there is some live.
That's our next social media post right there. Okay.
Yeah, great.
And then
TikTok.
Finally, we got our batiks in here too. Which one would you? I'm going to let our fabulous producer Meg pick. So we've seen the ocean hanging up. Which one of these 2 would you like me to open up? Oh, it's gone for the Katie. All right, let's do this. I mean, they do come wonderfully packaged as well.
Well, so. I mean, I have to say, one of the joys of my job is rolling up trifle rolls.
Yeah. Look at, these are beautiful. Really, really nice. So, as you go through, you see all these gorgeous fabrics. And the full width, I mean, I haven't opened it up fully for you, just so it's easier for me to show. I mean, look at that, the depth of design that you are getting. Wonderful colours, all coordinating. Awful lot there. Okay, so we like that. Actually, do you know what? I'm going to open them all. Let's do them all, shall we? So, I'll be honest, in my mind, I've got an idea of my favourite, and I think it's the ocean. I'll explain why in a moment, and we will be opening up the ocean too. Well, it's true. The team is saying, well, now you've opened this one up, you might change your mind. Let's have a little look.
Ooh.
This is your batik mix, and again, all those gorgeous colours. So you can see.
I covered them in threads on the way. Do you know, this is what happens. I put everything in the car, and everything gets covered in thread. And you know, I just think it's normal to be covered in thread.
One of the it's okay. We know. Every lover of fabric can sympathise. Oh, come on, look at that. All right, I think the team called it. I might be changing my favourite. Look, that is gorgeous. So lots of... At the moment now, the Petite Mix is my favourite. But, and that's, I'm not knocking the Katie option as well, but it's all personal preference really, isn't it? Okay, but finally, let me show you the oceans. And I'll tell you why. There is, oh, it is the one that's in the lead. It's obviously, I think we're influenced by your beautiful sample, but it's the metallics in here. This is what I want to share with you.
I have to tell you a secret about the metallic. It's not metallic.
Really?
Really, you cannot tell, but that is not metallic. That is the colour of the dye that's reflected. It's a green that looks gold.
I'm looking at it now. I would have sworn blind that that was metallic on there.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Wow,
it
looks metallic.
And
okay,
it looks
so
gold, but it's
you know
fabulous.
what? Josie's absolutely right. But look at that! It's so
clever.
Print. Josie, I'm so glad we showed this, and this is why I'm glad we opened this up. But I mean, come on, how effective is that? Yeah, I'm going to go back to my favourite, the ocean. But there is no bad choice here. So you're only really governed by your own personal choices. But come on, how can you not want to play with this? Beautiful. So that's your ocean. In the interest of fairness, I will just, I've unrolled it fully, and I suppose these are half, so then it will unfold again, right? So that's kind of half of the length that you're going to be getting, just to give you an idea. Okay, so that's all the trifles. In the past, I know when you've brought these to us, they've been immensely busy.
Yes.
And I can imagine the kind of projects that we can make with these. A lot of patterns sort of would use this size, would you say?
Yes, they would, and you can use them with the ruler sizes that we have. So the ruler, the small, all of the rulers that are on today would work with this actually, including the simple curve ruler, because that is, just let me measure it to make absolutely sure. Yep, that's 5.5 inches, so that will fit on there as well.
Perfect. Josie, I think we'll head back to you for a bit more fun. What we're going to do?
Brilliant. Okay, so why don't we use some rulers? We could use some of these, and I will show you how to do. I've shown you the links and loops. Let's do. Should we do a box bottom butterfly? Let's do that one. I'm just going to. Do you know, I'm so disorganised here today. We'll do a little box bottom butterfly. Okay. So we've got. You need. Lots of pieces like this. Let me just see when my rotary cutter's gone to. There it is. That's great. Okay. So it's a very simple kind of thing to do. If you don't want to have a rotary cutter, that's absolutely fine. Yeah. Pencils work just the same way. We'll do a green one. Pencils and scissors, I mean. Not a pencil on its own. That's not going to do any good, is it? Oh, do you know? There we go. Right, okay. So we've got... one square. You can see that you're going to need 4 squares there. The top square here on the butterfly, in a different colour, is just the 2 pieces, and on this you'll see that there's the line there. You would put this on the fabric. To get the other piece, what colour should we have? Pick a colour. This one?
Yeah, that will work.
That works.
The thing is, there's so many choices, it's very hard
to
be put
the
on the
batik
spot.
works with batik, so to get the
that'd be
background
beautiful.
colour.
Yeah.
You could put there we are. Okay, so on the ruler you'll see that there's a straight line which goes on the edge of the fabric and a dotted line which is going to be your sewing line.
Right.
Okay. So I'm just going to cut this off. Now this uses up all the tiny little pieces that you've got left over.
And any sewer will know that we do not throw away anything. So even the smallest little pieces you have in your stash, the ruler's obviously giving you a good way to make the most of those.
You have a choice as well. So with this one, I'm just going to put my 2 little dots with my pencil. There it is. There's my pencil.
It's funny how something like that, design aspect, it's so useful, but you wouldn't necessarily realise, just look at the ruler, all the little touches that are associated in there.
2 little dots there. And that is the line that you put your fabric up to.
Clever.
And I'm going to stitch a 1/4 inch in with my 1/4 inch foot.
Perfect. Now there is still time, although we're getting towards the end of the show, there is still time to email in if you do have any questions for Josie. We'd love to hear from you. We have still got currently still got stock of our crumbs, the kits with the paper, the patchwork paper. Both sold out, back on extended delivery, going to be dispatched on the 26th, but very, very busy for those. Have you got another show later on, Josie?
No.
This is it?
Just
okay.
it today.
Well,
this
let's make it count then.
Absolutely. So that's the first piece, and then this is for the next corner. You would do another one. So we need another little piece, and cut the same way. In fact, I'll do two at the same time this time, just to sort of, otherwise we'll run out of time and we'll have a half a butterfly, and I don't want to do that. This side. There we go.
Yeah.
So people have sent me pictures of these as well, and they've put them as pockets onto the bags that they've made.
Oh, that'd be very pretty.
It's lovely. It's really nice to see what people have made with them.
Well, Josie, talking of pictures, we have had a picture sent in.
Ooh.
This is from Joan. Let's have a little look. And she's saying that she loves Josie and funky needlework, and she decided to sew together pieces from her scrap bag and then to make something with it. See, that is the whole point of this. That's incredible, Joan.
Because the last time we were on, we had scrap bags on their own as well.
Yeah.
So that will be the two scrap bags put together.
Perfect, and just showing you what you can create. Joan, I'm very impressed by that. And
I love
whatever you go on to make, whether it is a bag, cushions, or just using that as a centre of maybe of a block, fantastic work. And thank you for taking the time to email in. I really do appreciate that.
Absolutely.
I also wanted to just very quickly say that you guys are a massive part of what makes the craft store so special, and we know there are a lot of viewers from Create and Craft too. Previously, it's kind of been two different tribes, so we know we've had Create and Craft and the craft store. We've always known each other existed, but it's kind of been just different tribes. Now we're all one tribe because we all love crafting. So if you're just tuning in, welcome, you're part of our family. And equally, I know that we're going to be going over to Create and Craft. Janice is there today. I'm going for the day on the 27th, and I know we're going to be made very welcome, so I'm looking forward to that.
Fabulous. Okay. So I've got two corners on now, and I'm about to do the third one, so I've put the little dots on already. Put this one on, this one, and you end up with a quarter of your wing. So this is a small project that will just keep you going for a little while. Ooh, that's it.
Okay.
And then, when you're clever enough to remember to bring your iron with you, which I forgot this morning, you iron those back, and that is your first quarter of a wing. That's this piece here. And then you do the same for this side, so you'd have two. And then for this one, that would need to be half of each of one of these.
Okay.
There we are, that'll do. And you can see on there already that it's got, so it's not just a triangle, it's the triangle plus the piece. And I'm going to cut them both at the same time. There we are. Oops.
Okay.
I'll have to turn this round to cut the last piece. Brona's left-handed, and so if there's left-handed cutting to be done, I ask Brona to do it. She's very good to have around. There we are.
Lovely.
Okay, so then I'm going to stitch corner to corner down there, and that is the top part of the wing. It's just such a delicate, pretty little pattern.
I mean, no, it really works. It comes together very quickly as well.
Yeah, very quickly.
Yeah. Just having a look, because we are conscious of time, something that you haven't seen yet, we've got some 10-inch squares for you. So if you do want to pop these into the basket, we will just flash details on your screen. But you've got such a lovely mix with your 10-inch squares. So 15 pieces in total. $18.99 is your price, and you are saving £11. But what a beautiful mix. Because these are batiks, designs may vary. This gives you an indication, though, of the kind of batiks that could be winging their way to you. Come on, look at that. Isn't that beautiful? And that's what makes batiks so alluring. So you've got lovely mix there. $18.99 is your price, $795-832 item number. Fantastic saving. And I would imagine the size of these as well offers so many possibilities,
it does.
Josie.
And they are really, because you get 15 different patterns in there as well. Yeah. If you're doing something like the dots and dashes ruler or even the butterflies like this, you get that kind of variety that you need to make up a whole big burst of colour.
Oh yeah. Love that. Okay, proving popular here. 795-832, your item number if you want to pop that into your basket. Please feel free to go on, Josie.
So we've got the top piece and the bottom piece now. I'm just going to flip them over. Because these are perfectly aligned. Look at that. Phew. There's nothing like live sewing, is there, together?
Never in doubt, Josie.
Never, no. It's great. That's lovely. Straight across. And this is half of your butterfly straight off the edge. And you just do the same thing in reverse, not in reverse, but in the opposite side. And you can see that that's the butterfly. Look at that.
Oh, that's perfect.
See, there's a little bit there, and that is for the seam allowance for the other piece to attach to. That's how easy it is to use that one.
What do you think? And just think about the kind of fabrics you could use. Obviously, batiks, as Josie was showing you, just works so well. If you do have any sort of Japanese metallic type fabrics, I think that inspired would be fantastic with the butterfly. It really is very fitting. We are using the rulers that you're seeing here. Been really busy for these rulers. So you're getting all 4 rulers. Look at the saving there. You're saving £13. Now, I want to put that into perspective. The box button ruler that Josie's been working with, that by itself is $10.99. So it's as if you haven't paid for that. And then you've still got, what, £1 or so on top of it. 040980 item number, all 4 rulers. Each one has its own unique design aspects, allowing you to get the most from your quilting. Now, we've also got our original crumb. This, the first time Josie brought it to you, it was on Boxing Day, and it sold out multiple occasions. So it is back, and I think it's the first time we've had it back on here at the craft store. It's already sold out once today. It's on extended delivery, the 26th. It's going to be dispatched. Look at that, the diversity. All these beautiful colours and fabrics that you're going to be playing with. Now, the beauty of these bundles, you will be getting, this is where the magic happens, because you've got the patchwork paper. Patchwork paper, about 38 metres worth of it. That's what allows you to create the different effects, the strips. So you can be quite uniform here, or you can create the chevron effect. Well, it's still uniform, but you create a different effect with your chevrons as well. So it allows you to work very easily, and actually watching Josie this hour, I think, highlighted the point. So whether you are relatively new to sewing or an experienced quilter or sewer, you can really have some fun with that. I'm just going to show you the details for the sparkle. Now, this is brand new. Again, it's sold out. It's back on extended delivery, and I have to tell you, 80% of the extended has gone. And we categorically know once that's gone, that's gone. So either way, the show's going to finish very, very soon. But if you do want to go for this, and actually we are noticing a real surge right now. A lot of you were enjoying the demonstration. A lot of you now putting this into your baskets. It could sell out for a second time, and once it's gone, that's it. You're going to have to wait to see if Josie will bring this back in the future. So dispatched on the 26th. But look at the design. So how are you going to be using this? Is this going to be part of a would make the most beautiful bag? Or maybe cushion, or if you wanted to add this as borders around a quilt, there is so much you can do. Love the sparkle on that. You know, anything. You can imagine this as a waistcoat. There's an awful lot you can do with this. $13.99 is your price. You're getting an awful lot of fabric. You're also getting the patchwork paper as well, and that is the key. $13.99 your price, $969,976 your item number there. Now, another new today, the Crumblina. So with the Crumblina, you've got 2 different options. You've got your bright and dark, or your bright and white. And within these kits, Josie, we're getting an awful lot here. So the Crumblina, we've got our little Crumblina. Those are the little piece of fabric that allow you to create the effects. But then you've got your larger strips in here too.
Absolutely, and you can cut the larger strips up to mix with the small pieces. It works really well. The idea of the iron-on background, I suppose, is that it holds it in place so that you can have as many small and tiny pieces. They're not going to just blow away in the wind. Yeah. And you can stitch through it without getting a gluey needle. Now, that's a big thing, because a lot of people would use some other stabilizers that might get a gluey needle, and these allow you to stitch all the way through. It's still light, it still feels flexible, and you can use it for quilting through. You can use it as a strong thing, like sew your bag. You don't have to layer it up. You can still, you're almost creating a new fabric.
Nice.
So it's like,
that's a really great, great way of describing it. You're creating a new fabric. Now, I just want to show you, speaking of fabric, we've got a half triangles. Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Did I say half triangles? Half trifles. Sorry, I had triangles in my mind. I'm going to show you different options. Before I start showing you here the half trifle, we've actually got a half trifle that Josie stitched together. Now, Josie, you still said with the piece behind you, you still had some left over.
yes, I did. I know that I had a couple of strips left over. I can't remember which ones they were.
Okay.
Because I remember thinking I'll keep a couple of pieces for binding, or you know, for the edge when the. Because you need something to sort of frame it with, don't you?
Fair enough. I mean, that gives you an idea. Full length, that is taller than I am, because it's literally to the floor. You're one strip away from the floor there. Now, are you sitting at home thinking that's metallic? Because I certainly did. I would have sworn there was metallic within this. It's not. It's just the actual design. So this is the ocean. I think it's my favourite. We'll go through and have a look at all these designs. So the actual width, you can see how wide these are. It's 6 inches that way, and the actual full length you saw in the quilt behind Josie. But come on, look at that. Beautiful colours, everything just harmonises together, and I think you can make some very special projects with this. Okay, so that's your ocean. But I mean, that might be my favourite. There's still some great choices in here. This is your petites. I kind of feel, Josie, as I'm going through this, colour is one of your passions in life?
Yes, I think if you saw my sewing studio, I mean, you're not attacked, but it's certainly a stimulation to the senses when you come in, all of this colour.
Wow.
I think it's because I'm ginger, or was ginger.
We can't miss out our Katy Berry. And Katy Berry is a strong example of just how well all of the fabrics coordinate together.
Well, we put these together because sometimes if you get a blue roll or a pink roll, or within that one colour, you don't get the depth of variety that you usually want. So we've called them ocean because oceans are blues and greens and greys and all kinds of colours. Berries come in all kinds of different colours. And so that's why we've varied it a little bit. It's not your norm.
Right, we are so busy this morning, and thank you for tuning in. I hope you've enjoyed the hour. Unfortunately, time has beaten us. Josie, again, we can follow you on social media, so it's well worth following you guys on social media.
We love a chat online with people. That's lovely.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. Funky Needlework. All you need to search to follow Josie, and also look out for what's coming up in the future. And please do this. If you make anything that you're particularly proud of, I know that Josie would love to see it. So send pictures, Josie. Make sure to tag us as well, because we always love it too. Josie, you're an absolute star.
Thank you very much.
I've missed working with you.
It's lovely to catch up.
Well, hopefully it won't be so long before we work with each other again.
Thank
you, Josie. Thank you for your company. Don't go anywhere. Oh, you got a good hour coming up. So Adam's hanging out with Mel for a happy hour, Crafty Devils. Different items on the show from earlier. Then we're letting Leonie loose, and after that, 2 Red Robins will return.
Hi, I'm Pat.
And I'm Mark.
And we're Totally Patched. We've been in business for 20 years and we've been with the craft store for 5 of those. We love working with the craft store because it enables us to reach out to people who we wouldn't normally see. We like to educate, inspire and make them want to enjoy the craft as much as we do. Make sure you don't miss the Totally Patched shows on the craft store.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. We aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Shopping online with the Craft Store has just got easier with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan. Spread the cost of your basket, whether there is one item or many, with 3 interest-free payments. Simply choose Pay in 3 at checkout and pay for purchases between £30 and £2,000 over 3 equal instalments for the next 3 months. No fees and no interest. Spread the cost of your shopping with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan at the Craft Store.
Hello, I'm Barbara.
And I'm Julie.
And together we're Scarlet Rose Crafts. We're a family-run business and our aim is to bring new and innovative new products to the crafting industry. The Easy Matte Plate is our flagship product, followed by our innovative Easy Shim product.
Good morning, I hope you are well. The time has just struck 10 o'clock here on a Wednesday morning. That was I, there you go, that was I, should you care? We are talking, if you're thinking, well, I've seen this show before. This is, I watched it at 7 o'clock. It's a brand new counter. Brand new things is what we're looking at, and brand new happy hours. All brought to you by the big name of Crafty Devils is what we're looking at. And I'm not alone. No, last time I did this all on me lonesome. I was. Not now. Not today. It's been a while. We've worked out. Last time we worked together was September. It's out now. How are you, love?
I'm not new. I wish I was. But I'm not brand new.
Well, it
yes.
feels like you're brand new. We've not worked together
for
such a long
so
time.
Long. I think they ban us.
New year, new Mel.
I wish I was new.
you are. You've bought me new stuff.
I bought you new stuff.
You've bought me new stuff. You've been busy crafting away over the Christmas period. And what stuff you bring us at amazing prices as well. First up, we're looking at the wine carriers. These are the wine bottle gift boxes that we've got. And this is what I love. They're all to the same standard as what we're used to with Crafty Devils, with your MDF that you bring us, because we know they're usable and we know they're going to work.
That's it. So they're usable, they're giftable, and they're recyclable as well.
Oh, they're recycled?
So once you paint them and pass them on, that next person can recraft them and pass them on again.
I love it. So literally also, so yours will come together like this is what you're getting. So yours will all come in its. Now you're getting 2 of the same design, okay? So you've got Art Deco, which is this one. This is this one just here. So you've got that beautiful Art Deco-ness that you've got, and then you've got Moroccan lattice. Now you see, I don't know which one I like the most. Because I think your Art Deco will show the bottle off more.
Yes, very
if it's a snazzy
looking
bottle,
as well.
Because you've got the detail. I reckon the label will fit around here that you've got. But then with this one, more of a surprise.
Yes.
I was saying if you're re-gifting a bottle that you've been gifted, I would go for lattice.
Yeah, and don't give it to the same person.
And don't give it to the same. Well, you could, because they'd never know.
They might.
Because you've re-gifted it in a box, you see. It's like, oh, here you go, here's the box, make it look snaz. Or you can go for your Art Deco. The choice is yours. Either way, you're going to get 2 of them. Now, it's from the good old gesso that we like. Oh, here we go. We've been to our Catherine's dressing room. She's back in today. So you've got, oh, look at that. So it fits absolutely beautiful. But look at the bottle design that you've got in there. So it really does show off. You could use that on its own with them cork lights that you bring us as well.
I just thought that you could. Once you've decorated that, you could have a light in there.
You really could have the light in there as well that you've got. Loving it, loving it, loving it, loving it. £14.98 is what you're looking at for this one. 565299 is your item number. All you have to do is choose Art Deco or Moroccan lattice. Now, if you're thinking this is all well and good, Adam, I like the wine, but I'm not really a wine drinker. I'm more of a big bottle sort of person. I like the Proseccos, I like the champagnes of the world. Well, I've got something for you as well. These are slightly bigger, same design, but just larger that you're getting now. Now, see, we've called these a Prosecco gift box holder, but I reckon you could get other things in these as well. These would just be generic sort of holders. You could have plants in the bottom that trail up and out to gift them with as well. Because you've got the handles, you haven't necessarily got to clip it in if you don't want to. It's still carryable. But you imagine little potted plant in there, all coming out the top to be gifted.
Like the orchids or things like that. They would look really cool in there, wouldn't they? Just coming out the top.
They really, really would. They're really, really good, is what you got. Thank you for the help, everyone. No, thank you. But I was fine. It was just a what's it I'm choking on. That's what I had for my breakfast this morning. But there really is, especially this one. You could really go to town with what you put in there and what you see to gift people. Beautiful closure lid on the top as well. £16.98 with an £11 saving is what you're getting on these ones. Slightly bigger. Let me show you with the wine bottle how bigger they actually are, because there is a lot of... See, I reckon you could do that and you could get a couple of flutes in there as well. Look. So that's a lot of little miniatures. So if you go with miniatures, you could get 2 whiskey glasses in there and you could get a bit of whiskey.
Yes.
Quite easily, I think, into the larger bottles.
Or some shot glasses and...
Now we're talking. Now we see how hot Mal's parties are really like. No, you could though. Little shot glasses, little bottle, a nice bottle of tequila in there. It doesn't have to be drink if you don't want it to be. It can be anything you want it to be. You get the design just on one side. Put chocolates in there. What? Oh, imagine. Here we go. Here we go. This one. Take this. Fill it with lights. A single rose for Valentine's Day.
Oh, how romantic. I'd have never have thought that.
Neither would I. I won't be doing it like, but it's just a thought. So you've got that beautiful single rose. Fill it with bath bombs.
Oh, do you know what? You know those lovely, nice chocolates that are round?
Ferrero Rocher?
No, the other ones.
Lindor.
Imagine it full of that.
And...
just chocolate. No, just chocolate.
The bubble Maltesers, I have to mention, sorry. Yeah, just fill them with them.
Yeah, that's heaven. Heaven in a box.
Oh, and you could acetate the side and the side, and these little holes where they pop out.
Oh, yes, like a little chocolate dispenser.
Like a little chocolate dispenser, so you've literally got your little Lindor balls popping out whenever you want one. £16.98 is what you're looking at for this one. 899373 is your item number. You can put anything in them. You've got your Art Deco, and you've also got your lattice as well. You've got a Moroccan lattice. Loving them. Absolutely loving them. Moving along, sticky sheets. Now, we had this morning. I asked to sort of bring it back. It was very popular this morning. These are your double-sided sticky sheets that you've got in here. So you're the self-adhesive sheets for £9.99. It basically turns any die into a sticker that you've got. So if you like your mats and layers, if you like those complicated dies and you don't really know how to work them, this is the way to go. For £9.99, you're going to get 10 A4 self-adhesive sheets. 633452 is your item number that you're looking at. Why are these handy, Mel, as a crafter?
So these are brilliant because they are double-sided, but not only are they double-sided, you have got backing on both sides. So you can run them through a die cut without having to put them onto card first. So you can run a sentiment through the die cutting machine, peel off the back, stick it to whatever project you've got, then peel off the top and then add glitter, add gilding flakes, anything you want to will stick onto the top of that, and you get a nice crisp finish. As with glue, sometimes you get ooze from the glue, don't you?
Yeah,
ooze.
Glue ooze.
Glue ooze.
There's a brand if ever I heard one. So, what are you using? Glue ooze. But what I like about these is because they are double-sided, You can die cut or do whatever you want. You haven't got to die cut, you could free cut if you want to, even stamp onto them, cut that out, peel the top away, go in with your gilding flakes, go in with your glitters, go in with whatever you want to go with, your embossing powders, but you've still got that back.
Yes.
It's still back, so you can put it to one side. You can put it in that journal, and you know once you close that book, it's not all going to be stuck together and then you've got to use it there and then.
That's right.
You can keep coming back to these, which are £9 a night. It's worth having a little look in it. 9.99 633 452 is your item number. Something that we're talking about affordable. This is ridiculous value for money. It really, really is. You've got polka dots, you've got spotty or stripy, you've got polka dots or stripes in this one. Now they're £9.99. You have to choose which one you want to go for, but you're getting 120 sheets of 8x8 and 160 GSM. Now, I don't know how well this will work, the polka dot. It may make your TVs go funny, but I'm going to give it a go. But you get all these colourways that are here. So these are your spotties that we're looking at now. So you've got your spotties. So you've got your yellow spot that's in there. You've got 12 colours. You've got your pink spot. You've got your green spot, sort of like sort of teal. Then you've got forest green in there. You've got baby blue that's in there as well. You've got buttercup yellow. You've also got... I'll go with denim. Let's go with denim blue that you've got. You've got beige or latte or taupe colour that's in there. You've got your white with the green spot. And then last but no means least, you've got baby pink. These are amazing. For £9.99 for 120 sheets.
What I love about these is all the colours go together. So if you use a pink and you use a blue, they look well together. So they're more kind of, I would say, they're not brights, they're not pastels, they're more earthy kind of colours, aren't they?
Yeah, there's something you are going to use time and time again, whether it's going to be for your mats and layers, whether it's terracotta, that looks absolutely beautiful. Then you've got the latte brown. Whether you're using them for your mats and layers, whether you're using them just for your dies, whatever you're going to do with these, even I reckon you could sort of get little card blanks out of them as well, little notelets. For £9.99, it's worth going for both. If your budget was stretched, look how well that colour tone works out. I think we worked out you're getting, is it 10, Ross? 10 of each colourway. So that's 10 of each colourway that you are getting. The wad that you're getting is, how beautiful is that as a ray of colour? Scrapbooking, I would use these for. Just put your pictures on, little note with the sticky sheets you're done.
And the stripy is really good for men's cards, for shirts.
True. Yes.
You know, those little shirts that you make. Really, really good for men's cards.
I love them. £9.99. It works out to be 8p a sheet. 439168 is your item number that you are looking at for these now. 8x8, 120 sheets, 160 GSM. It is true for us. Bargains galore. There's a lot of bargains. A lot of bargains on this. Talking about bargains, quick and easy Easter tags. It's around the corner. It's not. Is it early or late this year?
Oh, I don't know, but I know the supermarkets have got Easter eggs in them, so we thought, why not?
Why not? It is. It's at the end of April this year. April, we're looking into it. 17th, it's early this year. Forward. £9.99. I think you're right, Ross. This is, I don't think I've touched Valentine's Day yet on the shows. This is my first Easter product I've done yet.
Oh.
Of 2022, and I like him because I think they're all year round. An egg is not just for Easter.
It's for breakfast.
Yes, indeed. But then you've got little baskets. Now they don't have to be eggs in there if you don't want them to be. That could be 3 little Scots that's in there with little bald heads poking out the basket. You could turn it into a hot air balloon.
You could.
Which I like.
Yes.
You've got the little rabbits. Not just for Christmas. Not just for Christmas. Not just for Easter. Could be for Christmas if you want him to be. You got your little chicken. I like him. He's cute. All year round. Could be just for tag. And I like where the hole is as an eye. But then you've also got one in the back if you want to hang him up. Then you've also got your standard egg. I like these. Do they fit over the top of them?
Yes.
Oh, look. It all works together. Bit of the MDF glue that I've got on the back that comes with the cube. You're good to go with these. Look, so now, bit of gilding flakes on them, silver in the back, gold on the front. Bosh. Done. There's your Easter tree. Do you have an Easter tree?
Oh, no, I don't. I don't tend to decorate for Easter.
Don't you?
I do an Easter egg hunt in the back garden for the grandkids. But I think I like these because obviously all the kids and everything now are into recycling and stuff. So instead of a big plastic basket to go and find all their little eggs, a brown paper bag, Easter bunny on the front.
With one of these on the front?
Go
How
around
cute
the
would that
garden,
be?
collect your eggs.
It would even work with your papers, let's be fair. They work really well. Absolutely beautiful with the papers on the back. Yeah, if you want to go for that sort of earthy tone, that earthy look, brown paper bags, put these on the fronts as well. It's all going to work, and they're only £9.99. If you're doing a treasure hunt, Easter treasure hunt, you might get little clues on the back of these.
Yeah, and I also think the bunny rabbit would make a good baby gift bag as well.
Yes, that's true. I reckon... maybe not. No, maybe. I reckon I'm going to go with it. I'm going to go with it. Make a little stand for the back. So if you've got one of the scrap boxes I bought you in the past from Crafty Devils, use one of those. Turn it into a little stand. I reckon you can get 2 little pictures behind his ears.
Oh, you might do.
Put little photos behind his ears.
Yeah.
I reckon... Yeah, you can.
Oh, little photo stand, yes.
So now you've got a little photo frame.
Or name places.
Or little name places.
If you get married at Easter.
Easter Sunday dinner, if
Yes.
there's 4 of you. 4 little name places. You could even have a little chicken for the kids. You get 5 in each one, 25 in total. Easter shapes, £9.99. See, the ideas keep flowing. The ideas just keep on flowing. 966570 is your item number. Something else that's been busy is tags. You can never have enough tags. If you're into your mixed media projects, if you're just into recycling tag, these would look stunning on any present. A little box wrapped in brown paper with red ribbon round, like a big organza ribbon with one of these in the centre.
Yes, really nice. And they're also really nice if you've got a big gift. Like if you've bought some little one, a bicycle or one of those electric cars or whatever. Really good for putting on those.
I love this because it will all work with your little Easter bunnies that we just seen earlier. It will also work with your Ace. Again, 3 different shapes as well is what you're going to be getting. In this one, you're getting your small, your medium, and your large as well. Yeah, your larger gifts. The larger, when someone buys me that 4x4 Range Rover, they could have one of these on the front.
They could.
To Adam.
This is not yours.
this is not yours. Yours is the Montego behind it, or the little push bike. £12.99. There's nothing wrong with the car. I like a Skoda.
They're very reliable cars.
They are indeed. I was looking at one the other day. 036923. I was just looking at it. I can't afford it. Like £12.99. I was looking through the window. Weren't even mine. It was in a car park. 036923 is your item number. £12 is what you're getting off on these. Only for this hour though. The prices will go back up at the end of the hour. Now we had this one earlier as well. I can't even talk today. We had this one earlier, but I've asked for it to come back for the sheer fact that the value in this is phenomenal. £11.99 for your tray and all your little palette knives, little accoutrement that you've got there. I reckon for 2 of these you'd pay £11.99 very easily.
Yeah, easily. And what I love about the palette tray is it stops you using so much paint. So when I squirt my paint out on my glass cutting mat, I tend to put quite a lot on there, and I never use it all. But if I use the palette,
you know it's
just a smaller amount.
It is true. It is true. Yeah. Now, especially if you're doing your things like your Matthew Palmers and you sort of like it's your watercolours and you're using tubes. How much do you put on your tube? Or how much paint do you squirt out normally? Because normally you've seen people do it here when they use the glass mats. They put a lot on, they're like, I'll mop it up with a bit of rice paper, or I'll do this with a bit... You don't need to with this. Because you can leave it in there and you know these little bits, they're going to take a lot, but you don't need that much, because then you've got the move to mix it up as well. So if you're doing it on your glass mat, you have these big glass mats which are absolutely beautiful, and by the time you actually get to work, you're working like sort of a 6x6 area, because you've got all these colours that are around you. If you've got your watercolour pens, you can also scribble on the bottom of this, then add your water to make your watercolours. That would work really, really well. £11.99, 205803 is your item. A third of the stock has already gone here already. I've got the normal added extras onto the show as well. The blackboard paint, your snow gloss, your gessos that's in there. I've got your paints on the show. You'll find it all on the website. Everything's on the website, including those gift bags, bottle holders as well. Very, very busy. For those who are also busy for the tags, there's the glues, look. The brushes were busy earlier. We've got magnets on the show. There's all your mediums, your gilding flakes that's there. There's your paints. And that opens your flexi. Remember, anything over £30, put it on PayPal. Put it on PayPal. You can split the cost into 3 if you're using PayPal. You've got your snow effects on there as well, your glossy accents on there, the blackboard paints I can't rave about enough. I absolutely love the blackboard paint. It's good stuff. It really is. It turns anything into a blackboard. Anything, I tell you. Anything. Right, let's go over for our first demonstration. What are we up to first?
So we're going to put together an Art Deco wine box. Really easy to put together, like most of our MDF. Not most, all of our MDF. So, and I'm using our lovely MDF glue. And it's pretty self-explanatory of how this goes together. Obviously you've got 2 sides the same, so you just need to put them on opposite to each other. And this MDF glue is really good for these projects because it's quite fast drying. So,
I like your new MDF glue because we've got a little bundle where you sort of get like the best of both worlds, because you get the big tube and then you get the littler tubes which are more, they're easier to hold on to. They're
more portable.
Yes.
So if you're going to a workshop or your friend's house or anything, you need to take one. The little ones are handy for that.
Go on.
I always wipe my glue on the edges. 1, because I don't want any little lumps when it dries. 2, I just like peeling it off my hands when it's dry. Like you used to do at school, you remember?
Whatever floats your boat.
So it's quite satisfying.
I suppose you've got a long way to drive as well, haven't you? It gives you something to do.
Yeah, not while I'm driving. I tend to hold the steering wheel when I'm driving, to be fair.
Okay. Just me.
Just you.
Just me. The glue bundle, let's move on. £9.98. The details on the screen. You're getting 2 of the 60ml bottles and 1 of the 240ml bottles. And you also get the glue cube as well.
Now, for anybody that doesn't know, and it's the first time watching, 1, where have you been? And 2, the glue cube is perfect for putting your glue in upside down, keeping it on your desk. It's not falling over, but also it makes sure that your glue is all going to the tip where it needs to be, so you're not having to use too much pressure on squeezing that bottle. And our bottles are really easy squeeze bottles, so I wanted to make sure when we were developing our products that our bottles were nice and flexible, so that if you do suffer with any kind of joint problems or anything, they are nice and easy to squeeze. Because I do have a joint problem myself. This finger here tends to lock itself.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not very nice. It's quite painful. But there's a bit of arthritis in there, so I wanted something that was easy to use.
Well, they're easy squeezy bottles.
Easy squeezy.
Easy squeeze bottles, and you're getting 3 of them. 1 large, 2 small, £9.98.
So that's your wine bottle put together. So really nice and simple. And then we're going to use our gesso.
Oh, black gesso.
Yeah, so don't use black very often.
Well, no, I was going to say, that's the thing, everyone knows about white gesso. I made grey gesso the other day.
Grey, yeah. Oh, the gesso's
So I
rude.
put them both together. I put black and white, I squished them in the same pot and I just mixed them up.
Yeah.
Made my own grey gesso.
Now, normally I would use my palette, but my palette is back in Devon, so I haven't got my palette.
Okay, it's a long way to go.
It's a long way to go to get your palette, isn't it? So then we're going to prime our project. Now,
would you let the glue dry first?
Yeah. It's going to be dry in a minute anyway, so as long as you're not moving your project around too much, you can just crack on and paint straight away. So, and your live hinge here, you can paint that as well, so you don't have to leave that. I think the paint and the gesso give it a little bit more rigidity, but still maintains its flexibility.
You wouldn't think you'd be able to paint over the live hinge without it cracking?
No. So what I would say is if you are going to paint it, don't bend it while you're painting it. So just let it have its natural form. So don't put it through the side bits.
Yeah.
Because as it is in its natural form, the paint is going into the little slots there, but not really absorbing in there. Whereas if you bend it, they open up more. You're going to get more of a clog issue with it. Now your gesso is really important for your MDF because your paints will sit nicely on top of this. If you were to paint straight onto it, your first layer of paint would be wasted really, because that's going to soak straight into your MDF.
If you were going to turn this into, for example, say a vase, or would you paint the inside first, then put it together?
I painted the inside of mine while it was put together. I found it easy. I just put my paintbrush through here to do the bottom bit.
Okay.
And then put my hand in the top and painted the rest of it. We would recommend that you put your project together before you paint it, because when you put your first layer on, it absorbs straight into the MDF, which makes it swell slightly. But I mean, you won't see it swell, but it swells by 1/2 mil. That's going to affect it going together.
Yeah,
because it's so precision cut with the laser. You don't want it to swell up before you put it together. So we always recommend that you paint it after.
Put together first, then paint.
Yeah. So you just, and this gesso goes such a long way.
It does indeed. I found that the hard way.
Oh, did you spill some?
Well, you sort of put a little bit out, you're thinking your own, because it's got the ketchup bottle lids.
Yes.
So it's like a non-spill lid. When you squirt it out, you think you're only squirting a little bit, but then it just seems to go on and on and on.
It does only come out when you squeeze it, though.
It does.
So you kept on squeezing when you should have stopped, basically. Yeah? Yeah.
It's like a life lesson.
So it does come in this brilliant bottle that you can stand your gesso on its end as well.
Oh.
And the click-clack lid.
It's like a train.
And then it will only come out when you squeeze it.
I like that.
Okay, so it's not going to come out unless you squeeze it. Okay, but
it also sort of cuts it.
Yes.
So when you stop,
it cuts it off.
Sucks it back in.
That's it. So once you've gessoed, you can use your paint. Now, the reason I've used my black gesso is because I'm going to use a dark paint. In fact, I'm going to use black paint.
Black paint on black gesso?
Yes.
Now, we've got the paints as well. I'm intrigued about this. We've got the paints on the show as well, if you want to go for the paints. Very busy early. You're getting all the colourways that you're getting here. You sort of get a bit of everything in here. So you get all your greens and your reds and your teals, your beiges that you've got that you are looking. So it's absolutely beautiful colourways is what you're getting. £44.99, but you get all the storage in there as well. This is not storage is extra. You get all those colourways. That's stacked at the moment. You can take them down and make them smaller if you wanted to go down that route as well. So say you don't want all the colours, you can turn them around, you can do whatever ways you want to go with them, but you can manipulate them in the way they want to be manipulated. Each one also on the back has got the little hangy holes. So you've got your little hangy holes on there, so you can hang these on the wall in your craft room should you wish to. £2.14 a paint is what you're looking at, and then you've got your storage. I can't talk and put this together at the same time. And then you've also got your storage as well, is what you're looking at. £22.50. You would think so, that's my job. 979624 is your item number for your paints. Opens up that flexible basket, means anything else you pop in there will be split onto 2 interest-free flexible payments as well. Right then, Mel, black on black.
Black on black, because you'll see that the gesso soaked into the MDF, so it's quite a dull colour, so it's quite matte. Whereas the acrylic paint has got a nice sheen to it.
Oh.
But you can see that the coverage is much better than if you were to put it straight onto MDF. So I probably only need 1 coat, whereas if I put it on straight onto MDF, I probably need 3.
So why waste your good paints when you just put gesso on first?
So, and again, paint that hinge.
Would I get the same effect if I painted it in white gesso? with black over the top?
It wouldn't be as deep. You probably need a couple coats.
Okay.
Because the white gesso is more for like vibrant colours.
Yeah.
I always use the black gesso if I'm doing blacks or browns, and I want to keep it a deep colour. And the white gesso keeps the vibrance of the colour. So if you're using sort of like heritagey colours, use the black gesso, and then use the white if you want nice bright, true to colour ways. So
very quick at coming together.
Yeah. So, and you can see that paint is drying already, but it does look different to the gesso. It's got more of a shine to it.
Yeah, it has now. Now you say it.
So you can see what I mean. Like, I've splodged out far too much black paint. If I had my palette, I wouldn't have put that much out there.
It's true.
So I'm going to put that back in me. What I like about the paint stand as well, because I'm all for getting my money's worth out of my crafty things, so is you can put your paint bottles in upside down.
Like.
Again, the paint is falling to the top
Gravity.
where you need it, so you're not wasting paint. Because when you store it upright, the paint kind of coats the outside, the inside of the bottle. So if you store it upside down, the paint falls
down the sides as well.
It's really good for that.
A win-win. It's worth having a little look.
So I'm going to use my flake and glitter glue, but because I'm doing it on fine pieces, I'm going to use a brush to put it on rather than the tip.
We've changed the details on the screen to the Prosecco bottle gift set. Now, remember, you're getting two of them. It's been busy for the Prosecco. A lot of Prosecco lovers out there. So the Prosecco is the slightly bigger one that you were looking at on this one here. You've got your Art Deco, which is the one Mel's using at the moment, or you've got your beautiful Moroccan lattice. These would make nice lanterns, I feel, in the garden as well. Got a little light in the bottom.
Yes.
Light them up, especially the lattice work. You're just going to get that subtle light. Maybe even put vellum on the inside, coloured vellum, and then put your light on the inside. Just make it pop.
So I'm just putting my glue on. The reason I'm not pouring it from the nib of the bottle is because I don't want to over pour and pour it on the inside.
Okay.
So that when I put my gilding flakes on, they're not going to get stuck inside.
Remember, you get your gilding glue with the gilding flakes as well, and you get all three colourways of your gilding flakes. All three colourways. You get your gold, you get your bronze, and you also get your silver as well for $12.96. $12.96 for 200 mils of your gilding flakes, and there is a lot of gilding flakes in there. They're all stuck together, so you literally, when you open them, they sort of come out in a big clump. But then, once you start peeling them apart, there is a lot of gilding flakes that you're getting for $12.96. 025945 is your item number with the special glue that goes with it as well. And the glue dries tacky, doesn't it?
Yeah, so you can see it's blue at the moment, and then it's going to go, you leave it for like 10 minutes and it's going to go clear. And then once it's clear, you can put your gilding flakes on it. So your gilding flakes, we call them flakes, but some of the pieces are massive. They are like jumbo flakes, aren't they?
They are.
So would open them up into a takeaway tub or a Tupperware tub, and just let them expand and then prise them apart, because some of the pieces are really, really big in there. So once that's dry, you'll be able to see where you've put your glue. The cameraman's not going to like me because I'm on black, aren't I? Black on black.
That's all right, we can see the sheen on there.
So you can see the sheen, and then you're going to get your gilding flakes and a pair of tweezers. Of those ones. I prefer those ones.
There we go, we can see the sheen on that.
So now that's ready for your gilding flakes, and you just pop them on. And it sticks straight to it.
I love this.
And this just brings the Art Deco bit to life, really.
It's a bit like gold leaf. The easiest way to describe it is if you like gold leaf and you think, oh, I'd love that. You know when you see all these big, expensive hotels and they've got gold leaf everywhere? Well, this is what you can do. With gilding flakes, you just go into the charity shops, buy the old frames and do them all up to the Art Deco style. As long as you've got the right glue and the gilding flake, you can sort of do anything. Rub them back, knock them back, make them old, make them distressed.
Yeah, so like if you've got furniture at home and you want to change the handles or anything on your chest of drawers or anything, you want to make it sort of like, if you want to do them, you fancy like silver gilt ones or anything, you can use your gilding flakes for that as well. So it's not just for your MDF projects, it's for everything really. Now you're using tweezers, do we have to? No, I tend, like, because I don't want to get it everywhere and I'm working from a pot, if I was doing, using the double-sided, I'd just pick it out the pot and rub it all over. Okay. Do you see the size of that flake? Look at that. So, yeah, depending what I'm doing, and I'm quite a messy crafter, so I tend to get glue all over my hands.
Okay. Oh, so everything then sticks.
And then I get gilding flakes all stuck to my hands as well.
But you don't mind glue on your hands. We've worked this out already at the top of the hour.
Yeah, like the MDF glue and the PVA glue, but not the gilding flake glue.
Oh.
Because that doesn't dry like the same, it just stays sticky.
She has a favourite glues.
But if you see the size of that gilding flake, that is like a piece of gold leaf, isn't it?
Oh, it is.
There, see, I've got it stuck to my thumb now.
So a little going to go a long way. They're singing Goldfinger in my ear. A little is also going to go a very long way with these. It's worth having a little look. £12.96 is what you're looking at. Gold, silver and copper with that 60ml of the glue as well. 025945 is your item number. Let's go back to the wine bottle holders though. That you're looking at here. They have got the lids on there so that everything does simply close up that you've got on there, so it all does fit beautifully and close up, as you can see with this one here. You've got your Art Deco or you've got your Moroccan that you're looking at here. Look at that beautiful Moroccan lattice all the way around. It's absolutely stunning. We have got a wine bottle. I can show you what they look like when they go in. So just look at the detail that you're going to get in there. So that beautiful label, if you've got the label on there, you're going to be able to see what it is. So maybe it's for a gift, maybe it's for a 21st. You know when you get those bottles when you're slightly younger and you don't really know what to do with them? You know, am I allowed to drink them? Oh no, you have to keep this one. Oh, fabulous. So, we all get them though. You all get them. You all buy a bottle. Oh, this is for your 21st, but you must keep it because I've had it freshly engraved. OK, I won't drink it. But you keep it in a carrier that looks a little bit like this. I absolutely adore them. Then with the lattice behind as well, you're not really going to be able to see what it is, but you put a few lights in that bottle, you are then good to go. Absolutely love them. Love them, love them, love them. £14.98. I would get a couple as well. Ready for birthdays, for a little surprise birthdays. You don't know what to do. Pop a bottle in at the rack. You can hand them in straight away. £14.98. You're going to get two of the same design as well. 565299 is your item number. How are we getting on with the gilding?
All right, I'm not going to finish it because it's taking forever. Okay. So, and I haven't got the patience. So, once that's done, you can use whatever tool you like. You can even use your blending brushes to get that off, if you want to. It's a nice soft edge.
Now, obviously, make sure it's a clean blending brush. Don't use one with the ink on already. If I'm saying that, though, if you would like a set of 4 blending inking brushes for £10.99, I've got those on the show for you. 486505 is your item number. Super soft brushes is what you're looking at on this one, with a good bend. So if you are a little heavy-handed, they have got a good bend on there. They are durable, so you can get into those little nooks and crannies that you've got on there. Super, super soft, super, super smooth. Good for your stenciling. Good for your inks, good for your blending as well. It doesn't come in the pot. That is mine. £10.99. 486505 is your item number.
So once you're happy and you've got all your bits off, it's gonna look like this.
Oh.
And then you can just decorate your box however you like. I've put a couple of flowers up there, and then I'm going to put some here.
That looks nice. I like that.
It's going to look quite pretty. I think anybody would be glad to get something like
Well,
that.
it looks like you spent a little bit more money, even if it's not the most expensive bottle of wine or whatever you're putting in there.
Yeah.
It makes it look that little bit more expensive.
Yeah, and these are just what you've got in your craft box, really. If you've got some decoupage, if you've got some Art Deco decoupage to put on there, put that on there just to give it a little bit of decoration.
No, you could put your papers on these, like your graphic 45s. You could gesso them. You could stamp on top of them as well.
Yeah, yeah, you can do absolutely anything because you've done that base layer of your gesso and your paint. If you want to stamp on top of them, that's your layer to stamp straight onto.
That's very true.
So it's you can decorate it however you like. So if it's for a man, it can be more manly. If it's for your best friend.
Can be more best friendy.
Your best friendy.
There's so much scope with all these. 486505 is your item number. Yeah, maybe it's going to be for the class teacher at the end of year. And you don't want people to really know what's in there.
Oh, and if it is for the class teacher, get the kids to decorate it.
True.
You could even put her name on it.
Yes.
Mrs. Oh, well, my daughter's a teacher, so she'd be called Mrs. Softcut.
Well, there you go.
There we
see?
go.
We've got Mrs. Williams in ours, Molly's teacher is. But she's got about 4. I get very confused of who's teaching. £10.99 are there for your blending brushes. Let me give you details once again for your wine racks. That you're looking at here. So these are your wine holders, your wine gifties that you were looking at. The little gift boxes for £14.98 is where we're going on. This one is what you've got. 565299 is your item number. So you're getting Art Deco or you're getting your Moroccan in this one. As I said, it does fit in with the bottle, your standard wine bottles that you've got in there, so it does fit with all the bottles that you are looking at. It's worth having a little look at one of these. £14.98 with an £11 saving. 565299 is your item number. That's for your wine. If you want to go slightly bigger for your Prosecco bottles, they are slightly bigger now, okay, that you've got on here. So you've got those bigger bottles already. So with Prosecco, we're now talking champagne. But I think these would be beautiful in the garden as like lanterns. Use them as your lanterns that you've got in there. Fill them with the little string lights. I think you can get 700 lights on a wire, your candles in there. I reckon you get some little succulents, I reckon you could get growing from the front of these as well.
Oh, that's an idea.
Some little succulents that grow, like little air plants that you could build from the front of these. £16.98, same style, just slightly bigger. 899373 is your item number this time with an £11 saving. I love the Moroccan one that you've got on this one. Good saving, and they do all close at the top. You really, really can't go wrong. 899373 is your item number. From there, double-sided adhesive sheets this time. Turn any die into a sticker, basically. So all the books, all the cards that you want to do, you can now do with your double-sided 10 double-sided sticky sheets. That what's that? It works out to be about £1 a sheet, doesn't it? So that's 50p for an A5 sheet. That's really good value when you break it down like that, isn't it? Because you're not going to use a full A4 sheet every single time. So you can really position your words on where they go. Put your gilding flakes on these. Turn them into a big sheet of gold gilding if you wanted to use it as a background, maybe for a photo or something like that. 633452 is your item number that you are looking at for this one with a £5 saving. On that one, these are ridiculous value for money. It really, really is. You've got your spotty and your stripy that you're getting in here. You're getting 120 8x8 sheets. That's 160 GSM. All you have to do is choose whether you want spotty or stripy. But for this sort of price, I would go for both of them. What are you talking? Just shy of 20 quid. Just shy of £20, and you're going to get 240 sheets of 8x8. One in spotty, one in stripy. 8p a sheet, it works out to be. So you've got things like your yellow in there, you've got your terracottas, you've got your teals, your forest greens, you've also got your baby blues. Absolutely love them. You've got your yellows in there. Just look at the colourways. It really does add something to a card. Maybe it's going to be a photo. Maybe you're just going to put them in the back of frames. Now, obviously, this is swirls, I understand that, but you could put these straight into your frame. You could go straight into your frame and then add on top. Okay, so that would fit actually in your 8x8 frame. It would look quite nice, wouldn't it? You put that into your frame with some of your Easter characters that we've got on the show. A little family photo that's in there for Nan and Grandad. They'd love that. Little baby photos. £9.99 is what you are looking at for that one. I'll put that there, it's an heirloom. £9.99, 439 168 is your item number. You have to choose Spotty or you choose Stripey. Now, obviously, the perk of Stripey is you can have the lines horizontally or you can have them vertically. The choice is yours. 2 options to choose from, horizontal or vertical. £9.99. I would be going for both of these because I think they really do work together. I keep saying that, it's £9.99. I can't get over the price on them. I really can't, not for 120 sheets. We're talking MDF characters next. Your little MDF characters. You're getting 5 of the characters all in all. You're going to get your egg, your standard egg that's in there. But it could also be a balloon, if you wanted it to be. It could also be a pebble, if you wanted it to be as well. You're going to get your chicken, which I think has to be a chicken. There's no way of getting around that. Is a chicken. You've got your rabbit. I like the little rabbit. It looks like a hot cross bun. Hot cross bunny.
Hot cross bunny.
It does though, doesn't it? Like you'd have it on top of a hot cross bun. You could also stencil through these. Put these down and spritz your spritzers through them. You're going to get the shapes of your bunny through them. You've got your little egg baskets. But if you do that way, look, you've got a balloon and a basket. Then you've also got your detailed eggs as well. That's the way my mind works. Then you've got your detailed eggs that do overlap on the top. It's worth having a little go. £9.99 once again. There's not much on this counter over £15, I don't think. I think the most expensive thing on the counter is £16.98, which is your Prosecco bottles. That's the biggest. So £16.98 is my cap-off point for everything else on the show that's on the counter on the front. Anyway, I know that. Then you got your tags. You get a lot of tags here. A lot of tags for your money. A lot of MDF for your money is what you're going to be getting. 3 different sizes on top of all this as well. Your small, your medium and your large for £11.99. That's 30 tags in total is what you're going to get. Do we know how many sizes of each? Oh, you get 10 of each? Obviously, yeah, because it's 30. £11.99 with a £12 saving. You never know, you might get 15 of one, 5 of another. No, 10 of each. 457302 is your item number for your tags. Last but no means this is what our Mel's missed out of. So far, she's wasted a lot of black gesso and a lot of black paint today. She won't be getting that back. Is your palette and your palette knives as well. So you're going to get your super sturdy palette knives. I like these with all the numbers on. So you get from 1 to 5 in your orders because each palette knife does its own different thing. Because they're all different ends. So you got from the smallest of stencils to the thickest of stencils to your paste, to your mediums, to your snows that you're going to put on there as well. £11.99. That's £11.99. Let's get back over to Mel though. Mel, what are you up to?
So I've just finished putting my flowers on the side, and I just think,
oh, look at that.
That's a pretty little gift, isn't it?
It is.
And you just open the side bits up and put your bottle in there,
Love
and then.
That.
So it is, these side bits are nice and they fit really snugly, so you're not going to lose your bottle from in there. So they do fit nice and snug.
There you go.
There we go. So your bottle just goes in there. I think that's a lovely gift for someone, isn't it?
I like that. That's what very Art Deco that we're talking about. £14.98. You can choose from your Art Deco and all your lattice. What else do you want to show me? We haven't got that long left.
We haven't.
Got about 10 minutes.
So I'm going to show you the double-sided, I think. How about die cutting that? So I've spread myself out here. So this is your double-sided sheets.
Okay.
So when you put your die on, it's really important that you put your die on the right way, so that when you cut it out and turn it over, the wording is the right way round. Do you know what I mean? So, and you get, like, I've cut out 1, 2, 3, 4, I can't count. 4, not quietly anyway. 4 already, but if I was being really frugal, I could have probably got 1, 2, 3 and a little extra along one row. So you can get a lot out of one A4 sheet, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
So I'm just going to put that through my die cutter.
Is there a right and a wrong way to put these on?
No, because they're double-sided, so...
Well, I don't know, there might be a shiny side and a non-shiny side if I was going to do something else with them, but they're both the same, they're both back.
The same, yeah. Yeah, we're trying not to confuse me too much.
No, they're both double-sided. You can put whatever side you want.
They're both double-sided. So you can see that's cut out beautifully. So I've only put that through once. And then just poke out your little bits that you don't need. Get rid of those, because you don't want to stick them on your piece of paper or your card or your MDF. I wonder.
Go on, try it. Do it. Do it.
I wonder if we could put it on there. Shall we try it?
Would it work because of the
flexi?
The flexiness of it.
Shall we try it?
Let's give what we got to lose. Give it a go. That's what we do. We live on the edge. We experiment, so you haven't got to when you get home.
I have got one I did earlier on a tag, so if it doesn't work, I can show you that one.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open it up and just... Oh, I'm not going to break my wine bottle. I'm not going to bend it too much. She says. So I'm going to peel. This is the fiddly bit, isn't it? Getting the backing off.
But now if you've got the right tools for the job.
Yeah, there we go.
So even those intricate of dies.
Just stick it, if I stick that bit to my finger, that should, there. Should be able to just peel that off.
10 adhesive sheets is what you're going to get.
Oh, I want to poke that bit out. I don't want to put that on my...
So have you taken both sides off now? So is it sticky on both sides?
No, just one side.
Just one side still sticky?
Because I'll be in a right pickle. Well, more of a pickle than I'm already in. I want to get that little piece out before I stick it down so that... There we go. So you see it's quite strong.
It is, really strong.
Fiddled about with that, haven't I?
You've done a lot of fiddling.
And then we're going to...
Will this... I'm intrigued as well. You have the nation gripped.
The nation.
What are you laughing at? We go all over the nation. We're very big all over the world.
All over the world, yes.
Yeah. Very big down in Cornwall and Devon.
Right, I'm going to press that down.
Oh, look at this.
So I'm hoping it's going to work, you know. And then peel your top off.
Here we go. Then we could sprinkle glitter onto that also. What we're going to do now?
Well, I think I'm going to put more gilding flakes on.
Yes, let's do it, do it. I think you could do this, Ross. I mean that nicely. Yeah, I genuinely think you and Katie could do this. Can we make this sell?
Of course, yes. Of course. We want you to make to sell. We want you to buy more. So just rub that nicely on top of your double-sided.
I can make a little business making wine bottle, selling carriers.
Put your lid on your
gilding flakes.
Gilding flakes, because you don't want them to go everywhere. I did that the other week when I was working in my office, and I sneezed, and I just got a big puff of gilding flakes.
Oh no! It's like a magical sneeze, though. And then all this. beautiful gold.
And then rub it off.
This looks good.
Look at that.
Look at this.
I did get that little bit out. Yes, I did. Yes. There we go.
Oh, now we're talking. Look now. That has finished it. That has.
Well. There we go.
Oh, look at that now.
How cool's that?
It just adds something, just as a thank you gift. It really does work using those stickers. And you haven't got to fiddle around with it. It hasn't got to be difficult. Literally, you run it through the die machine, you take your backing off, you poke everything out, stick it on, put your gilding flakes on top.
I think any teacher or any friend or anybody really, relation or anything, would be happy to get that.
It really would. You put that in a little bottle on the inside. Because it's black as well, you could even put lights, wrap lights around it. I know I keep banging on about lights.
Yeah.
But because it is so black, it would really elaborate the bottle on the inside.
Well, and our little LED lights would be perfect for in there, because you could just dangle the battery pack out the outside, so you wouldn't have to keep opening and closing it. Or as well, once you've drunk your nice wine or anything, put the cork light in and just have it like that. I think, I do have to say, my best friend, bless her, she's broke her ankle. Oh. She had an operation on Sunday, so she's got 2 weeks in bed, which is going to kill her because she's nuts. But I might take this to you on Thursday when I come and see you. With a nice bottle of something.
What are you thanking her for, though? For breaking her ankle? Or?
Just for being my bestie.
Just for being your friend?
Just for being my bestie.
Because you don't need an occasion to give gifts. Just saying. You don't need an occasion to give gifts to people, whether it be wine or whether you're going to go for slightly larger for the Prosecco. The details are on your screen for the gilding flakes at the moment. 025945 is your item number. You've got there's your gilding flakes, and you've also got your glue included as well. It's a special glue that is built with a purpose in mind, so it's worth having all these adhesive sheets is what I've got to show you now, because you're getting 10 for £9.99. We showed you how detailed and intricate you can get with your adhesive sheet. 633452 is your item number for this one. Saving of £5. Then we've also got your Prosecco holder, so your big Prosecco bundle that we're looking at. The two different options is what you're looking at. You've got your Art Deco and your Moroccan lattice that we've got here as well. £16.98, 899373 is your item number. These are your large Prosecco ones, and then it's like a little church. I like that as well. You could build a little village. Then you've also got, that was the bottle. Then you've also got your wine carrier as well. I'm like literally like Mr. Clumsy today. £14.98. Two different designs. You are going to get two of them of the same design. So whether you go for the Moroccan lattice or whether you go for the Art Deco, the choice is yours. £14.98. 565299 is your item. Check out those other happy hour deals as well. You've only got 4 minutes left. You've got 4 minutes to get the little deals before the prices go back up, whether it be the big tags, whether it be your palette, whether it be your Easter there, whether it be your papers, whether it be your sponges or your magnets. I've got more glue with a bigger glue cube. This is no. Oh, she's even done a tag. I don't know if we can see. Can we quickly see the tag that our Mel's done?
Can you see the tag?
Can we see the tag?
Come back.
There we go. Look at that now. Just finishes that off with the tag.
So, and I've used the blackboard paint on that.
So you could take it off if you fall out.
Yeah.
She could re-gift it to somebody else. All that is left to say is thank you, Mel. Been an absolute. The hours flew by. Absolutely flew by. Get those deals up when you're back. Do you know?
Next month.
Okay, then we'll see you then.
Yes.
Oh, surprise. Next month with more new stuff, no doubt, in the pipeline. 15 seconds from me, which means you've got less than 3 minutes now to get these deals before the prices go back up. Don't go anywhere. I'll tell you what's coming up next for the next 3 hours, but I think we're going to let Leonie loose in the next one. Oh, have fun. Yes, indeed, it's time to let Leonie loose, which means it's Wednesday. Then we've got the brand new Two Red Robins Little Animals collection, not seen before, one show you don't want to miss.
It's
Flextravaganza time! From Friday the 21st at 6 p.m. until Monday the 31st of January at 6 p.m, we're giving you the chance to spread the cost of your New Year's projects by bringing you our Flextravaganza event. Over the course of a week, if you add any items to your shopping basket worth £1 or more, online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flextravaganza Flexi Basket offers. This means you can spread the cost of your entire order into 2 equal interest-free flexi-buy payments, offering you a more cost-effective way of shopping with us. Pay the first payment when you place your order, then the second payment a month later. Flexible payments for everyone. Join us from Friday the 21st of January at 6 p.m. to make your shopping experience with the craft store even easier.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers, colours, textures, and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high-quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dies, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and format. I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hello everybody and a warm welcome. So it's that time of the week where we get to let the fabulous Leonie loose. Now this is Tracy Easton's brand new collection. You've already been shopping ahead, and I tell you what, there's very good reason why. We've got a video to explain how good this is. The samples are incredible. I'm going to introduce you to the lovely Leonie who's in the house. Whoop whoop. Hello, Leonie.
Hello, dear. How are you?
You posted a great thing on your Instagram.
When I opened.
Yeah, open up.
Yeah.
So Tracy sent you, obviously, the stamps to work with. Tell everyone what you put, so anyone hasn't
Seriously, when Tracy sends the stuff to us, it's just, and our lovely bio Jess as well, she's the same. She's like, I love Tracy, I love Tracy. Because she wraps all my stamps up, she wraps them all up in red tissue paper, and there's a lovely little sticker on her, one of the clan, and then there's ribbon round it. Honestly, everything is beautiful. It's beautiful. And then look, she sent this. She sent, and it's a little photograph, but there's a little message on it. She said, "Thank you so much, Leonie. The Clan McDougall is named for my mum. Each stamp set is a member of my family here or next door. Love on the hill," which is beautiful. On top of the hill is my mum with a love for my dad. Oh. Isn't that gorgeous?
It is.
And there's so much, and we were chatting about Tracy's stuff. She always makes me want to cry, because it's always serious. I have trouble doing these shows because I feel like I'm going to well up all the time. But it's because Trace does everything from in there. You can feel it. It's all from the heart, and it's all real. You know what I mean? It's just, her artwork is beautiful, and she puts so much joy into it. It's just stunning.
I don't think you could have phrased it any better. And as a crafter, there's something very special when you invest in stamps that have such a personal message.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
no stock images here. Everything is hand-drawn. It has a personal message.
And it's the words. The words are just, oh.
We've got to give a message, or we've got to say hello to the clan, because I know the whole clan watching right now.
And they always get very excited when the clan watch. And they they clack their lovely big shoes, and they love watching they love seeing themselves on television.
Well, I mean, why wouldn't they? Do you know what? When you get these home, have a read on the back, because each of the stamp sets, I'm just going to pick up one. Now, we have got different options. I will go through these in a moment. I just wanted to show this to you. So this is a little treat for yourself. There's one of the stamps. I mean, beautifully drawn stamps. And then when you look at the back, you get the whole story. So please read that. And that is when we say there's such a personal message to it. And I like the fact that Tracy's devoted, said inspired and dedicated to my dad. You know, everything's such a personal message. What I'll do, I'm going to go through your first option. So first option up here, top row, this is your magic option. So I'm going to go through the boards just so we can see everything. So having a look, this is your first stamp that you're seeing here, and these are all the stamps. So you've got this phenomenal character, letters from life, right? And there you can see all your words underneath too. So there's your letters from life, your little bits. I love the little pictures. Life holds magic in there. Choose joy. Be brave. Be silly. Be happy. Come on.
That's Dougal.
Be brave, be silly, be happy. This is how we should be leading our lives. So I love the words, and actually, Leonie, you said it already. I think that's a very important, it kind of underpins Tracy as a person. It's the words she incorporates within this. Okay, so that's the first one. Then look at this, smooching and swaying.
And that does lovely. That's Gran and Grandad. Isn't that lovely? It has to be one of the old classics, doesn't it? Because did you see Great Granny and Great Granda? And obviously every time I try and read in Scottish it goes wrong.
We've worked out, the whole team, we worked out that we are terrible reading in Scottish.
Terrible.
We're insulting the whole nation when we try and do this.
It's a gathering of the clans into the night. But it's just beautiful. So I did write enough. Lost in each other's eyes, they were smooching and swaying, dancing to the beat. It was like no one was watching. Isn't that just gorgeous? That's on the back of the stamp, of course.
That for an anniversary.
Stunning.
How stunning. Whatever age, I think that's really nice. And when you look at the actual sentiments in here, in the clan we are, love fiercely, say sorry. It's a good one. Laugh together. Are brave, your heart, my heart, love you, smooching and swaying, loving life, finding joy. That's so nice. I reckon they're listening to a bit of Pat Boone. No one knows it. The only reason I know that my mum used to like listening to Pat Boone. Okay, as we go through. Now this is Little Me and the Raggedies. Little Me and the Raggedies, again, including this first set, the magic set. So words in here. So let's promise to always be the best of friends. That's such a great sentiment to have. Let's promise to always be, and then you've got either the best of friends in here or braver together, always by my side, forever friends. Isn't that nice?
Yeah.
Leonie, what one would you pick for me?
So have you heard about the wee human who goes about where are the wee ones?
Yep.
So this is the human who goes. So I think it must be Tracy, because Tracy goes about with the wee ones. I've seen her right enough, and the wee ones flock to her along with our feathered friends. Isn't that fabulous? And them big hairy four-legged beasties,
Well, you've
which
got to
will
watch
be one
out.
of the doggies.
The big hairy four-legged beastie. How are your big hairy four-legged beasties?
Watch out for one of those four-legged beasties.
Especially if you're a rabbit.
Especially
and
if
an
you're a
owl.
rabbit or anything else.
Leonie, out of this one, which one would you pick if you're making me a card? So let's promise to always be...
Best of friends.
I'll take that. I'll take that.
Ain't it lovely?
Okay. Yeah, it's nice. Okay, so go through. This is the last one in the collection, and you've got your magic in your soul. What I love, love, love about this set is the words in here. Actually, there's a really good example to highlight what I'm about to say. And you can pick out important words in there. So magic, amazing,
and on
greatest.
the back of the stamp with this one, this is lovely. What is the magic in your soul, I hear you ask? Why, it's a gathering of words to remind you to live your best life, and take new day as a gift that we are given, and to start over. Fill it up with good things.
And it is filled
She's so good,
with good
isn't she?
things.
She's so good.
I'm not the only one. I love Tracy, and I love what she represents as a craft and what she offers you. So that is your first option. I'm going to show you. This is magic option. Let's just look at a couple of examples from magic. Like, for instance, come on.
Dougal.
Ali, this is lovely. So there's Dougal skating away in love, and you've got the letters in there as well. And speaking of in love, now come on. Smooching and a bit of swaying. Leonie, do you have any special smooching and swaying music?
No, love.
No? Come on.
Okay, Rage Against the Machine.
Well, there's some high tempo smooching and swaying going on there. Let me pop that.
Why? What's yours, Ariane?
Oh, I don't know.
Hard to remember, isn't it?
It is hard. It's been so long. No. Let me just show you here. This is nice too. There's Little Me and Raggedy's. Oh, that is a great inspiration.
Isn't that beautiful?
Look.
Isn't that beautiful?
Okay, busy, really, really busy. Oh, I'll just show you as well with the sentiment too. Oh, it was here. Here we go. Let me just show you this. It makes great backgrounds. You don't want to have that as a background. Nice. $38.96 is your price. That's your magic option. Already nearly 20% of the stock has gone here. And what I tend to find, Leonie, is that these are characters, and building up the clan. Obviously, we've seen a lot of the clan over the years, so a lot of people building up their collections because you're creating Tracy's world.
Yeah, and this is it. They all mix and match together beautifully. All the extra little stamps are beautiful because you're building up backgrounds, you're building up loads and loads of different sentiments. So yeah, you're literally just adding to your collection. But they're good standalone images as well. But they're joyful and they're fun. You know, she brings a lot of fun into her images.
You cannot. I found myself, as Leonie was talking, I was looking down at some of the examples. And I was aware that I was smiling. You look down and instantly you get a smile because they're such characters, and this is what it's going to do. And as Leonie was saying, it's going to bring joy to you. Okay, looking at our next option, this is the love option. So as we go through, I have got again some boards for you, so I'll just show you just easier to see the stamps. This is your Masmeal.
Mouse mail.
Oh, mouse mail.
Yeah.
I heard Masmeal. I thought that was her name. So there we go. That's
Tavi. It's Tavi is this one.
Mouse mail. And as we start having a look, sending you the bestest of wishes. Homeward bound, special delivery just for you. That's a great one. Letters from home, surprise. Good things are coming. Yes, they are. Actually, good things are coming here to the craft store on Crate and Craft. So there we go. That's one.
Can I read a bit of that one?
Yeah, please do.
Why did you see Don Wee Tavi walking around with on contraption on the gathering and the gathering? I did. He looked so happy trundling along, bursting and overflowing it was with a foot. Oh, hold on.
That was a good one.
With a hung phone out the back.
Well, that could have been a career ender if you got that one wrong.
I even saw a bottle of them special wishes. Oh well, never mind. Ken folks will not mind if things are going a wee bit kerfuffled.
Your Scottish is getting better. I say we're getting there.
It isn't.
We're getting
It never
there.
does. It changes into
Right.
so many different accents.
A few in there though. You got a few. Love, love, love the dog. So it's Hector and Donald. It's the disparity in size as well. Donald is awesome. Awesome there with Donald, and some lovely words too. So you are splendipity-deuce, splendipitous. There we go. I was trying to do it with an accent, didn't work. Waggy tail and raspberry kisses. Oh, having you in my life is the bestest gift of all. I mean, they're lovely, and let's read a bit at the back.
A little bit at the back. Did you see Don Hector the other day? Up to his shenanigans with a wee hands. Aye, his tail was a wagging, his ears were flapping, his tongue was hanging out his mouth, and he and he was was out the wee anise. Hinny for his back, honestly, that one's harder.
You start off strong. I have to make you tape it off by the end. Pop that down.
That wee Donald was giggling with glee, and such a reet good time.
Reet good time.
Reet good time. Fabulous. Okay. They're fabulous.
Yeah. And then as we go through, we've also got, oh, I love her. This is your daydreamer.
Daydreamer.
Daydreamer, if you look at some of her words, dear daydreamer, magic maker, happy bubbles bubbling. Walking into your dreams is the most magical place to be. That's so true. It's a life. I think that's the life that you live, Leonie.
It is, yeah, a little bit. I have no idea what's going on at the time. Did you see the one they call the Daydreamer the other day at the gathering? Okay, I did. Where a bronze sight he was, walking round, bop bippity bop, how fabulous. Pop bippity bop, passing out on magical bubbles with a wee anise, fine on themselves to get near him. Such magic he brings to them who are lucky enough to lay eyes on him. How lovely is that?
You're getting there with your Scottish accent.
If I overthink it, I fail.
You kind of drift into super. Do you remember Supergran? A little bit of Supergran.
Yeah.
This is your final stamp. This is your love on a hilltop.
And this is Tracy's mum.
Oh, wow.
With the love she feels for her dad. Isn't that just beautiful?
You know, you're right. It's a bit emotional, isn't it?
Yeah, it gets you. Yeah. Did you see that one? Hold on again. Did you see that one me McDougall lassie up the hill top last night? Aye, I did. My heart fair melted to see that wee Maureen or McDougall stood at top of the hill, stars shining bright. Stars shining so bright, holding on to the hugest heart I ever did see. Oh, isn't that beautiful? Oh, she was sending her love to the one she loves. Oh.
See that? I mean, it must be quite emotional. It's emotional for us. Can you think what it's like for Tracy actually creating these? And also, I mean, so important too. And there's a lot of emotional resonance within this. Oh, I'm just going to show you this one. That's lovely.
Isn't that beautiful?
So she's kind of thinking.
Yeah. And that's one of the older stamps as well in the collection. On his lovely little bike, getting very excited.
Oh,
zooming down the road. But yeah, and I love that because that really shows how the collections all work together beautifully.
And I like a sense of scale as well when Tracy draws. Okay, so you've seen both options, both collections. Well, actually, this is interesting. So you can kind of get a gauge where people are at with stock levels, and we're pretty even on both, and that kind of indicates to me a lot of you are going for that complete collection. If you did want both, it's £77.92, and you'd be paying £10. You'd be saving £10, and you'd have flexi payment in there as well. So you can either go for Magic, Love option, or both together. If you do have both, though, it would open up that flexi basket. 194149, your item number. You didn't come to hear me prattling on. You obviously want to let Leonie loose, so I'm going to be handing over to the lady of the moment who's going to showcase how fabulous Tracy is as a designer. So what we're going to do?
Thanking you. Right, first of all, I did actually go for the wee human. Because the wee human is just absolutely adorable. Such a gorgeous, gorgeous stamp. And you can see with our lovely little wee human, you've got your little girl and I'll move that a second. But then you've got your little mouse there, you've got your little birds, because obviously she also gets on with all the little birds, and then all the gorgeous sentiments. And I love all these little extra stamps you get, like the gorgeous little hearts and the lovely little crosses there. She always gives you so many lovely little additional stamps that allow you to build, you know, build those backgrounds. You can do all sorts with these. So I'm just going to get a piece of card. I'm going to fold it in half. I should have got my scoring tool, but I forgot. If truth be known, then it is in one of my. Oh, it's okay. It's all right. It'll be right. Yeah, I'm only making a. It's, you know, it's fine. But I should have. But you know, cuts in the corners.
I was just having a look, Leonie.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. You know the one with the dog?
Isn't that gorgeous? Yeah.
And the wings. Now, you know better than anyone because you've had some lovely fur babies in your life.
I've had lovely fur doggies.
So, I mean, that's quite a powerful little image.
Yeah, it
to
is.
have doggy friend with the wings. You can either choose to have the wings on or off. You can obviously mask off. But just remembering those in your life, Dylan, Dave, you know, it's nice things. Okay. Yeah. And hopefully nice memories. That's what we want. We want nice memories.
That's the thing, isn't it? I mean, I think all of these, and I like that. I like that she doesn't. You know, you're not hiding away from that, and I think that's really important because, let's face it, it's life, and you know, and I think it is a lovely. It's lovely as well when you do lose one of your fabulous little animals. People sending cards is really sweet because it kind of acknowledges how much that animal has meant to you.
They
are
members of the family. And
absolutely.
And I think until you've had a dog or a pet being that close, you won't really appreciate just how close they are.
I'll never forget, look at that image. How beautiful is that? Stunning. It was my great auntie, and I never forgave her. I was only a kid. And one of our cats had been run over, and I was absolutely devastated. And I'll never forget, because my great aunt said, well, it could have been worse than it could have been a human. That's it. And I never forgave her, ever.
Wow.
And I was little, but it was like, never, ever.
Harsh when you were little.
No, she was harsh. But anyway, I mean, no, that were her cards marked. Forever.
Hey, speaking of cards that are marked, can we just say a massive thank you to the design team, because we've been looking at these and they are absolutely phenomenal. I'll try and show as many inspirations as we can throughout the hour, but genuinely the whole team, we've come in and Leonie's been saying it, you guys are absolutely incredible, so thank you so much for everything you've sent in.
Oh, and they're so cool. In fact, there's a little tag there with that heart, because I know there's a special, I think that's from Tracy, who wanted a special little thank you on that one as well. And I popped that to one side so we can say a little special thank you.
Look.
Isn't that gorgeous?
To my beautiful friends Tracy and Alex, you bring so much joy to my life, thank you. And that's from Tracy.
Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah, Tracy Thurston, yeah.
It's just, honestly, it's like, I like doing these shows because it's like being part of the little family. Even for just a small, you know, just for a moment. There's so many beautiful... Oh, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting myself again. Look at this. Look at this, though. I mean, how beautiful is that? The little box, and then look.
Oh, wow.
But look, even the tissue paper.
No way! Okay, that's just next level. But this is why we love to craft. Can you imagine giving that to somebody?
Yeah. Isn't that just the most beautiful thing? That's from Sharon. And I do apologise because I have got another one I wanted to show you. In fact, a couple. Sorry, folks. I know I'm meant to be demonstrating, but look at this. Look at this. I'll move that so you can see it proper. So it's a little book, but the magical cover.
I love the use of the lace behind.
I do. I love all these. And look at this little book as well. Look at that. Isn't that just adorable? A little book there, which is absolutely beautiful. And then, I mean... Look at this. Ooh. And this is amazing because it's all, you know, the sentiments.
Yeah.
I'll miss a page so we're not advertising. So it's all the gorgeous little sentiments and the gorgeous little characters as well. Now this is something. This must be Tracy's, because this is what Tracy does, and it might not be, but this is what Tracy does. She does a lot of beautiful upcycling, but she writes, and this is why in the past I haven't been able to read one of her beautiful finished samples because it nearly made me cry. Literally, the amount of times I've nearly cried just doing Tracy's shows. But because, again, it's really, really personal and beautiful.
You described it as heartfelt. Everything is heartfelt.
Everything's heartfelt. Is that not just stunning? I mean, imagine giving something like this. It's just so pretty. And this is lovely because, I mean, this is a lovely way of recycling loved ones' clothes. I mean, this might be... it might be families' shirts, it might be jeans. So making it, and this is possibly why there's tags. Do you know what I mean? Because I'm only guessing, but that would seem to make sense. And it might even be in there, which means if it does say something really thingy, then I might not be able to read it. Oh,
but that's such a good idea. Old clothes, like a memory. It's sort of like a memory album with old clothes. It's very poignant.
Yeah. I tell you what, everything she does is just ridiculously beautiful.
She's good, Tracy.
Oh man, it's lovely. That's really gorgeous, isn't it? Look at that.
Now, I've got to give you a quick update. Nearly a quarter of the stock's gone for... Actually, sorry, over a quarter of the stock has gone for our top option, Magic. And the second option, Love, is not far behind. So really, really busy for this. I'm a completionist, so it's Paola that coined that term. I was on with her the other day, and she said she's a completionist. She likes getting a complete collection. I thought, that's a beautiful word, so I robbed it from her. Don't tell her.
I like that.
I like having a full collection. You're kind of looking at here, so I would be tempted to go for both. Just remind you, if you did want to go for both options, maybe you're struggling to pick between the two, you will open up a flexi basket. So you pay half now, which would be $38.96, and then obviously $38.96 in 4 weeks' time. Leonie, as you start to get into your demonstration, I've got a really nice email. I think it kind of sums up what makes Tracy so special. Do you mind if I read this?
No, not at all.
So just saying, morning, Leonie and Yanis.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for bringing Tracy's wonderful stamps to us. I adore everything she does, as it's created with love and emotion, and that's so true, Andrea. The only problem is, when I receive Tracy's stamps, it takes me ages to open them up as they're so beautifully wrapped. This is what you were saying. They are wonderfully wrapped. She is a truly wonderful human being, bringing love and light in these dark days. And that's true, because...
Isn't that gorgeous?
It just feels at the moment, I don't know, the last couple of years, news has been quite down and depressing, and you know, we've all experienced tough times. So a collection like this takes even more resonance and importance.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think because she's so genuine, you know what I mean. It's real. Yeah. You don't feel it's just being said, you know,
just for the sake of it.
Yeah, it's real. It's from the heart. It's 100% Tracy, which is gorgeous. So. All I'm doing, those little stamps just building up the background. And you can see just how well these go together. Before I do that, I should be doing this one on the finished one. So, colouring in, I'm not gonna colour it in completely, but I'll do a tiny bit of colouring because I have got one. I should be doing this on the one that I've already coloured in. So I've got one already coloured in, but the way I colour these images in, and I'm only doing the way I do it, but I'm a massive fan of pencil crayons. So with my pencil crayon, and these are the your watercolour ones, and I find these the easiest ever thing to work with. So all I do is scribble, okay? Scribble where I want the more intense lines, get my water brush, just cleaning any ink off on my hand, and then you just drag that line out. Now I am using watercolour cardstock. It is our good old Pink Frog watercolour cardstock, so that'll move beautifully. But with your watercolour pencil, you can see that you will get depth. So you can see that line, and that line now, you see, it just, the fold of the skirt, it gives you the fold of the skirt without you needing to work on it. And I really like that because it doesn't, you don't really need to overthink it, and I think that is really, well, for me, that's what I love. I like it being achievable, but it looks pretty. If you need more, what you can do with your watercolour pencil, you can pick it off. Obviously, you never want to put this in the water because you'll ruin your pencil, but you can pick some of the actual colour off the pencil there.
Because we dipped it in, and the wood would soak up and it could rot.
And that would just ruin it. Your whole pencil would go. But just picking a little bit of colour off the tip of the pencil there is fine. And I'm just on it. It's only a little bit. I'm not saturating it, obviously. But you can see the depth of colour there. If I then go in, so I'm going to give her a lovely green jacket, because she's got really nice, warm clothes. They're all snuggly.
She's such a lovely character. She's the kind of character instantly you warm to.
Yes. And they all are, aren't they? Yeah. They feel like the family, you know. They feel like Tracy said, these are her neighbours, the family. And I think you feel that. Very
relatable.
Yes.
Like we all know, and I've always found this every time I've done a show with Tracy. All her stamps. You know someone in your life. You're like, yeah, that's them.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And they do the lighter side of life as well, which is beautiful. You know, it's even you know the one that is based on her mum. You know, at the top of the hill, looking up, sending her love to Tracy's dad. Even though, you know, it could be sad because you're missing somebody, but it's also beautiful because it's remembering them and it's loving them. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I think it's important to remember and celebrate. As hard as it is losing people, and we don't want to get, you know, too bogged down there, but it's celebrating someone's life and remembering them. I think so important.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is. I think she touches on that and she makes it, I don't know, not hiding away from it and making it taboo. No. It's like, this is what it is, you know.
It's a fact of life. It's going to happen to all of us one day.
Absolutely. But to miss someone is okay because you loved them so much. And I think it's, I think it's lovely, is that. So I'm just, now that, hold on a second, I coloured that in, I saw it with a scarf before, but actually it is a little jacket.
Do you know, she's the kind of person you'd want to live next door to. What a fabulous neighbour.
And you know, all the animals are going to love her. All the wee ones are going to love her. She's probably going to be really good at cooking as well. She's good. She's going to be great.
She's got some good vegan recipes under her belt.
Oh my gosh! Yeah. I tell you what, I can. This is basically all I did. So that's how I colour in. Okay, that's all. I mean, I'm not going to colour the full thing just because I did do one. I actually coloured one in.
Wow!
Now.
Isn't
she lovely?
Phenomenal.
Now, I did do that bit as the back of the scarf, but then I noticed the scarf's in there, so ignore that bit. But it's okay. I've decided her hand's behind her.
You wouldn't notice.
That's all. But with this one, look, I've put freckles on her because her face is open enough, and it so suits her having little freckles. So with this one, obviously now I can build up that gorgeous little background. And actually, because I've put blue, I was going to use pink with this, but I'm not going to do. I'm going to go in with a bit of blue with this because I think that'll look pretty. And do you know what? I'm changing my mind on using distress. I'm going to keep using the pencils. So I'm actually going to take one of my lovely little watercolour pencils and just scooch around the edges like so.
Like good word, scooch.
Scooch.
Hey, speaking about vegan recipes, did you eat that lentil pasta I left for you?
No, because I didn't find it. Where was it? Was it in the fridge?
It was in the fridge.
It'll still be all right.
I don't know. It's been there a few days. I think we might have to chuck it.
I'll look first. I'm not. It's all right. Do you know what? As well, I was starving that day, and I thought, I don't know where.
I didn't see you afterwards. But I thought, I hope she's got it.
Oh, good. I didn't want to take anything out of it. I should have just texted you.
You should have messaged
I didn't want to take anything in case it wasn't mine.
No.
Next.
Someone come back. Where's my lunch? Just while we're doing this, we've had a picture in, and thank you so much. Please keep your pictures and messages coming in. We always love hearing from you. studio@thecraftstore.com. So we have got this is an email from Karen, and she sent in a wonderful picture. So she loves Tracy's stamps. She bought some of the collection and used them for some of her Christmas cards. Now, come on. Look at that. And Karen's also saying that the stamps are terrific to work with. She said, just get them, you'll love them. And I agree. That should be a sentiment. Just get them, you'll love them. What a lovely card. If you imagine receiving that as a Christmas card. Absolutely lovely. So thank you, Karen, for sending that in. We've got another picture that Karen sent in. Oh, look. Happy Christmas indeed. Lovely. Karen, thank you. That's really nice to see, and showing you just the versatility of the stamps, because they can be anything. They can be Christmas cards, they can be thinking of you cards, birthday cards, anniversary cards, Easter cards. It doesn't matter.
And that's it. I think with these, yeah, they're literally everything, but you might be using them in your planners. You know what I mean? You might be using them to decorate wrapping paper. And I think that's the lovely thing, because they're such lovely, easy to use images and fun to colour in as well.
I even like the worker stamps, so the hearts that you're working with here.
I love the little worker stamps.
Yeah, that's cool.
I mean, this one is gorgeous because you can create so many different backgrounds. I like it because it's in its threes as well. So it means that you might only do, like, you know, one little stamp, just a 3, but it looks really good.
It's a rule of 3.
Obviously, you can repeat it, and it's gorgeous. So I'm just doing a few little. I'm colouring them in the same colour as I've done the border, because it's nice that everything matches, like so.
Something special about the rule of 3.
There is, isn't there? And it's nice because it goes. Now, the other stamp, I'm going to have to use the little crosses, the little kisses, because these are lovely. And now I'm going to stamp these in black. Oh, look at that. Such a good idea is this one, because this one's cracking for your borders. So you just see just a few of these on your little border. How cute is that? And then again at the bottom. And what I love about, when I'm doing stamp demonstrations, I do this quite often. I just like working with the stamps and not actually doing anything really fancy, because they're so exquisite. Now, the other thing that I used was the big sentiment one. Now, this is absolutely cracking, and I'm going to show you how good it works. I'm just going to dig out a bit of paper to actually stamp this out. You've got another email, haven't you?
No, I've got an email from Tracy herself. This is a lovely email. Do you mind if I read this now?
Oh, no, please do. Well,
You're going to like this. So Tracy's watching. Just saying, poppity by to say hello to you all. Leonie and Yanis, you are pure joy to watch. That's very sweet of you to say, Tracy. She's saying the wee ones are all sat around, giggling, wriggling and blowing kisses too, you all. Wee chests all puffed out. My smile is wide, love in my heart, with my soul singing with joy. Thank you for all you do. The gorgeous design team, which I totally agree with that. Your design team are fantastic. The beautiful souls that give me wee ones, forever homes, and to the people that come into my life. Forever grateful in this life. P.S. We're fair impressed with ye Scottish accent. Love it. I think I ruined the whole sentiment with my bad Scottish accent. Love to you all, and huge hugs, Tracy. Tracy, that is very, very sweet of you to say. But that kind of sums Tracy up.
Done it.
That's it, really
I mean,
does.
just her email makes me want to cry, literally. It's ridiculous. And I know I've told this story before, but and I was telling Meg this morning, I'll probably say it on everyone. I've put my watercolour cardstock. I'm stamping on a stamping platform because it's watercolour cardstock. It's textured. Yeah, I read a craft fair, and I do apologise if you've heard this story loads of times, but it was just the nicest thing. Anyway, the first time I'd ever met Tracy, and she had a stand at this lovely craft event, and these 2 little boys came over, and one of the little boys had already been over, but he wanted to bring his brother over to meet Tracy, because she had the lovely little clam. She had like little like toys that she'd made of the clam, and they all had stories, obviously. But the little boys, so Tracy was talking to them, and the little boys were just absolutely spellbound. Their little eyes, and they're only little, and they were just watching her, and they were utterly engrossed in everything she said.
That's nice.
And you know when it's like, oh my God, she's just sort of weaving magic. You know, the little eyes. it was so divine. And it's like, that's Tracy.
I miss the shows, and especially when you do see the little ones and their eyes are the young crafters, sort of eyes wide, like, I can't believe everything that's going on.
It were the stories, you see. She was telling them the stories of the wee ones, and they were both just
come round for story time. I'd be the same.
I was. Well, it were beautiful. But have a look at that. How gorgeous is that? Now, it will be beautiful embossed. Now, what I've done with this, and this is a lovely thing, because you can lift the lovely sentiments out of it, and so you can use it as a gorgeous big background. It looks amazing as a big background, but you can lift your sentiments out, and when you've lifted your sentiments out, where did I just put my card? Obviously then obviously then you can cut them out. So cut them out first of all, put them on black, and then you'll be able to just cut them out individually. I do it this way though. I'd stick them all on black first before I cut them out, because otherwise, if you're doing sentiments like this one foot in front of the other, where you're cutting it separately, if you do it like that and cut all these out, it's going to be murder trying to find them all. If you keep them on the card until you're ready to use it, it's way easier to find them. That's how I do it, because then you've got all your sentiments ready to go and they look good. You know, when you've got your beautiful little sentiment on there, and it just looks really, really effective. So you can have your lovely sunshine and smiles, and then obviously, with this one, you've got, let's promise to always be best friends, or always by my side. Hold on tight, sunshine and smiles. See that? Sunshine and smiles, forever friends. See, I like that. So my little sunshine and smiles is going to go on here. I kind of like it at the side, actually. So that one's going to go at the side, like so. That's going there, because I like that. And then I'm going to bob one of the little sentiments. Let's have a see. I might put my forever friends, because I think that's so cute. It's a tiny, tiny little stamp, but it's absolutely exquisite. Sorry, I was trying to find my acrylic block, but I obviously have no idea because it's clear. Acrylic blocks are great that they're clear, really annoying that you can never find them. And then popping that on there. Like that. How pretty is that? And that, I mean, that is a really nice, simple little card. But I actually made a full card. Wait, the only one of the hour. But I love it. And she is just absolutely adorable. Adorable. And she does look like she's going to go on an adventure, doesn't she? Yeah, she's beautiful. Please don't miss out on these. You will love them. Right, I'll get ready for another demonstration.
Okay, I'm going to be quick and give you a little update on the options you have. So your first option is your magic. Now, really busy. 40% of the stock's gone for the magic. I'm going to go through, it's probably easier if I show you the boards and then a few examples for each. So we'll do it that way. This is your first one. This is Letters from Life. So you've got lovely sentiments in here too, as we were reading earlier on. So life holds magic. Good things are coming. That's such a really nice one for you. For those who dare to follow their dreams. So that's lovely. And then I'll show you some examples. I mean, come on. Look at that. There is so much character nestled within all of Tracy's work. This is a good inspiration. I wanted to show this one because this shows how all of the characters, there's our Letters from Life, but all the characters work very nicely together too. So that's your first one. As we go through, this is really nice. So this is your smooching and swaying, anniversaries, weddings, any couples there. Absolutely fantastic. So in this clan we, and then you can say, laugh together, we say sorry. So in this clan we say sorry, we love fiercely, we are brave, your heart. So that's such a powerful. In this clan we are brave, we laugh together, we say sorry. Really nice. But when I start showing you these, now look at that. And do you know what I love about this? It's the granddad trousers. Like we all know, that's what I remember. Granddads, they all like to hike up their trousers. It is a proper granddad trouser, right? That is such a great inspiration. So it's like an instant photo card. I'm just trying to avoid branding. Can I say Polaroid? Like a Polaroid. There we go. And then just show gatefold as well. Genius. Absolutely genius, putting two couples together. So love that one. Okay, as we let me just pop those down for a second, and then I'll show you here. Now look at Little Me and Raggedies. So Little Me and Raggedies is one we were just playing with. Let's promise to always be the best of friends, hold on tight, always by my side, braver together. So lots of lovely sentiments within there, and I'll show you some examples. Let me drop that down. Come on, look at that. Isn't that beautiful? So you imagine that as a front of maybe an album or a card or scrapbooking. You could turn these into storybooks. That was Meg, my producer, saying in my ear, and I totally agree, because you've got so much character. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. And then finally, the last one for your magic is your backgrounds. That's your magic in your soul. And there's your backgrounds. for you. So beautiful words that we can pick up. And I'll just show you one example there, so you can see the background. Okay, so that's magic. Now we're going to go on to our next one. This is our love. I'll just show you over here. So, love. Let's start here. So this is your second option. This is your mouse mail. I'll just show you a couple from mouse mail. There you go. There's mouse mail. Very, very cute. We had obviously Karen who emailed in. She'd had mouse mail as well. Great with the background too. So that's your mouse mail. Then we have somebody, be prepared to fall in love. It's Hector, our pooch. Look at Hector. He's got such a lovable face. You know he's going to be slobbering everywhere. I love the little wings on him too. So this could be someone you've loved, a member of your family, you know, it's a fur baby in the past. I know it's hard to think about it, but they are a member of your family and, you know, you do love them. So it's nice. And if anyone, Leonie said it best, if anyone has lost a little fur baby, then a four-legged friend, then it's nice to send a card thinking of them. Okay, so there's Hector. Then we have our Daydreamer. Just show you here. Love Daydreamer. So again, really nice sentiments going on with your Daydreamer, and you can do something like this. Or how about onto fabric? I know that Tracy really likes to work with fabric. Great to embroider as well. Or creating those really eye-catching mantle pleasers. Stunning. And then finally, the last one is Love on a Hilltop. Let me just show you here. That's your Love on a Hilltop. So Love on a Hilltop, and I'll just show you a couple of examples. So this is Tracy's mum, got the heart in her hand, thinking about Tracy's dad. And what a lovely story, you know, and it's really, Tracy should be very, very proud of the story she tells in her work. Okay, so there we go. Those are your two options. A lot of you are going for both options, and I do not blame you because the collections work so well. So if you are building up Tracy's World within your stash, it's the way to go. Or just go for Magical Love. The choice is yours. We're going to show you a video with some finished inspirations from the design team. And again, we would like to take a moment to pause and applaud the design team because they are phenomenal. And if you don't believe me, believe this. Love looking at that. And can I just say thank you so much for all the great messages on social media. We are looking at them and we're so pleased that you're enjoying the show. Okay, so Pooch, what are we going to do?
Okay. Oh, I didn't get a piece of card ready. How rude. So what I am going to do is just get a little bit of card. Come on, Leonie.
Well, while you are getting the card,
let's have a picture. Go on.
I think it's from Paola. Yeah, we've got Lady P. Oh. Thank you. So Paola is saying she's giving myself and everyone else permission to use Completionist. It's Kabuki! Look, and she's saying, oh, sorry, what fabulous emotional stamps. Beautiful and perfect for so many occasions. And she's also saying Kabuki. So Kabuki, this is Paola's cat, recognised Leonie's voice and ran over to see what Paola was watching. Kabuki recognises you.
Hi, Kabuki.
Hey, Kabuki. Do you know what? I can't wait to meet Kabuki and Fuji.
Oh, they are very, very cute.
Oh,
yeah, don't miss out poor little Fuji as well.
She's saying they both have such different personalities.
Yeah. It's they're ace, aren't they? Yeah, Kabuki this time did let me have a little stroke, so she's getting there. She's getting braver. It's so cute. Yeah. They're so cute. Now, at first, when she got him, I'm like, oh, I wonder if I could introduce my dogs to him. But no, we're not doing that. No,
let's not do that.
No, not doing that. No, not my dogs, unfortunately. She's very funny. Anyway, sorry. Photograph. Sorry, not Chris. Photograph, question. So Chris has said, what watercolour pencils am I using? Absolutely. I'm using the Staedtler. I will show you. It's these ones. I'm very lucky. I've got those. They're Aquarelle.
Aquarelle?
It just goes funny in my mouth. But yeah, they're the ones I'm using. I'm very lucky. I've got the pack of 60, which when you open up is an absolute daydream.
Nice,
it's beautiful.
yeah.
So that's the one I'm using, which, yeah, I adore. Now, I'm stamping out. Look at that image. I mean, it's just so lovely, the love on that. I really like this. And I love this because I do think it's a beautiful card for thinking of you. It's a beautiful card for sending loving thoughts. It really is, or for missing someone. But it's equally beautiful just as a birthday card.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's just sending a lot of love to someone.
It's very poignant.
It really is, and it's an exquisite image. Now with this one, I'm going to colour this one in quickly, but because it's such a beautiful image, it is an easy one to colour in quite quickly. You know what I'm like, I just get carried away, don't I? But with this one, and I must admit, there is a few cards from the design team that there hasn't been much, you know, there isn't too much done with them, and I like that. I like sometimes it not being too you know, not too much going on, because I think the images are that beautiful in their own right. So just now, I've put the blue round the arc because I really, that's where I want my eye drawn to. Your main image, our wee lassie, so I'm Maureen into it. And then just letting that ink again, letting the pigment just blend out. So you're getting that beautiful shade of blue, but it's not too intense. And I just think that looks really pretty. And because I'm using a watercolour pencil as well, you get that kind of soft watercolour. You know how you just get that beautiful sort of watercolour line, which always looks really nice. So just doing that initially. So I'd see, and now I hope you can see that. I hope I haven't used it too light, because I did want it very, very soft and subtle.
No, we can see that.
You can see it.
Yeah, we can see
I'm then going to take just a little bit of brown and just do a reuse first of all.
And using the watercolour pencils, this is a really achievable way for anyone at home, because you can recreate what Leonie's doing right now. There's not a high skill level to this.
There isn't, and this is, and honestly, this is because like for colouring in, I love this. I've always loved pencils for colouring in, just because you blend out that colour, and it's just learning how to blend out the colour, but also you blend out, but then push the colour back in again. Because otherwise, can you see, so you're pushing where you want the colour to be intense. If you blend it out too much, you lose the intensity. So you do have to faff a little bit, but honestly, it's utterly worth it. I'm for some reason, I'm not gonna give her a green dress. We're gonna give her a purple dress for some reason, because I never use purple, so let's use a purple. So, again, just doing exactly the same thing. Now, while I colour this, we've had another lovely image. This is from Leslie. Let's have a see what... Oh, my gosh, Leslie, that's stunning. That is so pretty. And
she did this for her granddaughter.
Oh,
How
man.
cute is that?
That's absolutely adorable. They're beautiful. And that... Yeah, that works so well, doesn't it? Yeah, with the one we've got to... And the smooching one, that would work beautiful with the dancing and the smooching. Couldn't you? Yeah, I love that.
Tell a full story. You know, that's what you do with these stamps. They do instantly tell a story. For anybody. And you know, it doesn't have to be... doesn't have to be for couples. That could be, say, a dad and a daughter just sitting there reflecting.
Yeah, or your best mate.
Yeah.
You know, it's you and your best mate against the world. It's just, it's one of those, isn't it? It's whoever you want it to be, it is. And that's why I love stamps as well, because at the end of the day, it's your creation. You breathe the life into these, so it becomes yours. And I love that, because especially when it is an image that is this accessible, you know. Because it does allow you to use it as you want it to be. But yeah, you can tell so many stories. This is hilarious. I've done a usual Leona. I started colouring this in, and I've already cut her out because I was going to 3D her, but I forgot. My brain. My brain. I tell you what, folks at home, do you know what I did the other day?
Go on.
Right, so I thought in my fridge, I like kombucha. So I thought, I've got a can of kombucha in my fridge, and I was looking forward to it. I was saving it.
What's kombucha?
Kombucha, fermented tea.
Oh,
it's good for you. You'd like kombucha. Yeah, you would. You'd like that. Anyway, I right like it. So anyway, I was looking forward to it. Went to the fridge. I live on my own. It was empty in the fridge. Yeah, it means I've drunk it and put it back in the fridge empty.
Either that, or the girls, they've been having some kombucha without you.
They won't go kombucha. they definitely do food, but not kombucha. But you know when you go, oh my word, I'm absolutely losing the plot. I had no idea I've done that.
You have long days, and because sometimes you just mindlessly eat something. Do you know what I've been eating?
But I put it back in exactly the same place.
Well, you would do.
That's just weird. It did me head in. It was one of them minutes where you know you have to take a step back and go, oh no. Oh no!
So
I was very disappointed in myself as well because I was really looking forward to it and I'd already forgotten I'd had it.
Did I tell you? I think I've already mentioned this. I didn't have any kombucha, but I did get a big pot of kimchi.
Oh yeah,
love
kimchi.
I love kimchi.
I love kimchi.
Yeah.
Kimchi's ace. It's one of them that you feel like you've eaten something, but you feel like rather than putting calories in, it's absorbed all the calories.
Good.
I mean, I don't know if it does, obviously, but it feels like that.
I've really been enjoying my kimchi.
I go through moods of loving all the kimchi. Anyway, there you go. Email in. Kimchi and kombucha.
It's nice.
Oh, I'm not a sauerkraut fan. I'm not yet, but I could probably get into it.
All this talk's making me hungry. I forgot my lunch
it's nearly
today.
dinner time, isn't it? There, so we've grounded her, so she's on the hill now. Now, this is where we can go in with detail. So, to go in with detail, and this is always what I do, I'll bring my fine liners in now. So I've got, so I've got the original image and now it's fine liner time, because this will bring me the pop of colour. So whereas the pencils are soft, but this then I can go in, but I didn't want to do it all in pen because I like the softness. I like that beautiful blend that the pencils allow me. But then being able to go in with your fine liner, that's where you really start bringing out the detail of the image. And the images are beautifully detailed. They're sketchy but detailed. And there's a lot, you know, there's a lot of gorgeous little things to colour in. So if you're a massive fan of colouring in, these are fabulous, because have a look at all the little hearts. So you've got, and I'm going to give her stripy tights, obviously. I like to do the stripy tights with pencils as well because it's easier. You've got all these lovely little hearts. So and you can colour these in really quite quickly. A little nose, which is obviously a little heart. All the little dots, I'd definitely be doing those in glitter glue, without a shadow of a doubt. So they're going to be glitter glued. I am going to finish colouring this because I'm really into colouring it now. I've got 3 minutes. I can do this. I can do this. So those are going to be little heart there. So all those are little big LB glitter glue. When you put, I love that because when that goes over the top, I think that looks really beautiful. It just finishes a piece. And I'm just going to take the green, and where I've actually stamped that line, just gently go over with the green. So you're just going off the line slightly, because it just then gives it a hint of the green, and that looks really quite effective. See, I'm going to pop a little bit of green on here. Bit too dark, that one, but it's okay. So what was that? Was someone trying to work out what we were talking about? Yeah, kombucha. See, Anne, that's a new one to add to your list. It sounds like Anne's already tried all the goodies that we've been banging on about, but not the kombucha. Yeah, it's good, it's good. It's not cheap though, but it is lovely. That's why it was a treat, you see.
Can you ferment your own? Can you do it yourself? Can you ferment your own?
You probably can, yeah. But obviously that's something I haven't tried. You need the patience of the saints, don't you? You know me, I ain't got that. So there, look how pretty that is. And then it's I'm gonna do a little yellow moon for time. and then there was a little, there we go, the little star. And then obviously the little stars there, just put little squiggles.
That's lovely.
On
Considering
the
you did this
stars.
all...
And then I'll need to put sentiments. So on here, you've got so many gorgeous sentiments. So you've got look to the stars. So if you want to add more stars, there's loads of lovely stars. I love you. Love on the hilltop. To where you are right now, all my love is winging your way. How beautiful is that?
That's nice.
I adore that. I think, oh, those we love don't go away. Honestly, this one has got the most gorgeous set. I mean, they all have, but that one has got the most beautiful sentiments. So I'm going to bob that one just on the bottom, like so. And that's it. All I do with that, see, now I like that because it's not over, you know, there's not too much going on. I just want a little bit of glittered glue. And when you're giving some, you know, when you're giving a card to someone, remembering someone, you know, about someone they've lost, I think something like that is just beautiful.
Really
it's
is.
beautiful. So heartfelt.
What lovely hour. Thank you so much.
Oh,
Leonie.
thank you. Thank you, Tracy.
And the
you
clan,
are superb.
I hope you've enjoyed this hour. So Leonie will be back at 2 o'clock, so I hope you can join. I've mixed up the samples so you'll be able to see more from the design team as well. So, Two Robins returns, really busy one-day special. Now, there could be interesting news there. After that, we have Clover Sewing Essentials, and then the Leonie will be let loose.
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples, and I've been crafting since I was a little girl, and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Our products are all hand drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimples shows and have some fun.
Hi, I'm Paul Church from Clarity Stamp. I've been fortunate enough to turn my hobby into a career and joined Clarity Stamp in January 2016. My background has always been in crafting, and I enjoy making things and sharing things. That's what crafting's all about for me, making things and sharing with others, and also learning all the time.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the Craft Store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Catherine and I'm the guest presenter for Zuri Designs. Zuri Designs are based in America and they bring to us their exceptional quality silicone moulds. Zuri Design moulds are used in all areas of crafting, not just for your clays and your resins, but also their food grade silicone as well, so used for your cake decorating designs. Zuri excel on the detail in their moulds, and the designs range from animals through to fantasy and much further beyond. If you watch the Zuri shows, I will share with you lots of hints and tips. I will show you how to use different mediums, ranging from your clays and your resins through to things like even your hot glue. So make sure you don't miss the Zuri shows.
Yes, indeed. Good afternoon. I hope you are well. It is 12 o'clock, and once again, I said it at 8 o'clock this morning. This is where the point of the show I would go. Welcome to your one-day special. This is your penultimate hour to get it before it's going to be a sellout. Leonie sold it out in 16 minutes last night. So, we all had a little whip round. We all had a little huddle. distanced, but a little huddle to work out what was going on. I say we did, we left that to Steph. And then we came back with your 8 o'clock show, which was sort of your filler-inner show, as in to get the little bits from your pick and mixes, to get the bits to add on to the collections that what you're looking at. I am so glad to tell you, I am now bringing you a brand new collection at a phenomenal, phenomenal price. There is a £67 saving on this, £89.90, but I can make it better. If you are a Freedom member, you are saving £75.99, and I will make it even better, and I will put it onto 3 interest-free flexible payments of £26.97 today. You are getting 52 dies in this entire collection. You are getting vellum, you're also getting your A4 sheets as well. I will go into all the detail of this in a minute. Let me give you your, the details. 904089 is your item number. 904089 is your item number. I am telling you now, once this stock has gone, it has gone. There will be no more today. And Steph actually told us there'll be no more till April. Okay? Already 10% of the stock has already gone here. 904089 is your item number. 3 interest-free flexible payments of £26.97. Once it's gone, it has gone. Right then, the lady is here herself as well. We have also got Steph. We're all very excited about this collection. This is an amazing little collection.
Well, I'm really excited because it wasn't going to be on for a couple of weeks, and actually this is a better price than it was going to be on, so
even
it's
better.
even more exciting. So you're going to get all of the dies, and I just want to show you what this looks like, because first of all, this is the only collection so far that we've done the silhouette dies in. Look, you have got telegraph poles and you've actually got the birds, and I'm just going to turn this one over quickly and show you. Imagine the telegraph pole and the little birds all sitting there on all of your scenes. That's what you're going to be able to do. So I'm just going to move those out the way. So you've got trees, this is foliage, this is bushes, you've got all the extra little elements to fill it all in. Then you've got the poppies. We have actually also got some lovely berries, and you've got these. Now these are actually going to be the hay. So these are bales of hay, and they're in different sizes, and they are going to be your card shapes, and you're going to get loads of different effects with them, and they're amazing. But the best one is to come, because you're also getting all of these, and you are getting all of the bunnies. But you're not going to get the bunnies without the bunny where it lives. So you're going to get where it lives. And the next part of it is you've got all of these.
Oh, this is amazing. I love this, but look at it. And if this is the only collection your money will go for, you have got so much in this collection that you've got in there. £80.91 is what you are looking at for this one if you are a Freedom member. It's also on 3 interest-free flexible payments is what you are looking at on this. 904089 is your item number that you are looking at on this one. There is so much in there. The one your sets you're going to get is all the sets that you're seeing in front of me at the moment as well. So you're going to get the silhouette birds that's in there. I love the silhouette birds because now you can go to town with those cards, and you can literally cut them out of any card step that you want to do.
And let me show you, I'm going to show you how to put them on a wire and make the telegraph pole as part of this. So these little birds, I'll show you how to do it. It's really, really easy. So there's loads, because you get little tiny ones in there as well. Right, everybody, we've got all these little bunnies. I just need to, Adam, I need to just let you talk.
No, it's not. I like watching. I like
right,
watching.
okay,
But
so...
I just need to say a quarter of the stock has already gone. Quarter of the stock already gone. Let's go back to Steph.
So, paper pack. Remember, you get 8 designs, you get 2 of each in cardstock, and you get 1 of each in vellum. These are the designs that you're going to get. They're so different to anything that we've had on the channel so far. So I'm going to work with this one down here, because we've actually got the sunshine coming through. This is the morning, so this is early in the morning. There is our hay bale. The little bunnies are still out playing because they've been playing all in the evening. There's another one that's in the distance. These little bunnies have been playing with it around, and they've all been running around having the best possible time, and they're literally all over. And Mummy is there, and if you got Benji, you absolutely need them, because look at that family.
No.
How is that? It's just fabulous.
A third of the stock now. A third of the stock has already gone. As I said, I will go to it all in detail for you in a moment, but a third of the stock has gone. 904089 is your item number, £29.99. Once it's gone, it ain't coming back for a while, let me tell you that.
Okay, everyone, I'll just make sure I've got all the little bits out there. Right, now, so this is a tree, so I could put my tree up there, but how about we make it into a bush? So let's have that as a bush. Or shall we have a tree up here? Or let's have this as a branch, and then I'm going to find some of those little birds, and I'm going to have them, I'm going to cut some out. So let me get these, and we'll cut them out now. Have I cut any yet? No, I haven't. So I'm just going to double check. Oh, I've got one. So here we go. So these little birds, look, they're going to sit in the tree like that. So you've got little birds in the trees, you've got the bunnies actually playing, but let's move all that out the way. Right, I'm going to bring in a viewfinder, because we're going to make it easy to build this story. So this is now our story, and this is actually the space that we're going to work in. And we're going to build a rabbit warren. We're going to build a whole little set of these. Now, just because this one's smaller, it doesn't need to go at the back, because rabbit warrens, when you check them out, are all different sizes, and the bunnies all live in them in different places. And I need a bit of greenery to come in here, so I'm just going to push this to there, and there's the bunnies. Right now, there's going to be one behind, just coming out. There's going to be one coming here. Let's be one there. Mummy is going to go there. Oh no, there's more. They're just coming out to play. They're literally just coming out to play. Let's have just a pair of ears popping over the top like that. And then let's finish it off with the brambles. So let's put so they're still playing out in the morning, early morning, it's the sunrise. The brambles are there for them to that's where they live. They live near the brambles, because there's so many places, happy places that they can go. And we can take those away, and the little bunnies can be, Mr. Owl saying to them, where's your mummy? Why are you still all up? You should all be in bed. But, I talk to them when I'm making this. Now, why are you still up? You wait till you get home and I have a word with your mum. So, look at these. So the poppies are all there. This is where you literally start to tell the story. And oh my gosh, I've got my birds here. Look, I'll do this one. I'll do another one in a minute. I'll just clear these down and then do another one. Is that okay?
Of course you can. Let me give you an update. We are 10 minutes in to our midday show. 10 minutes into a brand new bundle that was not meant to be here for a long, long time. But already we are over half the stock. Over half of the stock has already gone. Let's have a look into more details of this, shall we? Shall we start with the dies? Let's start with the trees that we've got here. So you get your tree die that you get. So you get the beautiful tree dies, which is beautiful as it is, because you get your outer edge and you also get your detailed die that's there. The amount of detail that are in these little dies that give it the life, that give it the drama, which give it the story that you've got. You've also got this beautiful single tree, sort of just the branches of a tree with your outer die. You could use that on its own should you want to. It would be absolutely stunning. You know what I'm like for a little box frame. So you then take this and you then start placing it over the top, which is then going to give you all the detail of the trees that you need, whether it be the trees in the distance, whether it be the ones in the foreground, which they're going to be slightly larger, that you've got in there. This is only just one die that you're getting at the moment. From there, you are then going to get, so from that die, let me show you some of the samples as well. We'll do dies and samples, just so you can see how it all works. How beautiful. How beautiful. All works together. Stunning. From that you can, oh, here we go. Here we go. You just can't say it. Look at them. The detail that's in there. It would look like it's taken you hours to put these together. From just using, even just take the rabbit off, just using those poppies on their own would be beautiful. Then you've also got your dies as well. Loving this, and that is just for the tree that you are looking at there. From your tree, we've then got your rabbit warren. So once again, you get the dies. And look at the amount of sizes that you are getting for your warren on this one. Beautiful sizes that you're going to get that will really, really work. From there, you also get your little die cuts as well. So this is what you put over. This is what you're going to print at home and use them time and time again. So you are always going to be able to create those beautiful scenes and then put cards together that literally look a little bit like, oh, you're never going to get, literally, cards like these in the shops are going to cost you a fortune. You will be creating your own cards. You are now creating your own artwork. From there, we move on. There is more. There is also now poppies that we've got on the show. You're going to get the dies of the poppies, once again, open, and the bud as well. They would. They are a beautiful little card on their own is what you're looking at for these. Remembrance and things like that, just using the colours of the poppy. If you like to cut up and colour yourself, you can also do that because you get the details. So just using the poppies on their own, you're going to be creating beautiful cards that look like this. Using some of the background papers that you've got in there with just the silhouette birds and some of the moss that you add from your own collections really, really work. I love this one. This is, look at that. How beautiful for a card is that? And that is just using the poppies on their own. From there, we've now got the hay bales that you've got. There is loads in this little hay bale collection. Once again, it really does work because then it gives you that depth of field. It gives you that depth so it looks like you're looking in to a picture. You're going to get all the dies, but then this is what I like. Look at the amount that you have got there. You could do an entire field just on its own with one little rabbit that's sitting in the middle, one little hare that you want to go. As I said on the earlier show, I'm a big fan of Winter Watch. Love a bit of Winter Watch. Kayla Strachan and all them. But you've got, this is what it is. The little hay bales that you've got, the little bunnies that are in the field. Then we've got the brambles and the blackberries that you can use as standalone dies as well. I love them. Just look at the detail. The detail that you are getting in here and also in the dies as well. It's going to mould them leaves that you've got there. So you're really going to get all those beautiful leaves and so much more. Just look at the amount of samples you can do from using things like just the brambles, backing paper and an owl. You never would have thought it, would you, to be like, look at that. You imagine putting lights behind there. How beautiful would that be? for a little set of lights, or just using the brambles with the little tiny rabbit that you've got on it. Oh, look how just look how cute. But that could be Bashful Rabbit. That could be, it could be, let's go down the route of it, it could be a sympathy card. So it could be a crying little rabbit, if you wanted it to be. It can be whatever you want them to be, and much more. I love that. Absolutely do. From there, we've then got the silhouette birds that's also on the show. They're here, they're here. I've got the silhouette birds because you get so many. There really is a lot of dies with the silhouette dies. I also like these as well. Love these because these could be branches that you've got there. It could be coral if you wanted to go down the sea route, if you wanted to go that way. It could also be forked lightning if you want to give you dramatic pictures to your work as well. Because remember, once you've die cut them out, you can then go down the route of using them as masks. Start overlaying with these as well. We'll press on, we'll look at some more samples in a bit. Let's go on with the owl. Just one sheet and you get so many owls that you get there. So you're getting all the beautiful owls, and then the die, it's the detail of the die with all the little feather prints that you've got in there, which gives you sort of that, the mouldy. It makes it mould. It makes it curve. It gives it, it brings it life so it's not two-dimensional. From your owl, oh yeah, I'm still going. You've then got your rabbit. Look how big this rabbit is. I cannot get over the detail. It's the small hair that you've got in here of the fur. Look at the fur that you've got in there. That is an illustration. That is storybook worthy, if ever I saw it. Easter is only around the corner. You're going to get the dies to cut them out as well. But if you're going to have mommy rabbits, you also need baby rabbits, and we've got baby rabbits as well. And not just in the single form. It would have been quite easy for Steph just to put them in one single rabbit that you've got already there. This way you're getting all three of the different types of rabbit. Was that 60 I just heard? 60% of the stock has now already gone. And that's just your dies. We've not even spoke about the vellum that you're getting in here. I've never seen vellum like this. I'm not going to lie. Never seen it. I think it's absolutely beautiful. 140 GSM is what you're getting there, and they're all different. Look at that. That is an artwork. That is a beautiful... That, in a frame on its own, would be stunning. From there, we then move on. Oh, look. That is, I think, my favourite yet. You go a little Christmas scene, a little robin on there, you cannot go wrong. Love it, absolutely love it. There's more. Let's speed up a bit. Oh, look at these, like little night scene. That's nice as well. I would just frame the vellum with lights behind, to be honest. I don't know. Oh my word! And then we've got the nights, the sort of morning, or it could be sunset if you wanted it to be. From there, I need to put them down just so you can see the light that flicks behind them. Then you've got the galaxy in the sky that shines through, so when the rabbits are looking up or looking down, they can be flying through. From there, oh look, just the subtleness that you've got in there of the little ears of wheat with the moon. That was like last night's moon, or the moon before, the full moon that we had. Really bright, beautiful, absolutely beautiful. I've got two more to show you. It's the thickness of these as well, the quality that you're getting. I love that. Reminds me of Sandringham. The little Sandringham walk when you go down. Love Sandringham. And then, ooh, Erie Forest. £26.97. Oh yeah, by the way, we also get cardstock as well. You're getting two of each design that you're going to hear. There are 8 different designs that you're getting, and they're 200 GSM is what we're going for on these ones. So we are now talking a lot to do with all of these. They're sort of the same as the vellums, but they're now in cardstock form. Over 60% of the stock has now gone. Once this has gone, it will not be coming back. Right then, 904089 is your item number. Approaching 2/3 of the stock has already gone. Don't really know what happens if this sells out, to be honest. I think it may go before past. We never got that far in the meeting. So, Steph, it's over to you.
No, can I just establish this right at the very beginning? It was my husband's birthday yesterday, and he wouldn't even let me sing happy birthday. That's how bad my singing is.
Oh, no.
So we've got a problem. I just wanted to show you, I've just quickly built a little scene with the silhouette, and then you can see I've got here the little robins, and all I've done is just got a little piece of black card, and then I've made myself my own little telegraph pole, and all you do is just, when you're ready, cut your little birds out and just put these on here and just trim them off the branch, and you can then put as many as you like on here, all looking, talking to each other. I've cut myself 2 little bunnies, and I'm just going to move this so that the moon is just in the corner. We'll take this part of it away so that we've got those out the way, and I'm going to bring in this tree so that it's like the moon is just shining through the tree and the bunnies are just there. And let's put a little robin up there, and they're coming out for the dawn chorus, and they're just going to be singing to each other. And isn't that just, I mean, it's so simple but works so well. Really right, let's do more, because I'm not going to get time to do much. Oh, yeah, okay, now I know what I'm going to do for you. Right, so I need 2 of these, and we're going to make a freestanding card. So remember, I'm using a printed one, but I think you may want to use one cut out of plain white, because if you do that, you can then use the inside to write on it. So this is going to become a tent card. So there we go. So that's my card. It's literally that easy to do. So then we're going to have another one of our, I need to get it a bit smaller. So, well, I need a smaller one. Oh dear, well, that's not a problem, because look, I've got trillions to choose from. Not literally, but I have got lots. So we'll go a little bit smaller there. Let's put that one to the back. So we'll put you there. Make sure I line it all up at the bottom, which is like that. And then I think I need another haystack stuck on top, just there. So we'll get that one stuck on. Then I've got to decide what I'm going to do. Am I going to put Mr. Owl up here? And actually, I think I should probably put him on, because I think he's going to look great. Now, I'm going to do that little trick that I've done. So I've stuck him to the front, and I'm now going to take the other one, put all of my adhesive on the front of my owl, including his paws, and I'm just going to tuck him behind. So that is making it really, really sturdy. So just so that you can see, I'm just going to lift him up, let you see how that's coming along. So there he is.
Like the depth of that. It really looks like they're really far behind.
I know, this is good. We've got better and better and better at this as we go along. Right, now, the little bunnies. So the little bunnies are going to be here, but I want these on some foam pads. So I'm just going to put a couple of pads to get like here. So let's put him on. I'm just going to pick a couple more. So I've got to have one whose tail's just hiding from behind. So let's put the glue on there.
Over 70% now. Over 70% of the bundle now has already gone. Let's go back to step.
And then we've got... Oh, where? I'm the king of the castle. It's going to go up there. And to make it look more dimensional, what I'm going to do here is tuck that paw behind a little bit so that you can see how he's standing, so he looks like there's more dimension. Right, now, it's not finished because we need to get some, let's get some greenery in. Now, these should be just a little bit of greenery just here, just to sort of bring in a little bit more detail. There, shrubbery, and then my brambles. So brambles, a little bit of glue to tuck that one in. So that one's actually not playing king of the castle, he's having his breakfast. And then, I mean, think about the reasons you could send this. This could be anniversary, it could be birthday, it could literally be from our family to yours. This is just timeless crafting. And see how I'm tucking things behind in certain places. And I'm just going to take this bottom piece, give it a little bit of shape, because I just think we're going to get so much detail out of this. And notice how I shape both ways, not just in one direction. So I'm going to find some glue and stick this down. And there are downloads for this. They've already been done, and I know that they'll be on the Highlight Crafts website. We'll try and get them linked to the product, but you guys are buying it quicker than we can set the links up. So just use highlightcrafts.com for now, and we'll work. Eventually, there'll be a place here where you can just get downloads, but right now, Highlight Crafts, you'll find lots of examples on there as well if you want education. And I've just got a few more little berries that I'm just going to put in here. And I think, actually, do you know what? I just want a bit more of my berries. I didn't want the glue there, I want it on there. And I'm going to just tuck that one in so that we've got overlapping. Let's trim those pieces off so it doesn't look like somebody's taken the scissors to them. And look at this. This is what, for me, this is what shaped card making is about, because with the dimension you've got there, it makes it look dimensional. This is card crafting because you can, not because you have to.
It's one of these things that, oh my word, 80% of the stock now has already gone. You are getting 52 dies on across 3 interest-free flexible payments. You're getting 24 sheets of vellum in here. You're getting 16 of the cardstock. You're getting all the dies and the printable downloads that you will need. If you're a Freedom member, it's an almost a half-price deal. You are saving, if you're a Freedom member, £75.99 on a collection you can use again and again and again and again. It doesn't stop where your imagination. The only issue you are going to have with this is your imagination. That's when it will stop, because there is so much that you can create from a beautiful set of dies. I can see that on its own in a child's bedroom, just on the wall. It's a wintry scene, it's dark outside, the baby rabbits are scared, mummy rabbits don't know where they've gone. There is a whole story with this. A whole story that you can go down. There is a route that I can think of stories now that I could tell Mel with these. And we could sit and we could craft together. We could put them in frames that you've got there. It does look a beautiful place. It really, really does. It reminds me of the old Animals of Farthing Wood sort of tales that you've got with these, with the wise old owl that will come down and tell you everything that you need to know. But it's also got that, and I said it this morning, I know it's not, but me and Mol were watching the launch show over the weekend, and Molly turned to me and said, Daddy, it's just like Peter Rabbit. It's just got that look of the Peter Rabbitness about it, and Mr. McGregor's garden and the fields that you overlook that you get. You can make your own stories. Imagine this as a whole story book, page 1, page 2, page 3 and 4. It just goes on. It's the gift that genuinely just keeps on giving. And with those papers in the background as well, if you're thinking, oh, that's well and good, but I don't know what I'll do with the animals, take them off. Just build a scene. That literally looks like an artwork. It literally looks like you've sat and you've painted it all. £26. It does look like the Oklahoma, doesn't it? It does look like sort of the scene that you've got there. Oh, what was that? Oh, my word. Over 80% of the stock has now already gone. This was genuinely meant to last this hour and Catherine's hour at 4. We thought, oh, we're all right now, here we go. 80% of the stock has now already gone. There is queues on the phone lines, so please be patient with me. The call centre is busy. Jump to the website, tap the app, maybe the quickest way to go on this one. I've got loads more on the website as well. I've got loads of individuals that would work with these, that would enhance what you've already got in this collection. Papers, vellums, 52 dies and 3 interest-free flexible payments with a £75.99 saving. £26.97 is what you are paying for today to get this entire collection back to you. First payment, I'll send it all to you. Let's get back to Steph and the demonstrations because I don't think we're going to have more of them.
Okay, so I've just got some wildflowers from our pick and mix, and I made them into little bunches earlier because it's quicker for me to stick them on as well. And so I've just literally got a few wildflowers there that I think are going to look great. And the reason that I wanted the wildflowers is look at what happens when I put the brambles in front of it. It just looks fabulous. So I'm just going to put, oh, and another thing. I've said this a few times already, but when you shape something that doesn't have the little cuts in it, it's really hard to get it so super smooth on the edges. But this, you will not have any problems with, because those little cuts just absorb all the little pieces of paper that we want to shape. So now I've just put that and given it a little bit of dimension. So I'm just going to go and add this. So let's pop that in place. So I'm now going over the top of my little rabbit burrow. I needed to show you something because I'm just going to take a craft knife, and I couldn't find my bundle. There's a better not craft knife than this, but this one's okay. So I've just cut a little hole because we've now got, there's a whole load of bunnies in here. Oh. There's lots of them, but they're not coming out because their mum's told them not to. So he's just been told that he can look outdoors, but he can't go out. So there we go. So you can look out, don't move, behave.
Approaching limited. We're approaching limited stock.
And then where's another one? I need some more bunny. See, now this is the great thing. All you need to do, everybody, when you are making these and you want to actually, you want more bunnies, just literally cut as many as you want. Right, can you all just not turn away for a moment, please? Turn away. Shut your eyes. Okay, because I just need that bit.
Steph, you'll never guess what. We're limited stock.
Oh, not yet.
We are limited
No,
stock.
not yet. No, not yet.
904089 is your item number. When it's gone, I've got less than 10% left. I've got less than 10, and we won't be back till April. Or maybe later after April.
Maybe even after. I don't know how we're going to do this. Do you know what I did? Honestly, this is absolute truth. I rang the office, and of course everybody's running around like mad. So was speaking to them and saying what we're going to do, and said, do you know what, I think all those orders we've just placed for Chinese New Year, I think we actually need to increase them, because I don't think we've got enough. And they were all going, we were just having the same conversation. We think you're right, because honestly, this is like, it's been crazy, and we all had to come into work. The reason they were doing it was because, not because they were thinking, oh, we've been extra busy, it's because they had to come into work at 6 o'clock this morning. So I was like, oh yeah, all right, I get it. So what I've done now is I've just put the brambles over those flowers, so the wildflowers are just poking between the brambles. And look at this, you get them growing, don't you? Like, yeah. I've got it happening here, and that's what makes it so exciting. Right, I'm going to hold this up. I think some of it won't be stuck because it just won't, and I'm hoping that Headless Bunny stays where it should. There he is. Oh, he's not headless, he's got no body. Well, anyway, right, he's just a head. But that's the kind of card that you're going to be creating. I mean, please sell your cards, everybody. Don't just make these for yourself and your family. Sell them, because imagine having a craft fair, or even at the children's schools, wherever it is, and displaying all of these handmade cards. They look amazing. And a little tip for you, to tidy up all of the back that we've got here, just cut yourself another panel and put it over the top of it. So this one's not quite big enough, but like that, and then make your card blank, so you can get it super neat. And it also reinforces it and makes it really sturdy. But you need these little bunnies, because that is just the best fun going.
£89.90. To do that, though, you're also going to need cardstock. I've got that on the show, but I'll give you all the details for that in a moment. Do not fear about that. So, 904. Technical sellout. Check out your baskets. If you've got it in your basket, it's not yours until you check it out. Okay? If any bounce back, I will let you know. At the moment, it is a technical sellout. Everyone has been allocated that I have got. Whether you're a Freedom member or not, and you've seen your basket, if you're on the phone, they will get to you. But it's worth becoming a Freedom member with this one. So you don't miss anything, this is how to become a Freedom member.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom Members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888, and join Freedom today.
Yes, indeed, a technical sellout with the third, I think, one-day special I've bought you for the two Rotary Robins over the last 24 hours. But if you want to get the beautiful flowers that go with, the wildflowers that really do work and enhance any of the collections, to be honest, and even if you're just going for the wildflowers on their own, Steph showed us this morning how to make beautiful bouquets of the flowers that you've got there. But remember, you're getting two flowers in one in this one is what you are looking at. So you're getting two flowers for the price one, because it's on the same die. So it's you're choosing any four, so you're choosing any two, so you're getting four. You're getting four flowers on this. So it really will build up quickly. Now this is on a pick and mix, so you can choose any two of these is what you're going to look on this one. 707179 is the item number that you are looking at. £14.98 today will get you the flowers that you're about to see now. But I say anyone to fussy cut a flower like this, you would never be able to do it. Absolutely stunning is what you're looking at. So you've got the seeds in there. £14.98, £3.8. You've got no, it's not the cornflower. It's the meadow. It's the meadow one. This is the meadow and seed. 707179 is your item number. So that's your first one that you may want to go for. So this is what the die will cut out like. And then when you put it over the top of that beautiful printout, this is what you're going to be getting. Things like this, which is it's the detail that I cannot get over. And as Steph was talking about, I don't know if you can see the little lines on the leaves. Okay, so it's those little lines on the leaves which enhance your work, because it then gives you, well, it gives the paper somewhere to go to. Okay, this one is now limited stock. Poor old Catherine. She's gonna have like one robin by the time we get here at 4 o'clock. Bless her. So that limited stock is where we're talking on this one. So This is your wild grasses that we're looking at now, but you can make them smaller if you wish. You haven't got to go for the full article. If you wanted to put it behind a fence and make it slightly smaller, or bring it in front of a brick wall that we've also got on the show, you can also do that with your wild grasses. So maybe you go for those two. But remember, you get these two that are already here. From there, we then move on. This is your cornflower and centaurea that we've got here as well. £14.98 with a £3 saving. Like this, I like this one. This one's beautiful. And you sort of get that raisiness to them when you die cut them out. 707179 is your item number. We move on to, this is your loose stripe and blue weed that you've got. It does remind me of a summer's meadow. It really, really does. You know when you make wild seed and you sort of sprinkle it over the garden thinking nothing will grow, and then all of a sudden, this is what your garden looks like. You can hear the bees, you can hear the flutter of a butterfly just fluttering past that you've got there. From then, we move on. Tansy and thistle that you've got now. Once again, make them smaller, make them larger, fill them out with the more blooms that you've got in there. Maybe you want to go for those too. And then last but no means least, you've got your sycamore sprig. Handy little branch to have, I feel, because it could come in and out from the sides of your cards. It could come from the top of your cards. Build it up. I think you could also go for a wreath, because you've got leaves that go left and right in this one as well. If you just want a single leaf, or even colour it up, this could be autumnal. Do it in your oranges and your browns. We're sort of in autumnal that we've got there. From there, so there are your flowers in a pick and mix. Okay, so they're all in your pick and mix. But now you've got things like, oh, I love this. Absolutely love it. This is your sort of like your fence lock, the old panel fence locks that you get in. Little let yourself in. I like that as well because it's something different. It's something you don't see every day, but you can have a little robin perched on it that you want on there. A little bit like this. Look at that. How well does that work together? Simple cards, maybe for Valentine's Day that you've got there. So you have got things. So you've got the lock itself. You've then got the detail in the lock as well, so maybe you want to go in with your own pastes and your gilding flakes and things like that, jazz it up a bit, and you also get your mats. From there, we then move on to the rope. This is handy. This is a handy little thing to have, because you can sort of then do your bouquets of roses and things like that, bouquets of flowers, by tying your little rope. Hang it just off a little fence post that you've got there. Remember, there's more to this story. So this could be like a little horse's bridle, maybe, that's sitting there. And maybe there may be a horse on the way. I know there's definitely chickens and pigs coming. Said that this morning. I've not made that up either, that's generally coin. From there, you've got the spout. This is one of them dies that if I showed you this on their own, you would go, yeah, all right, whatever. Let's move on. And then you just see it like this. Because it's very rare we get this bit. You normally just get this. So you normally just get your standard die. We don't get to see this, and this is what Steph does so well. She gives us everything we need to create beautiful, beautiful artwork. Time again that you've got like that. Little robins in there. Then this one. Oh, here we go. We'll change it. This is your rose blossom. Snippability in rose blossom. There's a bit of snippability in this. I like this one a lot. Let's bring up the details for your rose blossom. You get the die, remember, and you also get the beautiful printouts that you can do. Now, with your printouts, and I'm sure Steph will agree with me and tell me if I'm wrong, the better quality card you can get, the better, because that gives it that more professional look. If you're going to go onto your copier papers, it will be good, but you want to get the best that your money will buy. And I've got some of that on the show as well. Then last but no means least, the little beehive, the little bumblebee shelter that you've got. Because I reckon if you cut the legs off, you're clever with the doors, you could turn that into a little beach hut. I can see a little beach hut there, look. If you don't do the doors, you got yourself little there, still there, little beach hut. Do a line of them. It'll be like wells next to the sea. £9.99. 003356 is your item number that we're looking at. This one. Then you've got your big barn. This is a massive barn, but you get it in so many different sizes, and this is where, Steph said this morning, there may be other animals coming from the barn that you've got with this one. Oh, look at that. I love them. Love them all. that you've got, because then you get all the different size barns that you can now cut out. £29 and 99 pence. 147393 is your item number. Then you get the robins. This is Buddy. Oh, I like Buddy. Buddy looks like he's thinking, contemplating. Like he's been told off. What? Talking to me? Wasn't me. £9 and 99 pence. 493081 is your item number for Buddy, and you get all that beautiful feathered detail. How beautiful. Buddy's £9.99. 493081 is your item number. Then we did have Willow. It's another sellout. Well done if you got it though. Well done. Oh no, we just got Buddy on his own. You can't leave Buddy on his own. I'm not reading that. It's already done. Jump to the website. Everything's on there. Here's your pick and mix of your flowers. Busy for the flowers now. We're very busy for your flowers. Loving all of this one. Liking it a lot. £14 and 98 pence is what you're looking at. Let me quickly give you the details for the flowers one more time. It's a pick and mix. It's a pick and mix of your flowers. It's a pick and mix. It's all fun of the fair. £14 and 98 pence. 707179 is your item number for this one. Right, and should we see if we can squeeze in another couple of demos? Let's do it. We've got 11 minutes, Steph.
Okay, so first of all, I just wanted to show you how these other this is the ethos of having this collection and 2 Red Robins. Everything that you create works with everything else that we've got. So this is the barn, and I've taken the big barn, and look at how I can put the bunnies in front of it. How all of the flowers are all actually going to work. All of those wildflowers are absolutely exquisite, and it doesn't matter whether you go for even something like the corn that we've got that's on the website, but look at that, putting that to the front. It's just added another dimension to this. So if you've still got an open shopping basket or you've got Freedom Club, go back in and get these extra dies, because I'm not going to be able to bring them back to you, because we're just going to run out. So, and you're seeing what's happening, we're running out as we're going along. So all of these lovely little individual wildflowers are just exquisite, and they come in pairs. So you're actually getting 4 if you do the pick and mix, which is just phenomenal. And the detail is exquisite, and that's what it's all about. It's having all that extra detail that we've got, and you can see, look at it, it's just lovely. I mean, that's what this is about. So when I then put this in here, and it's bringing in that design, and have you seen those ferns that go curly on the edges? Yeah. That's what I love about this one, because I think it almost looks like that. And then I've got my little crate look. So we've got the bunny's house is actually in the field in front of the barn, but there's abandoned flowers, and the weeds are even growing, or the little weeds. Oh, there, smack me. These are the wildflowers are growing through the crate, and it just is again telling that story. So let's move this out the way, because if you've just joined us, you'll be sad because that's not available anymore. And let's look at what we can do just with this little crate. And I'm going to come into, I've got the lavender sprig here, and this is this one actually on the show or just on the website? Just
probably right, on the website.
So I'm going to put, okay, I'll show you what I would do with it, because I would literally tuck this inside the box and have it as a bundle, so it's all there. But let's go into all the other elements that we've got that are on the show. So I'm going to swap crates, get a slightly bigger one. And let's just fill it and get these flowers in it, because you know what we're doing? We're making a nest for any of the birds that are left can go in here. And Buddy needs a home, so we'll pop these in. Oh,
Meadow and geranium seed now have sold out. Well done. If you got your meadow and geranium seed.
So let's get all of these bits in, and let's get and put a few more. These are just it doesn't matter which wildflowers, just choose your favourites and get them and put them in. Just have your absolute favourites, start collecting them so you can actually get whichever ones that you're going to love, and you just choose them and start. In fact, let's have that one growing out there. Right, Buddy. Poor little Buddy's been left and he's not had a home. And can you see how I store all these? These are my Craftmaster wallets, and you'll find these on the website too. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to get 2 of my little buddies. Oh, look at them. And the reason I want to is, and I've done this a couple of times, but I'm just going to show you once more in case it's the first time you've seen. So I'm going to glue on the back of his tail and his paw and across a little bit of his body, and I'm going to take that and I'm going to tuck him inside there. Now on this one, to make that sturdy, I'm going to glue on the front of his body, and I'm going to glue all of him, including that paw. And then this is going to go over the top, and then can I just show you what would happen if we had a bit of bramble? And he was hiding in the brambles. So imagine how that's going to look. I mean, that again is another one of those. That's just the cutest little card. I put a little gift tag just hanging out of here, and that is your story, and everything you need is there.
It is beautiful. Just to quickly let you know, we'll see if we can fit in one more demo before the end of the show. I've had a couple, literally a couple, bounce back. It's 2 very lucky people will get themselves that brand new collection. It's just launched. It's sold out. It's on 3 flexible payments as well. 904089 is your item number. 2 very quick people will get their hands on to that. Right then, we have 5 minutes left of this live hour. It is the last hour at 4 o'clock of the 2 Red Robins, but we are very busy on that little pick and mix. Choose any 2 that you want to choose out of there. It's entirely up to you. £14.98, but you are going to get 4 flowers by choosing 2, because you get 2 flowers in each one. We're now limited stock on Sycamore Sprig and the Pansy and the Thistle. Oh, Tansy, sorry. Tansy and the Thistle. It's now limited. It's worth having a little look. They may not be here at the 4 o'clock show. 707179 is your item number for this one. Right then, should we say again? Buddy. Quick reminder of Buddy, he's up that Let's Brig You. You can't leave him on his own. You cannot leave him on his own. £9.99. Look at him. Just look at him. 493081 is your item number for little tiny Buddy that you've got there. Right then, Steph, we've got a few minutes left.
Right, we've got time to go with our drain pipe. I mean, who thought you needed a drain pipe? But absolutely you do. And I'm just going to put Buddy in here. So I've taken him off the other card, and I'm just going to drop him in here. So I've made a little gap there, so he can sit his paw in there, and that bottom little bit of his tail will hold him. And he's just going to sit on the top of the drain pipe. So he needs a bit of glue behind. There, whoops, get in paw, stick down. Right, now, so he's out looking out over the fields, and there's lots of stuff to see. But what has happened? All the little pieces of grass and everything have grown in here. So, of course, we need some wildflowers growing as well. So let's just find a few wildflowers to put in here. So, and what I'm going to do is to make them look like they're growing right out of where the grass is. I'm just trimming off the stalks. So we've got them just like this. And I'm leaning part of it against Buddy. So there's some dimension to it. But also we've got, here's another little wildflower, and that one could just go behind like that. It's going to look... You know, the best thing, everybody, is the fun you're going to have.
That's so true.
Because this is, you know, just losing yourself in your card making. And whatever you get now, we will be using it again and again and again. And you're never going to run out. And if you were lucky enough to get that bramble, just look at how that bramble finishes across there. So these aren't even from the same collection. This one, and this one, different collections, and this one, and it all just works. And that is what Two Red Robins is about, having all of this variety. And I think this one is just crying out for me to put a couple of little foam pads on it and let that just sit over the top. Oh, one really quick little thing. Oh, how long have we got? 30 seconds.
How long we got, Baker? Minute and a half.
Okay, I only need 30 seconds. Right. So a piece of card. Oh, not a straight piece of card. That wasn't straight. I have to do it again. So piece of card, fold it in half, okay? Then you fold up about not less than 2 centimetres. Fold up not less than 2 centimetres so that the whole thing is level like that. I'm just going to use a foam pad to hold it there. So you're making yourself like this little, I've made it a couple of times today, but like this little shape, okay? And the reason we're doing that is because this will support your design. And you put your glue on one side, take your little plant and pop in.
Look at that.
Like that.
Beautiful. Steph and Catherine are back at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Start checking out your baskets though, if I was you, because generally who knows what will be left. And generally nothing is coming back now till April, till the after April anyway. Thank you, Steph. Always a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Right then, Yanis is taking you through the next hour. I will see you tomorrow, though, but over on our sister channel on Create and Craft. I will see you tomorrow morning over there. Don't you go anywhere. Yes, indeed. Sewing Essentials is coming up next. Then we're letting Leonie loose again. Then it's easy quilting. See you tomorrow. C&C, 8 o'clock. See you then.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. Over the 40 years, Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Did you know you can continue watching the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand, whether you are on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Well, hello everybody and a warm welcome. I've got a big smile on my face because I'm working with a lovely lady this hour, someone who I haven't spent some quality time with in a little while. It's our lovely Jenny. Hello.
Hello everybody. Hello. Yes, I have come from the Plugs. You saw me on Monday. I then said I was going to the Plugs. You don't know where the Plugs are.
So where are the Plugs?
The Plugs is in Ruardian. Now this is in the Forest of Dean where the trees grow tall and there's probably a gruppalo coming, will I say gruppalo?
Yeah.
Coming through the fields and the forest, and there's wild boars, and I managed to escape all that and teach some lovely ladies how to do 3D hexagons, etc., in the village hall in the Plugs. So hire Plug girls.
That sounds incredible.
Yes, it was
By the way,
good.
please follow Jenny on social media and look out for her workshops because I've heard so many incredible stories of people who had an amazing time, and you learn a lot and you have fun though. That's the main
We
rule.
do,
Have fun.
although I do crack the whip and I give them the stare if they dare to get out of line.
The Jenny, now, I will tell you how you will get the biggest stare from Jenny. That's if you use your rotary cutter incorrectly and you do not cover the blade afterwards, because then you get the Jenny stare.
Correct, 100%. Yes.
We have got the rotary cutters. Joking aside, look, you have to be careful with your rotary cutters because I know you've actually had cuts
Yes,
from
I have.
class.
Students wandering around the classroom with the blade unguarded like this, turn round, I've been going past.
Yeah. Now, we don't want to scare you. Rotary cutter is an essential tool. We've got great rotary cutters. Just always follow good etiquette with your rotary cutter. Always cut away from yourself and always cover up the blade. Am I right in saying that?
You are 100%
Good.
right.
Always because I've worked with you.
Well, there you are, you see, and I have press ganged and persuaded. No, being serious, this is the tool which I would not be without. I can remember one occasion not that long ago when I arrived, I had to do some kit cutting out. I had no rotary cutter. Forget it. This, for me, has speeded up my job, my work, has made it accurate, has made it so easy. It's taken the strain out of my arms, my shoulders, my hands. I would not be without a rotary cutter, and indeed we've got 4 different ones on the show today, ranging from very small, which is great for cutting out those really, really tiny things, to the great big daddy, and that's the one for 16 layers of fabric that goes through.
That's the one you put. 16 layers of fabric?
16 layers of fabric without a problem.
All right, we'll start with the 18mm. So this is your smallest of the rotary cutters we have on the show today. But come on, $9.99, and it really is. This is a very useful one to have in your stash. So if you want to go for the 18-inch, that intricate detail, $9.99 your price there. I'm going to whip through the different options because then we'll just talk through the basics. Now we're going to start going on to the 28, and we've kind of got the key sizes here, Jenny, that we all kind of need in our stash.
Yes, so the very small one does the very tiny intricate things. The 28 one will do those small curves, those smaller pieces. It's great if you just want to have one in the bottom of your craft bag for doing a quick bit of cutting out, or you're a little bit concerned about, you know, where you're going with the world of craft. You know, $9.99, great price for that.
Well, I'm just looking. Wait a second, because we had $9.99 for our 18mm. No price increase for the 28mm, so that's even better value for money. $9.99, I don't know if that's a mistake, but hey, get on it. $9.99 your price for the 28mm, 451979 your item number. Now we're going to go up to the workhorse. I know you love your donkey, that's when you're sewing, but this is kind of the donkey of the rotary cutter world, your 45mm. $12.99 your price here. They are very good rotary cutters, and we'll get into the benefits of them in just one moment, why you want to choose these. 256216 your item number. And then Jenny was talking about the big boy. If this was a bear, it would be the grizzly. You've got this fantastic 60mm. £20.99 your price there. I never knew that a 60mm could cut through 16 layers of fabric. That is impressive.
Would you like to see how?
I would.
Okay, I've not got an enormous piece of fabric here, but have we got... Right, we have 2 layers of fabric there, 1, 2, okay?
Yep.
I'm going to fold it in half, that makes 4.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to fold 4 in half, that makes
8.
8. I'm going to fold 8 in half, that makes 16.
Done.
Right.
I like the way you stopped asking me the maths after I was delayed
Quite
before.
easy. If I retract the blade, the reason why it cuts through 16 is when you turn it over, it's the depth between the edge of the blade and the top of the cutter that allows you to cut through 16. Now this really, very simply, will cut through 16 without very much push on my part at all.
I mean, it is impressive considering 16 layers of fabric.
Yes.
Jenny.
Will it do 32?
Oh, now you're asking.
It's bulking at 32, but hey, it did go through 32.
Jenny, that's genuinely impressive. Now, a quick question for you, because we've got viewers both right and left-handed. Have we got any lefties watching?
Glad you asked that question. Right, they will come as a right-handed one. Now, first of all, let's just go through the cutter itself. It's ergonomically designed, so the handle is very nice to hold. It is great for covering and covering, opening and shutting the blade, because that's an easy thumb action. But what I particularly like about it is how simple it is to change it from being right-handed to left-handed. Now, I know this is right-handed because if I retract the cover, it actually, you can just see the R for right sticking out there, the little R for right.
Okay, yeah, no, we can see that.
For right. Yeah. Right, to change the blade, undo the screw at the back, and literally this just falls off. Turn that over, put it back in place again, and swap it back on there, and that's your blade change.
Jenny, it cannot be that simple. Stop
and
it.
it's now a left-handed cutter.
What?
Okay, that's now for use on your left.
So there are a lot of lefties who craft that, you know, with scissors and stuff, you feel like you're left behind, and my wife's actually left-handed. That was incredibly easy.
I think
no tools or anything to have to do.
What I like about it is the way that you can use it. It's slightly angled down, so pressure, there's obviously a whole load of physics goes into this. Clover are a remarkably wonderful firm. Everything they do is high precision and it's carefully thought about. And they are really nice cutters. You've got the Big Daddy, you've got the workhorse there, you've got the small one for those smaller projects, and this one you hold in a slightly different fashion. This is the 18 mil, and this is good. You hold it a bit like a pen, and that will cut out round the edge of your applique and literally go right in and out through all those little curves. So it's ideal to have all four of them. You'll use that one a lot. You'll use this one when you're doing thick fabrics, your leathers, your upholstery fabrics. You'll use this one when you're doing your small projects. You'll do that one when you want to cut out. And maybe your hands don't use scissors, because not everyone's hands can use scissors. But when you want to go around that really small outline of that very tiny little applique shape, just hold it like a pen and work your way around.
You explain it so well, and actually we've done the maths for you, and if you did want to go for all four, £53.96, you would then have access to a flexi basket, I'm assuming, as well, so you'd be able to split. Would we? Or would not? Yeah, oh, we could do. Oh, I think we need to get, sorry, apologies, we need to get to the £60. Sorry, that was my bad. Okay, 457570 item number. If you do want to go for that 18 mil, say you've got all the different options, we'll carry going down, because it is a banquet of crafty goodies on the table.
We've got great things, tools for measuring, tools for holding, some super wadding, a really good ironing mat. Let's get on with showing everybody what we have.
Everybody needs a Jenny in their life, because I have to say, I have so much fun working with you. Your energy is infectious, though. You kind of watch you and your excitement, so you're going to be excited about the show. If you do want to get ahead on the website, it's always a good way to shop ahead for us, because I say we've got so much to get through. We will try and get through as much as we can this hour, but do get ahead. That's the beauty of our website. Or you can use the Craft Store app as well, and the app is just a very useful tool. Everything you can do on the website, you can find on the app. Okay, so we're going to take now a look. This is a hot hemmer.
Right, it's called a hot hemmer because you use it with the iron. It is made from a non-combustible fabric, a heat-resistant fibre. It has a whole load of different measurements on it, so that you use it for getting hems correct. It is also great for doing those curved seams on there. Basically, it's a tool for dressmakers or anyone in the sewing world who wants to get a certain hem at a right size and wants to be accurate. So if I wanted to do a hem, say, of 2 centimetres, I can literally bring the edge of the fabric to the 2, slide my little hot hemmer down, take the iron, and you might be using the regular iron, you might be using the Clover mini iron, but you can then press along there to get a totally accurate hem. if you had something curved, then there is a curved edge here, so you could use it to actually fold your fabric over and get an accurate curve to go around there. So it's one of those things that's a very useful bit of kit to have. And like as with everything that Cova does, it's always given with good explanation. So this measures marks for your fold and press, your long hems, your curved hems, and your deep hems. So it's really for the dressmaking world, the curtain makers, but you know, patchworkers, you could use it for pressing up your bias if you wanted on your binding.
That's something that I've actually never seen. So I've been working here for 5.5 years. I've never seen anything like that before.
It's one of those things, you'll have it in the jar beside you, you'll pick it up, oh crikey, I need to get a hem of exactly this. I need to turn it up, and it can be difficult to measure that hem, but you can just literally do it by folding it up over the edge, do 1 centimetre, 2 centimetres, 3 centimetres, 4 centimetres. If you want a deeper one, you can use the one at the bottom here, it goes up to 5. So literally, you can get dead accuracy.
Perfect. $15.99 is your price there if you want to go for your Clover Hot Hemmer long 83057, your item number. Okay, now Wonder Clips. These are not named just to sound Wonder Clips, you know, just sound cool. Genuinely, when you start using them, you'll realise why they are such a pleasure and wonder to work with.
Yes, they are. Right. These are the big, giant Wonder Clips, and they work like the smaller ones. We've also got the smaller ones on the show. They have a flat back, so if you wish to work with them on the sewing machine, they literally will slide over the bed of the sewing machine, the long arm machine, or anything else you're using.
Perfect.
They're not only good for holding things together, particularly for making bag making. If you're a bag maker and you've got great thick pieces of fabric to hold together, upholstery, these clips will hold thick fabrics together wonderfully. They also will prevent the need for putting pins into something, because if you're curtain making, you don't want to put pins through the blackout lining, because that will make little holes, and then when the customer hangs the curtains up, they get little pin pricks of light. So there are many times when you don't want to use a pin, but you've got a thick layers of things, or you want the reach of the clip because it's a longer reach. They're also very useful in the office for holding your receipts together. They're very good for having a few in your suitcase, because they're good for hanging out washing in the hotel room. These are things that, to be quite honest, I would have a packet of these, put 3 or 4 in the car, because they're useful in the car for when you're travelling, have 2 or 3 on the office desk, and put the rest in my sewing room.
I like your style, and because you've got so many to play around with, 24 pieces in total for your jumbo Wonder Clips. $18.99 is your price there. 135447, your item number. Now, this is interesting. So you've brought some very exciting things on the show today, Jenny. Some mesh transfer canvas.
Yes.
It's another one that I've never seen before.
Right, okay, this is a fine mesh that will transfer a design from one thing to another. Now, just to give you a rough idea of how it works, okay, a very, very, very rough flower.
Okay.
You take the design, which could be in a book, it could be in a magazine, and you want to get it onto your fabric.
Yeah.
So the way that the mesh works is you simply place the mesh over the design, and using whatever pen or pencil you choose, I'll use the marking pen, trace it off onto the mesh. Now, what the mesh is a series of little tiny weeny holes. So you're literally drawing it onto the mesh, and it's going over a whole series of little tiny weeny holes. Having drawn it onto the mesh, and you can just see it there, if I hold it on the paper.
No, we can see that.
You can see that.
Yeah.
Take your fabric, and you can either keep it this way up and then draw it in there, or of course if you want to reverse it, then you can just flip it over. But if I open the fabric out, let's get a corner out here, just open the thing out. It's one of these bits of kit that you'll think, oh, I really wish I had that. And then you literally just go over the design again, and of course through the little holes comes whatever marking pen you have used, and it will mark the fabric.
Oh,
just
nice.
lightly marks the fabric. Can we see that on there?
So instantly the first thing that jumps to my mind, Jenny, is for embroidery work. You know, if you get an embroidery
totally
design.
For embroidery work, anything like that, and there it is, and I can then go around it if I want to. So you're working with this little fine mesh, and it's better than pricking and pouncing a design, because you can draw on here, you can then wipe it off, remove it. If you've used a pencil, it will obviously erase. If you've used a dressmaker's marking pen that I've done, I can wipe it off with a damp cloth. You can use it again and again and again. And it simply is just draw through it, and there it comes
and repeat.
out. Yeah.
It's funny because watching it, and I totally agree with Ross, my producer, we were both thinking just how easy it is to use.
Yes,
and we're not the only ones, because we're really busy here. $9.99 is your price if you do want to go for your Clover mesh transfer canvas, 12 inches by 16 inches, so it's a really good size there. 675107, your item number. Say, and I do stand by this, you've brought us some very exciting things to play with.
Yes, in actual fact, if you go back to transfer mesh, it could be used for anything. Just not necessarily for transferring design in the sewing world, but it's like a reusable piece of tracing paper.
It's very true.
I mean, you could use it in the art world or anything like that. You could just literally...
You're absolutely right. If you want to do a little design, I like that.
So if you've got a small stencil you want to copy from one place, you simply draw it onto here, take it, you can reverse mirror image it by just flipping it over.
Yeah.
So this is tracing paper forever. It wipes clean. There you go. What is there not to like about it?
Yeah, they need to listen to you for branding. I mean, I like that. It's got a nice ring to it. Tracing paper forever. Forever trace. $9.99 is your price there. 675107, your item number. Okay, so now we got a sliding gate here. So I'm familiar with this gauge. Sorry, I'm familiar with this. I've used it in the past, but another very handy thing, not only in crafting, just in general. This is a good thing to have in your home.
Because this is a large compass or pair of compasses, etc., etc. Not only is it a measuring gauge. When you get it, Clover, as ever, provide you with some really good instructions. They give you the instructions not only in English but in a variety of different languages. And there's usually on the inside further help to work the device. Basically what this device is a measuring device. It's going to do your hems again. It's going to do your binding, it's going to do your marking, your positioning, your buttonholes. You have a sliding gauge here, so if you wish to do a hem, and perhaps you haven't got the hot hem or you wanted a considerably bigger hem, you can set the distance. Now the measurements run down here, and where you have the green slider, that is the measurement or the depth of your hem. So you've got a variety of positions of also measuring the depth of your seam allowance, both this end and indeed that end. You can use it as a gauge for that hem on the dress, the frock, your binding, your positioning. Perhaps you want to get something exactly on one side of a garment, or maybe in your applique, on your quilting, you want to get something in a certain place. I use it very often when I've got to get things positioned at sort of the points of the compass. I can use this and have it at exactly the points of the compass, because again I can measure through here and mark in the slots in the centre there. So you can draw straight lines, you can mark in the slots. In addition to that, it is a jolly good compass. If you literally take a drawing pin or a pin and put that through the little hole there, you have a compass, and it's simply a question of, and you know I haven't got a pencil, of putting your pencil through here and just drawing a circle all the way round at whatever distance you happen to want. You can do it.
Very clever.
So it's a useful gauge, this one. It's the grandpa of the gauges, because there are two of them, there are two sizes, and I think this is a useful one to have.
Very much
there you
so.
Go. You do the measuring.
Yeah, $15.99 is your price there for your super-sized sliding gauge, 977-200, your item number. Now, just before we move on, got to give a mention to a new face. You're going to be, well, it's a face you'll already be aware of. Andy is in the house. He's coming up a bit later on. He's having a wander around the studio. First show, when's it going to be?
Today,
3 o'clock.
With me.
Oh, it's with yourself?
Yes, 3 o'clock.
He's getting spoiled. Look at that. Okay.
100%.
So do make sure to tune in. Just for anyone not aware, so Create and Craft now, our sister channel. You're going to see a lot of faces from Create and Craft over here, and vice versa. We're going to pop over for the day as well and see what's like life's like over there. So Andy will be here at 3. Okay, we're going to move on. We've got now. This is your fusible blend. It's a beautiful cotton batting. I mean, it looks very plush. I haven't, because it's obviously in the packaging, I haven't touched it, but I would imagine it is very tactile.
It is very tactile. I have a wadulate here, one of these. Right, when you get your fusible blend, it will come in a packet, and don't be frightened, you've got double there. So you just literally part the layers.
Oh, okay.
Now, this is a wadding that has a very thin layer of glue on it.
Right.
Now, we've done gluing wadding to quilts before using a spray glue, but there are, for some people, they don't like sprays, they don't want to do it, or they want the convenience of just ironing it. It's wonderfully
That's nice, because sometimes with sprays, you know, they can be a bit smelly. And
absolutely.
Yeah.
So how you would use it is just as you do any quilt, and I use the fusible wadding pretty much most of the time.
Okay.
So you can take your backing fabric, your quilt, imagine this is a quilt, I've used the bias binding makers, which we'll come to later on in the show, and the wadding. Initially what I would do is keep the backing to one side,
yeah.
lay my quilt top onto the wadding. If necessary, I will anchor the wadding to a table, perhaps using some form of masking tape or painter's tape. With the iron, just iron from the centre out, and you just iron slowly and gently, ironing away and ironing away.
And we don't have to worry about getting glue onto our iron?
Without getting glue onto your iron, you don't. And strangely enough, it doesn't come through to the table. So I iron this on, obviously not the best table in the world, but on the kitchen table. When you've pressed it one side, then I will flip it over, take the backing, lay the backing on top, and again work from the centre out. You just sort of stand there idly watching the craft show as you push the iron around. You see, you can watch Giannis, or if you could be watching me, or if you're watching Andy Love, or anybody else, and just iron happily. When you finish that, what I tend to do then, just as an added just in case, is just turn it over and give it another press on that side. And I have found that if you do that, the layers stay together very nicely all the while you are quilting them, and they really do hang together.
Yeah.
So fusible fluff for me is actually a great benefit. So there's no spray, no toxic anything anywhere, not that the spray is toxic, but it's a very useful bit of kit to have.
Well, I like that. Fusible fluff. I like that. Very, very easy to work with. Now, we've got two different options for you. So for $12.99, you've got your 45 inches by 60 inches. Remember what Jenny was saying, when you open this up, do make sure to separate the layers. If you want your heirloom fusible blend, 128806, your item number. But it is a very, very good batting. And I have to say, since looking at the batting, we're noticing that a lot of you are placing this in your basket, and I absolutely do not blame you. Okay, now, if you do want a slightly bigger option, this is your 90 by 108. I think this was the size that Jenny was working with. So this is the big boy. 90 inches by 108, $33.99 is your price. I think this really separates itself. It's that convenience, the fact that you've already got the glue on there. So very easy to work with. It is a very good quality batting as well, because things you're kind of looking for from your batting, the fact that it is a beautiful cotton batting, it is soft, it adds a plushness to any project you're making, and you don't have to work hard to use it. 634272 item number. You look like you're finished.
Yes, well, I was just going to hold it up. So I'm holding it up by the backing, and the layers are all together. Perfect. It is one of these things you do iron it slowly, and the iron wasn't up to full temperature, so you just iron it slowly. Watch the television or your computer, and you will have the layers. Now, the neat thing about it, you can peel it off, and you get at least another go at it, at pressing it down again. So it's great if you need to ease your layers into place. If you've got a few lumpy, bumpy bits, you can ease them into place as you literally press it. So I'm afraid I'm a rate. I like fusible fluff.
I'm going to applaud producer Ross, because he is the people's champion.
Good.
He doesn't need to say this, but he was saying in my ear, you know, tell everyone at home that if you go for two of the smaller ones, it's less money than going for the bigger one, and you're getting more. So yeah. So hey, you know, unless you need a larger size and you're working something where you need the larger size, the most cost-effective way, and you do get a bit more, go for two of the smaller. $12.99 your price there.
Because you can join it with just a zigzag on the either by hand or on the sewing machine.
Well, then I'd be doing that personally.
Right, buy two fusible small fluffs.
Buy two, but don't listen. You didn't hear it from us. There we go. Nice thing to do, Ross. He's a good guy, our Ross. Okay, we're going to move on. This is nifty. I have seen these before.
Yes.
And I know you've got them. This is your multi-mat. Yep. Multi-mat is genius, especially if you're a little restricted on workspace. The multi-mat is definitely your friend. And for £20.99, the amount you can do. So it's a 4-in-1 multi-tool.
Yes.
I know we're saying small. Have to say though, that is a good size. So talk us through, what can we do with the multi-mat?
Okay. Well, when you get your multi-mat, if you open it up, there is a cutting mat inside. So we've got the literally the usual cutting mat, the self-healing cutting mat.
Yep.
It's got inches on it and it has centimetres on it, so it will suit for any occasion. So that's where you do your cutting.
Yep.
Having done all your cutting, if you wished to arrange the design in some particular way,
build up
this
your applique.
is a piece of, it's almost like a felt or a suede, and it will hold the various pieces of fabric how you wish to hold them in place, and it just literally keeps them there. So you can lay them out there and they won't fall off that easily.
I'm disappointed, Jenny. I thought you were going to create a boat scene.
Yes, I know. Yes, I was thinking to myself, I missed an opportunity of not doing that. So that will lay your pieces out.
Yep.
And then here is where if you want to draw on something, because it's rough, it will hold the fabric in place while you actually do any drawing on it if you want to do any marking at all or drawing. So that will stop it from shifting.
Oh, perfect. And
Finally,
once we've done all of that,
we have either a small ironing surface
Yeah.
or put on a big ironing surface.
and it is lay flat. Look, genius when you think about this, because breaking down all the elements, imagine if we were selling different boards or mats, the fact that you've got your A4 self-healing mat, then you've got your applique pad, then we have our drawing surface in there as well, which is highly textured, it's like sandpaper, so it really clings to those fabrics. And then finally you've got your ironing press mat, so that could be either single-sided there, the A4, or you can stretch it out and have double the size as well. So all of that in one tool, £20.99. Imagine if we were just selling, say, a pressing mat. How much would you be paying? And then when you look at the cutting mat in there, the applique element and the drawing element, all in one tool, first thing that jumps into my mind, if we've got, maybe we're conscious of space in our craft room,
yes,
great space saver, you don't have to get your ironing board out just to do that little pressing as we're quilting, so press and go. But also classes, if we're going to a class with yourself, say, imagine taking that. I'm sure you're going to recognise some of your classes in a few...
people had them yesterday because it pops into your bag, and then you've got your cutting mat there, you've got place to lay your pieces down or not, you've got somewhere you can put your design on and draw on it. You may not want to use that, but boy, will you want to use your small cutting mat and indeed the ironing mat. So you literally just pop it in your bag. It comes in 3 different designs, have we got?
It does.
A variety of different designs.
We've only got the rainbow today, I think.
The rainbow,
yeah.
right.
But still,
So
when you think about that, no queuing for the ironing board at classes. This is, if you do classes, if you enjoy doing classes, and I'm hoping more classes are starting to get up and away again after obviously a challenging 2 years, this is the one to go for. But even just at home in your craft room, £20.99. Or if you just go, if you're crafting on the go, maybe you've got a holiday home or a caravan, again, it is your friend. 279186 your item number, and that is a very good price. I know we're not saying there's a saving on here. I think the price in itself, it's as if there was a big saving, because that's very competitive. It's effectively £5.25 per element.
Yes, and I'm thinking that if you've got somebody whose Valentine's Day is coming up, what a nice present for your crafting person that you love is to give them one of these.
I think
because then, actually the really nice thing about this is everybody needs to have one, because I bet you can't iron a shirt on it. So those of you that are thinking, oh God, you've got to iron all those shirts. Well, you could say, I can't fit it on my cutting mat.
Sorry, it's only A4.
Yes, quite.
So you can fold it out. £20.99 is your price, 279186, your item number there. Okay, now we've got some clips for you as well. We're actually going to, you're going to be receiving 5. We've only got 4 on the counter, but you will be receiving 5 packets for £32.95. This is your So Easy pack of 5 small quilters holding clips, 250 pieces in total. That's an awful lot, and you are saving £7 here as well. Something that you use often, Jenny?
Something that I use frequently. So I will use them for the binding. So when I'm actually, I hand sewed this, so shh, don't tell anybody. So when I'm putting the binding in place, I can literally clip it into place with the clips. If I'm going to work on the machine, I'd have it with the flat side down. If I'm just working willy-nilly how I want to work, they go any which way that I like. But they will hold the binding in place. Now, the great thing about the clip is it's not like a pin. You don't catch your thread on it. So it holds it nicely, holds it in place. It's also good for holding pieces of patchwork together, so perhaps you want to be organised. In any of the fabric, the soft craft worlds, you can hold bits together. You paper crafters, they would hold paper together because they're not going to damage it.
That's a good point.
So you've got 250 of these. What I would suggest you do is you've got 5 packets, you keep 3 and you give 2 away maybe, 1 away maybe, none away maybe. Perhaps you don't feel that generous, but you have got 250 of them. They're a great present.
They are a very good present, and just to yourself, you want to treat yourself. 290219, your item number there. Don't be frugal with your clips. You're getting 250 of those, saving £7, £32.95 is your price. Now this is interesting. So we've had some nifty tools on the show. A mini ironing tool. How do we use this? 'Cause this is different. I've not seen this before.
Haven't you seen the mini iron?
I'm trying to think. Maybe years and years ago. It's been a very long time since I have.
Clover mini iron, right. This is a particularly useful iron for anyone who wants to do anything small, anyone who has lack of space, anyone who doesn't want to have a great big iron beside them, you just want something near to you. It has an on-off switch, it has a high setting, it has a low setting. It has a particularly nice point that will really get into all those little corners or flatten out those seams. Now it's a great tool perhaps if you're going to do any form of bias binding, because you literally can just work your way along, easing the layers of the fabric together. So this tool is great for little corners, great for your seams, great for just those small pieces. You just want to iron something. Another thing that's very good for class. It's handy, it's light, it's easy to hold. It also comes with a screw here, and I won't touch it because it is hot, and indeed there's a screwdriver in the box that you get. You can change the head of the iron for a variety of other heads. So if you're into small dressmaking, you're making dolls' clothes, you're making dolls' house things, and you want different tips to the iron, you can change the head of the iron. It also comes with a little stand, so you can prop the iron on the stand to keep it safe. And it's one of those things that, you know, you just have, oh, where's my clover iron, and get it out. And I use it frequently when I'm making bias binding, and we'll come to the bias binding. I think, would you like me to talk about the bias binding makers?
Yeah, that'd be nice, actually.
So the clover iron is, as I said, very good for doing things like small things. Let me just put that to one side. Where I often use it is for making the bias for something like, and if we can have the camera to go to the various things, there's one that says love over there, there's one that's got a bit of Celtic work, just hang on in there, we'll find it, there we are. Now that piece of work, or those 2 pieces of work you can see there, are designed, it was an idea I came up from Rennie McIntosh's things, and that uses bias binding.
It's very Picasso-esque.
Yes, thank you. If we move to the one that says love, and that wasn't there because Andy loves coming, it was pure happenstance. So there's one that says
that's the cushion.
love.
If we just go
cushion over there, keep going.
Yeah.
I'll go find it in just a minute. Down a bit, that's it, along a bit.
There you go.
Up a bit, nearly there a bit. There we are. There is the one coming up on your screens in just a moment that says love. So that's using a very thin bias. And then finally there's another one where we've got the Celtic design there. So if you're doing stained glass, if you're doing Celtic, if you're doing anything like that, the bias binding makers are absolutely superb.
Nice. Now, are you sure you didn't make that cushion because you're working with Andy at 3?
No, definitely not.
I'm very disappointed that there's not a Yanis or a Morgan cushion on here as well.
I'm very sorry, no.
It's favouritism, Jenny, it's favouritism.
Okay, you have a choice of, there's a bundle with 3 of them in, I believe.
Yeah, there is. We'll put the details on the screen.
It gives you 3 different sizes of bias binding makers. It gives you the really small 6mm ones, which would be ideal for doing the love one. It gives you the one that I would use for most of my Celtic or stained glass, which is 9mm, and then it gives you the considerably larger one, which does 1 inch or 25mm, which is great for doing your bias, perhaps for around a small quilt or round a circle or something of that nature. Now, this bias binding maker will not only turn strips into bias, they'll turn straight cut strips as well as bias cut strips, because you don't always want your strips cut on the bias. How does it work? Well, it works by literally threading the fabric through the machine. Now, each of these particular bias binding tape makers has another added advantage, because you can feed in a fusible web on the top there, as I've shown on this. Now, sadly, I haven't got any fusible web, but the fusible web fits in on the top. So as you then iron the piece,
Oh,
and
that's
pull it
clever.
back. The fusible web feeds through the top of the machine onto your bias, making it instantly usable, and you can then stick it
Jenny,
down.
that's genius.
Yes, absolutely genius. I was really sad that I haven't got any fusible web to do that, because it would make life so much more simple for sticking it down, for perhaps doing things like this. This is a bit of Celtic design with an added piece of thread on it.
Oh, wow. That looks incredible.
This is just an abstract piece of using bias binding.
Yeah.
This was using 2 different sizes, which you could do with the 6mm and indeed the 9mm. So there we have another piece.
Beautiful.
And then just a random piece of stained glass, could it happen to be in the bag? There is your stained glass. So you could use your bias tape maker for a variety of things, not just for binding things in the dressmaking world, in the quilting world. You could use it for your Celtic, you could use it for your stained glass, you can use it for weaving. And what I like about Clover is when you open the packet, you will find there is inspiration inside. For instance, the 2 smaller ones explain how you can do the Celtic. The bigger one, the 25 one, has a great idea for doing weaving with your bias strips. Now, imagine that. You've got some fabric, you've got bits of fabric, you want a quick gift, you could use that for a window in a card. So don't just think this has to be for fabric people. You could actually use the fabric, say, on your cards, in your paper making, in your scrapbooking. Right, how do we actually work it? Well, let me pull that piece out. First of all, you would need to cut a bit of fabric that's approximately double whatever the designated width of the bias maker is.
Right.
So this one, the 9mm one, it's about a 3/4 of an inch piece. You feed the fabric through the larger section at the back here. There.
I noticed with the fabric you cut a little point. Do you find-
That's because I cut it on the bias.
Oh, okay.
So when you cut fabric on the bias, you literally end up with a little point. If you haven't got a point, then make a point. It does make it slightly easier to feed it through. So feed it through there. Now, they have a gap on the top here, which is very useful because you can take your scissors or a small pokey tool or a pin and just ease the fabric through until it comes out the end. Go out the end there. Like everything on these things, it's not going to come out the end, which it did perfectly easily a minute ago. So let me just cut that point a bit better. Touch a bit more pointy.
Okay.
It's having a reluctant
Typical with
moment
live
like my
TV,
car.
isn't it? Typical with live TV.
Oh, it is, totally. And it doesn't go down, doesn't do this, and you're all fingers and thumbs. And I'm still, for anyone who wants to know, I'm still deaf in one ear. Yanis doesn't know this, but I washed my hair and went deaf.
You brushed your hair and went
No,
deaf?
I washed it.
Oh, washed it. Oh,
and
okay.
Come on, Jennifer, just get your act together, dear. There we are, thank you.
Nice.
Sometimes you have to talk to yourself.
Is it your left ear or your right ear? Left.
This ear.
Oh, it is that ear?
Yes, so you see, you're a bit like hearing you through a muffled something.
Oh, I'll speak louder, sorry.
Thank you. No, don't, because all the poor viewers will have to turn their television down. Once you've fed it through, as it comes out, this is where the clover iron comes into its own, because you literally just wobble the iron over the clover maker as you draw it back.
Wow.
And perfect bias binding comes out the end. And you've got 3 different sizes. You've got your 6mm, your 9mm, and your 25mm. And you're never, ever, ever going to get bias tape quite as good as that. And of course it can be in any fabric you like. This is a bit of Cave's fabric. So
being able to create your own bias tape this easily and effective, and the fact that you have got 3 different size tools as well, so you've got your 6mm, your 9mm and your 25mm for your clover, set of 3 fusible bias tape makers. It's a tool that I think sewers will, once you've got it home, you'll think, how did I ever live without this?
Correct. So you can use your bias tape on your dressmaking, on your curtain making, in your quilting, in your embroidery, absolutely anywhere. And remember, you have the ability to thread the fusible glue web through the top, so as it comes out it literally irons in place, and then you can stick it down, stitch it down on the sewing machine, and you will have a superb piece of bias on your Celtic work, your stained glass work, or maybe it's a trim on that dressmaking, that little pretty dress you've made, or round the garment that you've made, and there is your perfect bias tape.
Already, I mean, that's incredible. And the fact that you can put the fusing on there as well.
Yes.
Game changer, absolute game changer. I was just looking behind me actually, I saw this beautiful piece of work on a quilt. So have you been using that technique here, Jenny?
That's exactly the same thing. So that's the bias, piece of bias laid down just in a wiggle, because if you cut it on the bias you can bend it. If you're not going to bend it, there's no need to cut it on the bias, you just cut it on the straight. It will feed through the bias tape maker just as easily.
Now, do you tend to find you get a lot of admiring glances for your Suffolk puffs?
I hope so, yes.
You should do, they're lovely. $22.97 is your price there, saving £7. 266897, your item number. You're getting all 3 of these tools. Now, I want to put this into context. You can buy them individually, and they're $9.99 each, so it just goes to show that £7 saving is a genuine saving. Very, very, very popular for this item, if you do want to go for it. Now, I would also just going to remind you of the iron too, because it plays so nicely with the bias maker. So if you do want to go for the iron, lovely tool to work with, and it doesn't, thing is, it's not going to take up a lot of space. It's not cumbersome, easy to work with. Just watch your fingers, obviously, with any iron you have to. $39.99 your price here for your Clover Mini Iron 2, 092133 item number, and we do have a flexi payment on there. This is interesting actually, because earlier on I was talking about flexi payments. Now, because there is a flexi basket open, if you were to pop this into your order, then it means anything else that you add into your basket, and it doesn't matter what the price, you'll be able to split that price and spread the costs as well. Just something to consider. Okay, now Jenny, for my shame, when we first came into the studio, I picked one of these up and I was trying to do this because I thought it was a sharpener for a rotary cutter.
Oh, right, the macaroons.
The macaroons.
Right, yes, wow. You know when you're stitching and the needle gets sort of sticky and it gets blunt, these are needle sharpeners. They come in 2 different colours. You've got a pretty pink one, you've got a pretty turquoise one. Now, one side, it actually says the word clover on it. Ignore that, because it's the other side that is a magnet, so you could actually rest your needle or your pin on there. So this is not only a needle sharpener, it's also that needle keeper for when you're doing some sewing. You can just pop your needle on there rather than sticking it in the arm of the chair, which
handy if you do drop a pin or needle as well and you're looking to find it on a carpet.
Correct, you could actually pick it up. It will pick it up, see. So it is quite good for picking up a collection of, in fact it's a very good little magnet. So what it really is for is, A, it's a needle keeper, but B, in the centre here is some form of needle sharpening stuff. It's magnetic. I presume it's some sort of iron filings.
Magic.
Magic. Because basically all you do with your needle is you take your needle and you stick it into that and you just rub it backwards and forwards in there, and that puts a decent point on the end of your needle and gets rid of any burrs. It will not only do your needles, it will also do your pins. So if you've got pins that have lost their end, you can sit down, put your feet up, make yourself a drink, cup of coffee or something, and watch us and do all your pins and just slide them through there and give them nice sharp points again.
What about a sewing machine needle?
I think it would do sewing machine needles as well. It doesn't say so, but I don't see any reason why it shouldn't.
I would absolutely give this a go. And let's think about this, because with a sewing machine needle, now we can't endorse, because it's not in the packaging, the information we have, that it's for sewing machine needles, but it's worth giving it a try. If you've got, what's the worst that could happen? If you've got an old sewing machine needle, give it a go, because Jenny, you were telling me, and working in the past, we're meant to change our needle, sewing machine needle, every 8 hours or
something
project.
Of that nature. Or when you, certainly when you break it. Well, there is a sewing machine needle. It's going to work just as well. It's going to go in and out of that. So sewing machine needle, just sit there and slide it through. These are reminiscent of the days when, I can remember going way back, we would make pin cushions and fill them with iron filings. Well, very difficult to get hold of, extremely messy. This little macaroon will do that thing for you. So if you have, you know, today, just, you know, pop a couple in your basket. One's a present, or you could have one in the sort of in your craft room, and you put one in your, perhaps if you've got lucky to have a caravan or you're going away, one lives in the bag there, and it'll just sharpen your needles for you. I thought this was an absolutely splendid idea. Now, top tip, while we're talking about needles, when it comes to threading needles, this is something you may or may not know. First of all, wet the end of the needle. Now, if there's any children around or any young people or anyone can possibly misunderstand, moisten finger and thumb and put some moisture on the end of the needle. You can, if you're...
Never go to the mouth.
You could just put it in your mouth, but I wouldn't recommend that because, you know, just in case it's the
Moisten
blunt end.
Yeah, and that's really important. Work safely, and you always try to say, wet your fingers and bring your fingers to the needle as opposed to the needle to your mouth. Yeah.
Cut your thread at a 45-degree angle, so an angled cut on the thread. So if you've got an angled cut on the thread and a wet eye of the needle, and this is a particularly small needle, get it off the counter there, it will go through considerably easier. And the same thing applies to sewing machines. If you wet the sewing machine needle, so moisten it, finger and thumb, put some moisture on the end of the sewing machine needle, cut the thread at a 45-degree angle, it will go straight through the needle. If you suck the thread, as we always used to, then the thread swells, but you cut it at a 45-degree angle, wet eye of needle. I thought it was something complicated like, you know, osmosis or this, that or the other, and no. Late husband said rather tersely, he said it's just lubrication. So lubricate the eye of the needle, thread at 45 degrees, it goes through, an absolute treat. And now you've got it really sharp on the end, so it's just going to glide through whatever it is you are stitching, be you a soft furniture with your upholstery needles, be you an embroideress, be you a quilter with your needles, and why not try, as Yanis said, try the sewing machine needles. Why not? You've got nothing to lose.
I'd be thinking for $9.99, the money you're going to save from old needles or threads, if you're working and it is a little bit blunt, just be able to sharpen it and do, like Jenny was just mentioning, with your sewing machine needles. Think how much it costs to get new sewing machine needles. You do a few of those and you've covered the cost of the investment already. $9.99. I remember when we first brought you sharpeners for rotary cutters and they absolutely flew. This is the same thing for your needles, and I'm going to stress, although the packaging doesn't say it, Jenny's had a go with a sewing machine needle and it has worked. Think about that. If you're working on a project and your machine is a little bit clunky, just being able to whip off the needle, sharpen it in here and put it back in, how much is that going to be saving you? 980-690, your item number there. Very busy for this. Right, now, we're going to talk very quickly about the needle threader. This hour, Jenny, look at the time, it's flown by.
And we've gone through so many useful gadgets, from your fusible fluff to your rotary cutters to the mat, the clover art, and those bias binding tape makers, and the macaroon.
Well, we love the macaroon. Yes. I kind of see you, Jenny, as the, and other spies are available, but you're like the James Bond of the crafting world. You bring us all the goodies. So tell us a little bit about this.
Right, this is just great for thread. It sits on your desk. You can sort of literally stick it in place on your desk.
Yeah.
And if you can't see to thread the needle, you put the needle eye in, bring the thread over, it pops it through. It'll thread any needle you like. Clover, Japanese company. They have been around for some considerable time, and the one thing about Clover is, no, they're not the cheapest thing in the book, but you are going to get quality. You really are. Anything made by Clover is looked at, tested, gone over. It's always got full instructions. It's always beautifully packaged. It's always well thought out. The Japanese are remarkably good at doing things just so it really is to the point. And
that's a really good way of looking at it. And you know, it's that old adage, you buy cheap, you buy twice. And you're right. And Jenny, I'm telling you now, Jenny would not endorse something or stand here and say it unless she really meant it. And it's true. Clover, as a brand, everything you get, it is made to such a high
it is,
level.
From their rotary cutters, which are superb. And yes, as I said, they're not the cheapest ones in the book, but you will always get good instructions, excellently researched products. They send them out every so often. I get a package from Japan, from Clover, with some new product.
That's cool.
And I will test it and then write back and say, no, I think you need to, you know, round the corner off a bit, or you should do this, or I think this product works remarkably well. They have thought about it. They do ask all over the world, and just like so many Japanese things, it is beautifully made.
That's what we like. What we're going to do is let you spend a few moments with Catherine. She's going to tell you a little bit about Flexi, and then the fun will continue.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly Flexi-buy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
And we try and make life as easy as possible for you, both here and on our sister channel, Create and Craft. Now, we just want to share with you these scissors. They are Fiskars scissors, $15.99 is your price. You choose the option that speaks to you. And there's some beautiful, I love the marble effect. So you've got your gold marble, your black marble, or your candy cane. No bad choices here with the scissors. They fit beautifully in the hand. I know it sounds very silly-telly, but genuinely, just the way Fiskars make their scissors, very comfortable to hold. 244165, your item number there. Okay, now we're just going to recap some of the busiest items on the show, and one tool that has been very popular and something different, and that's what we always love. Jenny likes to bring us elements that are different. This is your transfer canvas. So it is your Clover mesh transfer canvas, 12 inches by 16 inches, $9.99. And for anyone who might have missed Jenny playing with this a little earlier on, extremely easy to use, Jenny.
It is. Right. Rather than me do my rather poor drawing of a flower,
yeah,
I can do better sometimes, is suppose you wanted to take an element from this particular fabric. Literally, with this transfer mesh, and it's a very fine mesh with some really tiny, tiny holes in it.
Okay.
And you trace the design on using whatever tracing medium you choose. You
Yeah.
probably can't see that until I move it and put it onto a piece of white paper.
I know, see that.
And now you can see the leaf. I can then either, through my fabric, trace it off again, and it will come through the little holes. Or if I wanted the mirror image, I can just flip it over and take it through, turn it literally up the other way. So there's my leaf coming out. It's not the best pen to do it in the world, but it'll show you what can be done. The nice thing about it is this is washable and wipeable, and there's my design coming out. If I wanted a mirror image, I can simply turn it over and draw it again. And because it's got these little holes in it, whatever drawing medium you are using comes through the little holes. So you can literally just trace anything you like onto the mesh and transfer it. It does exactly what it says on the can. It transfers the design by drawing it on one side. So it is reusable tracing paper, and you can flip it over and do it on the other side, and then you can go over it with whatever other medium you like. So it can actually be seen on there. Just
yeah, you can see that. You can see that. $9.99 is your price, but it's that ability. Think about being able to translate any design, and not just onto paper. Onto fabrics. We were saying that you can trace it onto paper as well, and that's the whole point. We want you to get the most from your mediums. $9.99 your price there. Yeah.
Just had a good idea. Suppose you wanted to do a straight line,
yeah,
and you weren't sure about it. If you take your transfer mesh and a ruler. Okay, so I want to do a straight line because I'm quilting, or I've got to have a straight line in exactly the right place. And I could literally mark it through this, and it will come out on the fabric. Let me just do, I haven't got any paper. I'm using one of the pole sheets. So
that's okay.
So all you have to do is find a, let me do it with that one. Have I got another pen there? No. So if I wanted a line, and there is my line, very faint, through there, onto the paper. Just see it. So I can transfer a straight line if I wanted to.
It's very usable and it's very popular. $9.99 your price there, 675-107 your item number. Now, we have got our fusible blend. Been so busy for this. A fusible blend, we've got two sizes and two different options. Oh, Ross, you said it again, and I feel like I should say it too. Look, the most cost-effective way of buying this, we have got the larger option. You're actually better off getting two of the smaller. So we'll show you. For $33.99 for the large, you would actually get more if you got two lots of the 45 by 60 at $12.99. So, well, you get 90 inches and 120 inches. So, well, look, let's think about this. Ross, you're a good guy for mentioning it. So, absolutely go for that, because you're saving yourself, what, £10, £11 actually?
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
Because, yes, because it's 90 by 100, so it's twice 45 you're getting.
It's a good one. I got my maths was wrong, sorry. It was, you're saving yourself about £9, £8,
yes.
But even still, that is great value for money. But we've got problems because we're limited stock here. Everybody has chosen to hear the rallying cry from Ross, our consumer money expert, and he's telling you, go for this one. £12.99 is your price. 128 806 your item number. The
but
team
if
are
you
going to
miss out, folks, the other one is equally as good.
Yeah,
right?
it is.
You joining it.
I mean, they're both the same thing, and it's like if we can save you money, we will. But I know the team, the buyer's like, wow, don't understand it. None of the bigger ones sold. What happened? Oh. Okay,
but
now.
The poor company. So when you get it, okay, you just open it out. No, I've got the bigger one because I didn't appreciate you could get two for slightly less. I've always bought the bigger one. I shall now know better and order the small one. If you want to join the small one, just literally join it with a zigzag. But it irons a treat. The trick is iron the top on first. You can put it on the table. I wouldn't do it on the best dining room table, but I've never known it come through, right through to the actual underneath. Iron the top on first, flip it over, iron the back on first, and then go back again, re-iron the top. If you wanted to, and it's not a bad idea, I'd probably go around the very edge with a hand baste just to hold those layers together. But I've done this on many, many quilts, and it holds the layers together. As soon as you wash the quilt or anything else, it just washes out. It doesn't lose any of its drapableness, if you can have such a thing, because it is fusible. And for those people who are concerned about anything getting into the air or the environment, the fusible wadding will take that problem away.
We're into single figures. It's about to go, so if you do want to go for the single option, now is the time. 128 806, your item number there. That's sold out now. Technical sellout on our smaller option. Going to jump onto the website very quickly. Lots to discover. Use the website. Use the app. It is your tool. So at your leisure, you can go over everything that we featured this hour. So as I say, Clover bring us such beautiful things. Japanese company, and they, like the Japanese culture, they place so much emphasis on getting it right. If a job's worth doing, it's worth doing right. Look at the 5-star reviews for this macaroon. If you want to sharpen your pins, sharpen your needles, it's a game changer. You're just picking the colourway that really speaks to you. All I will say, and Jenny and I were discussing the virtues of using your sewing machine needle on here, and Jenny did give it a go, and she said it worked. So let's think about this. You're working on a project, your machine's sounding clunky, you do not have any needles at home. You're like, oh no, I have to get a new needle. Just give it a sharpen.
It can't do it any harm.
Yeah.
I mean, it won't take, if you've knocked the point off, it won't put the point back, but it will just smooth it out a bit.
Yeah, well, there we go. Give it that go. And also for your pins and your needles, which it is designed for. And I've got to stress that with this, that was our idea. Jenny and I were kind of discussing it, and we came up with the idea of the sewing machine needle. But it's designed for your pins and needles. The sewing machine needle is just a bonus if it does work for you. Now, Jenny is back at 3 o'clock, and it's going to be Andy's first show here at the craft store as well. So, Jenny, thank you so much.
Thank you, too.
Have fun with Andy at 3.
I will. Thank you. See you all at 3.
Coming up next, we are going to let Leonie loose. After that, it's easy quilting, and then 2 Red Robins will return for their final call.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly Flexi-buy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Jo and I have the pleasure of demonstrating for That's Crafty. That's Crafty are a family-run business that started online in 2005. I hope I can inspire you by bringing along my experience together with the That's Crafty products. So make sure you don't miss the That's Crafty shows.
Good afternoon, everyone. Oh my word, I'm so pleased to be back. Do you know, I'm just wondering, I don't think I've missed anything while I've been gone.
Nothing's been happening, really.
Been
No, nothing.
Maybe just one thing. Yeah. I've heard the news.
Which news?
Yes, we are joining forces, of course, with our friends over the road, Create and Craft. In fact, we've got a little treat in store at 3 o'clock this afternoon, so don't go anywhere. But before then, we've got more treats in store because, of course, we have got Leonie. She's going to be showcasing Tracy Eason's goodies, and I'm saying goodies. We've got lots of new todays, haven't we?
Oh, do you know what? Yes, and they are absolutely divine. I mean, Tracy, again, I was saying in first hour, she's such a beautiful designer. Tracy designs from the heart. Yeah. You know, and I said it first hour, you know, she makes me want to cry every time. But through, because they're so genuine and so lovely, the words are so meaningful, you know, and it's completely heartfelt. And because when she lost her dad, and it's her dad that is inspiring her, and, you know, and she said, you know, she just put her pencil to paper and she felt her dad helping her push her along and bring us these incredible little wee ones, and all the stories.
All the stories, the words, the phrases.
These wonderful collection. These are for a mum, and these ones are friends and family and neighbours. And this is it. Everything means something. It's just glorious.
They certainly do. We had a very busy show earlier on, so make sure you're checking everything out of those baskets. Now let's have a look what we've got for you, because we've got two different options for you. We're looking at magic first of all. Now I do have some boards. I'm going to do these one by one, just so it makes it a little bit easier to see. What I love about the boards actually is you can see the main focus there, that wonderful image, and then all of the words that you've got there as well. And of course, because Tracy, she is from Scotland, when you read them, you can't help but speak in a Scottish accent. I'm going to do it in my head though, not out loud, because it works then.
I tell you what though, our Catherine, on the back of the packaging, that's the bit that you have to read Scottish, because she writes in Scottish on the back of the packaging, and it tells you all about the characters, and it's just absolutely beautiful.
I'll have to do that then. Let's have a look at some of the sentiments here first of all. This is Letters from Love. So let's have a look. We've got Choose Joy for those who dare to follow their dreams. I love the difference in the font and those little extra worker stamps as well. Letters from Life. What does that one say at the top? Be brave, be silly, be happy. Oh, I do love that. Adventure awaits. But look at that image there as well. It's absolutely beautiful, absolutely gorgeous.
Shall I do the reading?
You can do this really well, can't you, in the Scottish accent?
No, I'm rubbish. I'm really
if
rubbish.
If I try, it'll just be Yorkshire.
I should have listened to Tracy before I were, shouldn't I? Because obviously Tracy does loads of inspirational YouTube videos and things like that, the Facebook Lives. But on this one, it says, so obviously he's there doing his letters, and this. Did you happen to see Don Dougal the other day delivering Don letters for life? I did. He was whizzing around like a big bairn. Oh, on those contraptions he made for his orbits. We'd done round things and come with the red on. Yeah, I don't know. It would never,
I love the roll of the tongue.
I would
there.
never tell him, but with a wit for I can't.
I'm so glad you didn't ask me to do it.
I tell you what,
glad.
please watch Tracy on Facebook Live, because not only will you'll absolutely understand it, but oh my gosh, she just makes you smile. So please watch Tracy, because she's amazing. But it is, it's so funny. I would never tell him, but we are wit for our what a wid for what a wid day for a wee shoot. Oh, I don't know.
Well,
honestly, wait till you get these home. Give it a go yourself. Honestly. Fabulous. But yeah, it's beautiful, and all the extra little letters and stuff, absolutely fabulous.
They really, really are. I don't know if we're going to get to do that again with this set, but this one is called, is this Smooching and Swaying?
Yes.
Oh, now this is the grandparents, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look at them.
Aren't they lovely?
Oh, I love how their noses are touching.
I know, they're so cute. They are so cute. I love that she gives them the movements. I think that's absolutely adorable. And then in this one, you've got the most beautiful sentiments. And this is the thing, it's not just the main image. You've got loads of little worker stamps, and then you've got Love You, and what else have we got there? Laugh Together, Say Sorry. Yeah, and I think, it's things like that that are adorable. Aren't they lovely?
They are.
Shall I read what she's put? Well, try and read.
Go on then, I'll keep showing samples just in case.
Did you see great granny and great grandpa at the gathering of the clans the other night? Oh, I did right enough. Lost in each other's eyes, they were smooching and swaying, dancing to their own beat. 'Twas like... Hold on. 'Twas like no one was watching. I'd hope that when I get to their age, that I be as much in love as they are. I don't say that, but
And
isn't
you can
that beautiful?
see, can't you? Look at them, they really are in love, aren't
See,
they?
and the stories that she gives them are absolutely adorable. The stories are just, it brings them, obviously these are the wee ones, this is the clan, and she brings them to life for us. Obviously they are sat at home with Tracy watching, all giggling because they like to see themselves on television, the wee ones, so they're all giggling and getting very excited, and wee ones, we love hearing all about your stories.
We certainly do.
It's such a
Let's have a look at the
life.
next one, because we've still got two to get through. So this one is Little Me and Raggedies. Oh, look at that.
Beautiful. It's beautiful.
Sweet.
And you can see as well, you've got the little mouse and you've got the little bird on there, and again you've got the most beautiful extra little hearts and things that allow you to build up that picture, and then of course gorgeous sentiments on there.
I love Let's Promise to Always Be ... and then you can add your own sentiment. Absolutely wonderful. Yeah, you've got Best of Friends on there, so it could be Always Be Best of Friends. You could put your own wording in there. You can find other stamps that will work as well. absolutely gorgeous. You know, and you've got so many different ways of using your colours, Leonie, different backgrounds,
Absolutely.
just stamping, embossing.
I'm going to read. Are you heard about the wee human who goes around with a weans? And that's the little ones, obviously. Oh, aye. Seen her right enough. The weans flocked to her, and hold on, along with the feather friends and the big hairy four-legged beasties. Oh yes, she's like them Pied Piper, so she is. How fabulous! Because all the weans. Oh, do you know? It's, once you know the words, it absolutely makes sense. But you have to learn the words.
You do, look at that! Oh, look at this!
Isn't that beautiful?
Oh, I love that!
Look, the little wean.
Oh.
Isn't that just absolutely beautiful? Beautiful.
That reminds me of my little sister when she was much younger. She used to dress like that, all raggedy and little ponytails and, yeah, we had little wee friends as well.
Aww.
Now we've got another one to get through as well. We've got Magic in Your Soul. Now this is an enormous sentiment stamp, so absolutely wonderful. Of course it will stand alone, and of course you've also got other stamps that will work with it as well. Let me just find the appropriate board for this one. There we are.
This is
there
a cracker, Catherine.
It is a cracker, isn't it?
Yeah,
Let's look at
because
this.
it works beautifully as a background stamp, but obviously with this one, you can easily pick out the sentiments, and it's quite nice because she hasn't sort of put punctuation. That gives it that flow, but then obviously you can cut them out and you can do all sorts with them. And she's put, what is the magic in your soul, I hear you ask? Why? It's a gathering of words to remind you to live your best life. Take each new day as a gift that we are given to start over. Fill it up and good things. Fill it up with good things. Basically, look at life as the greatest adventure you will ever take. How fabulous is that? And yeah, Tracy's words are beautiful. She's just so poetic. She's so, when you do watch Tracy and listen to her, she's got such an incredible sing-songy voice, and that's what you can hear it. You know, when you've heard Tracy, you can hear it in her stamp.
Do you know, I was lucky enough when Tracy came for an audition here at the craft store, Benachanda, of course. I was lucky enough to be the person that represented us as presenters, and I just fell in love with Tracy.
Yeah.
And she told me the story about her dad, and I was watching over, and all those sentiments behind the stamps, and there really is truly an amazing story behind everything that she does. Do you know, that's the first option, so we've only got through one lot. Half the stock has now gone. Details are on the screen for you. We'll have a look at the other option as well. So it's the 4 along the top that we've just seen there. Just have a look at those again there. You've got £5 saving regardless of whichever option you're going for, and the item number is 194149. Now let's have a look at our second option, and the option, as you probably just saw there, is love. So let's have a look at the boards for this one. And the first one makes me smile again. This is your mouse mail. Oh, look, it's got porridge on the trolley there.
Yeah, I know, isn't that fabulous? And she's got all sorts in there. She's got a porridge, she's got a tree, she's got a bottle full of wishes, loads and loads of parcels, and it says on the back, why, did you see that Don Wee Tavy walking round with that contraption that is in the gathering? Aye, I did. See happen, and he looked trundling along, bursting and overflowing it was, with a thing falling out to the back. I even saw a bottle of them special wishes. So you've got your little bottle of special wishes. Oh well, never mind. I can folks will not mind if things are all a wee bit kerfuffled.
That's one of my favourite words, kerfuffled.
Kerfuffled's such
we don't
a good
hear
word.
it enough, do we?
No,
kerfuffled.
no, bring more kerfuffles.
Definitely.
Isn't
definitely.
that fabulous? I love that. I love the little contraption full of all the goodies. I just think that's
and you
adorable.
could so easily switch those things out, couldn't you, and replace them with other things as well.
Yeah,
absolutely adorable once again. So that's your mouse mail. Next along, we've got Hector the dog. Oh, there's a fabulous sample right in front of him here as well on the counter. Let me show you the board. So much character in this one. Now, Hector, when you see the board, you'll probably notice, if you didn't see the show earlier, it's got some little wings.
Yeah.
But you could take those away if you wanted to.
Absolutely. And
how
this is
sweet
the
is
thing. And we were chatting about this in the earlier show. The lovely thing about Tracy is that she will give us something for everybody. You know, like little Hector, he might be a little doggy that's crossed over the Rainbow Bridge, or of course it might just be your lovely guiding angel. You know, your lovely little. You know, the animal that guides you.
Yeah.
Or, of course, it might just have fabulous novelty wings on.
It
so
might.
He might.
Do you know,
it
we've
might
just
be in
noticed
fancy dress.
our Taz directing has just spotted the halo on his head. It's either that or they've been playing ring toss.
Yeah, on his ear.
Yeah.
Which also could be a thing. And this is the beautiful thing about it. It is what you want it to be, and I love that. I love that she's given us this. This is obviously the big hairy four-legged beastie.
Yes.
That follows Don Newman.
Yes. Can we have a look at that sample? A really close look at the one at the front here on the craft card, because it is fabulous. Let's see if we can just see that right down at the front.
Isn't it beautiful, that one?
Absolutely amazing.
Yeah,
there is
I love
so
it.
much character. Look at the colouring. Doesn't that work on the craft card?
Yeah, absolutely stunning. And I love the little wee one. Looking up at him, I think that is
everything.
just
Look
so
at his legs.
cute.
Look how he's poised with his feet and his little legs there.
Yeah.
Oh,
His
and the more
ears,
you look,
isn't
the
it?
more you see as well. Let's have a look at the next stamp set. So again, same option. This is our third one. So this is fun. This is Daydreamer. Now, I did show one or two samples using this one earlier on, but I'm going to bring some more in again because, of course, things are being mixed with conjunction with other stamps as well. But absolutely fantastic. Now, that's a lovely one for cutting out, Leonie, isn't it?
It's so, and this is just beautiful. So, little Daydreamer, and his the little face. Oh, did you see the one they call the Daydreamer other day at the gathering? Okay, I did. With a and what a bronze sight he was, walking around, pop pippity pop. I love that. Passing out them magical bubbles, with the wee uns falling about themselves to get near him. Such magic he brings to those who are lucky enough to lay eyes on him. Isn't that fabulous?
That really is
He
fabulous.
is just
just like all of the
Popping
samples we've
along.
got here. Look, I love to see Tracy stamps
Yes.
used on fabric as well, as we can see here. And I know a bauble was sent in at Christmas, wasn't it,
Yes.
from Tracy for your
Tracy
tree?
sent the bauble
Which was
for the
amazing.
fabulous
So,
tree.
yeah, it's definitely not just about your card making. I mean, you could tell your own stories with these as well. Of course, you are going to get those little stories on the back of each of the stamps, but you can make your own versions up. Now, the last one we've got to show you is Love on a Hilltop. Let's have a little look at this one then. Let me find you, of course. Oh, I know there is a particular story behind this one as well,
No,
Leonie.
there is. Now, this one really, I just think this is so beautiful. Did you see Don wee McDougall lassie up on the hill last night? Aye, I did. My heart firm melted to see Don wee Maureen McDougall stood at the top of the hill, stars shining bright, holding on to the hugest heart you ever did see. Aye, she was sending her love to those ones she loves. And it's beautiful because the sentiment says, hold on. So where you are right now, all my love is winging your way. And I think that's beautiful because that's one of those cards you can send to anybody. It's a proper thinking of you card, is that. And it's just such a gorgeous image. And yes, so this is our lovely Tracy's mum. Sending her love wishes to Tracy's dad. And I just think that's ever so beautiful. So poignant, isn't it? They're beautiful.
It really is. Oh my word, these are fabulous,
Aren't they
aren't
gorgeous?
they? So that is your second option. One item number, that's your love option, of course. So the top row was the previous one. We're looking at the bottom row here. 40% of the stock has gone. You can, of course, go for everything if you wish. You can go for multiples of 2 and put one of each in. You've got a £5 saving, whichever option or options that you go for. 194149 is the item number. Now, if you do want both of them, it comes to £77.92. You will be, of course, saving £10 in total there, £5 on each option, but also you've tipped over that bracket, haven't you, that £60 mark, so it means you can open up your flexi basket. So if you're doing that, $38.96 is all you pay today, the same again in a month's time. Wonderful. Now, we are going to go over to Leonie now, because, of course, she's got demonstrations. We can't wait. Leonie, what have you got in store for us?
Demonstrations. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little journal card, actually. This is one of the Clarity little planner cards that they've done, and I like these because you've got all your little dots on, so you can make it whatever you want. It can be a really nice bullet journal if you want it to be. But I think actually these are quite fabulous for anything, so you might be using them as part of your journaling. So I want him to sort of be here, and then I can put little blocks at the top. So what I'm going to do first of all is have a background. So my background, I'm actually going to use that beautiful big background stamp, and it is one of those, and I was saying this in the first hour, it can be a massive background stamp, or of course you can lift out your sentiments. And I definitely recommend when you lift out your sentiments, pop them on black card and then leave it, and then cut them out as and when you need them. It makes it a lot easier.
That's a great idea.
Do you know what? There's so many sentiments in here. It's ridiculous. Life is for living. Only you have the magic inside you. Remember, nothing is stopping you from living your best life. You are amazing. There's just so many. It's beautiful. You know, it's such a good stamp, is this. And it's that font as well, which is just gorgeous. So what I'm going to do is, now I'm not going to use my stamping platform actually, because I don't want it to be perfect, because it's a background, so I don't want it to be too heavy, and I don't need it to be perfect. So I'm actually going to use one of my acrylic blocks. Let's use one that fits. I don't want it to be perfect, but I also want a bit, I don't want it to be that unperfect. So bob on my acrylic block, and then let's use a little blue. Now what I'm going to do, just tap that ink on. First of all, I'm using a Distress Oxide. I'm not going heavy with this because, like I say, it is going to be a background. Okay. What I'll do first is, let's get a second generation print, so it's going to be a little bit lighter. So I'll just take a little bit of ink off on the first one, not all of it. I'm not pressing down a lot because I don't want it to be too faint. And then my second generation, let's bob that down like so. So I'll put a bit more pressure on, and that's my second generation. So it'll give me a nice background, but not too, I can see it, you know, but it's not going to detract from the main character that I'm going to put on here. And I love that. It's one of those stamps that it's just a cracker. And you see this one, we will be able to use that one as well. So it's a bit of a 2-for-1 when you create backgrounds. I love it because I've got all of these when I keep stamping it. Then you keep these, you know, because you can cut them up.
Yeah,
really,
and
really
also
handy.
if you do want a background and it hasn't stamped fully how you want it to, then of course you're going to have areas that you're definitely going to be able to use.
Absolutely, they're perfect for that.
Yeah.
I love that. That, you know, if it goes wrong, it's not a big deal. That we like stamps like that, though, don't we? We like the ones that are a bit, you know, not perfect. Now, on Tracy's stamps, so when you have a look at this, there's loads of extra little ones. There's teeny little hearts. There's a little extra little letters floating around. So you always get extra stamps. Like if I mixed it up, because this one's... Now, when you look at them, I know it looks a bit... When we show them on TV, what you see is the line on the acrylic. If I take this off, you see the line on the acrylic, and then you see the stamp, and sometimes it makes it look a bit wobbly.
Yeah, if it's not perfectly placed,
yeah,
you think it's your eyes, don't
yeah,
you?
you really, really do. There's days I've been like, oh, my goodness, my contacts are dodgy. So you've got little hearts in there, letters from home, you've got the little parcel. So there's all sorts of goodies, all sorts of little extras. And it's those that you need to look for, because when you're building up your scenes, you won't just, I mean, you're buying collections, so you're not going to stick to just one of those stamps. You know, take your time, have a look. Like the bubbles on here are proper handy. They're brilliant little background stamps, and I love it. Dreamer of dreams. What a lovely sentiment.
Do you know, I always like to never ever underestimate those smaller stamps.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Never underestimate them.
They're one of my favourite things, the little stamps, because you can do so much with them. So what I'm going to do is spritz water. Now, as ever, I always go too heavy-handed with this. That's standard, and I'm not too bothered. Always. My brain at this point is saying stop, but my hand doesn't ever do what my brain says. I want a kitchen roll, I forgot, so I'm using toilet roll. Not quite as classy, but there you go. Does the same job. So I ain't classy. So just lifting some of that off, like so. So it's muddied it and merged it and made it really beautiful. Now, me being me, I forgot to plug my heat gun in, because I do need to just dry this.
Okay.
Can I go rummaging to plug my heat gun in? Yeah,
we'll let you do that. Shall we look at a few more samples? Well, do you know, I'm just going to grab anything. So, because, yes, I know what we've got that we haven't seen. You tend to forget sometimes these fabulous samples on the front of the counter, because this one, we love anything that turns on with a light as well. I don't know if we're going to dim the lights and let you see this. Isn't that fabulous?
Isn't that sweet?
You can make those lights up. Look at the effect there. Oh, my word. That is wonderful. That is absolutely wonderful. I'm just going to turn that to the side so you can see the depth of the box there. But that, you know, a little bit of vellum or parchment, those lights behind there, and the colours just show up so beautifully on there, don't they? Oh, that's one from. Is that from set one? That one? That's from Magic. Yeah, wonderful. I'm going to turn the lights off to save the batteries. Letters from Life, that actual stamp is called, but you are getting, of course, 4 stamps in each option there. So, yes, we can hear the heat gun has gone off. You all right? Good to go?
Yeah,
wonderful.
good to go. OK, so got my little background there. Now, I'm then going to start building up around this image. So, think about your planner. I do love my planner. I love the whole concept. I think it's fabulous. You can use these in any of your planners. They're beautiful in planners. I've used Trace's images before in the planners, and they're stunning. But these are fabulous for it. What I want to do now, I want to just decorate around the side, just to add some extra little imagery. So what I'm going to do is build up, just allowing this to just come down the side here. So I'm creating my own border. I don't want it to be too heavy again. I want it to sort of merge in with that background. So I am going to use the same blue, so it's not too intense. So just bringing this down there, so it's just creating a beautiful little border. Now that one's a bit not gone perfect, but there.
Those little letters are just the perfect size if you want to cut them out and put them in the hands of the mice.
Yes, aren't they just? So I love that. And this is why crafting's ace, isn't it? Because every time someone sees it, they'll see something different. You know, and that's why it's lovely having such amazing finished samples, because it's always so inspirational. And how easy is that? You've created your own border. Where I've put my finger on, because my acrylic block were too big, because this is Distress Oxide, you can quite easily just squidge that out, so it's not a big deal. So we've got that first of all, and it's quite nice to put colour around it, because it adds you know, it adds a bit more depth to it. So that's my little background. I do want to add a little bit of colour to this as well. So what I decided to do, because I really like the bubbles on the other one, I really like the bubbles on I adore Daydreamer. He is just, I love him. But I do love the little bubbles. It's gorgeous. It's just gorgeous. So if I take some of the little bubbles, just because I want colour. So what I'm doing is I'm just going to add some of these little bubbles here and there. Now I'm keeping this plain because I want this to be a page in a planner or in a journal, so I want to put a title on it. So that's why I'm keeping this little header plain, and then I'm going to double side this, so I am going to decorate the back as well and make it functional. So the front's going to be like the pretty bit, and then the other side of this is going to be the functional side of it. Then you can do that with your stamps as well, which is quite fabulous.
That's a great little stamp as well if you want to build a pathway. Little stones in a path, like crazy paving.
It's a cracking little stamp, is that? These are, I love, you know me, I'm a little bit addicted to tiny little worker stamps, because I like the pattern building, and these are fabulous for doing that. You've got the other one, and the other one's more when you need it to sort of drift off, because you've got the tiny little circles there, so that's like a good full stop almost. So that's my little bubbles, just because. Now I'm not going to colour them all in, but I would. So I take time now, because this is where I want to add a pop of colour, and I just take time bringing in, I'm going to go in with yellow actually, bringing in some of my yellow. And don't bother colouring them in perfect, because these are my water pencils, so they don't have to be perfect at all. So just colour some of those in yellow. As I say, I won't completely finish this, but I love this. I always do this one. I'm not going to completely finish it. She is doing, isn't she? I'll do one side. Just to keep my brain happy.
That have been let off as well. You could do little strings. There's somebody's had a whole bunch of balloons and let them go in the sky. You
could actually join them all, couldn't you? With string. See, the bigger ones I like to do the pencil. The littler ones, I'll come in with my pen, because that makes those a bit stronger. So it's stronger in colour. The big ones I don't do in the pen for time, actually, because your watercolour pencils are quicker. So actually, I like working with watercolour pencils because I find them quicker. So, see, it just adds that pop of colour, which I think looks really quite pretty. With the water brush now, just blend that out so you've got that really nice, solid colour. You can see I'm not changing my colour in between, like that. So just adding that gorgeous pop of colour, which looks lovely. Okay, and then let's go for our main character. So building up that, which I'm happy with. I would add a little bit more colour, but we need the main character. So what I've already done is stamp him, but I am going to stamp him for you, so you're going to see the actual image, because this is so beautiful. And he's there, he's delivering his fantastic mail, but obviously he's got those wee contraptions that he's made himself, that he's scooting along with. So, watercolour cardstock. Because I'm using watercolour cardstock, I'm using my press, because, you know, it's textured. And these are detail stamps, and look at him whizzing along. It's just, Tracy's imagination is fabulous, because you've got so much character in here. And the thing is with these, now I'm stamping out full images. You don't need to. On some of the cards, on some of the finished samples, like Tracy's, or the design team I should say, I've just taken part of the images, and I mean, look at him. Doesn't he stamp beautifully? Absolutely beautiful. But if you only had a scrap of card, and I adore doing this. This is another thing I'm a little bit.
I found a couple of samples actually.
Like if you've got a tiny.
Have been used. This is this is a lovely one actually. We can just have a quick look, just to show how easy it is to break these down as well. I mean, using various different stamps from the bundles there. You know, they're still as sweet, aren't they? Look at the colours in there that have been used as well. The little piece of MDF that's been coated in paper. Let me just move that ribbon out of the way so you can see. But we've got Grandma and Grandad there again, smooching away.
I love that. I love that.
Love it.
Aren't they gorgeous?
They are absolutely beautiful.
See, if I wanted to, so if I've only inked up his little head. So if I just wanted to stamp that, so your scrap card, and it changes the look of it. So when you only highlight part of that image, it completely changes it. So now it's delivering letters, but that could be Christmas.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You can do so much with these.
Well, you've got the little heart in one of those envelopes. All right, no, it's in a circle, I think. So Valentine's coming up, isn't it?
Yes,
perfect for Valentine's.
Of course, perfect for Valentine's. And that's it. It's any letters. So that's my main image. So what I've done with him is coloured him in. Let me just bob that to one side. So I've already coloured him in. So he's there. And now you'll see when that goes on the page, look.
Aww.
Look at the difference. All of a sudden, boom. You know, it fills the page, and that's why the colour then makes sense.
It really does work,
You want that colour to pop. So what I'm going to do, bring the colour in and create a border. Now remember, because you've got your little points, and I'm not being perfect with this, but I can follow my little dots on that cardstock, which is fabulous because it means I can create a really nice, easy border. So I would obviously colour in those little dots, but I'm not doing that there. So that's going to be on this side, okay? Now, on the other side, so thinking of doing a lovely little planner or journal page, I want this, and the stamps now. These are great for your card making, but if I wanted this to be my planner page, so I could take one of these stamps and I could put, where were the one that I wanted to use? I think it were on this one, actually.
Oh, Walking in Your Dreams. It was, sorry, I've forgotten the one I wanted to use. Oh, it's that one. It is this one. For those who dare to follow their dreams. So I want that to be on my planner page. Now, the reason being, if you're doing your own little planner page, this could be your beautiful list of your dreams. It could be your lovely list of, you know, the things that you want to achieve. And you can do that. So if I bob that about there,
that
like
sentiment
so.
does actually come with the mouse that you've used, actually, that
Yes.
image there.
Yes.
Which is part of option, the first option, our top row, which is magic, I believe.
See, so you can pop him there, and then because we're using this for your points,
Yeah.
so then what you can do is, so you're going to have your little lines, and then you can have, because you're creating a little list, these are perfect to create your little list.
Oh, they are, aren't they?
Aren't they gorgeous? See these little stamps, so now I can create my own little list of all my little dreams that I want to do. And let's face it, dreams don't have to be big. Dreams can just be, you know, learn how to cook maybe spuds in a different way. Do you know what I mean? Your dreams don't have to be big dreams. They're utterly achievable. They're utterly the things that you can actually do. And I really like that. I think that looks really quite pretty. And I think it's one of those that you can create so many gorgeous little pages with these. And again, it's different. It's yours. I'm going to pop a couple of little letters because we're writing. So that's that. Oh, look, isn't that cute? So that would be my... Oh, I want another letter. I'm playing now, folks. I do apologise.
Well, while you're playing, we've had a
mode.
lovely email come in. I am so sorry, Tracy. I will not be able to do your accent, but you know what? If it comes out as Yorkshire, I do apologise again. But this is lovely. Hello to you all. Leonie, Catherine and the wee ones. I love the fact there's loads of smiley faces and hearts in here as well. Just to say thank you so much. Another gorgeous show. My mum said too, say thank you for making the card Love on a Hilltop in the last show. She loves it, she does. It made her day. Daydreamer is for my mum's brother. The kid's such a zest for life. He had loving seeming come to be. We're sat munching on carrot cake. Oh, you lucky people.
Lucky thing.
That's my favourite cake. Feet up, wee ones all over the top of me, smiles all wide. They're all poking each other, giggling. So much love to you always. And to Jess. To Jess? To Jess? To Jess?
It might be all right by your lovely Jess. Because our lovely Jess, she was saying...
I know. Jess the buyer? Jess,
yeah.
That's why it wouldn't make sense probably to our audience, but yes, we now make perfect sense of that. And that's from Tracy herself, of course, with lots of kisses. As I say, hearts and smiley faces all the way through that email as well. Thank you, Tracy. That is so, so lovely. And thank you for sending us these wonderful products. You know, we've got new todays. We've got two different options for you here. We've got one item number with those two different options. We've either got the magic or we've got the love. Now, magic, the top row, 60% of the stock has gone now. Love at the bottom, almost half the stock gone. So, you know, there's not that much in it, to be quite honest with you. You can go for both. Remember, if you are doing that, you can open up that flexi basket. You will save £5 on each option. 194149 is the item number. Do you know what? We've got so many lovely samples here, but I think the easiest way to show you is to run our VT. are just wonderful, aren't they? But we've got more goodies as well that we didn't mention earlier on. So let's have a little look what else we've got on offer. We've got Angels of Love and Light, and these are absolutely beautiful. Again, I do have some boards to show you, or some samples to show you as well. Let's have a look at these, because once again, you've got a lovely saving of £5. £38.96 is going to get you the set of stamps here. We'll have a good look at them. As always with Tracy's stamps, you do get those wonderful sentiments in there as well. Very different feel to these, but they're very serene, aren't they? Absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to show you all the boards first, actually, so you can see exactly what you're getting and the way that they do stamp out. These are beautiful, Leonie, aren't they? Absolutely gorgeous.
I love these.
Look at the flow in the hair of all the characters.
Do you know,
Divine.
these are just, again, it's just, oh, they're magical. These I have used in my Happy Planner, and oh my gosh, they look amazing. They look so, so good. But they're the kind of stamps that, yeah, they're so... oh, I don't know. Again, there's so much heart gone into these. And the sentiments within this collection are phenomenal. You can make so many different sentences as well. But yeah, I really, really recommend these as well. They're beautiful. If you've not seen them before, do not miss out on these. They're stunning.
Gorgeous. That's a sparkle. What's that say? Sparkle, fill your soul with light. Isn't that gorgeous? I've just shown you one particular stamp there, so I'm just going to flash one or two more samples in front of you so you can see them from all of the stamps available here. 604233 is the item number. If you've never seen these before, this is an opportunity, of course, to grab these with that £5 saving. Oh, I adore this sample here. Isn't that lovely? Oh, I love how soft the colours are on that one.
Isn't that beautiful?
That
so
really
beautiful.
is truly beautiful.
They're quite dreamy, aren't they?
They are, aren't they?
Yeah.
I mean, again, whichever way you decide to work with backgrounds, whether you choose to emboss, whether you choose just to stamp, whether you choose craft card, colours, bright colours, grunge, it all works. Now, as soon as I saw this particular one, I thought, yes, she's definitely mermaid. And you can see with this particular card how the tail's coming in from the side. She doesn't have to be a mermaid, you've got the choice. But I think with the flow of the hair there, just wonderful. Gorgeous. Yeah, put flowers in her hair. In fact, the next one, she does already have flowers in her hair. But you can add more. You can add them. You can switch things around. What I like about these as well, Leonie, they're almost similar in style and size, but they're different at the same time, if you know what I mean. They do have a different feel between each one, don't they? They've got their own characteristics.
Yeah, they're all really original, but what I love about them is the simplicity of the image. There's not, there's not too much going on. They're beautiful to colour in, but it also allows you to be really quite creative. So their hair colours can be whatever you want them to be. You can be paper piecing with these. They're beautiful. If you're using these for your soft crafts, they're gorgeous for actually stamping onto fabric. They're just, I think they're one of those images that touch lots of different occasions again and different ages.
Oh,
with
definitely.
These.
Definitely.
They're stunning. They're stunning. They're one of my favourite ever.
They are truly beautiful.
I love them.
Yeah, don't miss out on that £5 saving. 604233 is the item number if you want to go for that particular collection. Now, we do have another collection for you. We're going to show you a picture of this one. Another 4 stamps. Sets, I'm going to say, because if you look, there's 58 stamps in total there amongst those sets. I think there was 100 stamps in the previous one. £23.99 for this particular set, so a great buy there. 4 A7 stamps sets is what you're getting. I can see ways of building these very, very well. Again, you've got all those words in there, you've got wings in there. Well worth having a look at these if you've not seen them before. 345771 is the item number there. Right then, let's get back to Leonie though, because I'm sure she's got another demonstration to share with us, so we're going to head right back down the counter.
What I decided to do was, so I've already stamped out our 4-legged hairy beastie.
Oh, Hector.
Fabulous, isn't it? The four-legged hairy beastie. So I've stamped him out, but I thought, and I weren't going to demo this. I'm not going to demo. I just want to show you what he looks like when you cut him out. Because obviously he's got wings. If you do not want your wonderful doggy to have wings, you don't need to. And I just thought, if I cut him out, you can see just how good he looks, and easy to cut out as well. When you're cutting out, don't bother trying to cut on the line. Just cut a couple of millimetres or a millimetre or so around the edge of the line, and then it gives you that kind of look of a sticker, if you will. You might want to cut the tail out. You might want to, you know, stamp that separately. I am going to cut the little tail out. And I love that he's got a love heart on the end of his tail. I mean, all their images are just utterly adorable. And there's so much, when you look into them, there's so much going on as well. And it's all these extra little doodles, you know, it gives it such movement. But on this one, so just ignore the wing, cut through it. Because there's lots of doodles going on, it won't look, the lines that are on that tail won't look like anything is actually missing, because it just looks like the extra little elements that are going on there. And you can see it is quite easy to actually cut out, even the ears. And the ears, you've got loads of detail on that ear, as it just sort of twiddles off, and it does look like it's twiddling, but see. Oh yeah, it would be ace if he were on some boingy, wouldn't it? You know, and he does, I mean, his little eyes.
Reminds me of your dogs when I see them running around on the videos you post.
Oh,
ears flapping.
My crazy little dogs. Oh, they are funny, scrapping away. And they do scrap away. My little girl, oof, she bumped into a friend today though, so she was really happy. She was playing with Willow this morning. And Indy were doing her own thing like she does. But little Lola got to play with her friend, so she was very happy indeed. And the friend didn't think she were being a bossy mare, so that wrong. That's all right. But look how gorgeous he looks.
Oh,
now, if you've already got
again.
a background paper, if you've already got, like, for instance, if I went and got one of my books, this is picking one up random. Let me just see if there's a page with ink on it. So if you just popped him on a fabulous inky background, straight away it changes the look of it. Now, I love stuff like this. I love getting a background that already exists and then building up on it, because I love doing things like this.
Do you know that tail as well is crying out to dangle anything else off there? It could be one of the letters.
Yeah, or it could be one of the wee ones.
Oh, you're swinging.
Yeah.
Swinging on a wire.
That'd be so cute. But, right, we've got the bubbles, haven't we? The bubbles are going to fit beautifully on this one. So, because we've got those, because you've got that gorgeous little background, you can then start building up those wonderful little bubbles, and they work absolutely gorgeous with it, which is fabulous. So, what have I got under there? Oh, texture paper. Bear with. Do it like that. This is the only problem when I work with my art journals. There's loads going on, so you have all sorts of wobbly bits under there. So watch out with your stamping because of the wobbly bits.
It doesn't matter, does it? Because of the style of the stamp.
Yes.
You know, if you miss little bits, it really doesn't matter.
See, so if I pop him on there like that, doesn't it look cool? But then one of the other little stamps on here. Oh, I love doing things like this, you know. This is when, you know, when you're a crafter and you're just playing, and when you've got all these gorgeous stamps, you don't see what you've got until you get them home. It's only then you see what you've actually bought, because it's only then you appreciate how many elements there are. Because there's also these. Now these are lovely because these are your little flowers. So something like this, again, just creating that gorgeous little background. Isn't that a beautiful stamp?
You could put a little body in there. There could be little butterflies as well, or a
yes, yeah, that's a really nice idea. They're gorgeous, aren't they?
They are.
Absolutely beautiful. And the way they've been designed, because it's got a movement to it, they just sort of slot in beautifully. So it gives you that really nice flow. So creating that background is dead easy, but doesn't that look good? And it's so, this just, I adore it. So when you've got this, now it's trying to remember which this one came from. That one came from our smooching and what they're doing, switching and a swaying.
I use a lot when I look at the composition of something, Leonie, is balance. And if you've got that little bit of slight unbalance, those worker stamps, those background stamps again, are just enough, just to make that just perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, now, the stamps, because you've got so many stamps, good sentiment stamps, you can start just filling in your backgrounds, and you've got things like love you. So if this is your lovely little dog, so we've got my heart there, and then love you here. These beautiful little sentiment stamps are fabulous because you start building your page. Every single time you pick up a stamp set, there'll be something on here. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like on this one, you've got the hearts. I mean, there's loads of lovely little hearts, but this one is just fab because that little heart over the dog, perfect.
You could even cut the scarf away and put the scarf around his neck.
Oh yes,
you could make that fit easily.
That would be so cute. Yeah, you absolutely could. You've got Forever Friends, always by my side. Oh, that's the one, isn't it? That's the one. Always by my side. Oh, look. It just makes me happy. Okay, so I will leave that one because that one was just... I'll tell you what I'm going to do, though, before I leave that one. I'm going to glue him in because I know I haven't finished it, but there ain't no way I'm losing him because he's going in that page because he deserves to be in that page. Yeah, I will just show you that as well because that one I nearly finished. So that one obviously will be journal page, but on the other side, oh, I didn't nearly finish because I didn't colour in. I'm going to colour a little bit, just a tiny bit of colour around here because that little bit of colour round those letters will just finish that off beautifully and it makes it dreamy. See, just because they look kind of like clouds. So you've got that. See, isn't that pretty? And then you put all your gorgeous little dreams. I really like that. For a journal page, these are such good stamps. Imagine that in your journaling.
Brilliant. Absolutely. I love that idea. Well, if we haven't tempted you enough, maybe a few more samples will help as well. We are rapidly getting towards the end of the show and also getting through that stock quickly as well. Two different options. I've got Hector here again. I didn't see these earlier on. They were kind of tucked away at the side, so I've just pulled these forward because I know I didn't show them earlier. Well, look at the little wee one on his ear.
Isn't that
fab? And the colouring, all in blue. It just works so well, doesn't it?
It's stunning.
Do you know, I do apologise. I've got quite a few of Hector here, but as I say, I didn't spot these earlier, and I just think, oh, he's adorable. There with the wings, of course, he does arrive with his wings intact, but if you want to take them away, you can. I still want to dangle something else from his tail there as well. Making your calendars, you know, your memo boards, your home decor pieces, your cards, your journals, your happy planners, all those things, they're going to come in so, so useful. Do you know what? I'm going to show you a few more as well, because from the first set, we've got two different options. We've got magic, so let me just put Hector to one side. I can tell you that 70% of the stock has now gone when it comes to that particular option. You may or may not have seen some of these before, and I'm not going to do these in any particular order. Is she from the first set? She is. She's from Magic. Just wanted to double check on that one. I still love that little mouse in the heart there as well. Let me find a few more. Oh, we've got to have this one, haven't we? We've got the smoochers in there, Granny and Grandad. You know, if you're just using a little bit of the stamp or if you're using the stamp in its entirety, it's all there for you. What else have we got here? Don't forget your fabric as well. You can also stamp on your fabric. I'll show you a sample in a second where that has also been used. Another one there with that lovely little girl. What's the name of this stamp again? That one is, oh, that's right, Little Me and Raggady's. So you get those little characters, those little friends. And you can see all of the differences between the design team's choices here. You know, however they've used these. Now, I can tell you that when it comes to those options, this is the most popular at the moment. Individually, because you can go for these individually, Magic in Your Soul, which is the one that has all those wonderful sentiments, that is the most popular as the single stamp. I'm saying that because you can see it in the background here as well. You have got so many words on here. We've seen it with Leonie's demonstrations. Use that as a background stamp, stamp onto your cardstock, cut those words out individually. I know Leonie did say, and it makes a lot of sense as we could see, stick everything down onto black card and cut them out as you go. Now, I found one or two samples where I think we can see more of that particular stamp, but of course, other stamps have been used in conjunction there. Whether it's the first option or the second option, which is Love, this one is actually from that one. You know, absolutely wonderful. It doesn't matter how you cut these apart. It doesn't matter how you mix these together. Everything is going to work. You could literally just close your eyes and grab one of the sets, grab another set, and you know that they're going to work beautifully. £38.96 is the price. That is for 4 stamps. You've got 2 different options. If you are going for both, open up that flexi basket, split the cost. £5 saving on each of those options, 194,149. Now, just looking at the clock, we've got a little over 5 minutes left, so we're going to head back to Leonie, because I'm sure we can squeeze in another demo.
Yeah. So what I thought I'd do, that background stamp, take that background stamp first of all, which I didn't get ready, just the bit that I'd already stamped. Oh, Leonie Fusion. Nothing much changes, does it? It doesn't matter. You know what it stamps like. It's there. That'll annoy me. But anyway, so once you've stamped it, I know I keep babbling on about this, about lifting the words out. The best way of doing this, okay, so say, what shall we have? Remember, just cut, because we've only got 5 minutes. So it is easy, okay? So just eyeball the top line. And if you eyeball the top line, it makes it easier to cut. So take each new day as the gift. We are given to start over. So I love, love, love that. So what you do is chop that and then chop that. Now this is why you want to be sticking them onto your black card straight away, because as soon as you've cut them, literally you end up losing things if you're anything like me. So it is much better, there we go, to start. So chop that there. So take each new day. So I want it like that. First of all, I would normally go around with black, even though it's a little bit. I would absolutely go around with black.
Just with a black pen?
Yeah, or a black ink pad. But then stick them onto cardstock. Go, if you pop it, so your border, you're not cutting as much.
Well, do you know, I'm just going to stop just for a second, just to let everybody know, because individually that was the most popular, and it's just sold out. We've just lost that one. So the only way you can get that is part of the bundle. It is our first option, Magic, in the set of 4 there. I don't know how many stamps we've got individually there, but you can see there's an awful lot. We've seen those worker stamps being used throughout the demonstrations as well. So make sure, if you really want that one, you are checking out that bundle. Now, the next one, individually, that is likely to go, it's looking very vulnerable actually, is Hector the dog. I am not surprised, especially now we're seeing the demonstration as well. Yeah, definitely a good choice, that one, isn't it? Let's get back to Leonie.
Excellent. So see, so that's how I do this, and then you've got that beautiful sentiment. It's broke down, so all you do then, when you are ready to use it, it's ready for you. So you just cut that up. That's how I use these as sentiments, but really, really, really quickly. So what I'm going to do is so I've already got my little sentiment ready to go with this one. I'm going to use, now this is the wee one that comes with Hector, the doggy. So that one's going just there. And this one, you see, does like he's walking. So he's trundling along. That isn't a very good stamped image. We're turning it over. We're doing it again. Because...
Do you know how my brain works, Leonie? When I saw that sample with the little wee one stood on Hector's ear, I'm now thinking, how much fun would it be if he was diving off his ear? It could be, isn't it, like a springboard into water?
Yeah, that would be beautiful. Do you know, isn't it amazing? You can build up that many layers and stories.
Yeah.
Now, so this one, where we've got her pulling along all the mail.
Oh, yes.
Cut it separate, and you've got, look... So, I've made a right mess of this. It's really annoying me, but I've only got 2 minutes, so we're going to have to go with it. But if you do this, and then you'll do a little line from here, pulling this along. So that's going to be pulling along the little pot of porridge. But then you've got, because you've got loads of gorgeous hearts, let me find my hearts, quick. You've got loads of beautiful hearts, and it's the hearts that we're going to fill with this. Bear with. They're there. Got them. I knew they were there. So then you've got your lovely hearts. You would do this better. but it's just to give you an idea. And I love it because this becomes whatever you want it to be. You know, you could put all sorts in here. It could have the little wee ones. I mean, you could literally, that could have the little wee one in it.
That
Do you know
would be
what
so
I mean?
easy and so effective.
Wouldn't that look beautiful? But just having the hearts, it could have hearts, it could have flowers, and when you pop it like that over the top, so it just looks, it looks like your mouse mail is just full of hearts. And if you wanted to, it could be hearts on little sticks. So
that is another fantastic Valentine's card that
isn't
you've
that
created there.
cute? And I just love them because every time you can create something different. You've got so many stamps in here. Look. How sweet is that?
Oh,
Especially
wow.
if I'd stamped that properly.
Oh,
But isn't
I
that
can imagine
cute?
that on, running across the bottom of a planner page as well. That would work so beautifully.
Yeah.
I cannot believe the time has beaten us again. We could stand here all day watching Leonie. Well, I'm saying that. Stay with us because we've got something a little bit special coming up in a few seconds. Leonie, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Tracy, thank you so much for the email and sending us these wonderful, wonderful products. Please check those baskets out. This is the second and final hour for Let Leonie Loose today. We've got lots more to come. Now, you may be tuning in from our sister channel, Create and Craft. If you are, a face to recognise. Yes, you may or may not recognise the next presenter coming up. Easy Quilting coming up next with our Jenny. Then we've got 2 Red Robins, Little Animals, and then we're getting groovy with Clarity.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers, colours, textures and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dies, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and format. I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
Hi, I'm Pat.
And I'm Mark.
And we're Totally Patched. We've been in business for 20 years and we've been with the craft store for 5 of those. We love working with the craft store because it enables us to reach out to people who we wouldn't normally see. We like to educate, inspire and make them want to enjoy the craft as much as we do. Make sure you don't miss the Totally Patched shows on the craft store.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dies in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. We aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome once again to the Craft Store. Now, for those of you who know who I am, hello, good to see you. Do not adjust your set. I am in the right place, and you're in the right place as well. For those who don't know who I am, my name is Andy Love. I've been a presenter on Create and Craft, in fact, on Ideal Shopping Direct and Ideal World, the sister channel of Create and Craft, for the best part of 20 years. Now, I know a lot of you know me from there, and it's great to see you all again. Now, the reason why I'm here today is because you may or may not have heard that the Craft Store and Create and Craft are now owned by Hochanda Global. So as a result of that, there's going to be, well, what the youngsters who work in marketing call a presenter mashup. What does that mean? I don't know. But what it basically means is you're going to see some presenters that you know from Create and Craft, like myself, here in the craft store, but you're also going to see some of your favourite presenters from the craft store over on Create and Craft. That's going to be taking place over the next couple of weeks or so. So if you are joining us for the very first time, welcome. Good to have you here. In terms of the layout, in terms of everything you see here, it's fairly self-explanatory. You've got item number at the top, brief description below, information when it comes to if there's a freedom price available, that'll become evident. I will explain this. We'll learn about this together. Telephone number will also appear on your screen as well. If you want to get in contact with us, you can do any time, not just to say hi, but also any questions you may have. You can email us anytime, studio@thecraftstore.com. Studio@thecraftstore.com. That is all one word. All right, so it's always nice to see familiar faces. A familiar face to many of you, and indeed to me, is of course the wonderful Jenny Raymond. Hello, my darling.
Nice to see you. You didn't appreciate that I actually advertised your coming on the 1 o'clock show because I had a cushion with the name Love on it.
What the what? So, I'm not used to something being so well planned.
Totally, totally. You know, and there's this marvellous thing. What is it? If you fail to plan, you plan to fail.
Indeed.
So there you go. See, I planned it all along. So Andy Love was advertised on the 1 o'clock show. This is the bias binding maker, and if you missed the 1 o'clock show, you better watch it.
Absolutely right. Wonderful. Well, thank you very much, Jenny. I appreciate that. All right, so listen, so we have a look at what we're going to take a look at first of all. We're going to take a look at what we've got in terms of offerings, and then we'll get some demonstrations nice and quick. So we're looking at Easy Rulers majoritively within this show. Easy, of course, a brand well known to quilters for many, many years now. But we're going to talk through, because if you're brand new to quilting, you might look at some of these shapes and you think, well, when would I use them for? So the first offering we have for you is a set of 3. These are the petal shapes. You've got the 60-degree triangle and the hexagon shapes, and also templates in there as well. All for £14.97, so introductory price, you're saving the best part of £8 there. Of course, the usual price of £22.97, so it's 986,181. So what can these do for us, Jenny?
Right, what those can do, as literally as they say on the can, the hexagon will do multi-sizes of hexagons. The triangle, the 60-degree triangle, works indeed with the hexagon because 6 60-degree triangles make a hexagon. Indeed, and there's a really easy way of sewing your hexagon together if you use a 60-degree triangle as a little add-on. And then there's additional into that, there's something called the petal pattern, which makes, as it says it does, rather a nice floral design as a petal. Just to show you something that the petal pattern did. Here is a petal pattern design, and there we have it fussy cut out using the petal pattern template. And if you wanted to see something done with a 60-degree one, let me show you something with a 60-degree one. And here we have something slightly more complex, but actual fact it's very simple because it's just 60-degree triangles put together. And it depends how you move it round as to the 3D effect that you get. So the petal pattern, the 60-degree, and indeed the hexagon go together as a rather nice bundle, and what a cracking price.
It is a cracking price, isn't it? Again, usual price best part of £23, but £14.97 today. If you do want to go for yours, it's 986,181, and again, that particular configuration brand new today. Let's just move across and take a look at the next pairing that we have available for you. A lot of these orders have great names for bands, I think, with a lot of them. And here's a couple you can see. You've got the Fat Cats and also the Flying Geese acrylic template. So it's 2 for £16.98. Slightly larger, and even a layman like myself has heard of the term Flying Geese.
Well, absolutely. And the Flying Geese is a typical patchwork design, or a traditional patchwork design. And the nice thing about all these templates, both the previous set and the set you've got in front of you, is they are multi-sizes. So you could have a very little fat cat, or a very big fat cat, or a thin fat cat, if there is such a thing, or a fat cat. And then the Flying Geese template again does your half square triangles and your quarter square triangles. And the example of the 2 which are together are over here with your fat cat on the top. A literal fat cat. And a Dutchman's puzzle made out of the flying goose shapes below. So with those 2 templates you have a multitude of different designs you can make, from literally your triangles, your half square triangles, your quarter square triangles, and your fat cat. So couple of templates to pop in your basket if you haven't got a fat cat. You should have one.
Indeed, most certainly. It doesn't require any feeding either. All right, so it's 408-086 if you do want to go for the pair of those. Again, it's £16.98. Let us work our way across and take a look at the next configuration that we have available for you. OK, so there are your details, 059322. So this is a circle clam acrylic template bundle, again for £24.98. So what we've got in here, Jenny?
Right, what you've got here is a circle that will cut out multi-sizes of whole circles, half circles and indeed quarter circles. You could use, we need circles in so many fields, both in the paper crafting, both in the scrapbooking, in the all the sewing fields, you need circles. And this is going to cut out accurate circles. You can use a pencil and use scissors, or you can use rotary cutters. Then in addition to that, you've got the clamshell one, and if you turn behind you, there is a pink clamshell cushion there showing the clamshell design. And then literally just behind you, there are some circles that have been cut out that are on a small hanging behind you there, which we'll come to in a moment. So you've got two sizes of clamshells there. You can do a lot of things with a clamshell. It's again a traditional design, and I think the thing to be aware of is these prices. When I was talking to Jeremy, and Jeremy is the sort of chief head honcho behind Easy Quilting in this country, he said, I've really massaged the prices down. It's not going to happen again. And if you look at what the prices and the savings are, you've got £14 saving on this bundle. It is true. So, you know, he's doing his bit.
There we go. Okay, you can see another great example of those.
And that was done
circles.
using different sizes of circles cut out with a circle cut, bonded onto a piece of fabric, drew the circles, cut it out, ironed them down, and then just played with the stitches on my machine and embellished the edges. So it's a bit of fun. But the circles are ideal for all your designs, like your Dresden plates, your mariner's, anything that needs a circle in the middle. Mariner's compass, so many traditional designs need a circle, and they need an accurate circle, Andy.
Yes, of course, it's important to have, isn't it? So £24.98 if you'd like to go for that particular configuration at 059322. OK, one final set of rulers we have available to look at just here. This one actually includes a little bit of a pattern that goes with the one that you can see at the front, but we'll give you the details. So this is your Maltese cross and bias acrylic template at 729,585. Again, nice price at £14.98. You mentioned bias earlier on. Can we start with that one?
Yes, we can do. Right. Well, that is a way of cutting the... I'll be demonstrating this on the 7 o'clock show, of cutting the bias binding so that when you sew it together, it's on the bias.
Right.
Because it's easy to put two ends together with a flat, straight seam, but when you cut fabric on the bias, trying to join the ends together on your table mats that are round, on anything that's got rounded edges where you've had to use bias binding, joining it's really difficult. That tool makes it so much easier. In addition, you've got a pattern called the Maltese cross, which actually is hanging behind you. It's a bright pink, it's actually a small quilt. It's there. Yes.
This one just here?
That's the one there. Now that's a Maltese cross block made up. So you have a pattern there. You can either make up one block, you can make up multi-blocks, and of course you could use the bias binding tool to bind it with. So what Jeremy's done is he's given you the Maltese cross and really tossed in, almost free grass and for nothing, the bias binding tool. So you don't necessarily have to use it with the multi-cross, you'd use it with all your other quilts and all your other artefacts where you wanted a bias join.
Nicely done. So again, you're getting all of that for only £14.98 at 729,585. Now again, it's safe to say that if you are someone who's well versed in the use of easy rulers, you're probably quite experienced and you've probably been utilising it to create your own designs. However, something that Jenny brought us fairly recently that proved very, very popular, of course, is the tuk-tuk tote that we have just here, which is rather fun to say, although a little bit risky. But if you get it up and I'll bring it in and show you again exactly what it is that you are able to make. This is fantastic. So would you say, that what kind of level are we talking about here, Jenny?
Well, I tend to aim at sort of really at any level. I'm assuming you can use a sewing machine.
Right.
But all the instructions are written very clearly. They're all done with colour photographs. You've got 14 pages of colour photographs and words. It makes the bag. Of course, you don't have to have the bag. You could just use the designs as they are, as blocks, and make a hanging. You could take the technique and make it bigger and turn it into your cushions. You could use them on your garments. So basically what the tuk-tuk tote is, and she says it very carefully, and that was written slightly naughtily, is that you can create a series of panels using texture techniques which have been in various of my books, but they've all sized down. You could make a bag, and indeed when I taught it, we had a sewing retreat and I taught the bag. Some of the bags are absolutely cracking. They used incredible fabrics, busy fabrics, plain fabrics, and everybody made a wonderful, wonderful tote. So it's 18 inches by 4 inches wide, and I forget the depth. The depth is about 12 inches, so it's a decent size shopping bag.
Yeah, most certainly it is. Very good. Great project bag as well, actually.
Yes.
Very kind of soft craft.
With
and
lots of
finished
pockets.
projects.
Got 8 pockets on it.
Wonderful, wonderful. All right, so it's £9.99 if you'd like to go for that. It's 593162. Now, obviously, you can not only watch us on the TV, you can watch us on the website. You can also place your orders via the website as well. Here it is. And you'll also find all the various different products within the show. You will find some of Jenny's books within there. You'll see all the various different reviews that are on there as well. And again, lots of inspiration. And don't forget, I'll mention the email. Again, if you want to say hello to us, it's always lovely to hear from you. But if you do have any questions, it's nice to have a little bit extra time with you. So if you have got any questions that you want to ask Jenny, you can email us, studio@thecraftstore.com. All right, without further ado, let's jump into our first demo.
Right,
what do I do
I
first,
need to
Jenny?
demonstrate the petal pattern and also give a quick overview of the hexagon and indeed the 60-degree triangle.
Okay.
So the petal pattern template comes in a variety of different sizes. You could use the whole of the petal pattern, or you can use progressively smaller petal patterns. The way that the arched edge is arranged will allow you to have an arched edge on even the smallest shape. So if I just cut out a very small piece, I can show you how it works. Let's just cut out literally a random corner. So if I wanted to have a very small pattern piece, maybe I've got a design strip, a jelly roll or something like that, I could put my template on it, lining up the flat end of the template with the edge of the fabric, cut up one side. Remember, we never cut towards ourselves. Flip the fabric over, replace the template, cut again. And then to get the arched edge, all you do is slide the template down and literally just move it further down. The reason why it's sticking is I have a piece of double-sided sticky tape on the back to stop it from sliding around, and just cut your arc shape to suit. So you can have a small petal pattern shape. Now, these templates are clear and enable you to fussy cut. So you could very simply cut, place it on a piece of fabric and fussy cut exactly something to put it together. Top tip is if you put a small piece of double-sided sticky tape on, then that will adhere to the material and just stop it from sliding. Now, if you were going to use the whole petal pattern template, then it needs about a 7-inch piece of fabric. And again, you do exactly the same thing. You cut up one side, cut round the arc, turning my body around, flip the template over, and then cut the other side. Didn't do that terribly well, but never mind. It's the excitement of having Andy on the show. Right, replace the template and just cut again. Now, to make one entire petal pattern, you'd need 8 of these. So it's simple to cut. There we go. And if I needed another one, all I would do is take the template and put it upside down. Obviously, if you have directional fabric, you may not want to do that. So if you cut out 8 of these, one could then start sewing the 8 together in sets of 2. And guess what shape you've got when you sew 2 of them together?
2 hearts
You've
beating
got
in
a heart.
just one time.
Absolutely. Now, when you sew them together, I would press the seam open and flat. And then to make up the petal pattern design as an entire petal, you will need to have 4 sections. So we take 2 of the pieces and sew them together. And I would suggest that you sew them together probably starting on the outside edge and sew down the bottom. And a tip for when you start is if you start in a bit, reverse to the edge and then sew back. That makes the seam there very strong. Because when you come to turn the edge over, then it's nice and strong in the seam. So join, say, 4 sets together, and then we join 4 sets together in 2 sets of 2, which is going to end up looking something like this one. So we have sets of 2, move that out the way, and another set of 2. Now notice here in the center there is a crossover in the seams which happens to be a 1/4 of an inch away from the edge of the raw fabric. These are my points to the edges of the petal pattern. And I think the nice thing about the template is because it's accurate, you will end up with the ability to have points, because in the patchwork world it is very necessary to have your points perfect. Having got my 2 halves, I'll put my 2 halves together, line up the points, stitch all the way along here, and then I press the seams open and flat. I think it is better, particularly when you're doing the petal pattern. So here we have the next one done where I've actually finished it, and if we turn over, notice all the seams pressed open and flat on the back. If you press them to one side, it tends to get a bit lumpy. Now, I could use it, but it's an applique, possibly. How am I going to get rid of that edge? Oh dear, that's going to be really nasty to turn round all the way, and I might have to hand sew it in place. No, you may not if you use this technique. So take a piece of interfacing. You need the thin, lightweight sew-in interfacing, or any thin fabric.
Okay.
Cut out a lump that's sufficiently big enough to cover it. Lay it on the right side of the petal pattern shape, and then you sew all the way round the edge, 1/4 of an inch seam allowance, because the templates are all designed to fit with 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. Having sewn all the way round the edge, what happens then is you cut excess interfacing right back, so trim it right the way back to the edge, and I'd nick it in between the seams here. So just put a little nick, don't cut through the stitching, but just put a little nick. When you've done that, we turn it over and you slit the interfacing, put a small slit in the middle, and then you literally turn it through. And what happens is that interfacing will draw that raw edge to the back and neaten it. So it turns the seam over for you. It's a really useful trick. And you just go on turning it over, turning it over. I would then go round with something like the end of a knitting needle just to round it out, and you can then, once you've done that, apply it to, say, a background fabric. So there it is, applied to a background fabric. So literally just turn it through. Now that's the petal pattern in its simplicity. It could then be mounted onto some fluff and a backing fabric. It could then be bound, and you'd end up with a round thing. But you could have a cushion. Consider, though, why not go a stage further and cut up striped fabric? So if you sew 2 pieces of fabric together and then cut your petal pattern, notice what happens, because who says you've got to cut petal pattern from 1 piece of fabric? Why not cut it from, say, some stripes? And then, thinking to myself, because I do twiddling and fiddling, is why not put something in the seam? And there's no reason why you couldn't take, say, a square, fold the square in half with the right side on the inside, stitch down one side. I would then cut the point off the seam there, just to reduce bulk, turn this right side out, poke the corner out gently with the end of, say, your knitting needle or your bamboo pointer or something like that, and you end up with a triangle. If we then took 2 pieces of the petal pattern, 2 little bits, we could actually sew 2 bits of the petal pattern together and stick that in the seam, you see. And if you did that, it's going to end up looking something like the one that I thought I had here. Here it is. There we are. So there it is in the seam. Now let me show you something that happens. Because if we've got this shape stuck in the seam, we can lift him up. You'll find this is in the Creative Tucks and Textures book. And it will open out, it will squash forwards first. What do you think of the show so far? Not a lot. No, except it's really good because Andy's here. And then it'll open out, making a diamond shape. And if you did this 8 times, you could end up with something that looked a bit like that. And indeed, there's a cushion behind me, or there was a cushion behind me, although aha, there it is. Voila.
Nice.
Okay, so that's just petal pattern. And then briefly the hexagon thing, because it's a really good price and you want this bundle.
Isn't it just? Again, so you're getting all 3 of those, 3 very, very versatile shapes, as you can see, with obviously the petal, obviously the 60-inch triangle and the hexagon as well. All 3 of them for £14.97. If you would like to go for that book that Jenny mentioned, let's bring those details in. Here it is, the Creative Tucks and Textures for quilts and embroidery. What is covered within here?
Right, covered in there is a whole range of different ways of playing with fabric. And you've got from your tucks, you've got your trumpets, you've got your crossing over the tucks, you've got a variety of patterns and things in the end, you've got tucked up circles, you've got playing around with shapes, interlock squares, interlock triangles, so many other things. I mean, I'm never going to pass to my mastermind on my own books because I can't remember what's in them. But there's a wealth of stuff in there. And indeed, the best way to buy it, we're going to give you one hint, is buy it with the Material Magic one because it comes as an offer.
And as if by magic, it appeared. Look at that.
And I thank you, Lewis. Lewis is always really sort of on the ball. So you get the two of them and save a few pennies.
Well, yes,
so that will take you through a whole load. And the Material Magic has, again, lots of different things in them. Literally playing around with Japanese folded. It's got bags in there. It's got mats in there. It's got the reusable Christmas cracker.
Right.
It's got a rather nice hexagon quilt, which, of course, uses the hexagon template and, indeed, the triangle template I'm about to use. So those are good. You can change the sizes. But just 2 books on really twiddling, fiddling, nipping, tucking, manipulating and manoeuvring material.
Oh, that sounds lovely. So again, it's £18.94 for the both of them. If you want to go that particular route, it's 153971. All right, let's continue with the inspiration.
Okay.
What are we going to do next?
So back to the 60-degree triangle, which of course comes with a petal pattern bunch. As ever, you've got a multi-size template. You've also got a multi-sized hexagon one. And first of all, I'm going to show you how to cut out a hexagon. I thought I prepared a piece of fabric, but it seems to have gone walkabout. I wonder what I did. Never mind, let me cut another piece of fabric. So I'm going to cut, and you choose any size from 1 inch up to, say, 4.5 inches.
2.
2, right, we're going to have a 2. So I'm going to cut a 2-inch strip of fabric and place the template on here.
Must not like that fabric.
Bring it so that you bring the point to the very edge of the fabric, cut up one side, cut up the other side. Turn my body around a bit more. Flip the fabric over. The template then comes in from this side and comes in and then stops when you're going to cut up there and cut up there. And you will have a hexagon. So you can cut them out any size you like, from literally 1.5 inches, which will give you a 1-inch one, right up to 5.5 inches, which will give you a 5-inch finished hexagon. Do they have to be cut from fabric? No, you could cut them out in paper. So you've got your hexagon one. Now, if you're going to use the triangle one, as I said, 6 triangles make a hexagon. So if you literally use the triangle itself and just cut out 6 triangles, they could be stitched together to make a hexagon. And there we go, one there, and one there, and one there. So there you've got your hexagon, which, of course, if you sewed it together, would end up looking something like this one. It could be in any sizes. So that could indeed, if you wanted it to be a placemat, and I thought I had a placemat down here, there it is. And you've got, say, a placemat. And all you need to do to add the corners on there is literally another 60-degree triangle, just chopped in half, and one would go on that corner and the other half would go on that corner, so you could oblong it off.
Okay.
But I promised you a quick way of stitching hexagons and triangles together.
Okay.
Oh, there's my little piece I was going to cut a triangle from. If I take, say, hexagons, literally just cut round the entire thing, like that, and if I go to a 3-inch strip, and from the 3-inch strip I cut some triangles, so they're my triangles cut from my 3-inch strip. If I take one triangle and I stitch it to one corner of the hexagon, and I then stitch the other triangle to the other corner, the opposite corner of the hexagon, I get this diamond shape. And then we have a diamond shape. If you repeat and make lots of diamond shapes, you can actually sew them together very simply straight up there.
Oh, yes.
So one could make, and I'm getting my usual glorious mess here, you have no idea of how many hours it takes me to sort these things out at home afterwards, is you could literally stitch your hexagons and your triangles together.
Oh, yes.
They could be put together like that, or you could offset them, and think of the possibilities for using up, say, all your scraps. Think of the fact you could have stars. All it requires is you to have a hexagon and a triangle template.
That looks lovely. That's a great scrap buster, as you said. All right, so again, that is utilising, again, one of the 3 shapes that you're getting included with that shape. So again, the petal shapes, we've seen that in action. You're also getting the hexagon shapes and also 60-degree triangle. Now, 20% of the stock of that bundle has gone. As Jenny said, fantastic value for money. Usual price on that, best part of £23. But today, £14.97. That's 986,181. Just another quick reminder, you're thinking, what on earth's going on here? What are you doing there, you might be saying? My name's Andy, I'm presenting for Create and Craft. Now, you may or may not know that the Craft Store and Create and Craft are now sister channels. So you'll start to see, again, a phrase used by the youngsters in marketing, a presenter mashup. We'll see Martin Parker's face when they tell him that. But yes, so what's happening is that Create and Craft presenters are coming here, you know, kind of mixing and matching, as it were, and also some of your favourite presenters are going to be over on Create and Craft. And the real reason we're doing this is to highlight that you can still order with confidence from either channel. Your Freedom Club membership, your Create and Craft Club membership remains the same. The website that you use to order remains the same. The Flexi Pay or Flexi Buy here on the Craft Store remains the same. Everything remains the same. Okay, that is the main reason why we're doing that, to highlight that you can still shop with confidence. However, let's just move on to the next offer that we have available for you, which is rather fun configuration. The Fat Cats and the Flying Geese acrylic templates. You saw some wonderful examples behind us just a couple of seconds ago, but let's see this in action. Now, which one are we starting with, Jenny?
We're going to do the Fat Cat, because I'm going to save the Flying Geese for the 7 o'clock show.
Oh, I see.
Because the Flying Geese are at the moment flying over the great wilds of Lincolnshire.
Okay, oh, fine, you're building up the anticipation. I like
that. And they're flapping their wings, and they're going to come zooming in for 7 o'clock tonight.
Lovely, okay. All right.
Fat Cats. Okay, the Fat Cat template, yet again, a multi-size template. Now, this is a big template. And indeed, you can actually use a Fat Cat template for Dresden plates. It will make a 12-section Dresden plate, so it doesn't have to be used as a Fat Cat. But you could take the template and literally take Fat Cats and applique them. And there we have some applied Fat Cats. So all I did there was to cut the shape out of fabric, put some fusible web on the back of a piece of fabric and cut out the desired shape. And you can see I used that part of the template for that one and that part of the template for that one. And I had a very fat cat down there. I used that part of the template, and I had a slightly thinner one there. So it can be used as an applique. All right. If you don't really like fat cats, there's no reason why you couldn't change the tail, and it could actually be a dog. It doesn't have to be a fat cat.
Very true.
So let's put that one to one side. You could piece it, and here we have pieced fat cats. Again, their whiskers have gone a little bit whiskery. So you could have little ones, big ones, and that ones. And it's a piecing technique I'm going to show you in a moment. So we could apply it as there. We could piece it as with this one. You could use any fabric you liked. There's no reason why you couldn't stitch all those scraps together and from the scraps cut yourself a fat cat of whatever size and have a striped fat cat. Say like that one. Why not?
That's groovy.
But if we are going to prepare a fat cat, decide on the colour for your fat cat, and I'm going to have a purple fat cat. And I think I'm going to go for, let's have that fat cat. This is a really fat cat. This has eaten an awful lot of Christmas dinner. Okay. Right, so position your template on the fabric and literally do as we've done before. Cut up one side, flip the template over, replace the template. Remember where you had it, but it doesn't really matter because the cat can always go on a diet and lose a bit of weight, and go up the side there. So there is my fat cat. To get the pieces that go either side so you can piece it in, it's actually quite a neat trick. Now, the instructions will tell you to cut a square. You don't have to cut a square. You just need to cut 2 pieces of fabric that are the same depth as the cat. So this was a 6.5-inch strip, so I've got 2 bits of fabric there that are 6.5 inches. I've also got a 6.5-inch square because I'm going to show you both techniques. The method that is advised by the instructions is to take your 6.5-inch square, which is the same height as the cat, take the template, and we're going to place the template so that I'm getting it round the wrong way. Let's get it round the right way. Fold is on your left and the template comes sorry, the fold is on the left and the template comes in from the left. Not a bad idea to align it on the cutting mat. Bring the template in until the very tip of the template is on the corner of the crease. Straighten it up so it's nice and straight. That's why it's useful to do it on the cutting mat. And just cut off that section.
Okay.
This amazingly gives you two pieces of fabric, one of which will fit this side and one of which will fit that side, therefore enabling you to piece the cat. But if you haven't got a square, as long as you've got two bits of fabric the same height as your cat, exactly the same thing can happen. Bring the template in, the point of template on the very tip of the fabric, make sure it's straight, and simply cut up here. And then I could have my fat cat surrounded by some calf facet fabric, and one bit would go one side and one bit would go the other side. So you could actually piece this cat into any two pieces of fabric or a square. It matters not.
Okay.
Right, let's move on as to what you do then.
Just to quickly mention that you can get hold of the fat cat on its own if you want to go that route. We'll put the details at that bottom of your screen. However, the mathematicians amongst you will work out that it is far better value for money. We're going for both of them together. It's an extra £2.99, I think. So it's 408086.
Only £2.99?
Only an extra £2.99
for
to you.
the Flying Goose one as well. And they're amazing because they're getting nearer. They're
Yes.
now over Louth.
Right, okay.
Okay. Right, so how you actually piece it, I'm afraid we've changed colours now because my demo's in these colours. Stitch one section onto one side of the fat cat and one section onto the other side of the fat cat. This is going to make an entire shape, an oblong. And there we are, we have our oblong. Well, it's a rather boring fat cat at the moment. It needs some ears.
Yeah.
So ears could be made in any way, shape you like, but I like to do Baltimore rosebuds, which is taking a rectangle of fabric, fold a seam allowance over, fold the rectangle of fabric into a triangle. This is technically a Somerset patch. And then the Somerset patch hugs itself. Its arms come in, and its arms come in. And that makes, I think, quite a nice little ear. What I would do then is put a few stitches along the bottom there, just to hold all the layers in place. So that's a Baltimore rosebud. Okay. What I do with the two little ears is place the two little ears going downwards into the cat.
Oh, right.
And then all you need then is another piece of fabric for the wall behind him. And you stitch it on there. Something for the poor little cat to sit on. Let's give him a bit of grass. So there's a bit of grass to go on the bottom. Do it up a bit.
Could be its own cat bed.
That's right. Or cat bed or whatever you happen fancy. Stitch both pieces on, and that's going to give you this little bit. And there we are. So his ears will now go up, and all you need to do then is to give him some whiskers, couple of eyes and a tail, and you could end up with something that looked a little bit like this one. And this was actually done from chenille fabric, because you can make the fat cat out of literally anything. He could be made any size you like. It's just a design. And if you're wondering how on earth it came to be used as a Dresden plate, just briefly let me explain that the Dresden plate will be done by taking the fat cat shape, folding it in half, sewing across the end. If I just sew very quickly across the end, you'll see. And 12 of these would make an interesting design. Or 3 of them would make the grandmother's fan. Let's just get that out of there. You have no idea of the mess that's on the floor. Right, so if I take that and turn it that way, you're going to get the pointed section that those of you who know the Dresden plate know so well makes the edge of the plate. So you could use your fat cat template for fat cats, fat dogs, thin cats, Dresden plates, grandmother's fans, anything else. It's a 30-degree template, so 12 of them make a circle.
So again, offers fantastic value for money, as to the case with all of the easy rulers. So that is your pairing. So again, you can go for the fat cat on its own, but your best value for money is to go for both of them together, which I'm pleased to say most of you are doing. I believe we have had queues kind of dipping in and out on the phone line so far. Of course, you can order via the website as well, which of course is thecraftstore.com. You can check us out on there. Can I just say thank you very much for all the emails that you've emailed in. It's been lovely to hear from you, those of you who joined us obviously from Create and Craft, and those of you who joined us, as you do every day, here on the Craft Store. OK, right, need to come back and talk a little bit about limited stock now. Demand is very, very high for the tucked up tote pattern by Jenny Raymond, again at £9.99. In terms of style, there's lots of storage on board. Not only have you got a cavernous area within there, you've also got, I think it's a total of 8 different pockets on board. 16 pockets, sorry. 6 across the front, 6 across the back. Now, to me, this kind of lends itself towards an UFO bag. What I mean by that is an unfinished project. So it could be a quilt, it could be a sewing project that you could keep in there whilst it's not being done.
Totally, and indeed if you put the sides have got magnetic clasps in them which will shut them up a bit.
Oh, yes.
And there's a flap across the middle there which goes over to shut it, rather than people wondering what earth the pink bit was dangling around.
There we go, hold on.
That's it.
Not like a presenter having trouble shutting it, eh?
And then you pull the sides, then they can see the pockets. Where your hands are, pull the magnetic clasps apart. No, at the ends. There
I see. There's 3 magnets on board. That's where the confusion came from. OK, so yes, you can. It's an expandable, for want of a better word, gusset, isn't it, I suppose?
Yes, thank you very much.
There we go. Can we say that this time of day?
So if you now hold those to the camera, see one end has got tucks, and that end has got the tucks where they kiss each other. So this is where my reputation for teaching various things other than just sewing comes in, because that's done by mummies and daddies kissing on the top row, and then mummies and daddies divorcing on the next row, and then fortunately the sun shines and the mummies and daddies get back together again. But the other end on there just has all the tucks going one way and back the other. So these are just mummy chasing daddy, obviously, down the road, and then they turn around and run back in the opposite direction. But this has not done my reputation any good whatsoever for teaching it like that.
Well, listen, you're not only adding a bit of temperature in here, Jenny, but the phone lines have gone hot as well. In actual fact, this is technically sold out, so well done for getting in early. However, there is some good news, though. Jenny's been able to secure some more stock.
I have got some more, yes.
That go dispatched from the 23rd of January, OK? So, is it same item number or is it a different item number? Same item number. But again, slightly delayed dispatch from the 23rd of January. So it's 593,162, £9.99. So good news is
I will get them out to you as fast as possible.
Indeed. Lovely. Thank you. All right, let's move down and let's take a look at some more of the books that we have available for you. Let's start off, first of all, with the fans and fabrications. Now, you mentioned fans earlier on.
Yes, well there is something called the grandmother's fan, but that actually fan in there is a quarter of a tucked-up circle. Which makes this sort of fan-like shape. And indeed, it goes through tucks and things, so perhaps if you've got the bag pattern, you will understand how the tucks go, and you want to, say, tuck up a quarter circle. Of course, if you tuck up a quarter circle, you can tuck up a whole circle. It also has in there soft sculptures, which uses up all your bits of wadding, fluff, batting, call it what you will, because what you do with them. There are a variety of other techniques in there. So it's a book that's packed full of small projects to make, various things to do. There are Christmas decorations to make, there are table mats to make, there's all sorts of things in there.
Lovely. All right, so that is Fans and Fabrications. Sounds like a good name for a novel. It's 248393, a bonkbuster, I believe they called it, at £9.99 if you want to go for that one. OK, but you thought that was a bit steamy. Check out the next one. This is the Foldy Rolly Patchwork Pizzazz, 707951. Yes, you're imagining the True Movies version now, aren't you? So 707951. So what's covered in here?
Right, in that book are 12 different blocks and 12 related projects, all using various twiddled and fiddled methods of fabric. So you've got the Scrappy Zappy Do design, which uses up all your half-square triangles, and a variety of blocks which can be made in different sizes, but they're presented as 12-inch squares, finished 12-inch squares. So the idea is to play with some pieces, build a quilt. It tells you how to put the quilt together at the end. There's also various funny stories about why you don't cook leeks in the hotel kettle, and how you can get your skirt stuck in the hotel door, and various other things, because on my many travels around the world, things have happened, and I feel in a book you should have a touch of light relief.
Oh, absolutely. It's important, isn't it? Well, wonderful. There we go. So that is the Foldy Rolly Patchwork Pizzazz by Jenny Raymond, again at £9.99. Now, the duo that we mentioned earlier on, again, it's kind know that there's good economies of scale here, because we did talk about, obviously, the creative tucks and textures on its own, but again, the economists amongst you have realised by going for both of them together, you do make a bit of a saving. Let's have a quick flick through the material magic. We showed you the tuck and textures, didn't we? So let's have a quick flick in terms of what you're getting with here. So what's covered within this one, Julie?
Right, so you've got Japanese folded in there. As I said, you've got the reusable Christmas cracker. There's a design called interlocked hexagons at the end, so there's a small quilt. I'm racking my brains to think what else I put in there, because I only wrote the book. Don't ask me what's in the content.
Scrappy strip vases?
Yes, oh yes, the vases are in there. They're really good,
right.
Because they are quite a firm thing, and they come out of, you can have pentagon vases, you can have hexagon, I'm glad you reminded me of that. Hexagon vases, it sounds awful not to know what's in your own book when you wrote it.
Well, it's understandable you've written so many, that's fine.
But you've just written it, it's gone, wiped.
Right.
Apart from hopefully it's not wiped on the computer. So the vases are actually really rather nice because you can use something, one of the stiffenings in it, and you do make very. I think you're on the vases page now, aren't you? Yes, where your thumb was then.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, on the scribble track.
And they can be made using all your scraps and things. In fact, there's a on that very page. If you go up on the right-hand side, there's a pink one down a bit, down a bit. That one there, that was made by a friend of mine, a delightful lady called Jill Rump, who's well into her 80s, who I showed one afternoon in the garden the concept, and she made that.
Really? That's impressive, isn't it?
Yes.
That's lovely.
So it's all sorts of bits that are in that book, and again there's a couple of funny stories in there, and you'll find that it's actually fact the hexagon template and the triangle template are really useful, because although the templates are in the book there, and what I've done is I've nicked an idea from Karen Hellaby, is I put the templates you need in the centre of the book.
Right.
So if you want to photocopy them, you can just lie it flat on the bed of the photocopier, or if you want to trace them. That was one of her ideas. It's certainly not mine, but I reckon it was a good enough idea to nick. So thank you, Karen Hellaby.
Lovely. All right, so again, that is the pairing, as you can see, the material magic and also the creative tuck and textures. And then moving on to the final book that we have available for you. This is entitled Sew Pieces. I'll bring it in so you can take a
boxes,
quick...
bags, some twiddling and fiddling in there. There's a computer bag. There's the spectacle case cover, which I've done several times here. But the boxes are particularly good because, again, you've got hexagon ones, you can do pentagon ones, you can do square ones. There's little flowers you can put on the top of them. There's a sling bag in there. There's a Japanese bag in there. So it's a book that's got a lot of different things in there. Nice book. I had fun writing all my books. The Material Magic came out during lockdown because what was I going to do? There was no teaching about.
Indeed.
So I had to do something.
That's nice.
There will be another one coming out, but not for a bit, sadly.
Lovely. All right, so that's the Sew Pieces. Would you say that this is a good one for beginner, this one?
They're all sort of very beginner, but yes, that's a nice one to start with.
Just look at the
Either
projects
that or it's the creative tucks and textures, because that's going to get you into the twiddling and fiddling bit.
Okay, lovely. So again, available at £9.99. It's 725-963. Right, now one thing we haven't brought you on the show, I haven't mentioned anyway, and something that we've used right the way throughout, of course, some fabric. We do actually have, excuse me, we do actually have some fabric for you, some beautiful floral fabrics. Look at this. The Material Magic Floral Fabric Bundle, seeing 4 half-metre by 54-inch wide fabrics. It's your 7-day saver. So 7-day saver launches on a Sunday at 8 AM and it runs for 7 days. See, a lot of it is self-explanatory. £19.99. Usual price on this, so you're saving the best part of £20. That's 976-154. Did you use some of this fabric earlier on?
No, I didn't. I had the calf facette fabric, so that's really rather nice. So that's
lovely,
4 half-metres for that amount of money.
Yes, it's very good, isn't it?
So that's really 2 metres of fabric for £20.
That's a good way to think about it, yes. Very good value. There we go. It's just
£20 there. And when
976-154.
did you last see fabric at £10 a metre? You certainly won't be seeing £10 a metre for very much longer, not the way things might be going.
Of course, absolutely. It's not that kind of that quality as well. So it's 976-154. Add that into
They've got to
your
be
basket.
printed, brought in, transported. We're having, all sorts of problems with that sort of thing. And I'm afraid, if you don't get the things now...
Yes, it's only going to go one way, isn't it? All right, so we're going to take a look at circles next that we highlighted earlier on. We know that circle is probably one of the hardest shapes to create freehand. without some form of a guide. So it strikes me, if you are quilting, this is one that needs to be a necessary part of your quilting arsenal. It's 059322 2498. So,
right, the circle template. Right, the circle cut template comes in a variety of sizes. So you can cut it out from a very small circle to a considerably large circle, a 2-inch one up to a 10-inch one, and all the sizes in between. It's easy to cut if you want to use a pair of scissors, but the easiest way to do it is actually to rotary cut with it. Now, if I'm going to use a really small circle, the ideal rotary cutter will be a 28mm one. The 45 one actually only fits the larger sizes of circles. So let me show you how you can cut out a very accurate circle using the rotary cutter. If you don't want to use a rotary cutter, then you simply put a pencil through or a pen and you draw the circle. Now the trick is you fold your fabric, and on the template there is a heavy black line that sits on the fold of the fabric. Now you might say to yourself, ah yes, but I only want half a circle. Well, in that case then, don't fold the fabric. Let me flip it over and you can see it more easily. And you now use the dotty line on the edge of the fabric, because that will add the seam allowance to half a circle. If you want to do a quarter circle, then you simply use the arrows up the middle and the dotty line, and that will give you a quarter circle. So it does half circles, quarter circles, and indeed whole circles. But if I'm going to cut a whole circle out, and I'm feeling like using my rotary cutter, then let's waste no fabric, because I can't abide wasting fabric. Place the template so the solid line is on the edge of the fabric, and I'm going to scooch it right up to the corner there, so I'm not going to waste any fabric. There we go. Fit it. Take the guard off your rotary cutter, pop it in there, and that little 28mm cutter will go all the way round like that and cut out a perfect circle.
Is that the only size cutter, rotary cutter, that can be used within that template?
Yes.
Okay.
For that size.
Right.
When you go to the bigger ones, you can get the bigger cutter round the, I won't do that with the blade off, but you'll get round the bigger ones. But this one won't go round the really small ones. Okay. So there is a very accurate circle. I could do it in a variety of sizes. What could I do with it? Well, obviously you can cut out all different sizes of circles from different fabrics, doesn't matter. If you wanted to, you could use these circles for, of course, the good old Suffolk puff in a variety of different sizes. What I chose to do with it was to draw onto a piece of fabric a series of circles. So I literally put some fusible web on the back of a fabric and drew a series of circles. Now, if you wonder how I got the whole circles, you can do that by doing this. Now, we have a problem because I don't happen to have a pencil. And if you just talk something...
We must have a...
No, we haven't.
This is the craft store. We must have a pencil somewhere.
Anywhere. Can you talk while I see if I can find a pen for a moment?
We have a pen. Would a pen do, Jenny?
A pen would suffice. I have a pen.
Oh, Jenny has a pen.
Yes,
that's fine.
But I didn't have a pencil.
Guys, emergency over. Thanks.
Right. So if I'm going to draw a circle, so I'm going to put literally a guideline there in the middle and draw my 2-inch circle round here. Flip that round, replace it on the guides in the middle there, and I can now draw my circle. Okay? So you could draw a circle. We'll just do it again because it's not come out very well. There we are. All right. So we have a circle. If you were to draw each of the circles, it's going to end up looking something like this. You could then cut these circles out, maybe cut out only thin ones or cut out double ones, and because they've got fusible web on the back, you could bond them in place and get, say, this.
Cool.
And then I thought, hey, why don't I take a piece of fabric, say take a design roll and sew them all together, which I did here. So this was a design roll stitched together, and thought, oh, it's really rather boring. Why don't I cut out circles and swap the circles around?
Swap them over.
I could also add circles to it. So that was sort of the beginning of the next thing I'm going to show you, which I've really enjoyed doing. And that was to say to myself, why don't I take squares and sew squares together and then cut out circles and turn them round.
Oh, wow,
and we have the panel that we have in front of you now. And this led on to all sorts of ideas, because once you've got a circle that's accurate, you can play. Okay, so to do that, stitch, say, 4 squares together. What I did on the back of that was I ironed a piece of iron-on interfacing. I then put the circle on the back there, aligned the black line with the stitching line, drew one half of the circle, flipped it round, drew the other half of the circle, and cut it out, which brings us to the piece we've got here. So I cut that out. Having cut it out, I thought, all I've got to do is turn it around. Hey, I've got something very different. And because it's got reinforcement on the back, I could then satin stitch over the gap.
Right.
You could have used a feather stitch, you could have done it, ooh dear, by hand. Then I thought, okay, I've done it with squares. What would happen if I did it with quarter squares? Okay, so quarter squares, stitch them together, cut a circle out, switch it round. And then if you did that, say, more times, you'd end up with something that looked like this. This is just because it's a circle and you can play with it. Think of colour, think of scraps. And then, thinking on a little bit more than that, what if I took, say, half-square triangles and sewed those together, and there's the half-square triangles, and cut a circle out. Bear in mind, I could have had a circle any size I liked. Then you can switch that round. See?
Nice.
And then, what if I took squares, so back to squares again, and what if this time I cut 2 circles out, because who says I can't cut 2 circles out? So I literally cut out 2 circles. And then I could switch those round and move them round and play with them. Might go all the way round, might go only halfway round. And then I'd end up with something that looked like that. And then, you can see how I waste my time. Hours pass and hours. What if I took a 9 patch, okay, basic 9 patch, and then cut a circle out of a 9 patch and switched a circle round in a 9 patch? So you see, I could have then cut another circle out and played with that. What I think about these templates are, it gives you multi-sizes, things you can play with. You don't just have to have a basic circle. Think what you could do with it. Think where you could cut it out. Think where you could switch it. Think where you could use your quarter circles, your half square circles. And then we've got the clamshell, and you'll have to wait for 7 o'clock for that, because the flying geese that are now over Lincoln are eating the clamshell, so we've got to go and rescue them.
They're on their way. So they'll be with us by 7 p.m. That was a special effect they brought in especially for me, you know. And so yeah, go see Jenny again at 7 p.m. All right, but listen, let's run the details of the Quilting Circle Clam Acrylic template bundle. Again, you know, think about generally a circle is a difficult shape to create freehand, so be able to use any kind of template, and it's something that's ubiquitous. It's symbolism, of course, the circle of life, the family circle, etc., etc. Particularly when you move into quilting, generally, you know, when you're quilting, you're making things for people that you like, so it seems quite befitting to have the circle theme within them. Certainly, the template will enable you that you get exactly what a quilter wants, and that, of course, is accuracy. So 059322 if you're doing to go for the pairing there, again at £24.98. Okay, let's just hop across and take a look at the next configuration. This one contains, again, the bias ruler. We talked a little bit about biases earlier on, didn't we? And then you can see it's also got the Maltese cross as well. I think it is possibly well worth taking a look at, if we can, just at the example that I have just behind me over here, because I do think that looks really quite special, doesn't it? Lots of colour has been utilised within there. I think, again, with that kind of Maltese cross as well, it's kind of unisex in terms of a pattern, so it could be something to be either him or her, or anything in between. So 729585, again, £14.98 if you'd like to go for that particular bundle, and again, you're saving the best part of £10 there. So Jenny, have you got anything to show us from this?
Yes, actually, I've got some of the Maltese cross stitched together here. So there is one of the Maltese cross, a panel of it sewn together. The Maltese cross templates are 3 different templates. And there is one template which will make the centre of the Maltese cross. And of course, like all these templates, because it's clear, you can fussy cut. So I was able to here fussy cut round the sunflowers, and there I've obviously used the plain fabric. Then you've got a second template which does the little corners on here, which could of course be in a variety of different colours, and you've got a third template which does the piece in the middle there. Now this is a specific design that makes the Maltese cross. There is your Maltese cross, which you could put together for a quilt. And if you think colours, and you look here, we've got the reds doing a circle round the middle there, and then the yellows are sort of coming off it like a star, and then you've got the blue cross floating in the centre there. When you get your template, you will find that it comes with full instructions on how you do it. in not only English but in a variety of other languages, and you've got a pattern, a placement pattern. Now obviously you don't have to do that, because you could consider using the Maltese cross, say, as a border, or just as one single block. And indeed there's no reason why you couldn't put several Maltese crosses together, so move this out the way, and literally just use them as a quilt border, as a design. And think colour, because once you start to get the colours together, if you use the same colour and then changed it, you get all sorts of different things happening. But the Maltese cross is not a difficult template to use. It comes in 3 different parts. How much time have we got? We've got enough time for me to do a quick whip through how it goes.
About 3 minutes.
Got about 3 minutes, right. Well, let's just find all the relevant pieces. So using, you get one of these and you can see which bit I'm referring to. There we are. So using the Maltese cross centre one, you're going to need to cut out a centre shape. And as I said, you could fussy cut it. So you literally place it on the fabric, cut round. This is piece C. So you're going to need a middle. You'll then need from piece B 4 sections. And again, it is simple to cut out. Now, top tip for cutting out this is, rather than just cut them out willy-nilly from your fabric, is if you cut a strip out, about a 3¼ inch strip, you can cut one from there and one from there, etc., etc., all the way along. So that saves a bit of fabric rather than just placing it randomly. So you'll need 4 of B's, then you'll need 4 of the A's. And the A's are like sort of the little ears and could indeed be any colour you happen to fancy. And here we have an A here. And again, with the A template, it actually is best to cut out from another 3¼ inch strip, because if you notice, look how well they fit together if you had a strip. So rather than sort of cut it out willy-nilly, and it's quite a good idea to have the corner of the A, the right angle corner of the A, on the straight grain of the fabric, because this forms the straight part of the block. So don't just lay the A template anywhere you like on your fabric. Think of it, that needs to be on the straight grain. How the design goes together is you take the middle piece, and we want one of the side sections. The B section goes one side. Yeah. And this is curved piecing. It's very slightly curved. So you want to pop it on there, and there will be a little overlap between the underneath section and the top section. And then just feed it round, and again there'll be a little overlap on the other end. Okay. And this is where putting your pins in at right angles really does help. Okay. Stitch it round there, and it's going to end up looking something like that. Okay. You'll need to add
about 60 seconds left.
That's right. Need to add another one of those to the other end, so we end up with, I'm going to speed up now, one of those. We then take the A sections, one to one end, one to the other end, ditto on the other side, one there, stick an A section on the centre of that, round that way, and then you simply stitch this bit to that bit to that bit, and hey presto, you will have a Maltese cross, and you must have got about 40 seconds left.
Well done. Very nicely done. Thank you very much, Jenny. Jen, we'll see you at 7 p.m. with the geese. They are on their way. Thank you very, very much. More demonstrations coming your way. That'll be with Catherine and Jenny. Catherine's actually coming up for you next, but I'll tell you about that in the menu. Yes, looking forward to that. Going to say thank you very much for your company. Thank you very much for all of your emails and your comments on social media. Read most of them. Anyway, I will see you later on this evening. Have a good evening, whatever you do. All right, 2 Red Robins, Little Animals. I don't know if that's in reference to Steph and Kathleen or not. I don't think it is. Get Groovy with Clarity is following that, and Craft Yourself Silly, the one-day special, is launching later on.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. Over the 40 years, Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Hello, I'm Barbara.
And I'm Julie.
And together we're Scarlet Rose Crafts. We're a family-run business, and our aim is to bring new and innovative new products to the crafting industry. The Easy Mat Plate is our flagship product. followed by our innovative Easy Shim product.
I am Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting.
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples, and I've been crafting since I was a little girl, and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Our products are all hand drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimples shows and have some fun.
Shopping online with the Craft Store has just got easier with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan. Spread the cost of your basket, whether there is one item or many, with 3 interest-free payments. Simply choose Pay in 3 at checkout and pay for purchases between £30 and £2,000 over 3 equal instalments for the next 3 months. No fees and no interest. Spread the cost of your shopping with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan at the Craft Store.
A very good afternoon to you all. Welcome to the Craft Store. Now, did you see Andy on the previous show? Isn't it lovely to see another face here at the channel? A familiar face to many, but maybe not to you. Stay with us. You're going to see another familiar face coming up soon as well, because Steph's here. But I've got to tell you a little bit of a story, because, well, this is the one-day special show, isn't it? It should be the final call. We have had so many sellouts. Sellout in the one-day special launch, sellouts again this morning. We had contingency plans. We had, it just went. So what were we going to do for 4 o'clock? Well, I've got to tell you, everybody's worked really, really hard, and we have put a plan together. We're going to give you a second chance to get our 2 Red Robins End of the Lane collection. Now, before I go any further, I can't really move away without saying good afternoon to Steph, because Steph, it is an absolute delight to see you here.
Thank you.
I've got to say, for many people that won't have seen me for a while, because I have been off, I've not been too well, I'm back today, but I did manage to watch from home, and the shows have been an absolute delight.
That's a pleasure. Thank you so much. Do you know, we're just, it's really interesting because I'm in like a new phase of my career, and I just want to get back to teaching and sharing ideas with everybody and properly designing. I've got rid of all the paperwork. I'm just working on product.
Oh, well, I've got to say as well, because I did become a viewer for the last few days, and I've got to say, now I'm here in the studio and I can see everything firsthand as well. You're not disappointed when you see things at home, but when you actually see them in real life, oh my word. Oh my word, they are absolutely stunning. Let's have a look at what we've got. This is your second chance, remember, to get our End of the Lane collection. Now, this includes dies. We've got papers, we've got vellums, we've got a fabulous USB in there as well. We're going to talk to Steph. She'll go through the concept. If you did happen to miss this previously, of course, we'll find out more about it. I do have a few samples to show you as well. I'm just going to bring in, actually, the prints here, because I've mentioned we've got the papers. We have got vellums as well. Now, Steph, the prints I've got here, 200 GSM, I believe, 2 of each design, is that right?
That's absolutely correct. So what we do is we've got a sort of formula that runs through the collections. So there are always 8 designs. You're going to get 2 of each of them in paper or lightweight card on 200 GSM, and then you'll get every image printed again on 140 GSM vellum, and there'll be 1 of each of those. And this is really to give you variety, but because you've got the USB, there's so much more on this, because of course you've got all of those lovely backgrounds, but then you've got backgrounds and more. You've got them in different sizes, you've got different orientations. You've also got, which is really interesting, the little images from the actual dies themselves, and you've got them built into the background. So it is one of those kits that you are just never going to run out of. And of course the philosophy for Two Red Robins is just let's keep bringing it back. It stays on your table. You know, make it earn its position in your stash.
Well, it is a story. I know, again, I did pick up on this from home, but there is a story. So we've seen the different chapters emerge. And there is a book coming out in May, I believe, as well, Steph, isn't there? Which is so exciting. Let's have a look at more of the collection, though, because, of course, we've just seen those prints there. We've talked about the fact that you're going to get 2 of each design, 8 different designs there, 200 GSM. You've got, of course, the vellum there as well, 140 GSM. Oh, we're busy already. 10% of the stock has already gone. Oh, my word. I've not even got the other components here. Now, the dies themselves, we have got an enormous amount of dies here. I'm not even going to attempt to reach over and turn any of these around. But when it comes to the milk churn, when it comes to the bottles, when it comes to the post box, we've got those dies in different sizes, haven't we?
Yes, and what I wanted to do here was, you know, I've a paper crafter through and through and have been paper crafting for a very long time. And occasionally, you start your craft and you think, am I going to do a square card, a rectangular card, some kind of fancy fold card? But how about we can do shaped cards? So in here, you've got nested image dies, and these are going to be the ones that you're going to use. Whether you've got the big dies, you're going to be able to make shapes. So for instance, my first demonstration is going to be making a postbox card. And so you're going to find that with all of these dies that you're looking at.
You certainly are.
Mixes and matches.
Do you know, we'll have a look at the milk churn first of all. Now this is where it gets really interesting. Look at the different sizes that we've got there. So you've got that perspective, you've seen building.
Yes.
I mean, you can use these just with maybe one of the little blue tits on top. You know, you can have it in the background. You have got definitely that perspective there. There we've got the milk bottle. Oh look, you've even got the really tiny one there. I didn't see that one, I didn't spot that before.
Sorry, I should have put them in the middle for you. This one,
oh wow.
This one looks interesting because this is actually the post box, but all the little rectangles on the side, they're the letterbox opening, so you can have it open or closed.
Oh my word! Oh, that's genius. I love, love, love that. Now then, let's have a look at our other dies. We've got the boards here to show you. So, of course, it's 2 red robins. There's one of them there for you. Oh, these are so delightful, aren't they? So you've got 3, in fact, 3 different robins, different positions, different poses. It's the detail in the dies.
And what we've done with Pip, Buddy and Willow, these are what we call our fledglings, because they're smaller than the original dies, but they're the same characters. So they're facing different ways, but they are the same characters, just slightly smaller. So this was when they were 10 years younger.
Oh. Oh, they are gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Let's have a look at the next one. Obviously, we've got the blue tip there. Does this one have a name?
Yes, we've got Misty and I'm going to forget, Misty and her friend.
Oh.
So, May, that's it. And they're just, you know, they are, again, designed so that, and you could decoupage these if you chose to. So you've got the white die cut, but you've also got an outline die, which gives you the flat image, the flat outline. And that means that you can be using it for stenciling, you can use it for actually shaped cards. We can also use those dies on fabrics. That's something we've got to look forward to.
Oh, I did see your fabric show as well. That was wonderful, Lemon Lane. Now, I'm looking at these, I'm flicking through these boards, Steph, and how intricate the die cuts are. Absolutely beautiful. One of my favourites, I've got to say, is the ivy. I think that is so versatile. The fact that you can shape, you can trail, you can build wreaths. You've got those wonderful characters running throughout as well. They certainly do tell those stories, don't they? You can build your own stories up. An amazing collection. And, of course, the USB. Yes. Is this how we print out all those wonderful images to die cut?
Absolutely. And, you know, the great fun about this is, because it is like having your own library of images, you're just going to dip into it time and time again. So you'll never run out and you'll never be bored.
Do you know, I love the packaging as well. The presentation is absolutely beautiful. Now, if you do want to go for this, this is your second chance. Remember, we've had so many sellouts in the one-day special itself. That is long gone. But we're giving you a £40 saving. We're going to break this down. That's if you're a Freedom member, as many of you are. If you're a Freedom member, look at this. You're saving £52.49. That price is coming right down to the price you can see on the screen. We can spread the cost for you as well. We can split that down. 3 payments of just £37.46. That's all you need to pay today. Another in a month's time, then another month. That's postage free. That's arriving at your door, everything packed up beautifully, and you can get crafting straight away. 676304 is the item number. Now we're going to have a look at the website, because we do have more over there for you as well. We've got more dies, we've got different item numbers for everything, of course. We have got individuals, but if you look at the value in the collection that we've just seen, then you start to break that down. You know, whether you've seen the same dies or not, whether you've seen dies from a different collection, just look at the prices there. Great price points, but that collection, absolutely incredible. Now we've also got the pure print for you as well, whether it's the vellums or it's the card or it's the paper, it's all there for you. Great savings on there, so do make sure that you're popping everything into your baskets. Three-way split, remember, if you're going for the collection, so anything else that you're adding in there, you can certainly split 3 ways as well. Now, just as we get back to Steph, because we are going to go for a demonstration, I will just remind everybody as well, if you were watching the previous hour, we did of course see Andy, the lovely Andy Love. You will see us switching around a little bit, of course. We've now joined forces with our sister channel, Create and Craft, and many of you will have come over from there. Maybe you're dipping in and out, maybe you're seeing some faces you recognise, maybe you're not, but do stay with us. But for now, we're definitely going over to a familiar face. We're going over to Steph.
Thank you. So what I've got here is the letterbox in the largest size, and then I've got a piece of plain card, and I want to create a background for this, a back plaque. So there's lots of different ways that you can do it, and I've been talking about them throughout the day, but I also wanted to mention this one. And we can just trace round the outside edge of our die and leave this panel here actually complete, so the flat edge will become the bottom of the die. So I've already done that, but before we go and do any gluing and sticking, I want to just show you a couple of things on the front. So I've taken my craft knife and I've just cut inside here, and the reason I used a knife and I didn't use my die was I didn't want to cut the whole thing out. Now, if you're a very experienced die cutter, I could have put the die on there, taken this so that the bit that I don't want to cut is over the edge of my cutting mat, and then the machine only cuts that line there. But we'll save that for another day and we'll demonstrate that for you. So I've got that little slit, and you're probably thinking, well, she's going to put, I bet she's going to put a letter in there or something like that. Well, that obviously is one of the solutions. But how about our little robins have been busy and they've built a nest?
Oh.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some foliage and I'm going to put it inside. But to make it easy for myself, I am going to use a piece of red liner tape. So I'm going to take that piece of tape and just put it across the bottom there.
Okay.
I'm just going to make sure that my piece of card's the right width, which it is. And I'm going to take the back off, and then while it's in my hands, I'm just going to tuck my foliage in, and it's going to grab that adhesive at the back.
Perfect.
And I am just literally picking up a few pieces, and I've got them just dotted around on my table, and I'm just going to pop those in and get those so that we've created this little bit of foliage that's going to be part of the...
See, for me, Steph, the foliage is so important.
Oh,
so important.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know. Flowers and foliage just are the finishing touch. They're like the embellishments in card making, aren't they? So this little robin is going to be in there, and she is actually going to be nesting. Now, my foliage has come from the wildflowers. So choose the elements that you want. You don't need to have all of them. I've also got a little bit of clover here, which I'm just going to pop in there as well. And so they're the start of all my little pieces of foliage. So now I'm going to go back over to the back. And because I put this sticky tape on, it's still sticky here. So I'm going to use that piece of card that I pretended was a letter. And I'm just going to stick that down there. Now, trim it so that it's all nice and level, but for the purpose of this, I'm not going to worry too much. So there we've got our little robin, and she's sitting there on the nest, and she's just nesting just inside. The next thing is I'm going to take her mate. And he is, so we need 2 of these.
Okay.
And the reason we're going to use 2 is I want him up on the top of the letterbox, but I would like him as sturdy as possible. So to make him sturdy, and I have shown you this a couple of times, but if you haven't seen it before, this will be new for you. So we're going to put a little bit of glue on his feet,
okay,
his paws.
Now, when it comes to the USB then, and you're printing out the component stuff, obviously you don't need to print lots and lots all in one go. You just print as you need them, do you?
Yes, absolutely. Literally, print them as you need them. And I'll show you one of those sheets in just a moment so that everybody can see exactly what we're talking about. But yeah, I print them as I need them. I save what I don't print, and then I keep all of the die cuts that I've already made in a little wallet, which are Craftmaster wallets, which you can see. They're on the website, and I use those all the time. So I just do a little bit more on this and finish off a little bit. I'm going to put some ivy on, so we've got some ivy just trailing, and this is all part of that lovely collection. So the only thing that I've added at the moment are some of those wildflowers, because they do just lend themselves to all the crafting that we do. So let's put these little tiny pieces of ivy. I'm just going to put a couple of little blobs.
Now, we do have a fantastic pick and mix. Actually, you can see the details at the bottom of the screen. We'll have a closer look at those in a little while, but don't miss out on those as well at just $14.98. Choosing any 2. When it comes to those florals, that foliage as well, there's certainly some to add to your basket here. 707179. You see, it's that ivy, Steph. I've got a thing about ivy. It's a great filler, isn't it? And you've got all those different sizes. You can shape it, you can trail it, you can just have the odd sprig here and there.
So look, I've got another piece here. Imagine having this piece to the bottom, but instead of that, I've got some wildflowers. Now, these are from the pick and mix, and I've just pulled a few together to make sort of like a little bouquet. And I'm going to go into my clover and take just one of the clovers and tuck that in. But I just want to bring this whole piece so that it's all coming down and it's cascading down, and that ivy's just filling the gaps, like you say, as a great gap filler. And then, and in fact, let's get a little bit of shape on this. So just using something that will give you those little curves, and then you don't have to use lots of foam pads, because if you put the adhesive on the edges where you want it to stick, then that will stick and the rest of it will still stay upright. Then I'm going to just stick this piece as well.
I'm loving the contrast of the colours against the red pillar box as well, or the post box, I should say. It's not really a pillar box. Do you know, it conjures up a scene, doesn't it? You start building those stories in your own head. I know there is a specific reason why 2 Red Robins came about. I mean, Steph, the company itself, it's not even a year old, is it? You launched last year.
No, it isn't. But, you know, lockdown made everybody think about what they were going to be doing. And, you know, I was one of those people too, you know, and so the little robins, you know, they were visiting me every day, and I was thinking, oh, I'm taming them. Little did I know my husband was feeding them. But, you know, it became this just a journey, and robins represent so many things that we're close to as crafters. So you can see there, I've got all of my flowers. I'm just going to put a little bit more glue. I was trying to be really careful with it.
Because we're looking at chapters here, Steph, the story is never going to end. You're never going to close that book. You're always going to bring these out time after time. Whatever you may have seen previously, whatever you're going to see in the future, everything is going to work together. So it's not a standalone product or collection.
And it isn't a fashion-led product either, so it's not going to go out of fashion. So I'm just going to put a little bit of glue down here. The other thing that I'm going to do is, and I should have done this first, is I'm just going to use, so if I use my glass cutting mat, I've got the outside edge of the card lined up against this line here, and then this piece of card lined up against the second line inside, and I'm just going to run my scissors down there just to create a little bit of a score line. So I've stopped the glue about 1 centimetre short at the bottom. I'm going to just place this over the top like that, making sure that everything is lined up at the bottom. So let me just pick that up and just move that a little bit, though not quite lined up, but we will be in a second. So there we go. And then what I'm going to do now is just move that to that score line, and we've then created our
isn't
card.
That beautiful?
And do you know, it's just something a little bit different, something a bit special, and it just finishes off your project.
Do you know what? That is absolutely gorgeous. There's something about those shaped cards as well, isn't there? Even if it's not a special occasion, if you found that pop through your letterbox, maybe just to say hello or thinking of you to a neighbour or a friend, you're definitely going to make them smile, aren't you? Now, we are very, very busy. 20% of the stock of that collection has already gone. This is the second chance to grab this. You may have seen it the first time. You may have missed out. You may be just catching this for the very, very first time. The fact that you can print as you need them, I know you're going to have that printer running lots, though, because once you get going, you're certainly going to find this is out on your desk, I think, all of the time. The fact that with the collection, we've got the pre-printed pages there, we've got 200 GSM when it comes to the paper or the light cardstock, we've got the vellum in there for you as well, we've got those dies. When it comes to the post box, when it comes to the churn and the milk bottle, you've got multiple sizes of those, including even the little tiny one as well, and you definitely will build those stories. Do you know, I just... Watching Steph with that demonstration there, I imagined myself going for a little walk. There's quite a lot of fields and country lanes around where I live. I'm out with the dogs and I find a disused post box, and those little robins have nested in there. I'd love to see that. But you can bring that to life wherever you are, because you've got the ability to do that with this collection. 676304 is the item number. Don't forget, you've got 3 payments there. Now, we did also mention, and the details are still on the screen at the bottom for you right now, for the pick and mix. We're going to bring those up to the side of the screen so we can have a good look at them, because when it comes to the pick and mix, when we talk about the foliage, we talk about the flowers, all those additions, again, they're perfectly standalone dies, but use them in conjunction with the collection. If you can afford to do so, I would definitely put in some of these into your basket as well. Remember, if you're going for the collection, you can split the cost 3 ways. Now, we're looking at the bottom row on our lovely display there. We're looking very posh in the studios. And I've got some boards to show you as well. So straight away again, Steph, I'm going to talk about the intricacy here, because the fine detail, the shaping of the leaves, absolutely beautiful.
Thank you. And one thing that, you know, all the years of working with tattered lace has taught me is how to get these as detailed as possible. And I wanted wildflowers so that they were very, very delicate. And I was thinking of all the places that we'd use them. Well, of course, anywhere in the countryside, anything that you're going to be doing, those grasses, but if you've got regular flowers, even roses, tuck some of these into them when you're making your bouquets. If you're creating wreaths or crescents or corners, these are just so delicate that they add detail and interest without being overpowering.
Beautiful. I adore them. So these are the wild grasses. Let's move on to, we've got a gorgeous cornflower there. And how do we pronounce the other flower there?
Centurion.
Centurion.
Yes.
I love a cornflower though, the beautiful blue in there, aren't they stunning? Absolutely gorgeous. And of course you can shorten the stems if you want to snip into these, you've got that option as well. So although you've got beautiful dies, you can sort of take these apart. Now this is lovely. We've got the blue weed and the loose scribe.
They're really so many different colourways as well in these. You know, if you mix them and put all of them together, one thing that nature does so well is it just seems to have real colour harmony when you look at it.
Yeah.
So we've just chosen the colours that the plants really do grow.
This has been a very popular one actually. Let's have a look at the next one. So we've got the tansy and the thistle, loving the yellow there, isn't that beautiful? Now this one is actually limited stock, so if you're going for the pick and mix and you want this one, I would say don't hesitate. I know we've got still quite a lot of the show left, but the way things are going, I think we might be seeing some more sellouts. Now we've got the sycamore sprig. Now that I love that one, Steph. That is stunning.
This one's got quite big leaves, so again, this is going to be a great filler. You don't need many of those die cut to make a difference to your project. And it's such a nice size that you can even have the birds sitting on it.
Oh, do you know, that would look beautiful. Now, we are going to go back to Steph. We are very, very busy. In fact, I'm going to head back to Steph as soon as possible. I've just picked up some samples, and I'm not going to show too many, but just to show you one or two, if I may, because you really need to see what you can achieve here. I mean, these are just glorious. I would be making, not just to give Steph, I would have these on display in my own home, in china cabinets, on the mantelpiece, in frames. You know, if you've got beautiful photographs, you could have these in the foreground of a photograph, so you're looking almost into the view there. Isn't that wonderful?
And what's really nice about this is, you know, sometimes as crafters, we just want to craft because we can, not because we have to.
Yeah.
And that's what this is about. And I think you're going to see some of these dies being used in mixed media going forward. And some of the things that you guys make, you are so clever with what you create. But they're wildflowers, just literally finishing off the cards.
That is very clever as well. So the little stand is behind the wheel, so when that stood out, you've got the transparency through the wheel. Isn't that wonderful? How clever. Oh my goodness. No wonder these have been so popular. No wonder they're popular again this hour. Oh my word, look at that. Gorgeous. 3 payments of £37.46 if you're looking at the collection. If you wanted to add in the pick and mix as well, don't forget different item number, but you can split the cost if you're going for the collection and using our Flexi. Now let's get back to Steph, because I know she's got lots more to share with us. Over to you, Steph.
Thank you. So I've got one of the backgrounds here, and I'm going to use one of my viewfinders, but I've just got here a robin with a sycamore sprig, and I'd just like you to see how just popping him to the side like that is just adding dimension and giving us much more detail, and he really does look like this is in the background. So what we did with the images, we've softened them so they're not quite as sharp as the artwork that we've got for the actual dies themselves, so that they don't overpower it. And this is about perspective, so having a foreground, a midground and a background. And then I mentioned that I would talk to you about how you worked with the reflections. Now please forgive me, because this one isn't one of this collection, although I think we had a couple left. I don't know whether they're still there. But what you've got is you print out your sheet of reflections, and I would use our cardstock that we've got on the show.
Okay.
That because pure print, because I think you'll get the best result. It's very, very affordable. That's what this has all been printed on. And then you take the die and you lay it on top until you can't see any of the image, and then you run it through your die cutting machine. And you know, it's so simple to do, and the results are exceptional. And because you can't see any of the print, you don't get any white edges, so you are getting a truly professional finish. So I'm going to move this away, and then let's talk about these. So this is, I know you think it's a piece of card with a square in it, but it isn't. Well, it is, but it's also a viewfinder. And this one isn't a piece of card with an oval, it's a viewfinder. And what was happening was I started building my designs, and I was doing all the work I was doing and putting all my elements on. And you can see what we've got here, and I'm building this up and thinking, oh, I could put more geese on, and I could have more ivy, and suddenly my card's A4.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, this isn't working. So what I'm doing is I'm using this to decide, first of all, which part of the design that I'd like to work with. So it's saving me actually cutting into it and then not using part of it. So that's one option. Here's another one I'm just going to share with you here. If I go up, right up there into that corner and include that little bit of greenery, it looks very different to if I come down here.
Do you know, this is so clever stuff, isn't it? It gives you a totally different perspective. Something else as well, I noticed this just flicking through the printouts at the beginning of the show as well. these are going to lend themselves so perfectly to any season. I mean, that particular print that we've seen there, the colours in there, they could be really autumnal, they could be summer, they could be spring. You could turn them very wintry if you wanted to as well. So there's definitely not a season to this.
No. And, you know, it could be early morning, it could be sunset, it could be all of those different things. And I'm just going to, let's have a look, I'm just going to put the letterbox behind, and I've got some keys, and there's somebody walking up the lane because they are all making a right row. And look at how, if I just take my ivy and frame my design, and I've just then created my story. And if I just move this and I move it to here, you can see that now they're all actually on the lane. I'm going to move my post box out the way, and we're getting a different look and feel.
It is a completely different look, it really is. Oh my word. Do you know, the viewfinder's well worth going for as well. You're getting 8 sheets there. So different apertures in them then, Steph, different shapes and sizes?
So you've got rectangles, squares, ovals and circles, and you've got them, each of them in 2 sizes.
Wonderful.
So that you can layer them in and see what it would look like if you were nesting and putting a frame over them. So
these are so well worth having, aren't they?
They're on 350 GSM. Now you can cut these using your foundation dies or any of your regular dies, but I just like the idea of having them to hand.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, because these are made to work with the collection as well, so again, about perspective, you know you're not going to lose too much of the image, you know everything's going to work regardless of where you move them. You know, for that price as well, and Freedom members only $8.99, just $9.99 for everybody else. Do think about joining the Freedom Club if you've come across, if you're watching, maybe you normally tune into our sister channel Create and Craft and you've hopped over to see what this is all about. You can join our Freedom Club. You can still join the club, of course, with Create and Craft as well, but Freedom members, do watch out for those discounts. 394135 is the item number if you want to go for the viewfinders. I do have a little bit of a question as well, Steph, if I may, because you've got the fabulous cardstock. I know we've got 2 different weights of the cardstock. We've got the vellum as well that we can print. So 250 and 300 GSM.
Yes.
Have you given us that so because of the difference in printers, so you've got the option?
It's not as much the difference in printers, but it's the difference in application.
Okay.
So we should also, I do believe we've got the 140. So 140 I would use for decoupage.
Yeah.
So I would be printing out 2 sheets at a time because I'd cut 2 sheets at a time. So layer them directly on top of each other, put your die on the top sheet and pass it through your die cutting machine because it's lightweight, it'll definitely cut.
Wonderful.
The second thing is the slightly heavier weight, so the 240, I would use that as either the body of my card, my mats and layers, or where I'm trying to do card building.
Okay.
And then if your printer will take 300 GSM, then amazing. But you should get exactly the same result on every single sheet when you use your printer. The colour will be consistent because the paper has got very short fibres in it, and we'll do a session on this in the next few weeks. And it means that each little pixel of ink, so each little drop of ink stays really tight and it doesn't sort of bleed into the fibres to get a lovely bright finish. And then it's so affordable that you can use it for your regular crafting as well. So you've got one piece of cardstock that will do everything, and that was part of the idea.
Wow. Do you know, I learnt a long time ago, and actually it was being on Create and Craft a good few years ago. I used to work with a gentleman who knew everything there was to know about printers and papers.
Oh,
Nigel, yes.
Amazing gentleman.
Yeah. And it is very, very true. It's not about how much you've paid for the printer. It's not about the inks as such. It is about the quality. And as we talked about the fibres there, it's about the quality and the consistency of the cardstock and the paper. We can see the results that you're going to get, so treat yourself to Steph's cardstock, the vellum, the papers, whatever you need. Make sure that you're splitting the costs. If you're going for the collection as well, you'll find everything on the website. Now, very, very quickly, before we get back to Steph, let's just give you a reminder of the bundle. This is a second chance, of course, for everybody. How much has gone? A third of the stock has gone. Wow. This was a contingency. We didn't know this was was going to happen. Everybody had to get a plan together. You're very lucky to be seeing this right now. Now, we've got an enormous saving, a saving of £40. Unless you're a Freedom member, you're saving £52.49. The item number you need is 676304. You can spread the cost 3 ways. I do know that if you go online, if you look on the website and you find, even if certain things are sold out, find the prices of everything individually, and you work out the cost of everything. If you were buying them all individually, it will really hit home the value that you're actually getting here. All you need to pay today is £37.46. Do add in the cardstock, do add in the vellum, add in the pick and mix if you can go for it. Everything works beautifully together, and as I said earlier, we're building that story. We're talking about those chapters, but it's a never-ending story. Let's get back to Steph, if we may.
Thank you. So what I've got here is, this is one of the milk churns, and I've just cut myself a little square, and I'm going to pop that on because that's where we're going to write our greeting. And then I've got another one, and I've just scored across the middle here. I've got some glue on the top, and I'm just going to pop this one on. So I'm going to lift it up so that those handles are going together, and I'm just going to find where my score line is. It'll find itself, I'm sure. There we go. And that is now my freestanding card. However, we want to make something that is more dimensional than that. So I'm going to put another card to the front, and this one I'm just going to put on some foam pads. So we'll put a couple here, get these on there. But the important thing is how we line up the bottom. So when you're making these cards, there's only about 3 or 4 little tips and tricks, but they do make the difference between it being perfect or not quite there. So I'm using, again, my glass cutting mat across this line here. I'm now lining this one up with the mat. You'll see it's just lifted slightly forward. Okay. So that works perfectly. Print your milk bottles onto vellum because they look like it's a pint of milk then.
Oh, yes, it's more transparent, isn't it?
Yes, it is. But for the purpose of this, I've got mine already cut out, so I am going to use the cardstock. So I'm just going to shape that round a tiny little bit. So there's one, and the other one is going to be stood to the side. So we'll put just a couple of pads
Steph,
here.
the more I see of this, the more I'm thinking as well, if you are new to paper crafting, obviously you would need a die cutting machine if you're going to go for the collection or any of the dies. But once you've got that, the fact that you can print whenever you want to print, as long as you've got the cardstock, you've got so much there at your fingertips.
Absolutely.
It is a great starter pack, isn't it?
It's like building a library, and so this is the start of it. Now let's look at what else I could do, because I think I want to have my robins on here, and I'd like them so that they are right at the top and quite, you know, almost looking like they've just landed. So if I wasn't worrying about what size envelope I was putting this in, I could put them there and it would still fit in what's it going to be, a 5, yeah, it would work, it would fit in just about an A5 if I'm careful with everything else I put on. If I go here, this is going to go in an 8 by 8, but if I put this one, if I put it lower down, he's going to fit in a smaller envelope. Oh. So think about the size that you want to work with. And this one, what we do, we put some glue on his paws and his body, and he's going to go there. And on this one, we put the glue on his paws and the front of his body. Okay. And he is going to go the other side.
Ah, so you're sandwiching the top of the churn.
Yes, and it will make it sturdy enough for him to be stood up all by himself. Look. See how much sturdier that is, and when that glue dries, it'll be really nice and strong. And then we can trail our... I mean, what a great guy's card. I'm missing you kind of card. Come round for a cup of tea, I haven't seen you for ages. Just all of the the ivy, just tumbling around it. Some of those wildflowers, I've got some wildflowers, let's put those there as well. and just have a fabulous finished card.
This is wonderful, because sometimes we have so many elements, don't we? And we think, where do we stop? Where do we actually go with this? How many times do we die cut things out? We've got bits spare. You can start to build. You're going to reuse anything that's spare. You're going to print out just what you need if you know exactly where you're going with it as well. With that collection, it's just incredible. We have had a question in, actually, Steph.
Yep.
This is from Jackie. This is a really good question, actually. I'm interested to know the answer. Jackie's saying, if we use the images for home decor, will the images fade over time, or will it depend on the quality of the paper? Will it depend on the ink? Is there a way we can stop it? Is there a way we can protect it?
That is a really good question. It's the first time I've been asked as well, but having had some decoupage prints that I did with butterflies, actually on a bedroom wall, and we're just about to decorate the room, so it couldn't be more timely, and so I had to take down all the pictures that were on mantelpieces, and I did notice that some of them that were on one side of the room versus some that were on the other had faded differently. Yeah. But let me tell you, they've been up 18 years.
Whoa, really?
So what I can say is, and then when I printed, it would have been on the same, it would have been a normal inkjet printer, because that's what we had at the time. It wouldn't have been this quality of paper, because it wasn't available to me, and I did print them myself because I painted them and then photocopied them and then printed them. So I do know that it will last well. However, if you were to varnish it, you could completely protect it. So you're going to want a varnish that isn't going to go yellow with UV light. But I think varnishing it might be the answer, and you could get a lovely matte varnish, or even a nice satin one would look good.
Well, when I think back to the days of true decoupage, when we saw the decoupage sheets and we had all those elements that we had to cut out, we used to shape them. We used to spend a lot of time shaping, and we used to varnish then. And I've got a flower fairy somewhere that is still in a frame that was decoupaged in that way, protected with a varnish. That is such a good question. But I think it does come back to, again, Steph, the fact that if you're going for quality card and paper, that is the most important thing. You're going to get the quality of the print. Whatever you're seeing here in the studio has been printed on the card and paper that Steph has provided for us. So you are going to get that crisp, clean image. Doesn't matter if you've spent £50 on a printer, £500 on a printer. If you've got the quality card stock, you're going to get good results. Now, we have got different options. We just brought the 250 GSM paper up for you there. It says paper, but it's really a card, isn't it? 75 sheets. You've got a lovely £5 saving there. Item number 950375. Now, I'm stood at the other pod again, so we did the pick and mix a little bit earlier. We're going to have a look at the centre aisle now. So we're going to have a look. Oh, are we going to the top? We're going to the top. Oh, now that means I can change the boards then, because, oh my word, now then, let me just find the right boards. I think I've put all the samples on them. Right, the barn. Is that where we're going first then? Let me show you what we've got here. Now, again, multiple sizes. I love the little barn with all the detail in there as well. Let me just show you one of the printers. Let me turn it the right way up for you to see there as well, so you can see the different sizes that you're going to be able to cut out there. Again, shaped cards, Steph, with the barn.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, think about this. Maybe coming up, we might have some other farmyardy type things that might have some pigs and some sheep and some Highland cattle and some chickens and some chicks over the next year, of course. But if you think about all of the things, all the reason that you need these, putting the milk churns in front of them, having them in the distance, so you're creating depth, and you've got so many different sizes. And also we do bring out from time to time different artwork. Now that could become the garden shed, or even a potting shed.
Yeah, and I can so see that with snow on the roof as well, if you've got your snow effects.
For Christmas, yes.
Yeah, beautiful. And the ivy trailing down again, if you're going for the collection, or any of the foliage in the pick and mix. Now the robin, we've got another little robin for you now. This is absolutely gorgeous. There we are. So, who's this one?
Yes, so he's Buddy, and he likes to sit on the top of milk churns. He likes to sit on fences. He also likes to sit on in the chain link fence where you get barbed wire as well.
He's gorgeous. He looks as though he's ruffled his feathers. He looks kind of fluffed out, doesn't he?
He's quite sociable. He's the one with all the gossip last year.
Oh, now I can tell you 80% of Buddy has gone. You are loving Buddy. There he is. $9.99 is the price there. 493,081. Then we're moving down. Now, I don't think I've got a board for the next one. Oh, I have. We've got the middle. Are we going to the middle aisle now? Is that where we're going? Actually, there's another favourite of mine on this one. It's the lock. I didn't sort of really pay attention to this one straight away until I saw the finished sample that we've got. I just think this is so useful. I love, love, love this. If we can have a look at the sample we've got on display, it is just marvellous. It really is.
I think actually Buddy's on that sample
is it?
As well. Yes.
Can we have a really good look at it? It's just down. It's absolutely fantastic. Look at that.
And
those
that's
beautiful
a perfect
flowers.
example of, you know, where I could see this lock being used in mixed media too.
Yeah.
Anywhere where you've got two people. Imagine making gatefolds and having that across the front of the gatefold.
That would
just be really clever, wouldn't it?
It would. I just love it. I love it. Let Yourself In is the name of that die set. $9.99, 553470. You might notice on that sample actually a few other elements that we've got coming up as well. You can see the actual die there, or the imagery on the packaging. Aren't they beautifully presented as well? You know, if you are buying to gift to anybody, they just look so wonderful. Oh, little sweet Buddy there. Grab these quickly, guys, because, yeah, stock is dwindling very, very quickly. Right, let's move on again, because we've got our frayed next. Now, I did say have a good look at that sample, because I did notice we did have our frayed die had been used in that as well, so the rope. And that really works again. And if you want to bring in natural elements, you know, if you want to bring in your garden string and your twine, you certainly can do. But you've got that die there. Again, the intricacy, the detail in there. I mean, just look at this one here. You can see every little bit of texture. That is marvellous stuff, isn't it?
And I love that. Just hanging off anything, it looks amazing. I was just hoping I'd got one, but I think I've used all of mine. Oh, they're just so useful. And again, it is something you can lay it down. You can put multiple pieces. You can use it to tie up a bouquet of flowers. I'm just going to turn that the other way as well, so we can see this one in particular. Well, both of those would work both ways, wouldn't they? In fact, whichever way you want to use it, you could get away with that. But anything like that, those little elements, those additions, just make that seam building that little bit more perfect. They do, and it's the little things like this that when you put them onto your cards, you look at, you look at the card the first time, and then you see something else the second time, and then you go, oh gosh, I didn't even notice that was there. But sometimes we want embellishment elements for guys' cards, and the ribbons and bows aren't always suitable. That's a great one for that.
Definitely. $9.99, 639709 if you want to go for frayed. Moving along again, we have this one, downspout. Have I got that the other way? Have I got that the right way? Oh, there it is. It's a downspout, isn't it? So that makes sense. So this is your guttering. You've got the nesting birds in there. This could be an old house. It could be a farmyard. It could be something that's been left in the garden. You know, again, you're telling those stories just with what you're seeing there, but you start to add in those elements. You start to bring in the robins, the blue tits from the collection maybe, you know, more foliage, more leaves, the ivy. It all works together. Absolutely wonderful in size again. Look at the detail once again. So when you are cutting out those images, you've got that texture, you've got that detail. It just brings everything more to life. $14.99 is the price for this one. You've got three wonderful dies there, 551675. Now going back to that sample again, which I've got to say, the little Robin Buddy sat on the lock there. We mentioned the florals. We've got that one coming up next for you. This is gorgeous. This is absolutely gorgeous. This is your rose blossom. Steph, that is so beautiful.
Thank you. I'm going to be using that in the next demonstration with the milk churn, and it was one of the very first dies that I did, and I still use it almost a year on. Use it every single week. It is just a must-have, and we've now done it in different colours, so different coloured downloads. I mean, this is just it's a great flower.
Oh, it is gorgeous, isn't it? $14.99 again, and you've got that die there, but you've got snippability, so you can change things around. 281167 is the item number. We've got one more to go for. Well, it wouldn't be a complete story without our bees, would it? We've got our bumblebees, our little house here, our little hive there. So bumblebee shelter. This is your die set with 2 dies again. We're not escaping now with that wonderful detail there, that texture that you're going to get. 003356 is the item number, and it's just $9.99 again. Any of those can be added into that collection and split the cost 3 ways, remember. Everything works together. You could literally just come in here blindfolded and pick something out, and you know they're all going to work. So make sure you're grabbing everything. This is a little bit of a treat for us this afternoon at 4 o'clock, or the start of the show was 4 o'clock, of course, because of the sellouts we've had previously with the one-day special. Now, I think we are going to go back to Steph. Do think about checking those baskets out, everybody, because we are approaching the end of the show as well, but we do have time for another demonstration. So we're going back to the end of the lane now with Steph.
Thank you. So I've got my milk churn and I've got that lovely rose blossom, and what I've done is I've tweaked some of the pieces up, some of it backwards, and this is the main piece that I'm going to put on my my card. And do you know, I haven't been sticking everything down perfectly, everybody. Please just pay a little bit more attention than I have. I'm doing this for speed, but you know, you do want things well stuck. So I'm just tucking a little piece of, so I've snipped this off and I've put it up here to give us a bit more of an extension. And then from one of the other colourways, I've got another little flower, and I'm going to pop that one down there. So this soft, almost like ivory, matches the little buds at the top. So we've got this lovely piece of work going on here, and then you can build in your ivy, and look at how this just finishes this design off. And you can layer it on top. It doesn't have to be all completely flat, so build it up, use your glue gel, whatever else is your favourite, to get the dimension, and take those flowers all the way up your milk churn. And then I've got 2 of my little bird, and the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to take his paws off.
Oh,
don't worry, it's not.
Ouch.
It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt him. And then I'm going to take his wing off at the back. And each time you cut, you just slide your scissors into where the next pip is. And then we're going to get a little bit of shape on his wing. Let's give him a little... He looks bald, doesn't he? He's not.
You see, and because you can print these out from the USB as well, you don't have to worry about snipping into it. You're still going to keep those pieces. You're not going to throw them away. They will... I mean, you could have a bird as though it's landed behind something, and maybe you're just going to see the wing. But the fact that you know that you haven't got to think, oh, I've only got 2 sheets of this, and if I cut into it, I'm going to spoil something for another project. No, that doesn't matter, because you can print out as many as you want, whenever you want.
Absolutely. And by taking his feet off, I haven't got to try and line them up or make it difficult for myself, but I am going to have him so that he's just landing on top of our milk churn. And look at how that has come together as a card. It's just pretty and so easy to do. And the one thing about die cutting that I absolutely love, everybody, is it makes us all equal. It doesn't matter that I've been doing this for forever and you are just starting today. Your results are going to be as good as mine. So there's no way of me cheating to be the best. We're all equal, and that bit is what makes it so special.
Do you know, that is such a lovely thing to hear you say as well. What I will say, though, Steph, that you, I think, have made a difference today. The number of times, and myself included, I've got to add here, glass mats, we get so used to working on the top of them, we just take them as another surface. Use those measurements, use those grid lines, as Steph has been showing us, to get that, you know, that perspective, to get the level if you're making those shaped cards. So think about those tools as well. Do definitely think about, I can't say this enough because I know it is so, so true. If you haven't gone for the cardstock yet, do go for that, because, yes, we're all equal as long as we've got the tools. And I think for sure. If you haven't got the right cardstock and papers, you definitely want to be going for that. 250 GSM we think is the most popular, probably because that's going to go through probably most people's printers, but also it's that kind of in-between weight as well. If you are lucky enough to have a printer that will take 300 GSM, you can also print on that, but do you know, you can still use it for other uses as well. We've got the paper at 140, we've also got the vellum there for you as well, which is wonderful to have, to print those gorgeous designs onto vellum, something like the milk bottle as Steph described earlier on. So you've got that little bit of transparency, that diffused effect, maybe something that you're going to put your lights behind. Now, over on the website, we will see everything. We're almost at the end of the show, but let's just have a quick look at the different options we've got here. We've got some lovely savings on them as well, £5 saving. Look at this. So you've got your 100 sheets of 140 GSM paper. You've got your 250 GSM, 75 sheets there. You've got 50 sheets of the 300, and of course that wonderful vellum, 140 GSM, which is a great weight, 20 sheets for just £9.99. Incredible value. Do make sure you start checking those baskets out. We are going to head back to Steph. We've got a few minutes left, so we're going to squeeze in. We're going to make her even harder before we let her go. So, Steph, what can you show us in the last few minutes?
Right, OK, so I wanted to just show you a little tip. I know that you're all putting this in your basket, and a lot of you are going to be making these shaped cards, so I just want to give you an idea for how you're going to make them really sturdy, OK? So if you don't want to cut two out of white card, let's say you're running out of card, but you've got a little scrap on the side. What we need to do is take this scrap of card and we're going to fold back about 1 centimetre, and we're going to do that on both sides of the card, so that, and if you've got a scoreboard, use your scoreboard, get it nice and perfect. So you're going to end up with a little piece like this, and then come in here and you're going to need to put some adhesive just on that flat surface, so that that will actually stick together. And then what we should have is this will open up and give us a nice flat wing. The next thing we need to do is make it look pretty, because it doesn't look very pretty at the moment. So let's take it round, cut with our scissors, and I'm going into where that fold is there, just like that. And so now you can see we've got this kind of shape. The next thing is, from this fold to here, I'm just going to cut off, I'm going to measure about ½ centimetre. So let's just cut that off there. Now you open this up. Let me get it level at the top, because I haven't got it quite level. So we'll make it, we'll do it properly.
I see where we're going.
So open this up. We're going to put our glue on both of these panels, okay? And then take your finished card, and this is a weighty card. There's a lot of weight at the top. And I'm now going to place this in the middle there.
Okay, yeah.
Press that down so it's nice and firm, and that will then just lean back and it will hold our card. But because we've got the curve on the bottom here, you can see it's only a millimetre or two. Trim that back, and there you've got your perfect card finish.
Oh, and I suppose you could adjust the slant a little bit on the stand if you wanted to as well. Do you know what, a great idea again. I would be making those stands with all my scraps, so I've got them ready to go, and just trim them accordingly to the size of the card that I make. Do you know, we are almost at the end of the live hour, but let's have another little bit of a recap on this amazing collection. Please do become a Freedom member. Let's just take a look again at that saving. We're just seeing it at £40. That's if you're a non-Freedom member. Incredible saving. But if you are a Freedom member, it's £52.49. Now, if you don't know what a why not deal is, I'm going to explain. That means even when you've paid for the monthly fee at £7.97, you are still making further savings. So why not? It is a why not deal. So there's nothing else on postage and packaging there. Spreading the cost makes it so much easier as well. We like to give you 3 payments. That's exactly what we're doing here. £37.46 is all it's going to be today. Take a look at all of the details on the website again. 676304. Don't forget about the pick and mix. Lots of items very vulnerable. We've had a very, very busy hour. Steph, it has been such a delight.
Thank you.
Do you know, I know, I think I heard you say you're not going to be back for a little while. Is that true?
No, the lovely Mel Heaton's here on Friday, and then I'm actually not quite sure when I'm back, so you've got to rest.
Oh.
It definitely won't be for the next week, so
Definitely
who
don't
knows?
make it too
Maybe
long. We
Create
shall
and Craft.
look forward to seeing Mel as well, another familiar face for many of us here at the craft store. Store. Thank you for joining us. Don't go anywhere though. We've got loads more coming ahead. If you didn't watch Andy Healy, he's up next as well. So don't miss a One Day Special later. Oh, what a lovely, lovely show. Now for Easy Quilting. Hi, I'm Catherine and I'm the guest presenter for Zuri Designs. Zuri Designs are based in America and they bring to us their exceptional quality silicone moulds. Zuri Design moulds are used in all areas of crafting, not just for your clays and your resins, but also their food grade silicone as well, so used for your cake decorating designs. Zuri excel on the detail in their moulds, and the designs range from animals through to fantasy and much further beyond. If you watch the Zuri shows, I will share with you lots of hints and tips. I will show you how to use different mediums, ranging from your clays and your resins through to things like even your hot glue. So make sure you don't miss the Zuri shows.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Paul Church from Clarity Stamp. I've been fortunate enough to turn my hobby into a career and joined Clarity Stamp in January 2016. My background has always been in crafting, and I enjoy making things and sharing things. That's what crafting is all about for me, making things and sharing with others, and also learning all the time.
Hello again everyone and welcome once again to the Craft Store. My name is Andy Love, yes, Andy Love from Create and Craft. You might think, what on earth are you doing here? Well, what we're doing is, you'll notice over the next few weeks, you're going to see, well, what some of the marketing experts are to call the presenter mashup. What does that mean? It basically means that you're going to see presenters from Create and Craft here on the Craft Store, and also presenters from here on the Craft Store over on Create and Craft. You might think, why on earth are you doing that? Because it might have escaped you that recently Create and Craft and the Craft Store are now owned by one larger company, and this is to highlight that it is business as usual. You can still order in the same way. If you're a Create and Craft Club member, your club membership is still relevant. If you're a Freedom Club member, your membership is still relevant. You can order via the websites. You can still see the shows that you know and love. Nothing has changed. You can interact with us, of course. If you want to say hello, we'd love to hear from you. You can email us studio@thecraftstore.com. That's the studio@thecraftstore.com. And it's interesting, you know, because we're actually taking a look at the Groovy in this particular show. You know, comes from the overarching brand of Clarity. And the one thing that I was really surprised to learn from our special guest, by the way, Mr. Paul Church. Good evening, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Evening.
It is an afternoon. No, do you know what? 5 o'clock is the afternoon. You're right. I think you're correct.
Andy.
The one thing that surprised me earlier on is that the Groovy actually premiered on Create and Craft.
It did, yeah. And Barb's back on Create and Craft on Friday at 9:45 and at 1:30 with
Perfect. There we go. Drop that
Groovy
down.
shows.
Lovely. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so for the uninitiated, because people kind of flicking between the channels maybe for the first time, what is the Groovy?
Okay, so the Groovy system is a way of creating parchment art.
Okay.
The art of parchment craft has been around for thousands of years, and it was a very sort of traditional method. And the way in which you used to create the beautiful line art was it'd be a printed pattern. You take the parchment over the top and you'd have to trace it out with a white pen. Okay. Then you'd have to transfer that line art onto a soft mat with an embossing tool to get the beautiful raised line art. Okay, and that was the skill. I tried it many, many years ago.
Yeah.
And if you're too heavy-handed, you could go through the parchment. It's just a craft that it takes time. It's not sort of like you have a stamp, you stamp out an image, or you print something off and you've got it. It takes time. But with the Groovy system, it just revolutionised the whole parchment industry.
Sure.
And what it does, the plates that we're looking at, they're laser etched to a specific depth and width. And what that means is that when you put the parchment over the top and you press into it with the relevant ball tool, you get that beautiful, crisp, white line art every single time.
Right.
Easily and quickly.
So it makes a form of crafting that has been enjoyed for many, many centuries on the menu for us mere mortals. If we are short on time, and most of us are time poor, aren't we, but we want to be able to have that same result, that, you know, that result that comes about from doing something which is truly, truly enjoyable. And there'll be parchers out there who love the process as much as the end result. But when you start to take a look at some of the designs we've got for you today, it's a really, really nice shortcut to take. Now, the offer we have for you is actually better than half price, which is always good news. So, it's the Cherry Green Butterflies and Moths Complete Collection. You're getting 5 A5 plates and 3 A6 plates. These work with one of the Groovy boards we'll show in just a couple of seconds. It's £35.92. Better than half price. Actually better than a couple of other offers that we have on the show. We'll highlight that as we go. So it's 763-835. You can order yours on the telephone number or indeed on the website. Now, we do have the individuals available on the website, but again, the value for money is if you go for everything. Yeah?
Absolutely. I mean, when you look at these A5 plates, which are the larger ones, these are £10.99 each.
Right,
okay, so if you think you've got 5 of those, so that's £55 straight away.
There you go. Yeah.
So you can buy them in the smaller configurations. The ones we're looking at the bottom, you've got a set of 3 where you've got the flowers on them. You've got the butterflies, you've got the moths, you've got there's 3 different things. So you've got create art in colour, after the darkest night comes dawn, and splash some colour in your dreams.
You've got very good eyesight, sir. Well done.
So that is one set of 3 which you can buy.
Yeah.
And I think we'll probably bring that up at the bottom of the screen, just to show how much you would pay for those 3. So that's £32.97.
Just for those 3?
Just for those 3.
Okay.
Okay. So then above those, what you'll find is we have our smaller plates, which are our little A6 plates. Now, they're the same designs, but these are designs that have been put together from the elements below in a smaller size.
Right.
And these are our A6 plates. And what you're also going to get in each of the plates, you're going to get a coloured inspiration sheet as well, which we're looking at here. So this shows you that once you've traced out your design, to give you some ideas on how to colour if you choose to.
Okay, lovely.
Okay.
So you're getting inspiration as well as the actual tools themselves. Now, I'll show you the other 2, just as we're here, because again, you're getting those lovely colourful cards as well to give you that inspiration. But we should also talk now, what are these designed to work in conjunction with?
Okay, so people at home may already have the Groovy starter kit, and that houses what we call our A5 square plates. Now, the plates we're looking at here are A5 and A6, so they won't fit within the A5 square from the starter kit. So also on the show we've got the calligraphy plate mate.
Right,
okay, and that calligraphy plate mate, when we talk about the Groovy system, it's a modular system.
Sure.
And we do plates in all various different sizes. And each of the plates have what we call a plate mate.
Right.
And the reason behind the plate mate is so that you can situate the plate within that plate mate to give you a larger area to work on.
Okay, fine.
So when we come to demo, I'll explain why you would need that larger area.
Well, listen, there's the details if you want to go for the calligraphy. It also comes, you can see, with the alphabet within there as well. So if you want to go for that, 320411, £19.99. There's a close-up look at it. It's 320411 at £19.99. Now, already 10% of the stock of the butterfly collection we've got today has gone. So we'll see this in action, I promise you, as quickly as possible. A very special price on that. Again, you're saving the best part, well, dead on, £37. So I should highlight as well, this is a special offer that we have for this show, or for tonight, because we're back with you at 9 PM tonight. Yeah. And once this stock has gone, that is it.
It has gone, yes.
No more.
At this price, we've got a limited amount of stock, and yeah, once it's gone, it's gone.
Well, there you go then. You heard it from the horse's mouth. So let's take a look. Now, we've got some beautiful cardstock coming up for you here. This is parchment paper we have available for you, with a wonderful design, with a wonderful name. Shenandoah.
Shenandoah, well done.
There we go, been practising that. All right, lovely. Now, for those of you who are big fans of Clarity Stamps, cardstock and parchment, you'll be going for this straight away. But I just must show you, because I've got a sheet of white paper here that will really allow us to show you, A, the parchment, but also to show the colours that are within here. These are quite cosmic.
These are beautiful. So these have all been designed by Barbara herself. So it started off with alcohol inks on paper, and Barbara then brought out the 8x8 designer papers.
Right.
And a lot of artists said, oh, these would be beautiful in parchment. So we listened, and so we've got Northern Lights, Shenandoah, Indian Summer, Rainbow River. And so I thought for this hour, what we do is just have a look at one design. So each pack contains 12 different designs, and you're going to get 4 sheets of each.
Right, okay.
Now, normally this would be £24.98.
Yeah, yeah.
So for this evening, it's better than half price. It's £12.48.
Very good. I think, do you know what? I think once you see this in action, you'll definitely want to add that into your basket at £12.48. So again, 48 sheets in total, as you can see, and they're all 8x8. So it's 393342. Now, again, you can check out everything else we have for you on the website. We do have a bumper pack of, like, rainbow parchment for you as well, but we'll have a closer look at that later on. Oh, there it is. Look at that. Ask and you shall receive. Again, you can see there's your parchment and paper duo, a complete collection there. There are 6 sets. We'll probably have a closer look at that later on in the show. But we should jump into our first demonstration, if that's all right with you, Paul.
Absolutely, yeah. So if we can have a look on the overhead, just to explain the concept behind these beautiful butterfly plates. So this is a little A6 plate that we're looking at here. And if you trace out the main design, exactly how it comes, this is what you'll end up with. And this is just on clear parchment, okay? Now, when we have a look at the A5 plate, it's the same design, but it's been deconstructed. Okay, so you can see here you've got the beautiful moth, you've got that moon in the background,
yes, I see now.
You've got the fuchsias. So you can recreate the same design in the larger one.
Right.
Because the beauty of the Groovy system is that you can, you know, Andy, with stamping, you can stamp, you can mask off an area, and you put the foreground and the background. With the Groovy system, it's a lot easier because you choose the elements you want to trace out. Okay. So you can see how easy it is to create those elements. Now, if I take the beautiful colour insert that comes with that, the design is exactly the same size as the plate.
Right.
Okay, so you can use the coloured image to create your composition. Okay. Because with the parchment, you can see through it. Okay.
Right.
So I thought what we'd do is sort of a real sort of introduction to sort of like the Groovy and what we're going to have a look at. So I've taken my inspiration from a card created by Josie Davidson. And you can see we've got one of the beautiful elements on there. So this is the beautiful peony, okay, which comes from the large A5 plate. One of the butterflies, and then we've got the sentiment in there. But it's really beautiful and it's easy to achieve. So Josie's created this on some of our coloured parchment. This is just on a pale pink parchment. Okay. So I thought, since we've got the Shenandoah on the show, So I've got mine in a folder, and it's a good way of storing it. So if I go through and I take a piece of parchment that I want to go with, so let's have a look. So again, you've got the 12 different designs. Where's the one I want to go with? There it is. So this is the Shenandoah parchment. Okay. Now, what you'll find with our parchment is, especially the designer and the coloured parchment, is that in the manufacturing process, this starts off clear, okay, and it's printed on one side. Okay. So what that means is that when we use the groovy system, as long as we've got the parchment in the right direction, we will get a beautiful crisp white line. Okay. So if we have a look, it's got a beautiful sheen to it. So that indicates the side that the ink has been applied. And on the reverse, you've got more of a matte look to it. Okay. Okay. So what I've done to start off to create a smaller piece of artwork, because again with the groovy, when you look at the plates and you think, oh, that's a big piece of artwork, you can go small as well. Okay. Okay. So in order to get started, what I've done, where's my plates? We also do our picot plates. Right, okay. Okay. Now, picot cutting is a technique where you perforate and then you use special scissors to snip, and it creates like a serrated, like a postage stamp edge.
Right, I'm with you. Yes, I see that.
It took me 6 months to learn that skill. Okay. Okay. And then what we've done, we've got the plates, but we also have dies. Okay. Okay. So you die cut the size that you want, and if I bring in a piece of paper that I've already done, and you'll notice that, I don't know if we can come in close, would it be better on camera 1 if I come in close to see that beautiful serrated edge? Hey, there we go.
There you go, we're getting there.
There we go. See how you've got that postage edge? The die gives you that instantly. Right, With one pass through the die cutting machine, you get that. That's good. Now, if I was to do this manually, this would probably take me about half an hour.
That'd take a long time, wouldn't it?
Okay.
Yeah. Not to mention strain your eyes as well. Yeah.
But it is a skill, but you get to it, and it's very satisfying as well.
Now, if you do want to go forward, we do actually have those. There you go, the nested picot dies and also the plate as well. And I've got options available for you. So the squares, that's one that Paul's reaching for right now. It's 407238 at 34.98. You've also from there, you've got circles, you've got rectangles. There's rectangles on your screen, and there is the oval. For the most common shapes you'll come across in terms of craft. It's 407238. If you do want to go for those. Okay, now, very quickly, and listen, we're here with you for 2 shows, so we have this one, and then Paul's back with us at 9 p.m. tonight, so you don't miss anything. Make sure you do join us later on. This particular collection we started off with, and I will show you the individual, I mean, you can see them there, but I will show you the individual results in just a couple of seconds. Did you say a quarter of the stock's gone? A quarter of the stock has gone already. So I know a lot of you want to see the demonstrations, but in this particular case, I don't think time is your friend. So get your orders in as soon as you can. Okay, what are we going to do, Paul?
Okay, so with the groovy system, when you look at the plate, they're an acrylic plate, and you've got these white lines on them, and you think, okay, how does that work? Now, all of our plates have the word groovy in the top right-hand corner. If you can read the word groovy correctly, you know the plate is the right way up. All right. Okay. And if you run your finger across, you'll feel the grooves. Okay. If you've got the plate in the opposite way, and it's just completely smooth, nothing's going to happen. All right. Okay. So I've die cut my piece of parchment already. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a tumble dry sheet, which comes in the starter kit we've also got on the show. And that tumble dry, if you wipe over the parchment, so I'm brighter side up, I'm going to wipe over with the parchment. And what that does, it allows the tool to glide more easily. If you don't wipe it with the tumble dry sheet, what happens, it creates friction, and you're likely to rip the parchment.
Right, okay.
So I'm going to line this up with the sort of zigzags on the plate. I'm going to use my groovy tabs, which comes in the accessories kit. Okay. And the groovy tabs just hold my parchment in place whilst I'm working. Okay. I'm going to use the groovy guard, also part of the accessories kit. And now, from the starter kit, you get 2 tools. You get what we call a number 1 and a number 2. The number 1 doesn't have a stylus on the end. It's more like a scribing tool.
Yeah.
And then the number 2 has a smaller ball on the end. Okay. Now these have been designed to specifically work with ease within the grooves.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to use my groovy guard and I'm going to press into those grooves. Okay. Now I don't need to think about what I'm doing, because when we come to the actual design, you'll see the benefits of the groovy system. I'm turning it round and I'm going to press in there. Now, because I'm using coloured parchment, it doesn't look as if it's doing anything. Okay. Use my groovy guard to hold my parchment in place. I'm going to relocate the groovy tab to hold it there. Do the same on that side. Because these are new, you've got the extra stickiness to them. Now I can complete the other side of the square.
Okay.
Okay, spin it around and do that side. And this is where the magic happens now. So, as I say, it doesn't look as if we've done anything, but now when I turn it over, can you see how you've got that beautiful,
look at that,
crisp white line? So that is the magic of the coloured and the designer parchment. You still get that beautiful white crispness.
Just out of interest, can you use other materials? Is it just for parchment? Do you get that result?
For example, the groovy system is specifically for parchment, but based on some of our designs, so for example the Pico dies in particular, if you've die cut, say, from a piece of card, and what you do, you're using the zigzags to line the card up, so you can emboss those beautiful lines, so like on pearlescent cards or mirror cards, because you don't necessarily need to be able to see through it for that. When you're working with a design plate, you do need to be able to see through it.
Of course. Okay. That's very impressive. I like that.
So now that's given us our beautiful frame. And traditionally, when we're doing Pico cutting, we would have a solid line that we would need to perforate against in order to cut. Okay. So that's given us our nice little frame. So now I can bring in the design. So I'm going to go with the Splash Some Colour in Your Dreams. So this is the A5 plate. And you know, Andy, we were talking about how our plates have different plate mates and why we would need them. Okay, so I've turned it over so I can read the word groovy. Now if I come to position this on here, because this is smaller, I could attach it to the plate to stop it moving. But sometimes if you're working with a larger piece, so say I wanted to put the design in the middle of that. Okay. If I was to, where it leans over the edge and I press into it, I could crease the parchment. And then once it's creased, there's no going back.
Right, you can't uncrease it.
So this is where the plate mates really come into play. So this is the calligraphy plate mate. And you see now that it slots in.
Perfectly.
So for example, if I was to pop that on there, I would take my groovy tabs, attach it to the plate mate, not to the plate itself, do my tracing out, and what that allows me to do is it allows me to lift up my parchment, check what I'm doing, and if I've missed anything, this relocates the plate in the exact position, so you haven't then got to spend the time lining it back up, have I done it right, etc, etc.
That makes sense.
Now, some people, when they're using the groovy system, they're not sure on how much pressure to apply. Okay, so let's just use this piece for an example. And if I wipe the back with the tumble dry sheet, now if I tell you what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring the light panel into place so that people at home can see this a little bit more clearly.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay, so let's pop that out the way. Let's bring my light panel in. Now we have this on the show, and it comes with a translucent foam mat and a case to keep it all in.
Lovely.
Okay, it's USB to mains.
Powered,
Okay, so you do have to have it plugged in.
Sure.
So 1, 2, 3 gives me the 3 different levels of brightness. Okay. Now watch what happens. If I pop that on top, relocate that in there, I can see the design a lot more clearly.
Do you know, I wonder how many people have maybe seen like a light panel, a light board, and thought, they look good, what would I use that for? Right now, you've just seen the perfect use for them.
Absolutely. And we do black parchment, and there's no way you would be able to trace a design with black parchment without the aid of a light panel.
Absolutely.
Okay. So say, for example, I'm going to use my groovy card just to focus an area. Now, if I press into, I'm not putting any pressure on here at all. I'm just going in very, very lightly. Now, if I go too fast and I jump out, nothing happens.
Okay.
Okay. It's only when I push into the grooves.
Right, okay.
Now, I can go over this several times with the tool, so you don't have to trace out and get an exact, precise image straight away. So if I lift this up now and turn it over, if I hold it up to camera 1, you can see that it looks a little bit bitty.
Okay.
Okay, because I've sort of, where I haven't put the right pressure on. But I'm not worried about that, because that now relocates back into place, and I can go back over it again with the same pressure. And then that will give me that beautiful, crisp white line.
Okay.
Okay. Now, for me, the process of tracing out, I don't need to think about what I'm doing. All I'm doing, I'm letting the tool follow the design.
So again, it's kind of holding your hand through
it is,
isn't it?
And that's why it's sort of, with the groovy system, it's open parchment craft up to people that may have done it traditionally in the past but had to stop due to dexterity problems.
Of course,
But it's also opened it up to a younger generation. We've got children as young as 5 using the system, because all they're doing is letting the tool do the work within the design.
But the results are quicker as
A
well.
lot
You
quicker.
can't ignore that, you know. I think the
I
fact
mean, to do the squares, that square, I would have had to have drawn it with a ruler and a pencil, then I would have had to transfer onto a soft mat and go over it several times to get an equal pressure.
That's brilliant. All right, well, listen. Now, do you mean the details here? Well, there we go. You can see the light panel. Bottom of your screen. That's 436518. I think that is an absolute must-buy, I think. Certainly if you want to be able to see exactly what it is that you're working on. Because, as Paul said, when it comes to parchment, it's tricky. If it goes wrong on there, there's not much you can do to bring it back. So you want to get it right first time, every time, and going for a light board will certainly enable you to do just that. But listen, I know we're preaching to the choir here. A lot of you have already got onto the website, already called us on that telephone number, and you've already placed your order for the collection that we have for you here. Now, again, this is the cherry green butterflies and moths complete collection. How much the stock has gone, did you say, Meg? A third of the stock has gone. We've got 2 shows today. We're 24 minutes into the first show. Paul and myself will be back with you at 9 p.m. this evening. So even if you're ordering now, make sure you join us at 9 p.m. so that you can sit back and enjoy the demonstrations that Paul will bring us. Again, I will show you what they look like when they're parched, but we should go back to Paul for more demonstrations. So what we're going to do next?
Okay, so I've taken my panel now, and I've decided, because I can see a lot more clearly through with the light panel, I can position my design exactly where I want it to be. And if I take my groovy guard, so I've got my line here, so if I come down, I'm going to go in with the number 1 tool, and I'm going to stop at the outside lines. And I don't want the leaves on this design, so I don't need to trace those out. And it's just a case of, for me, this is very sort of, it's a very mindful process.
Now, did you find that during lockdown, a lot of people turn to this form of crafting? Because, you know, certainly, you know, when it comes to sort of mental health awareness, for example, that's one thing that was kind of sort of amplified, I suppose, during lockdown, people's taking care of themselves in that respect. It seemed to be this was almost not made for it, you know what I mean? It was something that a lot of people lent upon. Because it was something that took time, it focused the mind, and you know, something beautiful.
Absolutely, because I think sometimes we just need that distraction, don't we? And for me, for this, now if I was doing this traditionally, there's no way that I'd be able to demonstrate it and talk at the same time. But the way in which the plates have been designed, I don't need to think about what I'm doing. If I'm going to go with the design exactly how it is on the plate, then I can have conversations with people, but
you can stop and come back.
I can stop and come back to it, and it's just one of those crafts. I think for me, it's just very relaxing. And I know a lot of the presenters, when they're watching this as well, it says that they feel calm as well.
Well, it's well, it's a good job that you are able to talk to us, because I think otherwise what you'd naturally do is sit there with your tongue out, wouldn't you? It kind of draws you in that respect. But it is hypnotic. And listen, a huge amount of craft is about the end product, isn't it? So much about, look what you can make, this is what you can do. But you know, I think Parchment is quite unique. Well, it shares it, I suppose, with like the soft crafts, in the fact that the journey is as important as the destination. The joy comes from the creating, rather than just, look, here's something quick that you can make, you know, if you need to make a card in a hurry. I'm not doing down on cards, but that's the joy that really comes from having something like this, you know. And the fact that it's so adaptable as well, you know, the fact that, you know, there's obviously, you've got the plates we have available for you today. Obviously, you can check out other groovy plates on the website as well. Whilst Paul's doing that, because to be honest with you, I don't even know if he's listening. He's lost his own world. Lost his own world. I will show you what the plates look like if you just parched them as is. Okay, so this is done onto traditional parchment paper and mounted onto black board or black card, just so you can see exactly how they look. So first time around, this is probably exactly what you will do. That is when you can then maybe start to bring in some of the coloured card stock that you already have to put that upon, to really make those colours pop. So you can see there's the 3A6. Let me just show you that one. Yes. And then moving on from there into the A5, as you can see, and you've got the sentiments at the top. Obviously, you don't have to position them into this particular configuration. You can decide exactly where they end up upon your projects. Now, normally for the three smaller plates that we showed you, as you can see across the top just there, they would normally be, I think they are still available actually, $32.97 for the the three at the bottom, three of the A5 that you can see there. In fact, details of those bottom of your screen. But don't go for those. You want to go for the large one, because for an extra £3 you are getting those extra A6 plus also an extra 2 A5 as well. Brilliant value for money. Anyway, let me just show you a couple more just so you can see the end result if you use them just as is. But when you do that and then you start to incorporate some of the coloured cards that you already own, well, you're well on your way to creating something extra special at 763-835, the all-important item number. Do be quick though, because that stock is getting scarce at 763-835. How scarce, Andy? That's a bit vague, saying it's getting scarce. We want exact numbers. 40% of the stock has gone, and once it's gone, it's gone. There's no extended or anything like that. Okay, let's just wend our way down. Are we going to just go down live? No, right, okay, fine, not quite there. All right, let's move on. Let's take a look at now. This is the PlateMate that Paul was mentioning earlier on, that will work perfectly in conjunction with the butterflies and moss. But it's not just for that. You can see you are also getting the lettering around the outside there as well at $19.99. It's 320411. Some lovely flourishes on there that, of course, you can incorporate into all your different forms of parching. So that's 320411. Would you say that's a good one to start? I mean, obviously it works perfectly with the butterflies and moss. Would you say that's a good one to start with anyway?
It is, yeah, because you've got that alphabet on there, beautiful calligraphy alphabet, so it's great for personalisation. So sometimes when you're working with, say, so for this piece I'm working on, I could put your name on it.
Right, okay.
Whereas I wouldn't be able to get a plate that says Andy, or it says Paul, or it says Charlotte, or Meg, or whatever. So to have that personalisation is really good.
It's very true, particularly if you've got an unusually spelt name. Ask my wife. So 320411 at £19.99 if you don't want to go for the groovy PlateMate with the calligraphy alphabet for your A5 plates. Okay. Now, mention that Parchment, the Shenandoah. It's nice to say, actually. Try it at home. See, it's nice to say, isn't it? It's 393342. Again, you can see, obviously, Paul was talking us through the technique in how Barbara actually designs these. And again, we've got just a white sheet here just to show you exactly how they look, I suppose you could argue, in their purest form. But again, some beautiful colours coming right the way through there. Again, it can be used all year round. That one looks like a summer meadow, doesn't it? That's 393342. Again, there are 48 sheets included within that set. 12 designs, 4 of each, as you can see just there. Okay, a couple of other items to tell you about. and then we'll crack on with some more demonstrations. Now, Paul did mention the starter kit if you're brand new to the Groovy system. So what do we get included within the starter kit?
Okay, so it does exactly what it says on the packet. It is a starter kit. So within there you get an A4 black mat, which is hard on one side and soft on the other. So the hard side if you want to do colouring on your parchment, and soft side for white work. You also get the A5 square platemate, which has the alphabet on there as well. In addition to that, you get 20 sheets of A5 clear parchment. You get the 2 double-ended tools that will work with the system. Then you get 4 different design plates. So you've got the hills and the mountains, because Barbara was known for her landscaping in her stamping. And then you've got the trees. In addition to that, you've then got the nested squares, because if you're starting out, sometimes you want to confine the area in which you're working. So to have a frame, just like we did with the Pico one, contains the area. In addition to that, you also then get the Groovy inset. And what that is, it's like an adapter plate, because we also do an A6 square plate.
Right, okay.
So that sits within there, and then the A6 square plates fit inside that as well.
Okay.
On top of that, you also get a double-sided project sheet, which shows you step by step on how you can recreate 2 projects using everything within that kit.
Okay.
And finally, the key thing is the tumble dry sheet.
Oh, you get the
tumble dry sheet as well. No tumble dry, just a tumble dry sheet.
Okay. So that's also available on FlexiBuy. So again, that's £2 for £27.50, or you can go for it outright at £54.99. It's 946-594. And then moving on to there, we've got some of the accessories that we've given mention to. So within here, you have got 20 sheets A5 of the clear parchment paper, the Groovy guard, and 16 of those Groovy tabs. You've seen Paul use those at the beginning of the show. At £11.99, it's 211682. Now, just to remind you, of course, watching The Craft Store. Yes, my name is Andy Love, otherwise known as one of the presenters for Create and Craft. What are you doing here? That's what the security guards say. What are you doing here? Well, the reason is you may or may not be aware that The Craft Store and Create and Craft are now owned by a large company, so we are sister channels. So as a result of that, we are doing a presenter mashup. Not my term, but it means that you'll get to see some of your favourite craft presenters on both channels. And the main reason we're doing that, it might just seem a bit gimmicky, but the main reason we're doing that is to highlight that it is business as usual. You know, if your Freedom Club membership is still valid, you can order in the same way, the products are still dispatched, and all those kind of things, exactly the same over on Create and Craft as well. All right, let's move on to our next demonstration. What we're going to do, Paul?
Okay, so continuing with this one, Andy, I've traced out the peonies from that particular plate, which we can have a look, and we're now looking at the front of the parchment, so you can see that beautiful crisp white liner. Now, because this is on black, it looks quite flat. You can't really see the vibrancy. So if I take a white piece of paper and pop that underneath, all of a sudden, the parchment, the Shenandoah really does bring it to life.
Oh, with the white, absolutely, yeah.
Because with parching, there's various different levels. Barb calls it being on a groovy bus.
Groovy bus, okay.
So the first stop on the groovy bus is just tracing out the line art.
Okay.
Anyone can do that. If you can hold a pen, you can use the groovy system. It really, there's no skill in that respect.
Okay, fine.
But because it's easy to do, you get confident. And then you think, right, what else can I do? So you then want to learn how to do the colouring in.
Right, okay.
Then you may want to learn how to do the white work. Then you want to go further on that bus journey and then picot cutting.
Okay.
But if you're just happy with tracing out the design and think that's it, this is where the designer parchment, and especially the rainbow parchment we've got on the show as well.
Indeed.
This is a great way, because you don't need to apply any colour whatsoever, because the parchment has done all that work for you.
Very good.
So if I go back to the light panel now, we'll bring that up to full brightness. Now, when we're working with the parchment, I do expect we're working on the back. Okay, so when we're writing backwards.
Okay. Yes.
Now I'm going to keep this simple for this hour, because there's a beautiful sentiment in there that says splash some colour into your dreams. Okay, but it's backwards.
Right.
Okay, I don't need to think about whether I'm spelling it correctly, because the plate is doing that for me. So I can position my parchment where I want that sentiment to go, So if I pop that there, use my groovy tabs to hold it in place.
You mentioned this earlier, but the groovy tabs, they're reusable, aren't they?
They're reusable, and I mean, if you stick them onto your groovy guard when you're finished, then you'll hopefully keep finding them.
Okay.
Otherwise, you'll find them on your sleeve, on the cat, the dog.
Don't want them.
So because I'm not worried about spelling, because it's already there on the plate, this is really just a design, but it just happens to spell out a sentiment. Okay? So with the PlateMate, if I wanted to personalise, then a good thing to do is to write out on a piece of clear parchment what you want to spell and turn the parchment over so it's back to front.
Right.
And then you can use the alphabet that's on the PlateMate to spell out and personalise.
Right, okay.
So you can see I'm just following the lines, and if I go too fast and jump out, then I'm not worried.
Of course.
So just, and this is really, especially on the darker areas of the designer parchment, this is where the light panel really comes into play. Okay, so I'm spelling this backward. I could come down here. I really don't need to worry about what I'm doing.
Okay. Whilst you're doing that, could we just give a quick update, a quick mention too, because I mentioned that a couple of times, but I haven't actually shown you it. I think we showed you a picture. But I think it's certainly well worth taking a look at this beautiful rainbow parchment and paper duo complete collection that we have available for you. There are 6 sets. Now, they come to you in like 6 sets, as it says. If you have a look at the top right, each one has an individual name, but again, you can see a flavour of the colours coming through, and all of them do have genuine flavours. You've got Lemon Sorbet Sunrise. Moving on to the middle, you have the California Sunset. On to the one, as you can see, right-hand side as you guys look at it, you have the Rose Garden. If we come back down this side, bottom left as you see it, you have the Lavender Fields. In the middle at the bottom, we have the Pastel Rainbow. And on the far right, as you look at it, you'll have the Paradise Island. Now, each pack, now that's one we have least stock of. Oh, lemon sorbet, see, it's tasty. That's one of the least amount of stock of, so if you want that one, then you do need to be quick. Each pack has 12 sheets of parchment and 12 sheets of paper. There are 6 designs and 2 sheets of each running through each one. But if you can't decide, you can go for the whole lot, and you can see there's the details there if you want to go for that. Available on 2 payments on Flexi Buy of £32.47. So the mathematicians might, you will have worked out that that is where your best value for money lies at 073939. Lovely. Right, should we back across to Paul? Yes, let's do that. Right, what are you going to show us
Whilst
next?
we're talking about the rainbow parchment and paper, Andy, I just wanted to explain how it works.
Yes.
Not how it works, but there's a reason we put the paper in there. We called it the colour intensifier. Okay. So if I look at one colourway, for example, in each of the different colour options you go for, you've got 6 different designs, and it's the same designs within each of the different packs, but it's just a different colour palette. So I'm looking at the Pastel Rainbow collection. So you can see this is the parchment, and it goes from left to right. You've got that beautiful gradient. Then if I turn over, we've got the same colourways, but this time it's going diagonally.
Okay, yes.
Okay. Then the next one, all those 4 colours are coming from different directions. Then this one is sort of a beautiful ombre, sort of radiating from the centre. This time the gradient goes from top to bottom. Okay. And then the final one is this sort of lovely wiggly one.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's coloured parchment, so it works the same way in which you would use the designer parchment that we've just been using.
Yeah.
But what I like, I love showing this little trick off. If people have seen this already, I do apologise, but I just think it really shows off why we've put the paper in as well.
No, I think it's good to see.
Because normally, a sheet of coloured parchment would be £1.
Right, okay.
Okay. So when you think about it, for £11.99, you're getting 12 sheets of parchment.
Yes.
And 12 sheets of paper.
That's very good.
So basically, the paper is a bonus.
Perfect. Okay.
So if I take a white piece of paper, we can see now we've got that beautiful parchment. Okay. Now, if I take the paper and I slide this underneath, watch what happens. See how it intensifies the colour. Okay, so if you're doing some really beautiful, delicate butterflies and you don't want to do anything else to them, by adding the paper underneath, it will really make them stand out.
That's very good.
However, if I take it, so you can see it's the coordinating paper, but if I turn the paper in the opposite direction and now slide it under, look what happens. You now get a different colour palette.
You do?
So we've gone from the blues and the pinks, and we've now got lilacs.
Right, okay.
Okay.
That is magic, isn't it?
So you can do that. Or, if I come in from the side, you'll get a different look as well. So you can do this in all of the 6 different colour options, and I think that's why the complete collection is really popular.
Just go back to the maths you highlighted earlier on. What's that? It's 45 pence a sheet if you go for everything together. So we talk about coloured parchment paper, £1 a sheet. It works out fantastic value for money if you do go for everything together, which I'm pleased to say a lot of you are doing. So 0739396 sets in total. First flexi buy payment of £32.47 plus your post and packaging, but obviously you only pay that on the first payment. So 073939. You can of course check out everything groovy on the website as well, which of course is thecraftstore.com. Right, let's jump into our next, or continuation with our demonstration.
So I've now added the sentiments, so that just makes a beautiful card on its own.
Works very well.
And there is no skill required to do that at all. It's just tracing out the design. Now, if, for example, I wanted to add some colour to the parchment, say, for example, for some crazy reason, I wanted those peonies to be yellow.
Okay.
Okay. If I take a piece of parchment, I'll take this one as my practice one, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring in, I've got my tool organiser here, so I've got my Pergaliner pencils, okay, and then I've got my Perga colour pens.
Nice, yes.
Now these pens are fantastic. These are a water-based pen.
Okay.
They're double-ended and you get 30 in the tin.
Okay.
Okay. But the tool organiser is great because it holds, it's got all my Perga pencils. It's got all my pens.
Yeah, pressing the buttons trying to keep up with you there,
I
Paul,
know, sorry Meg. Then I've got all my Pergamano tools. I've got all my embossing tools in here.
Yeah.
Then I've got all my perforating tools. And then continue on. And then I've got loads of space for loads of other bits and pieces.
Okay.
Okay. So, and as long as I put it back where I got it from, then I know where to find it.
You know where it is, yeah, of course.
Okay. So let's, for example, I'm going to go with a yellow. Okay. So these are great because they're all numbered and they're all numerically back in place as well. Sad, I know. The craft room isn't like that, but this tool organiser.
The TV crafter is. I understand.
Okay. So if I take yellow, let's see, I'll crease that now. If I take yellow, and if we have a look at the 2 different ends, you'll notice that one end is really fine.
Yeah.
So just because these say Pergamano on the lid, they're not just for parchment craft. So if you're into your stamping or your colouring in books, then these can be used for those as well.
Okay.
So you've got that fine tip there.
Yeah.
And then if I swap it around, you can see you've now got a bullet tip.
Right, okay.
Okay. So if I go with the larger area, let's go on to the black so I can see it. Now if I put some colour on top of this, okay. Now because I'm working on the back, I'm not worried about going over the lines, okay. Because if I was to colour on the front, I'd have to be careful because I've exposed the fibres of the parchment, so it would bleed into the line.
Right, okay.
But because I'm working on the back, it doesn't. Now, have a look at that. So that bright yellow is now more of a mustard colour. Okay. If I take an eraser pencil, this is the magic of the parchment, I can rub out the colour of the parchment.
Okay.
Okay. So let's just rub that out. If I turn that over, you can see how that's now gone back to being clear parchment.
Oh, right. That is clever.
So when I take the yellow and I colour that area in yellow, and then when I turn this over, can you see the difference in the colour?
Very much so.
So if you're using, especially in a darker area, and you want to reintroduce colour, just by rubbing it out, and you can do this with the designer parchment, and you can also do it with the rainbow parchment as well. So when you look at some of those colour palettes and you think, oh, I want to do that, but I want a red or a yellow flower, then you can remove it just by using a rubber.
That's very good. Now,
It's magic.
So is that included within the markers?
What's that? The eraser pen. No, it's just a normal ink eraser.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, we have got a kit on the website. It comes with a blue embossing mat, 2 tools, and a double-ended eraser.
Right.
But yeah, you just use any ink eraser really, just to remove the colour.
That's a good tip. Oh, very good. Well, listen, if you want to go for the colours, you'll need to go for those water-based markers, and here they are. From Pergamano, that's 339657, again at £25.94 if you'd like to go for those. It makes it 86 pence a pen. That's good maths. 339657. All right, let's get... By the way, sorry, before we move on, just to give you a quick reminder in terms of our butterflies and moths plates. I thought I would mention it because I had a feeling half the stock has gone. Okay, so it's 763-835. If you want to go for those, again, you are getting 5A5, 3A6. We have another offer where you've got 3 of the A5 for about £32. For the next £3, you're getting 2 extra A5 and 3 A6. Really good value. That's 763-835. But do be quick. And remember, we'll be back with you more demonstrations at 9 p.m. tonight. And once this stock has gone, that is it. Okay, let's go back across to Paul.
Okay, so as I said, we have choices. I can leave it exactly how it comes. I can introduce colour to it and go for different colours. I can use the pens or I can use the pencils. It depends what you feel more comfortable with.
Sure.
Now with the pencils, let me just bring those in just to show you. With the pencils, you've got 16 what we call B pencils, and they've got white writing on them. And then you've got 20 what we call A pencils, and they have black writing on them. So the B pencil is a wax-based pencil, so it's great for sort of doing blending. So you can really sort of break the colours down. And then you've got A for aqua, so they're watercolour pencils. So again, you can use these with your parchment, but also with your stamping and your colouring in books as well. It's a really nice sort of starter set. Ignore the pens there, I just use those to keep them separate. All numbered, but you've got a really nice sort of colour palette of beautiful colours. Okay, so you can do exactly the same on the back of the parchment as well. Now, if you're new to parchment, you think, oh, well, I want to give colouring a go, for me, the pencils would be a best option to go with. And the reason being is because, let me show you, I'm going to take, let's go with the yellow again, just because we can. Okay, pop that to one side. So if I go back to this one, I'm going to take some colour out again. So I use the eraser. So remove some of that colour. Now, if I put this yellow in, okay, so I just put that yellow, and you can see I'm just scribbling. Because what I'm working on the back, you don't have to be perfect. Okay, so if I bring that in now, and I think, actually, I didn't want that to be yellow. I want it to be purple or red. I can take my eraser and I can rub out the pencil.
Okay. Yes, it's
can't rub out the pen, but I can rub out the pencil. Okay. So if I was using clear parchment for this particular design and I went over the edge, I could use the eraser to tidy up the edges.
So what you're actually highlighting here is that it's actually kind of, there are ways for it to be forgiving.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You know, it's not a case of, oh, well, I've gone and done this, you know, I can't reverse it, because, but there are ways to get out.
Absolutely, and the pencil for me, when I was first starting with parchment and colouring in, I preferred the pencils because it was safer. And then I thought if I did it and I wasn't happy with the shading, I could just remove it all.
That's a good point.
So you have the various different, like all crafts, you have the different options.
But you're right, the pens feel more permanent, don't they?
Yes. Even though they're water-based, but like alcohol pens, they're permanent as well. Alcohol pens on parchment in small areas work okay. In larger areas, not so good. The reason being is because they're an alcohol-based pen, there's nowhere for it to sink into.
Right,
Parchment's non-absorbent.
Yes,
So
okay.
normally if you're using alcohol pens, you would use it on a card or a paper stock.
And that means that a lot of the colour will evaporate. It will change colour over a
Yeah,
period
and
of
it will go,
time.
well, it goes streaky.
Yeah,
because
right,
there's
okay.
no blending with it that you would get on
Interesting.
paper or card.
Right, okay.
Okay.
Okay, good to know.
So, okay, 6 minutes. So I can add some colour, or I can do what we call white work.
Ah, right,
Okay.
yes.
Now, white work is where you gently, it's a skill, which is a traditional skill. Takes time, takes patience, and I don't have any of that.
Okay.
And I'm heavy-handed as well.
All right.
Okay. So this is where my best friend comes into play.
Ah, right,
This is the
okay.
Pergamano embossing mat Excellent.
Yes.
Okay. It's like a silicone-based mat. But what it is, it's more forgiving when you come to do the white work. So if we now have a look at the tools that we get in the starter kit, we've got the larger ball tools on it. Okay. So what I can do now, I'm going to take a piece of the scrap parchment. Now if I go on really heavy, because I am heavy, see I'm ripping all the parchment.
Okay.
Okay. But what the pink mat does, it allows me to go at a slower speed. Okay. And what it when I turn it over, it stretches the parchment to give that whiteness.
Okay.
Okay. So if I just do a little bit here, so for example, if I wanted to do these, so all I'm going to do is very gently press into those areas. So when I turn it over, we can see how it's now starting to infill those areas.
Right, okay.
So this is where the skill comes in, because it's learning not to press too hard and take your time. So like Linda Williams, who's a traditional parcher, has been doing it for many, many years. If she was going to do this with white work, she would build this up over about 6 or 7 different layers.
Oh,
of
really?
white work.
Okay, right.
And ideally, between each layer, you would let it rest overnight.
Yes, yes, I've heard
Because
that.
if you let it rest overnight, what it does, it sort of bounces back slightly, and then it becomes whiter.
Right, okay.
Okay. So that's just a little tip there. Now, if I want to attach this to my card, what I've done is I've taken a piece of the coordinating paper, Shenandoah paper, and I can pop that on top, but it still, to me, looks a little bit flat.
Yeah.
So if I take a piece of white card and introduce that underneath, I've now got my mat, and I've used the Pico dies to do my cutting out, but I need to attach it.
Okay, yes.
Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring in, I've got my mat over here. I need a soft mat, and then I need a 1 needle bold tool, which I've got here. Okay, and then I need my brad. So we've got the brads on the show as well. You get a little storage container
handy.
to hold them in as well.
All right, there's the details on the screen.
Different colours, so I'm just going to take 4 little white brads, click that back into place. Now, if I take my parchment, hold it into place, I'm going to perforate with the 1 needle tool. I'm going to take my brad and press in.
Okay.
Now, because I'm using the foam underneath, this is now holding this in position for me.
Right.
Okay, so I can go through and do all 4 of them. And it's holding it in place. Rather than do one, turn it over, and then realise it's in the wrong place.
Yeah.
So that the mat underneath really does help.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to push that one into there. It says, go on, in you go. Go, there we go. That one into there.
Is that specific beading mat you're using there?
This is our 12 by 12 super foam.
Oh, okay.
So when you do your pico cutting or perforating, then that's what you would use.
Okay.
Then if I turn this over, open up my little brads. There we go, or split pins as they used to be back in the day.
Yeah.
And then, so that's now holding my piece of artwork in place. Then I've got my card blank, which we also have on the show.
Lovely.
Piece of the paper, pico cut as well. And then I'll just attach that. So that just shows a different option.
Nicely
That was
done.
my inspiration from Josie, and that was my interpretation
Good
right there.
work, Paul. Thank you very, very much. Wonderfully explained. Now, I'll quickly give you the details once again and let you know that the stock is diminishing even further for your cherry green butterflies and moth selection. Within there, you're getting your 3A6 and also your 5A5, all individual designs. And again, you've seen Paul bring those to life right the way throughout the show. There is another option where you can go for 3 of the A5 on the website, but for an extra £3, you get the whole kit and caboodle at 763-835, the item number. Now, over half the stock has gone, which is kind of good if you think about it, because we're back with you at 9 p.m. for more demonstrations.
Yes.
So my advice is this. My advice, place your orders now, and then you can come back and join us for the demonstrations later on, okay? And you won't be under the pressure, you know, because you already ordered yours. It'll be well and truly on its way. Paul, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you,
It won't
Andy.
be
Thank you,
years
everyone at
again
home.
before we work together, in which it will be a few hours. So good news. Thank you once again. All right, now remember, you can order after the show. A lot of people do that. You want to see everything that's to be demonstrated, and obviously you want to take your time placing your orders, which you can do on the website, or you can do it on the telephone number as well. All right, I'll be telling you exactly what's coming up for you in just a couple of seconds, but for now, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you later on this evening. All right, come on, next we've got one day special. Craft Yourself Silly is the invitation. Easy quilting, back with those geese, coming up after that, and then Craft Yourself Silly, back with you later.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player on Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Craft Store channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how you do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Set Up Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Craft Store app. Simply press your home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the Channel Store. At the top of the Channel Store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the Added Channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Scroll down to the Craft Store app and press the star button on your remote. You can use the arrow buttons to move the Craft Store to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your favourite TV whenever you feel crafty. Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the Craft Store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
That little fox there, did you see it? Well, it's that time again, isn't it? It's 6 o'clock, that means we've got a brand new one-day special for you. It's Crafting Ourselves Silly. We've got a fabazine for you, and of course, we've got Hayley Smith. Good evening, Hayley.
Evening.
Do you know, it's quite strange because normally you're to my left and you're to my right. So
I'm sure it'll be fine.
It will be fine. It will be fine.
You've got room to look that way.
It's got to be fine. We can't do anything about it now. Let's have a look what we've got here. This is issue number 10. And actually, for the one-day special, it's not just issue number 10. You're also getting the fleece fabazine as well. Now, we can't get it all in at the moment, so I'm going to stand right here, and we're going to talk about the fabazine, and then we're going to talk about the fleece fabazine as well. But as a one-day special, incredible value. You can go for them individually, but the value, of course, is always in the one-day special. In total, you're going to get 20 projects. That's 12 within the fabazine, issue number 10, and another 8 within the fleece. I'm already looking at some of these items thinking, they look very cosy and nice. Now, individually, each one will carry a £5 saving. So, of course, if you're going for both that way individually, that would give you £10. But you're not going to do that, because if you carry it over, so if you go for them both together as the one-day special, you've got another £10 on top. So that's, in total, that's £20 then, isn't it? Oh, and we've got Flexi as well. So 2 payments of just £34.99. The item number is 604427. Can you see that little otter winking at us? Let's go through these projects, Hayley, because we have got...
Who doesn't love a winky otter, though?
I know, he's lovely, isn't he? Every time we talk about otters, I think of Julia Watts now, because she loves sea otters.
Does she?
She does, yeah.
They're the big ones, though, aren't they?
They are, aren't they? But they're very sweet, just like this one.
This is not a sea otter, this is just a little one.
Oh, look, has he got a name?
And he's winking.
Has he got a name?
He has not, so if anybody wants to volunteer a name for him, then I
he needs a
will
name,
quite
doesn't
happily
he?
take it.
Just one of the projects within issue number 10. So let's have a look through here. There's a couple of things intriguing me, Hayley, I've got to say. Does it matter where I start? I'm dying to ask. It looks like we're going to have a game of Connect 4 or something.
Well, you could if you wanted to, but what we've given you in here is one of our swatch samplers. So it's a board, and I'll show you how to use this a little bit later on. You actually just push little samples of fabric in there so you can see how they all look together, and it's a great reminder of kind of what's in your stash without having all of your stash out on display.
Oh, so you take, let's call them buttons, the circles out, put the fabric around, push them back in so it keeps the fabric tight, and you've got a sampler. That is such a good idea, isn't it? That really is. Let's have a look what we've got here then, Hayley, because 12 projects within issue number 10. I mean, we've got everything here. Let's have a look at the cushion first of all. I am not going to lean across because I know I'll knock everything over, but I'm just dying to give that a squidge.
So that is our, it's exactly the same fabrics as we used in our first State Fair quilt. It's exactly the same patterns that are in there. So if you want this to match with your State Fair quilt, and we've hung that up across the way so we can have a look at it a bit later on so you can see that it matches. But this is a puff quilt technique, but we've just done a smaller version and we've made it into a cushion for you.
That is really, really squidgy. I love the effect of that as well.
Yeah, it's quite a simple technique to start you off. It does get a little bit more complex later on when you're kind of trying to sew puffed rows together, but we've got some really good tips to help you out with that.
Now, if you have got the quilt, we're going to see the sample for that now. Look, it matches perfectly. Isn't that wonderful? Absolutely gorgeous. That's just one, the cushion, of course, one project there. I'm not going to put that back at the moment because I will knock things over. Remember, everything's pre-printed on a panel, so you just cut out the projects. You've got the full instructions in the fabazine itself. Where should we go next? We've got a lovely bag here, Hayley.
Yes, you have. And now that's quite heavy. I would not pick that up. I filled it with stuff.
Oh.
I've got a spare one, actually. I'll run and go and I'll get it, and then I'll be able to show you the finished one.
Oh.
Display.
It is heavy. It is heavy. I wonder what stuff she's got in here. This is lovely. I love the drawstring on the top. Of course, part of the printed panel there, so you've got those lovely colours running through there. Do we get the ribbon as well? We get everything we need, all the components.
The ribbon is in there for you as well. I've got the kind of other version. They're put together slightly differently, these two, and we'll show you how to do that, to do different effects on them. So this obviously is your drawstring. You've got a square bottom with a rounded top, and it all pulls in nicely so you can kind of secure everything in there. And it's a really good size as well, actually. You can see the squares on my mat there, and that's a good kind of 8 inches square. It's a nice kind of big bag as well. Now, the other bits you've got in there, you've got your little otter, little winky otter. Now, we usually put a soft toy within a fabazine, and this time is no different, but we've done a kind of a really simplified version this time. all of the detail is already printed on for you, and this is a really straightforward sew. So if you've got somebody who maybe has just started, he's very shy.
He is
but
shy.
Kind of not shy with a wink as well.
It's
kind
all
of
right.
cheeky.
I'll look after you. Come on. Take care of it. Nice.
So, I mean, you can have a lot of fun with this with somebody who is maybe just starting to sew, just learning. Absolutely perfect for that, and it's kind of printed both sides, so you kind of you can see all the detail on there. Maybe give it something to hold, even.
Oh, do you know what you could do with this as well?
There's a pin in there, be careful.
You could put some hook and loop on there, and you could use
or a
him
little press
around a
stud.
curtain or something, or wrap him around I don't know, a bedstead. You know, the post.
Absolutely.
That's it. The post. That's what I'm trying to think of.
Make him a little fish or something, and have him holding something. Make him a baby otter.
Oh, you could, couldn't
Why
you?
not?
I really like. Oh, we need a name for him, definitely. Another project that. Oh, I'm sorry for waving him about now. I'm going to squish him down there.
Waving
It's
your
gone all
otter
shiny
people.
again now. Right, we'll keep going because we've got more projects, of course,
We
to
have.
show you.
So the next one
is
a whopper of a pin cushion. Now this one's done as a book. So the way this one works, it's quite a more kind of skillful sew to get this one together, but really, really cool. And you can get a huge amount in here. Why not take it a step further, maybe add a pocket onto the inside so you can put a pack of needles in there.
Yeah.
Maybe put some elastic on there as well so you can kind of hold other bits and pieces in. So it's like a full book. There's
That is
words
so
in it and
clever,
everything.
isn't it? Do you know, everybody's loving this Haley. We've lost 20% of the stock.
Already?
Yeah, so the one-day
Oh,
special.
dear.
That really is a whopper of a pincushion, isn't it? Yeah, definitely you've got options with that as well. Do you know, I'm thinking straight away, I know I've said this before when it comes to the Fabazines, but for someone that's starting out on their sewing journey, you've got so much here, so many different techniques. You don't have to worry about choosing your fabrics. It's all there, it's all pre-printed.
Precisely, and it's a good way to learn new techniques. We always try and put different techniques in each time, and it's a good way to kind of have a go at lots of different things without having to commit to going and finding the 6 or 7 different fabrics you need, and going to buy the templates and going to buy everything that you need to make them. In the one-day special, if you take all 20 of those projects and divide them by the one-day special price, it's less than £3.50 a project.
Wow, wow. And you don't have to rush through this. You can choose. I think I've asked you this before. Does the same apply? When it comes to the projects, there's nothing that's... You don't have to work your way up. You don't have to start with an easy and work... Are they pretty much
there are a couple that are a little more complex than others. We never kind of say start here and go along, but I think you can kind of see which ones are a little bit more straightforward. And what we would say is, look at the instructions. Have a look. If you think you can manage it, absolutely go for it. If you can't, do some of the easier ones and then come back to the more complex ones, because you
And
get
something like the next one that I'm holding as well. Of course, you don't even need a sewing machine. You can take that, you know, on your journeys, take it to work with you, sit on the train or the
Absolutely.
bus.
That one's got a mixture of embroidery and colouring in there as well, so you've got a good
I've lost
mixture.
count how many we've been through. I know we haven't finished. We've still got more, haven't we? Let's have a look what else we've got in here.
Down on the bottom here, there, you've got a little wallet. You've got a little... Oh, this is a good one. This is the triangle pouch that's coming up next. Now, this one... Attractor's made this one, and she's added hook and loop to this one. We do say to sew them in place, but you can add hook and loop if you want to,
I like
to make them
that.
all removable. So you've got 4 little triangle pouches, which all fold up together to make a little square.
I like that. I think that's one of my favourite ones, actually. I really like that.
Excellent. You've also got a little wallet in there, and you've got a little shopping kind of list holder as well. Not within the triangle thing.
No, within the
other
Fabazine
projects,
itself.
which we are going to get to.
Amazing, amazing. 12 projects, remember. Part of the one-day special, we haven't even got to the fleece Fabazine yet. So the lovely triangle pouch that we've just seen there, you can see on the printout, you can see the components that are required to make that, of course.
So, that little one you can see, well, in a second you'll see that one with the shopping list on, but then I wrote something else sideways, 18th of February. Oh, that's the next, I think that might be the next one. I was using it, you see. So, on the front there, and you get the little notepad included in this, so it's pre-sized, ready to go for you, so you get that included. If you turn it over, then what you'll see on the back is there's a pocket in the centre, so you can put like a shopping bag or, you know, other bits and pieces in there. And then You've also got space for a pen, or, you know, if you've got a loyalty card for the store, everything is there. So it's a kind of easy one to keep in your bag for whenever you need to go shopping.
How clever.
Plastic
How
bag in
clever
there
is
as well.
this? Look at this. That is such a good idea. I love it. Nice little gifts as well. So there we are. We've got our shopping list. We'll not forget that date then, will we? The 18th of February. Now, the quilt that you can also see here, that is also included in issue number 10 as well.
Yeah, so you're getting the template for that. So you do need to add your own fabric for that, but you do get the template to be able to make that
So is this
happen.
the perspex we've got here then?
That's the acrylic that you've got there, and any of the little bits that you've seen, because, oh, there should be a lanyard behind you.
There certainly is. I found it.
So all of the little bits and pieces that you see, we put all of those extra bits and pieces in there for you. So the only thing that I would say is not in there is Attractor's obviously added hook and loop tape to make her pouches come out. We recommend you stitch them in, and the, what's the other thing that isn't in there? The fabric to make your quilt. That's the only two things that aren't in there.
Right, I have got the wallet here as well. We've had a quick look at that. I'm just going to hold it up so you can see. We have got the sample, but we've got also the fleece Fabazine if you are going for the one-day special. So 12 there, but when it comes to the fleece Fabazine, we've got another 8 projects. Now, I love anything that's tactile.
Yeah, this one's been really, really fun, and there's so many in here that I think are great. This one looks nothing when you're holding it there, but I think this one is one of my favourite things that I have made. So it is, it's like a fingerless glove. It does actually extend up if you want it to be. Say if you've got a gilet on, you could extend the fluffy bit up so you can have it kind of right up to your elbow if you wanted. But there is a space on the palm, which is a little pocket, and there's instructions to make little heat pads to go in the little pocket.
That is such a clever idea. And when I saw this, because I suffer with Raynaud's, so I quite often have issues with circulation, but I've never done this. I promise I've never done this, but I did think, if you're doing any exams and you want to cheat, you've got a little pocket there to hide the answers. That is... Don't ever do that. I don't think you'd be allowed to wear your gloves.
Do I have to do the announcement? Please do not listen to Catherine. She's naughty. She shouldn't have said that. The craft store do not condone cheating in any form. And back to you.
Oh, dear.
Do you know what? You know it's bad when I have to be the one to do the warning, because it's usually me being the naughty one and somebody else with the warning. This is a special day.
Now,
I feel very proud of myself now.
Something else that seems very, very cosy, actually, is something that I've got right here, the snood. Now, that would be lovely if you wear it underneath your coat, so it keeps your shoulders
It's kind
warm.
of designed to go underneath the coat and just have that little bit of warmth on the neck. But there are 3 different ways you can put this together. So when you get to the actual instructions in the booklet, it shows you 3 different ways to put it together.
Yeah, I would drive wearing that, because sometimes when you're driving, especially if you've got to drive a long way, it's too bulky in a coat, but you need just something. And I think you've got something around your neck.
Yeah. And that the seatbelt rubs, because you can't ever get it quite right.
Very true, very true. Right, we've still got more, because, oh, the cushion, the knot cushion, isn't that fab? That looks, do you know, I could see my dog sitting on that. They'd love that.
It took, I will say, I think that took me more time to stuff than it took me to make the entire next item.
Really?
It took me an age to stuff that.
That looks complicated, is it?
It isn't. It's one great big long sausage. It's the stuffing that takes the time. But I have a new technique for you which will help to do that a bit quicker, and we'll show you that tomorrow.
Okay, next one. I found some more gloves. No? Puppets?
No gloves. No puppets. Boots. Reversible slipper socks or
seem
welly warmers.
very, very cosy and warm.
I was making these the other day, and somebody said, "Oh, are they for wellies? Can I have them?" I'm like, "No, I need them for a show."
You're going to have to watch these, because I might be pinching
and
them as well.
And these are reversible as well.
Oh, are they? Oh,
yes.
Fantastic.
So you can have either the fluffy on the inside, or you can have the fluffy on the outside.
Fantastic. I'm going to reverse
she's
that
reversing.
as we look at something else. So, oh, we've got another little teddy bear here as well.
Teddy bear. I've made that one in a fleece. Now, remember, within this bundle, you are getting 70 centimetres in the white fleece, 70 centimetres in the grey, and 70 centimetres in the fur as well. So tomorrow we're going to make this little guy in the fur. so you can see the difference. But obviously you can put these in any colour you like, because you are getting the full templates for these. So this one I've done in a different colour, just so you can see that you can put them in any colour you like.
He's lovely, and his legs move as well. Now we've also, the little fox at the beginning, Proggy. We've got Proggy for you as well, haven't we?
Yes, you have. So this
now
gives you all of the techniques. So I've just brought the bag as a sample. You've got all the techniques in there, and you get, what more importantly, all the tools. And that's what you really need, because Proggy is so simple that once you get the hang of it, you'll be absolutely away. So what you need to do is you need the tools to be able to get you there.
Wow. Now, this is going to be very, very apt, isn't it? By the time we get to June, you know what's happening. It's the Jubilee, isn't it, this year? So we've got the wonderful Union Jack there for you. Another project from this particular fleece fabazine, part of the one-day special. As I say, individually, you can get these, but the value definitely within the one-day special itself. Right, what else have we got then? So
there's an oh-so blanket in there as well, and I think we're nearly there. Yes, so there's the gloves, the hand warmers. You've got the boots in there, you've got the cowl in there, you've got the, I'm missing so many people, so many. I'm missing 4. You've got the boots, haven't got them on. You've got so many. I forgot.
Fantastic. There we are. So everything under that one item number 604427 is the item number. Remember, there is a saving carried over from the individuals, £5 on each of those. We're giving you another £10 on top. Now, we've also got some happy hour deals. Now, we need to tell you about these because, of course, these are only relevant for this hour only. If you missed out on it, and you don't need to go for the other issues, but you can go for issue number 5 with a £10 saving today, $39.99. Same principle, lots and lots of projects in there, 12 projects in total. All those printouts, all those elements included. 463174 is the item number. Now we've also got the weaving fabazine. That's on a happy hour deal. A £5 saving on this one, only $24.99. 669 is the item number there. And then we have, now I know this is a good deal, I happened to see these the other day. This is such a good deal. Now you've got 96 pieces in total, so you've got the eyes, the safety eyes with the little washers included there. £10 saving. Wow, that is a good deal. £9.98. 923953 is the item number. Those prices will go up at 7 o'clock, so make sure you check those out. Now the one day special. 30% of the stock has already gone. I am not surprised. It is such a good way to get so many projects. Whether you're a beginner or not, there is something for everybody. You could gift what you make as well. Within issue number 10, that's 12 gifts. You've got another 8. If you're going for the one-day special, because you've got the fleece fabazine there as well. 2 payments of £34.99 is the price. That's all you need to pay today if you're using the FlexiBuy 604427. Now, every one of the projects that we've mentioned, you can go for individually. You will, well, you can see straight away. Now you can really see the value, can't you? In the one-day special, if you break it down, it works out at £3.50 each. Doesn't get much better than that, does it? Wow. Yeah, lots and lots of you are going for this. Let's get over to Hayley, though, for a demonstration. What can I see first, then, Hayley?
So we're going to go for the boots first off, because I think this is the one that's going to be the most popular. So what I have done is I will do it so it's the fluffy side out, but in order to see it a little bit more clearly when we're sewing, I'm actually going to sew on the white one, because there's a lot of fluff everywhere, and it's a lot easier to see where I'm going on the white. Okay. So, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take, there's 4 parts to this. So there's a long skinny rectangle, that will form the back of the boot. There's the short fat rectangle, that will form the front, that goes kind of up the front on top of the toe. Yeah. There's the sole of the boot, and there's this piece, which is the toe of the boot. So first thing we're going to do is get rid of these for a second, and we're going to work with these 2 pieces. So with the fleece, you'll have a right side and a wrong side. So the right side is the side that is fluffier, that has a bit more pile to it, and the wrong side will be flatter. Okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to lay those on top of each other, and I'm going to line up, because what I did was just fold these in half, and I used a pen just to mark those halfway points on both pieces. So I'm going to line those up, and then I'm going to pop a pin in there just to hold those in position. And then from here, I'm going to take that side across to there. Now this
we
is
are
a really
busy, Hayley. 40% of the stock has gone.
This is a really nice way to work because fleece is a lovely introduction to dressmaking because it's so forgiving.
Yeah, it's
when
not
you work
fraying,
with
is it? You're not getting those little threads coming off the edges.
You haven't got kind of bits everywhere. It's a knit fabric, so it flexes and stretches quite easily. So it's a really nice way to work. So I'm going to pop a couple more pins in there. So I'm just going to give that a little pull to make that kind of what we call locally straight.
Okay.
Okay, so that what was a curve has now made a nice little straight line there. And I'm going to pop a pin in there. You can use pins, you can use clips, it's entirely up to you. So we're doing the same on the other side and pop one in there. And then I'm going to put a straight line all the way along. So I've got a blue thread in here, so hopefully you'll be able to see what I'm doing. Now these are dressmaking patterns, so they'll work on a 5/8 inch seam allowance. I usually do about a 1/2 inch. And then if I need to go and tighten anything up, I'll go back in. It's a lot easier to do that than, you know, use a 5/8 and go over and then be too far.
Got you.
The fleece is
Can I ask about the needle in your machine as well? With it being a fleece, do you need a special needle?
No, you don't need a special needle. This one actually needs changing, if I'm honest, because it's getting a bit blunt. And you can hear when it goes in, it goes ka-chunk. That it's just getting blunt and it needs changing.
I saw Jenny with some macaroons earlier that make them sharp.
Oh, she got magic things.
Yeah.
Oh.
I've never seen them before.
Oh, the macaroons?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know them.
No.
I'm very familiar with the macaroon. I think we've done them on a show before, actually.
Oh, not on one of mine.
So I'm going to take that
I've never seen them before today.
And this is where that little curve comes in. So I'm just going to slowly take it round that little curve at the bottom, up to the pin, whip that out, leaving the needle down, and then just rearrange it so it's coming round the other side, and just making sure that everything that's coming underneath my needle here, so all these bits that are just about to go under the needle, are nice and flat. And then we'll come round that little curve again, and then now we should be on the straight piece.
Oh, Hayley, everyone's loving this. Half of the stock of the one-day special has already gone. We're only 22 minutes in.
It's the fluffy boots. I'm telling you, it's the best thing we've ever done. Right, coming right off the end there. I'm just going to clip that off. Now, immediately, you will start to see that boot shape coming in. It's like instant. You see it, and I think that inspires you and helps you on with the next bit. So, from here, we're going to add the back to the boot. So that was our tall skinny piece. It's taller because it has to stretch across both the toe piece and the piece that we've added here. So what I'm going to do is put that face up and then pop that one, make sure I've got the right side, so that's face up as well.
Okay.
And I'm going to take it over to one side.
You know where you've stitched the curve, Hayley, and you said because the fleece is very forgiving. Normally, if it was a different sort of fabric, you'd do little notches. Do we not even have to do that?
You don't even have to do that with fleece.
Ooh.
It will kind of look after you quite well, fleece. So it's a really nice way to kind of introduce yourself to a bit of dressmaking. So at the bottom here, I'm going to put another pin. And then I'm just going to stretch, well, not even stretch it, just kind of slowly work my way along. Make sure that that's sitting nice and evenly. Put one there. And then this seam here, I'm just going to push that open, because otherwise we're going to end up with quite a lot of bulk.
Okay, so it's important to open that out. That's all in the instructions, isn't it?
We're going to push that open and then whack another couple of pins in there. I've put my pins on the wrong side. It should be on the other side, but I'll manage. Oh, that's a blunt pin. Jenny, there's another one for you. That one's blunt as well. That's fine. Okay, so one side. Now you can pin these both together at the same time if you want to. If not, oh, before I do that, I've got that the wrong way up. I've just noticed there. That's my fluffy side.
Oh.
So before I do, I mean, this is the lining, so it wouldn't be the end of the world anyway. No, it was right. Oh, I've second-guessed myself. No, that's definitely correct. Okay. Well, this time I've got a chance to put my pins in the right way around, so. You want to do top and bottom, and then one in the middle, and then one either side of that seam, just to keep that seam allowance open, because the advantage of the fleece is that it's really nice and easy to work with. The disadvantage is if you've got something that's not quite sitting right, you can't iron it and get away with it that way.
No.
So do remember that this is a polyester fabric, so you can take a cool iron to it, but you can't kind of, you know,
but it's not going to crease, is it?
It doesn't really crease in the first place. So then I'm going to do the same on the other side. Just bring that up to there, and then put the
Hayley,
pins in.
60% of the stock has gone.
Oh, Bridget's going to go mad. She's going to be ever so busy. She's got a lot of cutting to do.
I think everybody's realising the value for money. I mean,
do you know what I think?
If
I think it's
£3.50 per project, 20 projects in total.
And there's 2 boots.
There's
like £1.75 a boot.
There's 2 boots. There is.
2 gloves, 2 boots.
2 gloves. You could even, if you've got a piece of scrap, you could even make 2 otters, I think, because you could have one that's got its back to you. And one with the winky eye at the front. You could stretch it.
A lot of these projects you can stretch even further if you want to, and you can do kind of doubles of them by adding some of your own fabric into the mix. So I'm going to pop that in there, and I'm going to take it to the machine, and we'll just do the same again. So 5/8 inch seam allowance. However, I would use a half for the meantime.
Okay,
see where you get to, and then you can always kind of add a bit more if you think you need to.
And of course, when it comes to something like the boot as well, you've got this full-size templates, haven't you? So you can make more
Oh
afterwards.
yeah, you can make everything in the fleece one
buy
comes
more
with its
fabric.
own template, so you can repeat make these as much as you like.
Oh, the whole family could have a pair of these boots. Different colours. Yeah, but then it leads on to other things, doesn't it? You can put embellishments on, maybe put binding around the top, put bells and ribbon on them, bows and pom-poms.
Once you've got the hang of it, and these are super simple to make, once you've got the hang of it, you can make as many of these as you like because you've got the template. I'm just going to flip that foot up just to squidge that down.
Hayley, is there any stretch in the actual fluffy bit, the fleece, the fluffy?
The fur?
The fur?
No, there's no stretch in that. It is a knitted fabric.
Okay.
So sometimes you can get a little bit of stretch in a knitted fabric, but that one's actually kind of quite rigid because of all
But that means then if there's no, so to speak, there's not really a stretch in there. That means you could work with almost any fabric to make these boots.
Oh, absolutely.
Because the size has been created to allow
if you wanted
for them to be pulled on and
cotton
off.
on one side and fleece in on the inside, absolutely. If you wanted to do it in a jersey or something like that, jersey's a really good one because again that's got a little bit of stretch. Do you know what I might do? Is if people want me to, I will see if I can get a fleece pick and mix added tomorrow.
Ooh.
And I'll have a word with the guys at Fabric Freedom and see if they've got any jerseys here that we could add on as well, because these are all fantastic fabrics to kind of do this in. And this is I think this is such a nice way to get into kind of dressmaking because it's so straightforward. You've got 4 pieces, most of which are, you know, straight lines or can be made to be straight lines, and I think the fact that the results are so instant with this. Now, I am going quite slowly here, and this is because with a fleece, because it's quite big and it's quite bulky, it's a lot easier to go on a more steady pace, because if you go too quickly, what will happen is the top layer will move faster than the bottom layer,
right, okay.
or vice versa, and you'll end up at the top and you'll end up with one that's about ½ an inch longer than the other. Now, if that happens, it's not the end of the world. This is fleece, you can just trim it down and away you go. But I would advise a good kind of steady pace with this is going to give you better results.
Okay, so tortoise, not a hare, maybe setting on your machine.
That's our
guess how much has gone, Hayley? Over 70% of the entire stock has gone. This is your one-day special, individually available, yes, but £5 carried over from each of those individually, and we're giving you another £10 on top, and you're getting that flexi as well. So you are making huge savings. I don't even need reminding, £3.50 per project it works out at. You can find every project individually on the website, but some of them, I mean, we've seen them there, £12.99, £15.99, £16.99 even. So make sure that if you're liking what you're seeing, you're checking those baskets out. Oh my word, this is busy.
And remember, with your fleece one, you're getting 70 centimetres of each of the fleeces, so the grey and the white. And you're also getting 70 centimetres of your fur. Now, that is enough to cover all of the projects that are in there. However, if you decide that you want to make, you know, a couple of pairs of boots and then do one in another fleece, then absolutely can.
Okay.
And think about recycling fleece as well, because there's loads of kind of fleece jackets, or you may have had an old fleece blanket or something like that. All of that can be reworked into all of these projects. So,
Hayley, one question I'm sure lots of people are wondering out there is, because obviously, well, I'm saying obviously, what sort of foot size will these fit? Because they're going to fit multiple people.
Coming to, because look, I've got the bottom. Okay,
right.
So, if you sew these with a 5/8 inch seam allowance, this should be about a size of 5 to 6 foot. So, if you have smaller feet, like some of us do, then you can actually come in a bit further and just trim off the excess when you come round the outside. If you've got larger feet, you can sew a slightly smaller seam allowance and you'll get it to be a little bit bigger. Now, I would, I mean, I don't know what the biggest on that is. I would say the biggest you'd get away with is probably about a size 8.
Okay.
But that's a kind of guesstimate on this. They are a kind of one size fits all kind of thing, but that's what I'm guessing. I'll find some people with some feet tomorrow. Well, obviously everybody's got feet. That's
well,
ridiculous.
I'd like to. I think we've all got feet, Hayley. But whether they're any useful, actually, I'm a 5 to 6.
Do you want to give it a crack?
Do you know, I'm going to have to give some updates first. I might just take one of my boots off ready. I'm going to tell you we've got limited stock. Limited stock. I've got laces and everything, yeah. Limited stock on the one day special, 604427. Do you know what's going to happen now I've taken a boot off? Yeah. I didn't even get the boot on, and guess what, Hayley?
Oh, see, they fit.
Hang on.
Oh, no.
Hang on. They fit. Oh. They fit.
There you go.
I can't get it any higher than that, I'm afraid.
Can you get it down?
Technical sellout. That means that all stock is allocated in baskets. Oh, my word. Oh, poor Bridget. I can hear the phone calls now. I can hear... Bridget, I'm so sorry. Right, OK. We have got some extended delayed stock. It's going to be 7 days. 26th of January is the dispatch from date. They're already gone. You found them. I did want to bring this in as well, because you can make little ankle boots as well.
Absolutely.
Just turning them down.
You can turn these down. You can you can have them up. You can have them down. And remember, you can change these if you've got some spare fleece. If you've got really anything, any fabric will work for this. Any fabric. Yeah. And what I am going to show you is how to put the bottom on. And then I know that our lovely friends at Fabric Freedom have added this onto our show somewhere. This is a non-slip fabric. It's like a net that's then rubberized, but it's non-slip, which means brilliant for the bottoms.
Brilliant. You see, and I've got a lot of tiled floors that can get very slippy, and they're cold because it's cold. I'm in a cottage. These are going to be great if you're walking round. You've got slippy surfaces. Oh my word! Right, the non-slip material. Only £9.99, £5 saving there. You're getting half a metre, 47 inches wide. It doesn't look exciting, but it is going to be a game changer, this one. 630651.
I'm trying to work out how many pairs of slippers that would do you. I reckon that'd do at least half a dozen pairs of slippers.
You know, sometimes when you've got your slippers or your shoes and you can take the inner sole out, would that be a good way of using that as a template to get your size right as well?
I mean, if you've got the insole from your shoe, then that would give you an idea of where you need to be. And what I would do is mark it on the back and do at least a half an inch overall bigger. Yeah. So like quarter inch at the front, quarter inch at the back. That would give you a really good kind of guide for a good fit. Yeah. But to be honest, I mean, I was wearing them bigger anyway, because a lot of places that do slipper socks do them one size. There's nothing to stop you, you know, having this and maybe even knitting or crocheting pieces that are the same shape and size as your patterns, and having a knitted / crocheted version.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Right.
Well, we are very, very busy. That's all I can say. We're very busy. We're into it's the launch show. I'm looking, they've got still 25 minutes, well, a bit less than that on this show, but we've sold out of the one-day special. It's back on extended delivery, a 7-day delay. Poor Bridget, she's back at work, she's working hard.
Can I just say, Lewis knows Bridget, and he knows how unhappy she's going to be in the morning.
Oh, dear. Oh dear, we're expecting the emails now. 604427 is the item. We do take advantage, of course, of that flexi. That means if you're going for the non-slip, if you're going for any of the happy hours, don't forget those happy hour deals, because the price will go up at 7 o'clock. We've got 3 of them available. We've got the Fabazines, we've got the toy eyes with the washers as well, the safety eyes. So lots and lots for you to choose from. Anything else that you're putting into your basket at all, if you've got that flexi basket open, you can split the cost. But think about the value for money. The one-day special itself, 12 projects within the Fabazine, that's issue number 10. Another 8 projects within the Fleece Fabazine. And those boots, I've got to tell you, they are so warm and cosy. That's using the fabric that is included to make those, the fleece and the fur. It's all there for you. What a fantastic bundle this is. 604427. We do make sales in between the shows as well. Hayley will be back at 8 o'clock tonight. There'll be repeats throughout the... I know you haven't. No, I'm not trying to get rid of you. It did sound a bit like that, didn't it? I'm trying to close the show. Yeah, we will get back to Hayley in a second, but I just know how busy it is, Hayley. And if you don't check your baskets out, you may miss out. Poor Bridget. Right, back to you, Hayley.
Okay, so now we need to get the bottom onto these boots. So I have done the same principle as I did right at the beginning, where I folded the back in half and just marked it where that was, and then did the same at the toe, folded it in half, lined it up, marked it, and then did the same process on the actual sole piece of the boot. From there, I'm going to just slowly work my way around, because this should be exactly the same size as you have on the bottom there. So you're going to work your way around slowly, and the reason you pin top and bottom first is that if there is any discrepancy, you've got an even discrepancy each side, and then you can kind of shuffle things around to make it work. And again, fleece, super forgiving, so you should be able to have no problems with this at all.
You know the non-slip fabric that we've got, would that work? Would that be good on things like placemats and that as well? You know, you've got fabric ones and slipper surfaces?
Under kind of plant pots, under things, basically things you don't want to move. Or under rugs as well. It's really good. Rugs that are on hard floors.
That's a really good buy, isn't it? Half a metre for it's 47 inches wide, £9.99, bottom of the screen for that one, 630651. So definitely something, even if you're not sure what you're going to use it for now, maybe you want to put it on your boots, maybe you don't, but it's definitely one of those products that's really, really useful.
Yeah, absolutely. And this, again, you can see it comes together really, really quickly. And I personally will sew this with another 1/4 inch seam allowance, but because this is just kind of standalone, you don't need to worry about sewing this at a different seam allowance to the sides. Oh no, she's thought of something. She's got a giggly face on.
I've just got this vision of my 4 little dogs all wearing little boots with non-slip on the bottom. Honestly, I can just, because they run in and out, and sometimes they have little skids, and I can just imagine
them.
Is
that you're going to be your solution? Boots with non-slip?
Little fluffy boots for the little fluffy legs.
Why not?
And non-slip on the bottom.
You have to get some white fur so they match, so you can't tell they've got them on.
Oh, I so would make them as well.
I know you would. You've not got the time, Catherine. You've not got the time. Right, okay, we're pinned. So it's a case of stitching this round. And again, slow and steady is definitely advisable with this, because you kind of want to get your accuracy right. So let's pop that all over there. Now, you can sew this either way up. Now, I prefer to sew it that way up so I can see the full thing. Okay. Sometimes people find it easier to sew this way up, because then the actual kind of leg of the boot is kind of out of your way a little bit more.
So whatever you're comfortable with, no right or wrong.
I'm going to go this way up, but now my pins are the wrong way up, but that's fine because I've left them sticking out. So... Do you know what? There's no pleasing some people. There's no pleasing some people. You do it the way that you think it's going to be easier. Now, you said about snipping things before. I am actually going to just put a little snip in where I put those marks for the toe, just to allow that to turn a little bit more. Let me just pull it out and show you there. I've just done 2 little snips in there. You don't have to, just because they were there, I did them. But you don't have to.
You'll realise if you need to do that or not,
you'll
or where
realise
to
it's
do
a bit too tight, and you'll need to do them.
Do you know, the restock is also very, very busy, Hayley. Almost 10% of the extended stock has already gone as well. It is literally flying. Right, back to you, Hayley.
Let's do it. So let's get under there, and I'm popping that down. I'm just going to try and fold this out of the way just to keep Chris happy.